If one is unfortunate enough to be reborn in the last days with earthquakes, floods, storms, and other disasters coming one after another, mankind will be plunged into an unprecedented, desperate situation. The person may wish they had gotten more water or food to ensure they stayed alive as long as possible. But none of that mattered to me, simply because I had successfully indentured and taken control of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. That means I can use the carrier to pillage whatever I want whenever I want. The reason for all this is that I, however, gained a mysterious symbiotic ability before the apocalyptic apocalypse struck. With the memories of my past life and knowledge of the impending disaster, I resolutely decided to get on a flight to the island. Because I've inquired, and Pretty Country's largest and most advanced nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS Tiefel, is being resupplied in the island's harbor. Knowing the immense value of this carrier in the post-apocalyptic world, I utilized my symbiosis ability to skillfully touch the carrier's cables and successfully merged with it. During the fusion process, I experienced the pain and wonder of being run through an electric current and thrown into a gravel vibrator. But in return, I can successfully hide amongst the carriers without anyone noticing. As time passes, Mount Fuji in the island nation and Yellowstone volcano in the Pretty Country will erupt at the same time, and the apocalyptic apocalypse will officially come. With my fusion with the carrier, I took control of this powerful war machine. I decided to make the carrier Tiefel my own base and fight for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. As my carrier base continues to build, I seem to be gradually realizing that there seems to be a huge conspiracy hidden behind this post-apocalyptic apocalypse. But in this one, I'm not going to be the obscure nobody. I'm going to turn my carrier into a weapon to defeat a vast conspiracy. My name is Zhou Lin. On this day, I was visiting the equipment on board the aircraft carrier USS Telford. The carrier has a wide variety of fighter jets and several vehicles, including armored personnel carriers, 3 mini-submarines, 6 unmanned submarines. In addition, I also heard that the aircraft carrier yesterday, 10,000 tons of aviation fuel and gasoline, 6,000 tons of various types of food and seasonings, 8,000 tons of daily life supplies, 50 tons of various types of drugs. At this point, it was as if I had become a fool mad with joy, for I knew that all these would be mine. At 3 p.m., the soldiers of the USS Tiefel began to send off the tourists, and at 3:30 p.m. the stairs were closed for routine maintenance. At 5:30, the soldiers who had participated in the party began to leave the ship. At 6 o'clock, the captain and a group of officers walked down the gangway with smiles on their faces. At 7 o'clock, there were less than 300 of all the men of the Tiefel, who had originally numbered more than 5,000 combined, the highest ranking of whom was Lieutenant Colonel Magri, who was in charge of the Air Force. Even though he couldn't go to the orgy, Magri still didn't shortchange himself by inviting 2 female soldiers to his room to drink, chat, dance, and whatnot. Anyway, what else is there to worry about in the capital harbor of the island? And just as Magri was deep in conversation with the 2 female soldiers, the sea at the rear of the carrier suddenly rolled over. At the same time, those metal cables extending to the shore twisted like snakes, detaching themselves from the bollards in 3 or 5 strokes, and then snaking back into the hull. The anchor engine was also running. The thick anchor chain was recovered quickly, and the iron anchor weighing more than 30 tons was dragged out of the water and tightened on the bow with a clatter. A mere 10 minutes had passed before the carrier Tiefel began to slowly turn, the great commotion finally triggering the attention of everyone around them, including the Pretty Countrymen aboard the other battleships. The men aboard the Pretty Country fleet were dumbfounded by the movement of the Tiefel. No matter how powerful an aircraft carrier is, it can't act alone, or it's a living target. So if the Tiefel was to leave, the other battleships in the fleet would inevitably receive orders as well, and they would have to set sail even before the Tiefel. Yet those people couldn't get any response no matter how hard they tried to contact the Tiefel. Or was it didn't want to respond? Damn it, contact domestic defense and say, "The Telford has been stolen." The captain of a destroyer slapped the railing and hated it. Unlike the Tiefel, whose nuclear reactors never went off, large conventionally powered ships took at least 3 to 5 hours from the captain's order to start them up until they were finally actually underway. So by the time the Tiefel sailed out of the harbor, none of the other battleships' warm-up work had been completed. On shore, the captain of the USS Tiefel and others who had gotten the news had just arrived. Looking at the fading silhouette of the Tiefel, I was dumbfounded. It's over, no matter if the Tiefel can be retrieved in the end. He's finished. Inform our military bases in the island nation to send out fighter planes to track the Tiefel. In addition, the islanders cannot be left out of this matter. Tell them to send out fighter planes as well. The Pretty Country's defense ministry that received the news quickly functioned. and the minister who hurriedly rushed back gave his order at the first opportunity, but he also knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't have much of a chance to give the order. The news was so explosive it was impossible to contain it, and within half an hour of me driving the Tifel away, the news had spread around the world. At present, the netizens in the country of Dacia are discussing it most intensely. At this time, more excited than the netizens are the military ministries and governments of various countries. The beautiful country, needless to say, almost 80 years old president was angry to the heart attack. Fast-acting heart pills have taken a few rounds of still, cannot say 3 words and gasping for air. The defense minister wiped the sweat at the same time as writing a resignation report. And all the other countries except the pretty country acted in much the same way, ostensibly consoling the pretty country in high style, and privately sending signals to the Tifel, wanting to know what kind of person was so brave as to hijack an aircraft carrier outright. Everyone thinks this must be the work of a bunch of professionals. Ordinary people can't play with carriers, let alone the most advanced nuclear-powered carriers in the pretty country. The Tifel, however, remained radio silent, not responding to signals from either side. The 300 or so men who had been assigned to stay on board the wind-borne Telford, including Lieutenant Commander Magri, were almost all desperately slamming doors and windows. Many of them were the first to sense that something was wrong. Yet before they could act accordingly, they were trapped by the rapidly closing and locking hatch. The Tifel seemed to have suddenly come to life, not only restricting their range of motion and blocking all communication signals, but also directly wiping out all of their permissions. So there was no way to do anything other than smashing the doors and windows with brute force. I sat in the captain's cabin in control of the Tifel as she raced at top speed towards summer territorial waters. It wasn't impossible to stow the Tifel in the storage space, but then I'd be in the water with the rest of the ship. If I did that in the harbor, I'd probably get 1,000,000 guns pressed against my head the next moment. Even after leaving the harbor, it is still not safe. It is conceivable that the beautiful country will send warplanes to track it, even shouldn't just use atomic weapons. I thought darkly. At this time, the speed of the Tifel reached an astonishing 35 knots, exceeding the maximum speed claimed by the public. At this speed, the beautiful country and the island country did not have any warships that could intercept the Tifel, and if they wanted to do so, they had to use faster fighters. The pretty country has air bases on both the island and the stick, and judging by the distance as well as the speed of response, it would take up to an hour for a pretty country fighter to show up over my head. Once the fighters are close, even though I can control the various weapons on the USS Tifel, as if I were in control after symbiosis, it doesn't mean that I can control the fighters on the carrier to rise up and intercept them. So in a sense, I can only be passive. Of course, the beautiful country will not attack as soon as it comes. After all, this is a battleship made of gold. Not to mention that there are more than 300 hostages on board. 40 minutes later, several fighters drilled out of the clouds above the Tifel and sent me a message from high above. This is the pretty country Air Force. Tifel below. Respond if you copy. After this message was repeated 3 times, the shout I received changed. USS Tifel. If you don't reply, we will take forceful measures. This is the Tifel. My voice appeared over the radio in the ears of countless organizations and individuals who were secretly eavesdropping. I had only just spoken when the pretty country fighters overhead immediately demanded that I shut down the Tifel's power system and stop the ship to wait, and if I didn't comply, they would launch an airstrike. An airstrike? I laughed and directly sent the video of the pretty country's officers and soldiers under the surveillance camera to the internet, catching the pretty country off guard. The president of the pretty country swallowed another handful of heart pills and growled. Tell them to come up with a program right now. Anything useful. Anything but the use of nukes. Within moments, fighter jets flew over the head of the carrier I was on, and behind this was the wrath of the pretty country. Their government declared a state of first-class war and issued a strong warning to Xia. But Xia's diplomatic spokesman skillfully responded. The domestic netizens are even more jubilant. I never wanted to give the Tifel to anyone. It's fundamental to my survival in this post-apocalyptic world. I regretted neglecting my family in my last life when the natural disaster struck, and this time, I must protect them. But now, I can't contact my family for fear that they will be in danger because of this. Signs of a natural disaster are becoming more and more apparent, with the 7-colored band of light over the island nation and the unusual fluctuations of the pretty country volcano sending the world into a panic. And pretty country even sent Marines to try and retake the Tifel, only for me to easily recognize it. When an earthquake struck the island nation of Honshu, country sprang into action and I got busy. I am collecting the precious information on the Tifel to give to my country to contribute to the continuity of Xia and all mankind. At 10 p.m., the Tifel began to slow down, and I sent a message to the Xia evacuation fleet to release the Pretty Country officers and men. A new situation was about to unfold. When I transferred those Pretty Country officers and soldiers to the lifeboats and handed over the precious information to the Xia fleet, I thought I could breathe a little sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the crisis would come again? I was counting the supplies on the carrier with joy, from the piles of food, to the clothing that was still adequate, to the living environment that I didn't need to worry about. It was as if I could see the hope for a family to live peacefully in the post-apocalyptic world. However, the ear-piercing drip, drip, drip alarm sound instantly shattered my fantasy. Razum detected warning. The sound was like thunder exploding in my ears. I instantly teleported from the warehouse to the captain's room, only to see the red light overhead flashing wildly and the alarms blaring. In the sky, those slender silvery gray figures were flying towards the Tifel at a very fast speed. They were lined up in an S shape at one time, and in a B shape at another time, and they were still more than 20 kilometers away from the Tifel when they were close to the sea surface, and accelerated in a way that pierced through waves. The Pretty Countrymen have really put their blood on the line this time. The first wave of the anti-ship missile attack was more than 12. This is to put my Tifel to death. Those 12 incoming Razum anti-ship missiles nearly sent me and the USS Tifel to hell. When I saw that the anti-missile missiles were failing and that the dense array of artillery had gone awry, my heart instantly fell into the abyss. In that moment of despair, I thought it was all over. But who would have thought that this is a false alarm? It turns out to be the problem of the answer code that makes both the enemy and us make a mess. Having escaped, I dared not delay a moment, and at once steered the Tifel to the northwest. When the island volcano finally erupted, raging with ash and toxic gases, my chance came. I turned off the lights on the Tifel and left it hidden in the darkness. I then jumped into the sea and maneuvered the UAV, and as I gave the command, the Tifel disappeared without a trace. The waves were rough and the water was cold and harsh, but my heart was full of excitement and thrill. I had done it, managed to hide the Tifel. At the moment, at 4 a.m., I'm standing on the beach in the city of Green, on the island of Natsukuni, soaked to the bone. Taking advantage of the lack of people, I quickly changed into clean clothes, and the joy in my heart was like a burning flame. I was finally back, with the hope of survival. The Pretty Country was so furious over the disappearance of the Tifel that it actually pointed the finger at the Summer Country. But what did that have to do with me? I was sitting on a high-speed train to Deep City, full of thoughts about how to deal with the upcoming end times. AI Bing's news came through, and there was only a cold smile in my heart. This woman still wants to continue treating me like an ATM. Next to me, Wu Shui laughed out softly, causing a pang of annoyance in my heart. Dealing with the house went quite well, but just thinking about the supernatural beads mentioned by AI Bing and Chao Bowen, I was in a tangle. Should I let AI Bing off the hook for the slightest possibility or not? On the high-speed train, I pondered the mysteries of symbiotic powers and fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up, he went on a shopping spree, but there was never enough money, and the $200,000 in cash was spent instantly. The house was finally sold, and there was another sum of money. While I was about to continue preparing supplies for the end times, AI Bing appeared and questioned me about selling the house. Looking at her ugly face, I laughed in my heart. This farce, I still don't know how it will end. That woman AI Bing is still showing off her tricks in front of me, thinking that I'm still being played by her like before. Heck, what she doesn't know is that this is all just a setup I've set up for her. At 3 a.m., I snuck into the Motor City and went on a rampage, scavenging for the top-of-the-line vehicles. One by one, the luxury cars and caravans were put into the Tifel, and the pleasure of plundering them recklessly made me feel happy. As I left the Motor City with a full load, my heart was full of anticipation for the future. However, after dawn, the eruption of the supervolcano attracts everyone's attention, and the Motor City burglary is actually forgotten for a while. But this was nothing more than a hiccup for me. I took AI Bing with me and set out on the road back to my hometown. Along the way, I was outwardly calm, but inwardly I was calculating how to make her pay for what she had done. The end times have come and gone, and my road to revenge has just begun. Those who have hurt me before, none of them can escape. I finally took AI Bing and the girls back to my old home. Along the way, the flame of revenge in my heart burned more and more vigorously. The eruption of the rhubarb volcano in the Pretty Country had plunged the world into deeper chaos. But what did that have to do with me? All I could think about was how to make AI Bing pay a heavy price for what she had done. On the train, AI Bing's posturing couldn't affect my state of mind in the slightest. Looking at her angry and hopeless look, I only felt ridiculous. Upon arriving at Shudu, I heard talk of thefts in the Motor City at the Hot Pot restaurant, and I was inevitably a little apprehensive, but remained motionless on the surface. Now that I'm back home, seeing everything familiar and the warmth of my mother, the warmth in my heart is intertwined with my determination for revenge. When my mother asked about the AI Bing girls, I leaned close to her ear and said the shocking words, "Mom, would you believe me if I said one of them was my enemy?" I don't know how my mother will react, but I know that this drama of revenge has just begun. AI Bing, your end is near. The old general's face was grave, his hands propped up on the table as he slowly said, "Calm down first. The fire program is a last resort, and it's not time to activate it yet. We must make comprehensive preparations and do our best to safeguard the lives of the people." The atmosphere inside the Institute was depressing to the extreme, with worry and uneasiness written on everyone's face. Meanwhile, in my family's carrier, I lay in bed, tossing and turning, having trouble sleeping. He knew in his heart that there was little time left for the family to prepare. Early the next morning, I woke up early to get ready to pick up my sister, Jolie. As he drove down the road, he noticed that the people on the streets didn't seem to have realized the impending crisis, and everything seemed to be calm, but it gave him an inexplicable feeling of sadness. When I arrived at the school, my sister Jolie had already packed her bags and was waiting at the entrance. "Brother, why did you suddenly come to pick me up?" Jolie asked curiously. I smiled. "I miss you, let's go home." Jolie didn't ask any more questions and followed me to the car. Along the way, her keen insight and mature thinking far beyond her age secretly surprised me in my heart. She was actually able to associate the possibility of the end times from the matter of picking her up and bringing her home, and also guess my mind to a T. When we got home, she showed even more expertise that dazzled me, talking about the remodeling and preparation of every part of the house, from the doors to the floors, from the windows to the rooftop. I, the so-called reborn person, was conversely like an ignorant white person in front of her. Listening to her gushing about various measures to deal with the end times, I couldn't help but wonder who exactly was the one who had been reborn back. She kept asking me if I was born again and said I hadn't done anything good, which made me laugh and cry. However, being able to see my little sister so smart and strong gives me an extra boost in my heart. Even if the end times do come, as long as we stick together as a family, we will surely find a way to survive. Returning to our home, Jolie and I realized that the house had been piled up with all kinds of supplies. "What is this for?" Jolie's mouth opened wide in surprise. I took a deep breath, looked at my sister and said, "Lily, the world is about to change, and we need to be ready to deal with it." Choyuri was at a loss, but she was sure her brother wouldn't do this for no reason. The atmosphere in the carrier was extraordinarily tense these days. That woman, AI Bing, had been messing with me about the house, but what was on my mind was the upcoming end times. I didn't see my parents when I got back today. Ice was there again, asking questions, and I casually dealt with them. She still wants my parents to be more enthusiastic about her. Huh? At dinner, Zhou Kaijun came back and ignored AI Bing. After dinner, AI Bing reluctantly went to wash the dishes while Zhou Kaijun and I discussed things in the study. Jolie called and mentioned the importance of weapons. This girl's ideas always amazed me. I talked to Zhou Kaijun about it, only to realize that both of them were more thoughtful than me. Zhou Kaijun said he would take care of the fertilizers and pesticides, and I feel that I am really inferior to them in this regard. I confessed to Zhou Kaijun that my little sister knew about my rebirth and having space, but he was calm, so it turned out that Mom and Dad had already guessed it. Talking about the funding situation in the carrier, Zhou Kaijun has a good idea in his heart. When it comes to grandparents and grandpas not wanting to come, there is no way around it. What makes me happy is that the experience value of the powers has gone up, but I still have to take my time to research this power thing. The next day to go to the property rights center, everything is still smooth. AI Bing saw his name on the real estate license, smiled from ear to ear, and asked how much the house can go up. I'm too lazy to talk to her. Wait for it. In a few days there will be a time for you to cry. This end of the world is coming, but AI Bing is still dreaming her beautiful dream. It's really stupid. When I got home, I continued to help my mom collect the supplies from the warehouse into the space. After all this, back at the carrier, I slumped into my chair, too tired to move. In the evening, the family sat around and ate hot pot, and the hot atmosphere temporarily dispelled the gloom brought by the end of the world. "Son, we'll have to deal with it carefully next," Zhou Kaijun said. I nodded, thinking about Tang Ely and AI Bing in my heart. These two people, one is an enemy who once brought me countless pain, and the other is a woman with false feelings. I must make sure that they get the punishment they deserve. Don't think too much, get well first. Chung Yali gave me a piece of meat. I responded and took a big bite of my food. After less than 2 months at home, the end times began to fall. It was so cold. When I was in the carrier, the doors and windows were closed, and I didn't feel too cold. But once I was on the street, the wind was blowing, and I felt like my hands and feet were freezing. It's obviously July, but it's as cold as the coldest day of the year. Because the entire atmospheric circulation is completely disrupted, surface cooling is no longer due to cold air from the north, and the deep cities near the sea can no longer be protected by warm ocean air masses. If I had contacted my friends over in Deep City, I would have known that as early as noon yesterday, Deep City was dripping with ice. Not only Deep City, but almost all coastal cities are suffering from unprecedented low temperatures. Huge meteorological disasters have taken shape all over the world, and rescue and relief have become the most important work of governments nowadays. In contrast, the island nation is probably the most severely affected country in the world. Because of volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and heavy rainfall, and secondary disasters caused by strong convective weather, the island cities, with the exception of the capital, are now completely paralyzed. I, as a member of the general public, get no succor other than self-help, and unprepared self-help often doesn't work very well. 13 cities were completely flooded by the inundation brought on by the torrential rains, and 3/4 of the people in the cities were lost in the floods, which actually amounted to death. 3 other small cities near the mountains were completely lost in the mudslides, and almost no one managed to escape. With Mt. Sherfu at the center, an area of 30 kilometers in diameter was covered with toxic ash and unbreathable gases, and all the people and animals that didn't manage to escape in time didn't have the slightest chance of survival. And I could only say that I couldn't do anything about it. The island's royal family is said to have shamefully withdrawn, heading neither for the pretty country with the strongest military nor for the richest Europe, but straight for the Black Continent, the most economically backward. It can be seen that some years ago that the island country in the Black Continent to do a lot of layout news is not false. After all, living in the island country like the natural environment, I may also go to fantasize at the end of the day to do what to do it. The powerful and rich also left. Most of them evacuated on the day Mount Sherfu erupted, some to the Black Continent, and most to Europe, especially the rich, whose early properties in the European countries now finally came in handy. With a sneakily built navy and an already large civilian fleet, the island's royal family and government surprisingly also sent 2/3 of the island's military force into the sea, heading straight for the Black Continent. Perhaps in their view, this natural disaster is in turn an opportunity for the islanders, who, no matter how bold they are in times of peace, would not dare to blatantly encroach on the land of the Black Continent. Yesterday morning, a cold front from nowhere hit the island, like a real-life version of the Ice Queen traveling from south to north along the island's territory, dropping temperatures by up to 50 degrees in its path. There was once a movie that depicted the ultra-low temperature devastation caused by strong convective storms, and many people assumed that it was an artistic exaggeration and that nothing like that could ever happen on Earth. But now it's here, and I'm watching, as are people in all countries around the world, to see just what kind of damage this brand new cold front can do. Through the cameras and networks that remain undamaged for the time being, it is possible to see how a cold front can freeze a river in an instant, how it can instantly frost a building, and how it can turn walking humans into crystalline ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Some professional organizations have projected from video footage that the temperature at the center of this cold front was perhaps 100 degrees below zero. Even the most hardy Eskimos, I don't think, would be able to survive such low temperatures. I heard the doorbell, and my mind tightened. I wonder who could be knocking on the door at this time? Jolie immediately jumped up from the sofa and was ready to open the door. Wu Shui and I looked at each other and both stood up as well, our hearts filled with doubt and vigilance. Weekly ran to the door and looked out through the cat's eye, then turned to us and said, "It's someone we don't recognize." My heart became even more nervous. The appearance of a stranger at this time was really disturbing. I walked to the door and signaled Joe Lee not to open the door easily. Me. Turning to the door, he asked, "Who is it?" A low voice came through the door. "I'm a staff member of the community, and I have something important to inform you about." I hesitated, but decided not to open the door just yet. I said to the person at the door, "If there's anything you want to do, you can say it here." The person outside the door was silent for a moment, then said, "The situation is very urgent. The government is asking all residents to get ready as soon as possible. and further arrangements may be made. Please make sure you follow the instructions and don't panic. After saying that, the person outside the door left. Zhou Li, Wu Shui, and I looked at each other with worry in our hearts. It seemed like the situation was really getting worse. We went back to the living room and sat down to discuss our options. Wu Shui said, "What should we do now?" I thought about it and said, "Let's follow the original plan and get ready. If necessary, we can go to the tool shed on the rooftop to hide." Zhou Li nodded and said, "Okay, we'll listen to brother." Wu Shui also agreed. We started checking supplies and equipment in the carrier to make sure everything was ready. In the meantime, we're keeping a close eye on what's going on out there, and hopefully we'll be able to learn more in time. As the day wore on, the atmosphere outside became more and more tense, and our hearts were filled with unease. In search of more supplies, my parents chose to go out, but after 2 days, my sister and I were home and still hadn't waited for them to return. So, I also decided to go out and look for them. I drove my car in a hurry and sped towards the mouth of Yangba. Along the way, my mind was filled with worry as various possible scenarios kept coming to mind. I just hoped Mom and Dad would be safe and everything would be okay by the time I got there. The wind howled outside the car window and darkness enveloped the land. I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my eyes fixed dead ahead on the road. I kept pushing myself to go faster, faster. Finally, I saw the pickup truck leaning over the side of the road ahead of me, and a group of people who were slowly encircling it. I slammed on the brakes, and the car stopped with a sharp scraping sound. I quickly grabbed my weapon and jumped out of the car, looking around warily. The group heard the brakes and stopped in their tracks, looking my way. I saw the guys in their hands, and my heart tightened. These are obviously not good people, and they may not hesitate to attack us. I cautiously approached the pickup truck, keeping in touch with my mom on the walkie-talkie as I did so. "Mom, I'm here. Don't you guys ever get out of the car. Wait for me to come over." I whispered. Mom's voice came over the intercom. "Son, be careful." I nodded and continued on. As I walked over to the pickup truck, I saw Dad covering his forehead, dripping blood. Mom, on the other hand, was holding a pistol and looking out the window with an angry face. I was relieved that at least their lives weren't in danger at the moment. I gently tapped on the car window, signaling them to open the door. Mom opened the car door, and I quickly got in. "Dad, how are you?" I asked with concern. Dad shook his head and said, "It's fine, just a little scrape." I checked Dad's injury, and it really wasn't serious. Then I looked at my mom and said, "Mom, give me the gun. Leave these people to me." Mom hesitated, but handed me the gun. I took the gun, opened the door, and stepped out of the car. The group hesitated a bit when they saw me holding the gun. I pointed my gun at them and said loudly, "All of you stand still. Whoever takes another step forward, I'll shoot." The group stopped and one of them shouted, "Kid, mind your own business. This is between us and them." I laughed coldly and said, "They're my parents, so it's not a matter of nosiness. You guys better hurry up and leave, or don't blame me for not being polite." The group of people looked at each other and seemed a bit reluctant, but they also knew that they had no chance of winning against a man with a gun. Finally, they cursed and turned away. I looked at their distant backs and sighed with relief. Then I got back into the pickup truck and said to Mom and Dad, "It's okay, let's go home." Dad started the pickup truck, and we slowly pulled away from the place. On the way home, I had a lot of emotions in my heart. This incident made me realize that in this post-apocalyptic world, danger is everywhere. I drove slowly towards the carrier's gate and was waiting for the gate to open when the sudden appearance of a figure almost made me pull out my gun. Luckily, I heard AI Bing's yell, and that's when I recognized the visitor. AI Bing said she was cold and wanted to get in the car first, but I didn't open the door right away, just said something to the doorman and just stepped on the gas and drove off. Looking at the taillights of the car that disappeared into the basement passageway, AI Bing must have been furious. The doorman stifled a smile and asked AI Bing if he still wanted to go in. AI Bing was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. He turned his head and yelled at the small security guard, "Of course I want to go in. I just said I'm your owner. You just don't believe me." At this time, Xiaohang happened to pass by and heard AI Bing's cursing and came over to inquire about the situation. AI Bing was just about to have a fit, and then held back when she saw Xiaohang. She paused and said, "You?" Xiaohang looked at her calmly and waited for her to continue. AI Bing then said, "Look, you should be a steward. Let your security guard see clearly. I am the owner of the 17th floor of the 8th building. In the future, do not move to stop me to ask this and that. Be careful, I do not pay the property fee." Xiaohang was slightly stunned, then forced a smile and said, "This young lady, Our carrier's property fees are prepaid. If I remember correctly, the owner of the 17th floor of the 8th building, Mr. Zhou, prepaid the property fees for the next 5 years. Are you sure you're the owner? AI Bing was momentarily speechless, then stomped his foot and said, I am his daughter-in-law. Get out of the way. After saying that, AI Bing pulled Yang Qiqi away. Xiao Heng looked at the enchanting and writhing backs of AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, pondering, then said to the security guard, What just happened? Tell me from the beginning. It turned out that AI Bing and Kiki Yang came to the entrance of the carrier and wanted to go in, but the security guard asked them to show the owner's certificate or register according to the regulations. AI Bing found it troublesome and had an argument with the security guard. Then my car came, and Bing thought he had a chance to get in, but I didn't think I'd just drive off. After the security guard finished speaking, Xiaoheng nodded his head, and in his heart, he became suspicious of the identity of these two women. He decided to send someone to secretly investigate to find out who they really were and why they appeared here. Meanwhile, I had pulled into the basement. After parking the car, I returned home with my parents. Zhou Li and Wu Shui had already prepared their things and were waiting for us. Seeing that her dad was injured, Wu Shui immediately went forward to check and treat him. Zhou Li, on the other hand, watched nervously from the sidelines and kept asking Wu Shui how the situation was. I briefly explained what happened, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But we also know that this incident is just the beginning and that we may face more dangers in the future. We must be more careful and well prepared. I looked at AI Bing, who had lost her breath on the ground. My heart was indescribably happy, but I was a bit regretful and felt that I hadn't enjoyed it. Afterwards, I turned my gaze to Yang Qiqi. She was trembling with fear. She raised her phone and said, Wait, didn't you guys say the end times? I have a friend, a real magnate. Even if the end times come, he can help us and make us live well. Don't believe, you see. This is our chat log. If you don't kill me, I'll take you guys with me when he sends someone to pick me up. I turned my head to look at Zhou Li, who didn't have the slightest look of fear on her face, but instead carried a hint of excitement. I smiled helplessly. This little ninny, really bold. I looked at the mess on the ground again, and secretly calculated what to do next in my mind. Chao Bowen's appearance had made things even more complicated. I don't know what kind of role he will play in the end times, but I know that he is definitely not a simple character. I must deal with it carefully and not take it lightly. I told Yang Qiqi to hurry up and clean up while I sat on the couch. Thinking about my next step, Zhou Li came over and sat next to me. Brother, who is this Chao Bowen? Is he very powerful? I looked at her and said seriously, he is a very dangerous character. We have to deal with him carefully. However, his appearance could also be an opportunity for us to utilize him to obtain more resources and information. Zhou Li nodded. I know, brother. We will definitely be careful. I couldn't help but feel a little amused as I watched Chou Yuri muttering various plans there. If Yang Qiqi had Zhou Li's intelligence, she really wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Then again, I didn't think there were people in the world with worse brains. Chou Yuri and I continued to watch the security footage to see what else Kiki Yang would do. She paced back and forth in the tool room, her face full of resentment and anger. But she also knew that right now she had no other choice but to obey me for the time being. After a while, Zhou Li suddenly said, Brother, do you think that Mr. Chao will really come to pick up Yang Qiqi? If he comes, what should we do? I thought about it and said, let's take one step at a time. If he really comes, we can't take it lightly. However, we can also utilize this opportunity to see if we can obtain some useful information and resources from him. Zhou Li nodded. I know, brother. We must deal with it carefully. In the early morning hours of July 6th, I woke up cold. The temperature inside was about 10 degrees and the power was out. Electricity supply is indeed very fragile, and a single gale may cause a large-scale blackout in the city, which is not at all like what is written in some novels, where power supply to the community surface can be realized for a long period of time after a natural disaster. In reality, a major flood of 2 or 3 days can knock out power to an entire region for a week or even most of a month. At this point, it's almost impossible for the average person to move around outdoors, and the power outage means that civilian communications in the region are also down. So the government and power companies simply can't organize crews to make repairs, a situation that will only get worse as time goes on. I know that for the vast majority of people, it's basically goodbye to the electrical age. In the next 3 months, solar power plants, which are best suited for personal and household power generation, will not be able to operate, nor will simple hydroelectricity be available, nor will even wind turbines be able to function properly, leaving only heat to generate power. I went to the tool shed It was pitch black, and all I could hear was Kiki Young's panicked voice. Who? Me, the power is out. I shook my flashlight and saw Kiki Yang's entire body wrapped in a sleeping bag, like a maggot. The boiler was still running normally and wouldn't go out as long as Kiki Yang remembered to add coal every 8 hours. It was in turn warmer here than the 2 floors below, with the thermometer showing 23 degrees. I started the engine with the RR logo, and the lights came back on a few seconds later. I've locked a couple of the windows. No one is allowed to open them without my permission. I ignored the half of Yang Qiqi's body that was intentionally exposed and threw down a warning before walking downstairs to find everyone up, including Wu Shui, who had stayed over last night. Wu Shui originally did not want to stay, but Zhou Li's reason is very good. As Zhou Caijuan's attending physician, Wu Shui should do a good job. At this moment, Wu Shui and Zhou Li were holding hands, and her heart was filled with gratitude to Zhou Li. If Zhou Li hadn't insisted that she stay, she would have had to endure the pain of the power and heating outage in her own home, and it might have even been worse. The end times have officially begun. I gestured for everyone to go and sit down at the table. From now on, we will be facing enemies not only from the harsh natural environment, but also those who were starving and cold. Aside from Wu Shui, Mom, Dad, and Zhou Li all had a calm demeanor. Mom had actually fired a gun and killed someone. Dad had an extremely calm wisdom in his skinny frame. And as for Zhou Li, she was perhaps the least fearful of the end times in the entire family. Just because there are blast doors and doors to rooms that don't have to be opened are welded shut, that doesn't mean it's 100% safe. Zhou Li has installed surveillance in the corridors and roof decks and tool shed, and any unusual software will alert whoever hears the alarm to notify everyone in the house in a timely manner. After saying this, I handed a compact talking terminal to Wu Shui and asked Zhou Li to teach Wu Shui how to use it. Then I went over some notes and assigned everyone's work. Mom was still in charge of the family's food and shelter, and Wu Shui offered to assist. Dad's most important task at the moment is to recover his body, while Zhou Li is responsible for the maintenance, as well as updating of all the technological products in the house. I've set myself up with just 2 jobs. One is to supervise Kiki Yang in managing the tool shed, and the other is to work out. If there was anything I was happy about in the past 2 days, I'm afraid it was the change in my alien ability. The experience value of the symbiotic allomancy has soared, and my body has also changed. I have more strength. I used to sweat when I carried a 20-kilogram bag of rice, but now I can easily pick it up with one hand, and it takes 50 kilograms to make me feel weak. Physical strength is also better, and I basically don't feel tired when I do things, probably because I haven't done any heavy labor or training. My 5 senses are sharper, my nerve reaction speed is faster, my hearing is almost the same as Blackie's, and my eyesight and sense of smell, etc. have also increased. I reckon that's what evolvers do. In my last life, I heard evolvers say that evolution doesn't happen overnight. It's a long-term process, and with consistent exercise and enough food and energy, the benefits of evolution will grow. As for where the ceiling is for evolved people, in my last life I didn't know, nor was I qualified to know. All I know is that many evolved people are afraid to exercise due to lack of food, and as a result, they stay in place for a long time and wait until they meet a danger that is difficult to fight and die in humiliation. Since I was lucky enough to open the path of evolution 5 years ahead of schedule, I would never give up on the path of continuously getting stronger. Perhaps I would be able to touch the ceiling of an evolved person in my lifetime, if at all. Actually, the carrier's house can be utilized as well. Wu Shui said. I thought about it. I said, there's no need for that for now. That house of yours hasn't been reinforced, and the doors and windows haven't been modified for extreme cold weather. I have no shortage of materials for the remodeling, but the remodeling is bound to use all kinds of tools, and then the whole carrier will know that we still have electricity in our house. Granted, we're certainly not the only ones with electricity in the carrier, but who would be doing renovations at a time like this if they couldn't have plenty of energy? Let's wait and see if the government will do something. There was a reason I said that. A week after Neverwinter Nights falls, there is a short period of time when the temperature rises, almost a full week. The summer government, with its strong infrastructural capabilities and advanced preparations, has actually restored the most basic power supply to some extent. Fixed access and rationing of power to densely populated carriers and neighborhoods through thermal power generation and underground electrical conduits. Wait until then to see if it's necessary to remodel that house in Wu Shui. While I started to get busy, Cho Yuri was sitting on the couch playing with her cell phone. Wu Shui was a bit surprised. Her cell phone couldn't receive any messages in the middle of the night. So is Zhou Li actually playing a single player? Sister Shui, want to go online? Jolie blinked her eyes, seemingly innocent, but like a little devil that tempted people to commit crimes. At this time, the beautiful country also launched a response plan for the end of the world. The Eden and ARC programs under the auspices of Mississippi Porter are going very well with the support of a circle of top tycoons in the pretty country. With the foundation laid during World War II and years of tireless effort, there was a total of 1 Garden of Eden, 3 ARCs, 8 super shelters, and 23 large shelters, as well as many private shelters in operation in the pretty country before the fall of Eternal Night. These shelters certainly don't cover the 200 million people in the pretty country, let alone the illegal immigrants who aren't even in the statistics. But Mississippi Porter hadn't considered those people in the first place. But in any case, Eden, the ARC, and other shelter programs are the ones that do protect the most important elites in the pretty country and the rich and powerful who hold the most resources. I don't know for what purpose. The location of the Garden of Eden is only known to those who have been notified of it. And surprisingly, the current president of the pretty country and his staff are not qualified to enter the Garden of Eden. Inside ARC 1, the aging president of the pretty country, Old Bay, trembled, having completely lost his ability to think in the face of the constant reports from all departments for hours on end. On the surface, he looked like he was insisting on listening to the report, but in his heart, he was thinking about when he could go back home and eat the dinner cooked by his wife. I already know. That's it. The subsequent solutions and specific jobs for each department will be distributed to each of you. Just implement them. It wasn't what he wanted to say, but what the miniature headset in his ear told him. The secretary announced that the president's working hours were over for the day, and everyone could leave. When the doors closed, the secretary actually patted Old Bay on the shoulder. Well done. Now you can go home for dinner. Don't worry. As long as you follow the instructions, your family will be fine. Old Bay nodded. Then, with the help of what was nominally a bodyguard, but was actually more like a caretaker, he sat in an electric wheelchair and left through another door. ARC 1, also known as Washington's ARC, can accommodate more than 300,000 people inside, using nuclear power as its energy source, and is divided into 7 sections, from the low-ground building to the resource center that is 200 meters deep underground. Energy zone, resource zone, circulation zone, production zone, control zone, residence zone, and military zone. Utilizing high-powered communications equipment, the Washington Arkansas can exchange data with most of the beautiful country's satellites in space, ensuring smooth communications and networking. ARCs 2 and 3 are nearly identical in size and condition with the Washington Arkansas, holding 300,000 people under normal conditions, and capable of receiving 1 million occupants in times of necessity, and are located on the east and west sides of the pretty country. The 8 super shelters were slightly smaller than the ARC, but because they did not have a specialized military area, they were instead a bit more than the ARC in terms of the number of people they accommodated, for 100,000 under normal circumstances and 1,200,000 in times of necessity. The number of population accommodated in the large shelters was 200,000 under normal circumstances and 500,000 during times of necessity. In other words, without considering the Garden of Eden, the ARC and the super and large shelters could hold close to 8 million people under normal circumstances and could support the survival of 24 million people during special times. It seemed that this number was not small, but in reality, it was only 1/10 of the population of the pretty country. The eternal night had only just fallen. The temperature had not dropped to the extreme, and the people of the pretty country, who were good at hands-on self-reliance, were still doing their best to save themselves. Compared to pretty countries, the summer government is undoubtedly facing a much more difficult task. Because the population of the top 10 cities in SIA together is almost equal to the total population of the beautiful country. In the face of such a huge group of disaster victims, the first thing the SIA government did was to completely open up the defense system used to prepare for war. Manned fortifications, underground passages, and the entire subway system are the best shelters against the cold. By the local government and garrison cooperation, control, guide the people to enter the shelter in an orderly manner, the distribution of areas and work. Although it is not guaranteed that all cities will have sufficient shelters and all the people can be rescued, it does maximize the preservation of the people of SIA, and the achievement is remarkable. At the same time, the development of more underground space, the restoration of a modern industrial system, the construction of new energy sources, and the construction of underground food crop gardens are all being carried out in an orderly manner. A large amount of stockpiled grain in SIA was activated, without taking into account the loss and shelf life of the premise. Even if the next 2 years of grain harvest will not let everyone starve. Of course, eating saturated and eating well are 2 different things. Staple food and the human body must have fruits and vegetables. Trace elements are 2 different things. In addition to this, a completely new communication system is being accelerated under the guidance of the state, and a launch center has already begun to prepare a series of satellite launch plans. Compared to the current cell phone communication system, the new system will no longer rely on terrestrial base stations, and although it is inferior to the existing system in terms of speed and bandwidth, it is more resistant to outside interference. The reason why my sister Zhou Li is still able to access the internet is actually utilizing the satellite communication system. If it's just text content, there's almost no delay in sending and receiving it through specialized software. With just a certain modification using the satellite communication equipment on the rifle, Jolie was able to directly connect to the pretty country's satellites in space with an ordinary cell phone, logging onto the satellite network that was currently only available to a very small number of people. Inside the carrier, Wu Shui was also preparing the medical side of the equipment with me. The equipment that Wu Shui brought up was actually some very common medical instruments, like stethoscopes, blood pressure meters, blood glucose meters, and the like. The testing of basic data is not a cure. It doesn't need complicated equipment. The key is long-term persistence, repeated measurements, and detailed comparisons in order to draw accurate conclusions. For professional things, I cannot refute, just feel a little embarrassed. After all, at this time I am wearing a set of close-fitting sportswear, certain lines are too obvious a little. On the contrary, Wu Shui appeared to be very calm. Even if I was touched during the inspection, there was no appearance of the kind of blushing just now. Well, I have recorded the basic data, and will plot it as a graph later, and we'll try to test it once a day in the future, so that I could soon get a complete change curve, and then, with Zhou Li's IQ and knowledge, have been unable to understand Wu Shui's increasingly specialized terminology at the back, and I'm even more listening to heavenly books. All I know is that medical checkups like the one I just had will have to come once a day from now on. It's a bit overwhelming, especially when touched by Wu Shui's soft little hands. The more I thought about it, the more uncontrollable I felt. I finally excused myself to take a shower and slipped away. Sister Snow, not forgetting your original intention, what did you originally plan to do? Righto? Under Zhou Li's reminder, Wu Shui finally remembered and busily asked what to do. It's a matter of time. Bring the cell phone. Installing a program that utilized satellite communication was easy for Zhou Li, and it was done in a few minutes. In addition to having her phone function partially restored, Zhou Li also helped Wu Shui join a forum called Doomsday Human Alliance. There are less than 100,000 people logging into this forum at the moment, and although its interface is rudimentary and single function, the fact that it still allows strangers from all over the world to communicate with each other is remarkable. Getting her cell phone back, the first thing Wu Shui did was to call her parents, and unsurprisingly, it was not working, unless Wu Shui's parents could also link satellites with a regular cell phone. Mindless, can you send a message? Zhou Li said. Wu Shui nodded and complied. However, a few minutes passed, and there was no reply. Wu Shui could only console herself with the thought that mom and dad probably didn't see it, or maybe they threw away their useless cell phones on the run. The perpetual night and the freezing temperatures caused human society to regress from the technological age to a nearly primitive one overnight. And the consequences of the power outage were far more than just the loss of lighting and communication. The absence of electricity also meant the shutdown of water supply, heating, and even almost all manufacturing industries. In other words, with power not restored, the whole of human society is unable to function with the exception of humans themselves. In the tool room, Yang Qiqi poured a shovel of smokeless carbon into the hearth. Her face is no longer exquisitely made up, black and white, with a smear of ash on the tip of her nose and a few white feathers tangled in her sideburns, so she doesn't look any different from a rural woman. But Qixing had mixed feelings at the moment. She hated me, but not because of the dirty and heavy work in front of her, but because I didn't show any color to her deliberate exposure. The anger in Yang Qiqi's heart became more and more intense. She even thought for a moment of destroying everything she could see in the tool room. That way my family would surely not be able to survive, right? I, as well as my parents, my sister, would inevitably struggle in the environment of dozens of degrees below zero and finally die helplessly. Thinking about it makes me happy, but it was just a thought. Yang Qiqi didn't have the guts after all, not only because I warned her that the first person to freeze to death that way might be herself. More importantly, Yang Qiqi still had hope in her heart, and that hope was Chao Bowen, Mr. Chao. There will always be a chance. Like all people who were timid inside, in the end, Yang Qiqi convinced herself. When you've finished eating, you'll go into the garage. A large iron stove had been added to the carrier at some point, with a long chimney sticking out of the air-conditioned hole, and roaring flames jumped in the hearth, scorching the whole house to a constant warmth. I sat on the couch with a thick notebook in my hand, then sketched from time to time by the light of the emergency light. Everything was as I expected it to be. The sudden interruption of communication, as well as the cooling, made me realize that one must have a sense of crisis. And if the disaster cannot be alleviated in a short time, who can get a large amount of gasoline? These are non-renewable resources that should not be consumed easily in times of crisis and necessity. In addition to saving, it is more important to increase the energy source. The situation outside was unclear for the moment, but there were a lot of cars in the carrier's garage, and when there were cars, there was gasoline, and there weren't many fuel-efficient cars parked in this carrier, which meant there was a lot of gasoline in there. I recruited Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao, as well as a few other people from Xiaohang. And after eating and drinking, I grabbed my tools and followed a few security guards with flashlights toward the underground garage. At this time, the darkness of the basement where the lights never went out in the past was truly out of reach. Only because it was deep underground, the temperature here was actually much warmer than outside instead. Let's get to work. Jolie and I will start collecting gasoline in groups of 3. After only 5 weeks, it is snowing almost everywhere in the world. Snow heavier than goose feathers covered the entire world overnight. Slightly higher ground is fine. Some people get buried in snow in their icy sleep, struggle out lifelessly, and then freeze to death in the snow and cold wind. And those who actually sleep through it like that may have a better life. I am afraid that my aircraft carrier would have been buried 4 or 5 meters deep by now. In fact, there is an advantage to being buried deeper. Because of gravity, the lower layer of snow will quickly freeze, forming an unbreakable layer of ice, which in a sense is a kind of protection. Think of all those corpses of some ancient people on icebergs and such thousands of years gone by and still looking like they just died. I envisioned that the sun wouldn't rise again, that there would be no way to rely on the changing light from the outside world to tell the time, and that the power outages and cold temperatures had turned most electronics into scrap metal, and that most of the mass of even mechanical or quartz clocks couldn't stand up to the cold temperatures, and had failed, or were in the process of failing. Only timekeeping equipment designed and built for harsh environments is still functional. I led Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao carrying the oil drums. They panted and followed me, who led the way in front. Almost all the cars in the underground garage were patronized by us. Don't look at Tang Ili because of long-term fitness, big and thick. In fact, not much brain, positively called simple, bluntly is stupid. The ancients always said that the limbs developed simple mind is not without reason, not simple that are special cases. Tang Ili, this is purely normal products. Compared to Sun Qinghao, brain is good to make more. After all, he does not eat protein powder. Soon Sun Qinghao came to roughly guess what Xiaohang idea are 1,000 years of goblins say what chatting it. Want to use him, Sun Qinghao. Also do not look at their own a few pounds a couple of 2. Outside is a disaster, but Sun Qinghao is not very worried. He's a local person to come. What place may have food? What place has oil? He is clear. Only Sun Qinghao is also afraid. The world is chaotic. Really, if you go out, $0 purchase will certainly run into peers. Then he too strength. That is to give people food. If he could pull on Tang Ili, it would be different. He made his brain Tang Ili out of strength, a perfect match. It's a perfect match. It can also be used as a backstop at critical moments. In order to save on heating costs, once the people have gradually converged on the room, I'm happy with the performance of the banner so far. Almost 2,000 liters of gasoline. At times like this, there is no need to care about the grade. And with a couple of large drums that I had prepared in advance under the banner of the property the other day, if you save a little bit, he feels that a year or 2 will not be a problem. I do think the problem now is that there's not enough food. Got to get them out there and find it. And then there's the access to the carrier, which has to be kept clean. Got to get them out there to get the snow off. Looked at Tang Ili and others. Xiaohang opened the notebook again to write. He believes that all things should be planned, and all kinds of good ideas are even more important to record in a timely manner, so as not to forget. At this point, Xiaohang and Zhou Li are somewhat similar. Just now I went up to the platform to pick up 2 eggs, and a duck egg, and a small bowl of quail eggs. Just such a thing Zhou Li since also recorded with a cell phone. Is that necessary? I couldn't help but ask. Zhou Li nodded her head. It's not necessary. With the records I can gauge the approximate amount of eggs laid. A 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. We can't let that woman steal the food. I really don't know what to say other than shouting 666. That woman? Wu Shui asked casually as she walked over, but it was immediately ignored. I got the news from Mom and Dad. The heartfelt happiness on her face made the veiled Wu Shui so pretty that she looked like she was glowing. Last night, or rather when Wu Shui was asleep, she was surprised to receive several messages on her cell phone, most of which were from her parents. What's the situation? I asked. They said that they are now safe and have been selected to be part of an apocalyptic human rescue program called Olympus, and that they were already in an underground shelter when they sent me the message, and that they had been assigned a separate small room, except that both are required to work for the shelter. So people with real skills and knowledge will not be ignored at any time. If Wu Shui and her parents were just a relatively wealthy businessman or a politician, they certainly couldn't be taken seriously by the Olympus program or even excluded from the first round of screening, and that would inevitably end no better. Receive the message sent by Wu Shui. Her parents' first reaction was that their daughter must have been protected by the state, although she has not yet officially graduated. But Wu Shui's ability is still very good, the key to be young, which in itself is the greatest value. When it was known that Wu Shui had not even traveled to the country's shelter, Wu Shui's parents were extremely surprised, and even advised Wu Shui to think about it. No matter in which way, an individual could not be compared to the country. So are you ready to leave, Yuki-san? People go to high places and water flows to low places. Although I think it's right, I still think my house might be more suitable for you. Zhou looked at Wu Shui pitifully. Her eyes were saying red. Chapter 32. The Wisdom of Women. Of course, Wu Shui didn't want to leave even if her parents thought the shelter would definitely be better than the Zhou family. That was because they didn't know how far the Zhou family had prepared for this disaster. At least Wu Shui felt she was freer here. Hearing Wu Shui say that she wasn't leaving, Zhou immediately had a smile on her face again, changing her face faster than flipping a book. I'm going to work out. There was not much that Zhou Lin needed to do at the moment, and since he had already stepped into the ranks of evolvers, he could not waste this precious opportunity. What's more, Zhou Lin was trying to let his parents as well as Zhou Li both have psychic abilities and become evolved. In his last life, the way to obtain supernatural powers was not only luck, but strength was also important. Those balls of psychic ability that fall from the sky don't suit everyone, aka there's a process of matching them to each other. Some of the lucky ones who picked it up had already fused with the alien orbs before they could even see what it was, while others had tried countless times but were never able to fuse with any of the orbs. The pattern of this cannot be summarized. No one knows. So the safest way to make sure your parents and Zhou Li turn into Alterans is to get enough alien orbs or more chances to try. The sooner the better. The sooner you get alien energy, the easier it will be to become a high-level alien. Because of this, Yang Chi-Chi is important. At least so far Zhou Lin heard this clue, is the only one Zhou Lin knows. In the late post-apocalyptic period, the altered orb had turned into a kind of wealth. Only that this kind of wealth was confined to the high-class people and was not at all conceivable by ordinary people. If the process of the end times in this life goes on as usual, then Zhou Lin, who possesses psychic abilities and has begun to evolve now, is destined to become a high-ranking group of people in the future. And although high-ranking groups of people enjoy unimaginable resources in the end times, at the same time there are also incalculable risks. Resources are always limited, and in a post-apocalyptic world where supplies are scarce, everyone wants to have more for themselves, and the only way to accomplish that is to loot. It is always quicker and richer to plunder what is in the hands of others than to collect it yourself. High-ranked people, like ordinary people, were constantly plundering each other, and if they weren't strong enough, the more they had, the more hungry wolves they would attract. Symbiosis. Primary 742/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Zhou Lin found that there seemed to be some sort of magical connection between the supernatural ability and evolution. If before, every certain number of times the supernatural ability was used would increase the experience value by 1 point, after evolution it would increase by 2 points each time. It was still unknown if the body's level of evolution would affect the experience value of the supernatural ability, but for now this had greatly increased the efficiency. Zhou Lin calculated that he might be able to reach the intermediate level in another 4 or 5 days. Will the intermediate symbiosis change, and how will it change? Zhou Lin did hope that the number of symbiotes would increase after the upgrading of his powers, and although the raffle ship had enough space to be well stocked, it couldn't really be utilized at all at the moment. Even if the snow outside is heavy enough now, it's not enough to completely bury an aircraft carrier. And if it's seen, even if the country doesn't come to him for the carrier, he can't say how the carrier was gotten to Jiazhou. If he were to let others know that he was carrying psychic abilities, even if the National Research Organization would not do anything to him, there would always be greedy people who would try to control him and dig up the secrets of psychic abilities and evolution. If, like the last life alone, Zhou Lin may not be too worried, really cannot find a no man's land to a drill, then who is the hunter and who is the prey may not be able to say clearly. He is not a soft persimmon. but now cannot. Zhou Lin cannot let parents and little sister live in danger. The second old man will not say anything, although Zhou Li is smart, but what's the use of just being smart in the post-apocalyptic world? To strength, the strength that can really defy some crisis. Thinking of this, Zhou Lin really hate to use torture to ask Yang Qiqi now. But he also knows that this is useless, because Yang Qiqi now do not know Chao Bowen. She knows nothing. Keeping her is just a hope that she and Chao Bowen will always have a chance to meet. Better to work out first. Going to start working out? Wu Shui followed Zhou Lin into the gym. Seeing her inquisitive eyes, Zhou Lin couldn't help but feel his heart tingle. Today too? Wu Shui nodded and smiled rather awkwardly. Scientific research, don't misunderstand. What else could Zhou Lin say? It was all because of the trouble Zhou Li had caused. However, Zhou Li wouldn't take the blame for this. And even as Wu Shui came out of the gym, Zhou Li didn't forget to poke fun at Wu Shui. Oh, Sister Snow, you're trying to cover up and hide your ears. Why bother? Wu Shui froze. Zhou Li's use of the idiom was confused, but was that statement confused or not? Ever read a novel? Like my brother, it's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. Saying that, Zhou Li even raised her hand and made a swinging chopping motion. What? Wu Shui was even more confused. So did Zhou Li mean to just slice Zhou Lin up? The conditions don't allow it. Sister Snow, this is not right. There are difficulties to go on. No difficulties to create difficulties also have to go on. Understand, we have to seize the key. Go. Lily, what are you talking about? Wu Shui finally understood and stomped her foot. I didn't think that way. Sister Snow, no, sister-in-law, you just stole and wiped your saliva. 13 years old. Wu Shui finally believes that IQ leads to precociousness. Throwing down the small notebook to cover Zhou Li's mouth, Wu Shui whispered, Teach you an idiom, to see the hunt. That's an occupational disease for me. Zhou Li broke free from her restraints and whispered, I see, sister-in-law. You're a gender female and a professional hooligan. Zhou Lin, in the gym frantic exercise, is not yet aware that his baby sister has privately reached an agreement with Wu Shui. After preliminary negotiations, the two women shifted the battlefield to Zhou Li's bedroom, and then began to exhaustively analyze. Zhou Li believes that the severe environment will continue for a long time. The inherent order of human society and even the national system may be difficult to adhere to, and the future of the world will inevitably be the strongest. Wu Shui was in favor of this. The strong physical qualities that Zhou Lin had shown would trigger the admiration of the opposite sex in the harsher environments, and Wu Shui believed that this admiration was engraved in human genes for the purpose of better reproduction. So it's not love. Wu Shui said frankly. So? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And you're going to give my brother up to another woman? Like the one in the tool shed? Weakly asked. Lily, would someone like you and I long for love? Wu Shui embraced her hands. You're right, becoming your sister-in-law is the optimal solution for me at the moment. Weakly laughed. Don't look at the two people discussing, very academic, but in reality, it was just greedy Zhou Lin body. Then again, if Zhou Lin wasn't her brother, she wouldn't be able to top it. The reason why I chose to fulfill Wu Shui. Zhou Li is also a comprehensive consideration of all aspects. Regardless of character, ability, education, wisdom, and even face value, Wu Shui is the best, can be said to be the best match for Zhou Lin. Among all the circumstances, Zhou Li was the only one who didn't consider Zhou Lin's idea. Not because she didn't respect Zhou Lin, but because she felt that Zhou Lin didn't have a reason to disagree. Sneakily, things settled down. Zhou Li hit the iron while it was hot to run to Zhou Kaijun 2 mouth side. The content of her talk with Wu Shui said, the two old man is nothing to object to. Zhou Kaijun forehead wounds have not been removed from the line. I want to dare to say that Wu Shui is not good. Qing Yali I does not agree. After dinner, Zhou Lin felt that the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit off. Did I eat a little too much? Chapter 33, Collective Action. It's a blessing to be able to eat. Qing Yali's face smiled, almost blossomed. Look at his own son. Take a look at Wu Shui. The thoughts in his heart our fools can see. And then there's Chou Yuri, grinning exactly like the cat that stole the fish. Even Blackie, who was under the table, shook his head. This one might be Zhou Lin's illusion. Anyway, everything was filled with the flavor of conspiracy. Sana, come to the house, Mom asked you. Qing Yali's words were just half-spoken when the alarm went off, signaling that there was someone outside the door. That ungrateful one. Annoyed, Qing Yali stood up and lifted her foot to skim the chair away from her to open the door. Zhou Lin hurriedly followed. Who? The thick blast door could not stop Qing Yali's lion roar, and Xiao Hang was startled and hastened to identify himself. Property manager? Didn't I pay my property taxes? Through the blast door, Cheng Yali growled. It's not about the property taxes. I'm here to discuss things with you. What's he saying? There's no sound at all. Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin. I'll do it. Seeing that Xiao Hang was the only one outside the door and came empty-handed, Zhou Lin decided to open the door for a chat. Big men have no zonchi at all waste. Cheng Yali skimmed her lips, but she didn't leave, afraid that her son would be bullied. Locked explosion-proof door opening is still relatively troublesome. Good thing Xiao Hang is very patient. When he saw the 20 centimeters thick door plate, his eyes were glowing. Our property company is specialized in serving all the owners. After statistics, we found that many owners' homes have been lacking food as well as heating materials. In order to ensure the life safety of all the owners, we have gone to great lengths to find a large supermarket just a short distance away. Xiao Hang said in his heart while complaining, although Zhou Lin came out when the inside of that security door closed, but Xiao Hang can still feel the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the corridor. Even the blast door does not allow him to go in, freezing him. Such bad behavior must be noted in the little book, as well as the fact that this family looks as if they have plenty of supplies, perhaps a nice fat sheep. Going to collect supplies together? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that the property manager in front of him was most likely an old fox, but he wasn't opposed to going to $0 purchase en masse. Who would mind having more supplies? Besides, he still had the raffle ship, a large warehouse that couldn't be filled to capacity. Even if Xiao Hang didn't come, he was planning to go out for a spin. Although the resident population of Jiazhou City was not large, it was a rather important transportation hub city in the southwest of Xia, and just a logistics park over there in the west of the city. There was no telling how many living materials were still stored there. If you're willing to participate, register first, and I'll arrange for someone to notify you when the time for the operation is set. Fine, just register me one. Zhou Lin said. He didn't feel comfortable with the rest of the family going out. The worst thing out there wasn't the weather, it was the people. Cheng Yali wasn't quite able to understand. She felt that the supplies were sufficient. There was no need to go out and take risks. It was more than just darkness outside now. And although the snow hadn't fallen much, hell knows what was going on underneath the thick snow. What's more, it's only minus 30 degrees outside. So if you were a little less, you're afraid you'll get frostbite in a few minutes. Go or go, Zhou Lin explained. Although the volume rate of the Lanshan district was low, there were still 200 to 300 households, so if he acted too special, he would arouse suspicion and might become the object of someone's coveting. Seeing Wu Shui jumping at the chance, Zhou Lin busily waved his hand and said, I'll be fine going alone. None of you are suitable. With that, Zhou Lin had sort of convinced everyone. After returning to his room, Zhou Lin prepared a set of equipment for himself. The Polar Combat suit on the rifle, with its own bulletproof helmet and goggles, comes with a heating function and an adjustable temperature that can withstand temperatures as low as minus 50 degrees Celsius. And the key is also relatively lightweight, which doesn't interfere with the activities after wearing it. A pair of snowshoes, which are a must for snow mobility. Easy to conceal handguns and loaded magazines, mainly for emergencies. Also converted an oversized trunk to act as a sled car. The rest is waiting. Xiao Hang is not every household personally to notify. The majority of the owners are responsible for the ordinary security guards. Even so, it took almost 6 hours to get the owners to participate in the intention. The statistics out of not bad. Basically, every household has someone to participate. There are people in the family and are not willing to go out to collect supplies. A few families were Xiao Hang specifically noted in a small book. In the future, these families are to focus on care. Either it is not bad supplies, or it is a thorn in the side. Power for the elevators will begin at 10:30 p.m. At that time, owners participating in the outing to collect supplies will meet outside the property office, dress as warmly as possible, preferably with their own moving tools, and depart at 12 p.m. sharp, no later than then. The sun was out of sight, but it wasn't gone. In addition to slightly better light at noon, the temperature will be slightly higher than other times, which is Xiao Hang's hard statistics. He hadn't spent a lot of effort on controlling Lanshan. I'm leaving. You guys can't open the door at home, little sister. You pay more attention to that woman. If you are not honest, you. Zhou Lin was dressed like a cotton ball, which was totally unnecessary, but there's a kind of cold called mommy thinks you're cold. Thanks to the property's willingness to generate power to start the elevator, otherwise dressed like this, and then with a transformed sled car, Zhou Lin really didn't know how to get downstairs. Elevator descending from time to time, there are owners come in. To Zhou Lin are strangers. In fact, even if you know, may not be able to recognize because everyone has covered themselves tightly, only from the body or voice to distinguish men and women old and young. What surprised Zhou Lin was that there were really women out there, and there were quite a few of them. Whether it is because there is no man in the house or for other reasons is unknown. When Zhou Lin followed the others to the outside of the property management office, there were already quite a few people gathered there, but almost no one was talking. Today, Xiao Hang wore a very slutty red winter jacket and a blue winter hat on his head. Later, our security guards will lead the way to where that supermarket is located, but at the moment it's buried in snow and there may be ice underneath, so we'll need everyone to work together to dig the snow out of the way before we can enter. The government people came the day before yesterday, and at the moment our shelter here is full, so the government has authorized our community owners to go out and look for supplies on their own. It's not considered illegal. Please make sure you pay attention to safety. If you meet other teams collecting supplies, please act strictly according to the orders of our security guards. We must be united at special moments and be unanimous. Even if there is a conflict, don't be afraid. As long as we are justified, the government won't chastise everyone just because of that. Xiao Hang is still a bit eloquent. At least his words were recognized by most of the owners on the scene. Zhou Lin hid in the crowd without saying a word, but someone still took the initiative to find him. This little brother, you've done a pretty good job with this sled cart. I have a suitcase about the same size at home. Can you go to my house and help me remodel it when you get back later? Although he couldn't clearly see the face of the woman who had taken the initiative to come up and talk to him, his voice sounded comfortable, and his words were extremely well spoken. If it was a fledgling, I'm afraid I couldn't wait to say yes. Chapter 34, The Neighbors Next Door. Zhou Lin's house is the 8th building, the king of the building, and the woman who approached him to talk is the 7th building next door. Even more coincidentally, this woman called Huang Minjing also lived on the 17th floor, only that the 17th floor of the 7th building was occupied by 2 households, unlike Zhou Lin's house, which was occupied by 1 household. I saw the house on the roof terrace of your building, and the lights. Huang Minjing came to Zhou Lin's ear and whispered. Although Zhou Lin had never thought that the existence of the tool room could be hidden from everyone, the only one who could see the light coming out of the tool room was perhaps Huang Minjing. What do you mean? Threats? Zhou Lin didn't say anything and just looked at Huang Minjing. Just want to show some envy. Huang Minjing didn't look half as nervous. More friends, more roads, don't you think? Departure. Everyone follow. Xiao Hang's voice interrupted the exchange between Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing. Zhou Lin took a step, and Huang Minjing surprisingly followed closely. I actually know your mom. Huang Minjing's words caused Zhou Lin's mind to automatically add, I can still give birth. Cheng Yali is 57, so how old should Huang Minjing be? Don't believe me? I also know that your mom purchased a large amount of convenience food some time ago. And guess who she got them from? When it comes down to it, Stephen understands. Huang Minjing or her family is in the convenience food business, or maybe they are still the Jiazhou agent for certain brands. At first, Zhou Lin was most afraid of encountering this situation. Others may not know exactly how many supplies the Zhou family, but those who sold the supplies to Cheng Yali in the beginning certainly know. Although he had paid the price of a warehouse for this kind of concealment tactic was simply useless in special circumstances, as people would only believe what they wanted to believe. Just like Huang Minjing, if she decided that Cheng Yali had hidden all the purchased convenience foods, then no matter how Zhou Lin explained it, she would only feel that he was lying to her. Trouble. Let's talk later. Perhaps not wanting to attract too much attention, Huang Minjing took the initiative to end the conversation, and Zhou Lin was slightly relieved, calculating how to cope in the future as he walked away. Xiao Hang said the large supermarket, in fact, many owners know, is a local chain not far from the door in the district. The scale is quite large, the quality of things is also good. The most important point is that this supermarket is not in the underground, but on the street 1 or 2 layers of the market. It's easier to dig up this kind of supermarket compared to the first or second level underground. Usually is more than 10 minutes away at this time, but walked a whole half an hour. In order not to attract attention, the security guards do not allow everyone to open the lighting equipment, so it will not be able to see whether there are people in the dark peeping. Once on the ground, the security guards started assigning jobs. Men like Zhou Lin is of course the main force of the excavation. Everyone was assigned tools. It is estimated that should be used in the community garden: shovels, hoes, shovels. In short, any tool that can be used is used at this time. Because this supermarket is located in a separate 3-story building, so there is no need to dig too deep. When the first window is exposed, the security guard went up and smashed it, crouched down and turned on his flashlight to observe. Once we felt there were no problems, we started assigning staff. It was not possible for everyone to go in. A third of the men were assigned to guard the outside. The room where the window was obviously an office, and the walkout was a hallway with rooms with different signs on the left and right. The security guard stopped stopping people from turning on the lights when they came in, and besides, it was impossible not to. It was much darker inside than outside. A security guard lit a candle, which was said to measure the adequacy of oxygen levels. There were signs of being rummaged around. Obviously, someone had already been here, which made everyone a little worried that they might have to make a trip for nothing. The good thing about this supermarket is that it is large, with 2 whole floors of space, and the goods cover every aspect of life's necessities. Because of the large area, the security guards let people form free groups for efficiency. The second floor is dominated by household goods, while the first floor is for food, the main purpose of the group's operation. But Zhou Lin didn't rush down to the first floor. When he was the only one left, he took out his night vision device and put it on. Night vision is undoubtedly much more convenient than the illumination range of a flashlight, although there are issues such as color difference. It can be seen that many counters on the second floor have been broken, but not many things have really been moved. Zhou Lin collected some clothes by hand, and then turned around to the area of daily necessities to make sure that no one was around, and then began to collect a large amount of money. Shampoo, body wash, mosquito repellent, soap, toothpaste, toothbrush. Although there is no shortage of these kinds of materials in the warehouse of the raffle ship, but still, who would mind hoarding a lot of materials? Even if you can't use it for your own family in the future, you can still use it to exchange it. While collecting and walking from time to time, he threw some random points into the sled car behind by hand. When turning to the women's products counter, Zhou Lin ghostly stopped. Cheng Yali and Zhou Li need things without him worrying about. With Zhou Li's meticulousness and Cheng Yali's large amount of money, Zhou Lin did not know how much to hoard. He is now mainly for Wu Shui to consider. What size is she supposed to be coming in? Anyway, Cheng Yali's definitely couldn't reach, and Zhou Li's was too small. After thinking about it for half a day, Zhou Lin thought it was better to collect it together and go back and let Zhou Li inquire. Continuing to wander around, Zhou Lin realized that he had made his way to the kitchenware area. Choppers and chopping boards, all kinds of tools, trash cans and garbage bags, brooms and mops. All kinds of things he can think of or cannot think of, even don't know the use of the field. All don't let go. Anyway, there is no intention to come back for a second time. As for turning back to other people to find this side of the how to empty, that is certainly before someone all moved away. Don't believe in looking at the Zhou Lin's the sleigh car. Things are pitifully small. Not everything Zhou Lin will put away, such as this side of the crafts counter, such and such decorations, that is useless. Art is something that is only appreciated if you've had enough to drink and eat. And going forward, the most beautiful piece of art is not as good as a ham sausage that's past its expiration date. With the second floor pretty much turned around, Zhou Lin dragged the half-full sled cart to the first floor. By now, he had taken off his night vision, and there were pillars of light bouncing around in the darkened store, with a mess as far as the eye could see. Many counters are empty, fruits and vegetables where the place is full of ice crumbs, so that Zhou Lin was surprised that the bags of rice is still a small pile of half. Estimated 70 to 80 bags or half. The owners are moving back and forth. Useful tools with their own. There is also the direct use of the supermarket trolley. All in all, everyone was very enthusiastic. The meat counter should have been the first to be emptied, as clean as if Blackie had licked it, and the family counter was similar, with not a single egg of any kind left. The seasoning counter is slightly more plentiful, probably because everyone is moving food first. After all, taste is not as important as stomach, and a bowl of white rice is infinitely more delicious when necessary. Anyway, Xiaohang had already said before this operation that no matter how many supplies were found in the end, they would be distributed according to the share of manpower contributed by each owner's family. That is to say, those who participated in the collection would have 1 share each. So Zhou Lin started to throw oil, salt, vinegar, and tea into the sled car, and surreptitiously put some of them into the space as well. It was almost 4 o'clock when the security guard announced that all the staples had been moved out, and it was time for everyone to go back. Chapter 35. News of dehydrated vegetables. The first collective action by the owners of the Mission Hill neighborhood was still a success. Back to the district after the initial count, just rice dragged back more than 80 bags, of which there are more than 20 bags are supermarkets into the large package, 200 pounds a bag of the kind. Perhaps it is because it is too heavy. These rice can be retained in the supermarket. All the rice adds up to several tons. Each person involved in this action can be divided into 100 pounds. No one objected to Xiaohang's proposed distribution plan. 100 pounds of rice is enough for a family to eat for a month or two. Not to mention flour, all kinds of coarse grains. Each person can share more than 10 pounds. If a family of 3, if it is not a problem to hold out for a month. In addition to food, other things such as small snacks, household items are also quite a lot. The crowd is happy. With the most regret is almost no collection of any fruits and vegetables. A long time without eating fruits and vegetables will not only lead to immunity, but also easy to induce a variety of diseases. Although you can use a variety of technology and hard work to supplement, but ultimately almost meaning. And besides, not every family is prepared. While waiting for the distribution of the supplies, Huang Minjing came back over to Zhou Lin and whispered, "Does your family still have dehydrated vegetables?" "No," Zhou Lin said without hesitation. He thought that Huang Minjing was poking around, but he didn't realize that he had guessed wrong. "I know that there is a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables in the logistics park, and that batch of goods was originally going to be sent abroad, but it turned out that it hadn't had time to be sent away yet," Huang Minjing said in a very low voice. She also knows that there are too many monks and not enough meat. The reason why she gave Zhou Lin on the one hand, because Cheng Yali on the other hand, also with the Zhou family's performance of foreknowledge related. Don't look at the usual time from here to the logistics park is not far. Now I want to go is not easy. Probably the whole Jiazhou city cannot find a can drive on the snow surface of the transportation. Zhou Lin also reflected on this matter. Why didn't he think of it in the first place? But on second thought, the south of the summer country is simply impossible to buy sleighs and other things. He wants to prepare cannot prepare. Seeing that Zhou Lin didn't say anything, Huang Minjing thought that he didn't believe it. "Let me talk to your mom later." Without the context before and after, Zhou Lin felt like Huang Minjing was cursing. After supplies were distributed, Xiaohang ordered the generator to be turned on to power the elevator and reminded everyone to go home as soon as possible. After all, fuel was limited. At this point, some of the owners suggested that they could go out and get fuel, that there was a gas station not far away nearby, and that there were professionals in this field among the owners. There is sufficient oil, not to mention heating the homes. At least the problem of lighting can be solved in a uniform way. Continue to be so dark, many people worry that their eyes will degenerate. For Xiaohang, the owner of the proposal is an unexpected surprise. In his management of the team, there is really no understanding of the gas station. Let's talk about it, and other homeowners who have similar suggestions can move their stuff back in first and then come back down, and we'll work together. Today's success, coupled with a deliberately created image, Xiaohang has established a more positive image in the minds of many owners. So there are really many owners who said they would come down to participate in the discussion in a while. "Aren't you going to participate?" Huang Minjing asked. Thinking of what Huang Minjing said before, Zhou Lin ghosted, "I'm still a child." Huang Minjing froze, but eventually she couldn't hold it in and snorted out a laugh, dragging a sled load of supplies into the elevator to go up and home. Cheng Yali is blind to the supplies and only cares about whether there are any injuries and whether they are frozen. "You two take a look and take whatever you can use for yourself." In the elevator, Zhou Lin took out some things specially prepared for Wu Shui and put them into the sleigh car. In order to avoid embarrassment, he deliberately pulled Cheng Yali aside and asked her if she knew Huang Minjing. "Boss Huang, did you run into her?" Zhou Lin nodded. "I almost forgot. The family lives in our neighborhood. Which one is it?" "Next door, across the street." Zhou Lin pointed in the direction where the 7th building was. Not only did she remember you wholesaling a lot of fast food, but she also saw lights in our tool shed. "Huh, what should we do? Son, why don't we both touch up tonight and silence them?" The corner of Zhou Lin's mouth twitched as he stared at Cheng Yali, not knowing what to say. Just kidding, just kidding. When her son came back safely, Cheng Yali felt in a good mood. Anyway, the family does not lack food and clothing. There is electricity and heating. The district 3 months is nothing. Boss Huang is still a good person. He shouldn't talk nonsense. But it's hard to say about her mom. I can tell when I play cards with her in the past, the cards are not good. "You played cards with Huang Minjing's mom? How old is her mom, and you're still playing cards with her?" "Huh." Cheng Yali froze, then laughed out loud. "You got it wrong. Boss Huang's mom and I are only from the same era. Boss Huang is very young. Not even 30 yet." Zhou Lin then realized that he was the one who was preoccupied, who let Huang Minjing mislead him with that sentence at the beginning. Boss Huang is not simple. Her dad died 5 years ago. Cheng Yali spoke for half an hour about the history of Huang Minjing's fortune, and then expressed her dissatisfaction with her own son, 25 or 26 years old, if not reborn, as a proper waste, not even a wife. Under the helpless Zhou Lin can only hurriedly will Huang Minjing may come, and is estimated to say logistics park that a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables things. The logistics park is so dedicated to the export of the company. The old lady also went to their plantation visited. The whole without pesticides and chemical fertilizers. It is said to be with the supply of the island. At that time, the old lady was not convinced. Said by what the islanders want to have this green vegetables. We want to buy the people of the country of summer. There is no, You guess what the company's people say to come? They say it's mostly expensive. If there really was a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables, the old lady would have wanted to go get them and deserve them. Mom, don't just agree off the top of your head. We don't have transportation. While Zhou Lin and Cheng Yali were discussing in the room, Wu Shui and Zhou Li gathered around the sled car to clean up the supplies. Rice staple food, these needless to say, put aside first. Zhou Li put all the small snacks under the living room coffee table and snack cabinet storage, then saw a lot of women's intimate clothing. With Churi's brain, she smiled after scanning the sizes of those clothes. Sister-in-law, if you want someone to know, take these. You and Annie don't want it? In fact, Wu Shui is not particularly lacking in this area of clothing now. Only more preparation is always right. After all, may not be able to find when you want in the future. Alas, a small horse with a big saddle, that brother of mine. Ah, in his heart, I'm afraid there is no longer me. The peach blossoms do not know where to go. The human face is still smiling in the spring breeze. Wu Shui had a dark look on her face. Xiaoli, you seem to have memorized it wrong. Is that so? But all I see on your face is spring. Ah, don't fight. I'll go first. Brother, help sister-in-law is going to beat the shit out of me. Harmless fooling around, but it makes the atmosphere in the house seem more harmonious, especially Qingyali couldn't help but bump Zhou Lin with her arm. Ready when to move a house to sleep? Chapter 36. Mother and Daughter of the Legacy. Huang Minjing's home was nowhere near as warm as Zhou Lin's. The living room by then had an at-first-sight high fireplace, also burning large chunks of wood, except that as far as the eye could see, there was already basically no furniture to be seen. In front of the fireplace lay a thick layer of leather cushions. Huang Minjing's old mother was lying on the leather cushions, her eyelids drooping. The movement of opening the door didn't make her get up, but only breathlessly greeted. Mom, there's food, wait. I'll make you congee. There is no one else in the room. 5 years ago, after Huang Minjing's father died, his mother also, because the blow was too great, no longer had the heart to run the factory. All the burdens fell on Huang Minjing, who was still pursuing her master's degree at the time. In the end, Huang Minjing was working and reading at the same time, and her whole body was so tired that she was about to lose her shape. After the completion of the master's defense, Huang Minjing wholeheartedly into the factory, sometimes eat and live in the factory, not only to stabilize the faltering factory, but also bigger and stronger, and even once became the whole Bashu convenience food leader. When a career is at such a level as Huang Minjing's, personal issues are put on hold again and again. Busyness is one reason, and worrying about the other party's impure motives is another. The good thing is that Huang Minjing old lady is quite enlightened, did not take this thing all day to annoy her, just who also did not expect the end of the world came. Eternal night descended this only a few days. Mother and daughter too deeply feel the pain of no man at home. No food dare not open the door to ask for. No burning Huang Minjing can only split the furniture of the family that can easily be tens of thousands of dollars. Thanks to the old yellow, particularly like wooden furniture, the fireplace in the living room can be burned to the present. Even so, the wooden sofa and dining table in the living room, the bookcase and desk in the study, the chairs, and even the chaise lounge on the balcony, and the solid wood king-size bed in the bedroom were burned out, and the only thing left to do was to pry those solid wood floors. The rice porridge mixed with millet and crushed corn was simmered to a fragrant aroma, and Huang Minjing and her mother ate up a large pot of it, snuggling up next to the fireplace with contented smiles. Mother, I ran into Boss Cheng's son today. That Boss Cheng? It's that Boss Cheng you often play cards with. Her family has a farm. Used to love to eat her family's grain chickens and eggs. Have you forgotten? Huang Minjing's old lady narrowed her eyes and remembered. What? You're looking at someone else's son? That won't work. It's a generation difference. Where do you think? Huang Minjing gave her mother a blank look. There's something I haven't told you. I always think that Boss Cheng's family might have known that they'd run into this kind of thing. Do you know how many goods she got from me some time ago? How much? Various types and flavors. She asked for 300,000 tons of goods. Her family doesn't have a shipping business. 300,000 If this is put aside to eat at home, 3 to 5 years don't want to eat at all. Even if Huang Minjing factory production of convenience foods are expensive and cheap. But the factory price can be how expensive 300,000 goods loaded with a large truck directly to the Zhou family in the logistics park warehouse. Didn't that warehouse burn down? Huang Minjing old lady remembered. At that time when she heard about it, she also called Qingyali to try to comfort and console, just never got through. I don't believe it. Huang Minjing shook her head. If there was no calamity behind this, she probably wouldn't have suspected it. But from the moment she saw Zhou Lin, she felt that the fire at the warehouse must have been a staged suspicion by the Zhou family. In fact, as long as the two events of Zhou Kaijun closing the farm and Qingyali's frantic purchases were connected, anyone with a brain would think like Huang Minjing. The future of the day will become what who cannot say, but Huang Minjing can be sure, unless the disaster passed, or alone they are mother and daughter too, is certainly not far away. Today, the community property can still organize everyone to go out collectively to collect supplies. What about next time? And how many supermarkets are there in the neighborhood that they can sweep up en masse? If there is no organized collective action, what happens when the food and drink to keep the house warm are gone? Does she dare to go out alone? What's more, the disaster had only just begun. And today, Huang Minjing had also heard from people that none of the governments were optimistic that the situation would improve in the short term, and the shelters established by the state were now full. Huang Minjing, who has experienced a brutal business battle, knows that when it's hard to support a single tree, you have to ally with the strong. Cheng Yali's character is still good. You can tell at the poker table. Her family's Lao Zhou is also a good man. The son he raised will definitely not be too much of an asshole. I won't object if you want to test it out. Huang Minjing's old lady nodded. But where our family hid that last batch of goods, you can't just casually tell. How can it be? Huang Minjing smiled. Jiayin Company has a batch of dehydrated vegetables for the island nation, none of which have been shipped out during the disaster, and they're still in the logistics park warehouse. Not only could this batch of dehydrated vegetables be used to test Zhou Lin, it was also an important material in itself for the future, not even inferior to staple food. Since she had a plan, Huang Minjing couldn't even care about resting, and after settling down on her old lady's side, she hurried downstairs and rushed to the Zhou family. Zhou Lin was sweating it out in the gym when she arrived, so she had to leave the reception to Cheng Yali. Because of their previous relationship, Huang Minjing was able to enter the house directly, and the first thing she felt was warmth. No heating equipment could be seen in the living room, and there was no smoke or fire, which indicated that the Zhou family had a complete heating system that was still working properly. Huang Minjing immediately thought of that tool shed on the roof terrace. The Zhou family must have hoarded a large amount of coal. Just now my son was telling me about you, Boss Huang. Cheng Yali's ability to treat people well was unquestionable, unless it was someone she didn't see eye to eye with. The two women chatted for a while about their parents, and Wu Shui had the good sense to bring tea, then behaved herself and retreated. Just don't call us bosses. We're all refugees now, Huang Minjing said with a smile. Then she went straight to the point and expressed her desire to cooperate. I can't really make a decision on this matter. A child is too old for his mother. Zhou Lin, you come here for me. Zhou Lin, who was dressed in sportswear, appeared in the living room, grabbing a towel. Seeing Huang Minjing's appearance, he was more or less a bit surprised. Hasty had known that Boss Huang is so young. He should first go to change clothes. Not want to attract Huang Minjing, just simply feel a little rude. You're this? Still working out? Huang Minjing was a bit surprised. What kind of family, now still dare to exercise? Fu don't want money? Idle. Zhou Lin wiped his sweat and sat down next to Cheng Yali. Mom, have you all talked? What to talk about talk? You are not in my how to talk. Boss Huang's meaning, that a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables we too may not be able to move finished. She has nothing in this neighborhood trustworthy people. Let you think about it. Did not talk to the management side to do. After all, more people power. Property management? Zhou Lin thought of Xiaohang, and he still didn't know that Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao were also in the property team. They just didn't show up last time. I don't agree. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin said, Chapter 37, A Narrative Prophecy. Why? Huang Minjing didn't get agitated because Zhou Lin didn't agree to work with the property. Instead, she was calmly waiting for a reason. I don't trust them. Zhou Lin was very direct. Cooperation required efficiency. If Huang Minjing didn't even have that much trust in him, then there was no need for the two sides to continue talking. Cheng Yali on the side didn't say anything and was considered to have acquiesced to Zhou Lin's approach. Huang Minjing was in deep thought. It wasn't that she was skeptical of Zhou Lin, but rather she was reflecting on whether there was any information she didn't know that made Zhou Lin have a very different opinion from her about a property that seemed like it was not bad. As an entrepreneur, it is not good to be too headstrong, especially when there is a lack of information, and not to jump to arbitrary conclusions. Otherwise, it may lead to the end of failure. In the past, when there was a peaceful society, failure was at best a loss of money. But nowadays, failure is potentially getting killed. Can you say why? Zhou Lin shook his head. If Huang Minjing had agreed without saying anything, then he would have given Huang Minjing more trust. But when Huang Minjing asked this, Zhou Lin knew that the cooperation between the two sides might only be this once. Unless Huang Minjing's actual performance in the future could change his opinion. However, it was difficult. Intuition. Zhou Lin no longer had a smile on his face, and was even a bit serious as he said, If you decide to pull on the property, then I'll opt out of this matter. Not expecting Zhou Lin to be so dry, Huang Minjing instantly did not know what to say. In the end, she looked at Cheng Yali as if she was seeking help. Well, this is not yet decided. That what Walkie-talkie, son. You do not still have a walkie-talkie. Well, to the boss of the yellow one, back to discuss this cold day and no electricity. The boss of the yellow back and forth, how dangerous. District of walkie-talkie. Zhou Lin, of course, will not be treated as a treasure, and military products, regardless of performance or functionality, that is the bar, as long as the host in the hands of Zhou Lin. Then Huang Minjing, when you can use when you can hear what, cannot hear what, are in the hands of Zhou Lin. At this point, no one expected it to come in handy anytime soon. After Huang Minjing left, Qingyali asked Zhou Lin if he found any problems with the property. Zhou Lin couldn't give a concrete answer. Shall Li, you come. Zhou Li walked out of the room, rolled her eyes at Zhou Lin, and then said, if it's not my kind, its heart will be different. The property and the owner, old and dead. You girl, can't you talk properly? If not pro-life, Qingyali was afraid to want to smack Zhou Li to death, knowing that she reads little, tugging what one. He who believes in me shall live forever. Eternal life. Eternal life. I call you eternal life. I call you eternal life. In Qingyali here, there is no patriarchy or preference for women over men. She has never been a person of fairness. No matter whether Zhou Lin or Zhou Li, the slapdown is absolutely the same, no distinction between the two. Zhou Li was beaten to hold the head. The mouth also did not forget to howl that Qingyali does not speak of martial arts. Must be good for themselves. Wu Shui on the sidelines to see the muffled sneer. Shaking his head, Zhou Lin returned to the gym to continue his workout, and hadn't even warmed up yet when suddenly the sound of Huang Minjing's call came from the room. Help, murder, help, hot. Wu Shui was the first to hear it. She reacted extremely fast and rushed towards the gym, barely touching with Zhou Lin, who happened to rush out. Yes, it's Boss Huang. I'll check it out. Zhou Lin quickly put on his polar combat suit and rushed out, and only at this time did Qingyali from upstairs show her head and shouted, be careful, take the guy. Even though he was in a panic, Zhou Lin still didn't forget to scan the surveillance before opening the door to make sure there was no one hiding outside. Be careful of the boat, the heart of the people, the end of the world cannot be too careful. The elevator was not electrified, so Huang Minjing was bound to take the stairs. Zhou Lin estimated Huang Minjing's speed and felt that she would at most walk to the downstairs. But of course other possibilities could not be ruled out. Leaping along the stairs, Zhou Lin felt that he was not descending the stairs, but jumping. A flight of stairs, basically 2 steps down, but the body is completely without any discomfort, before not becoming an evolved person afraid of 1 step broken foot, 2 steps fracture, 3 steps hemiplegia, 4 steps paralyzed for life. 10th floor? 7th floor? 3rd floor? When Zhou Lin jumped to the 2nd floor, he heard voices talking. To be precise, it was a woman yelling, interspersed with the low voices of 2 men. Let go of me. I'm the owner. Security? There's security. We're just security guards. What's wrong with owners? You're lucky that dude is looking at you. With this weather, who the hell cares? The security guards are so rampant now? If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Zhou Lin really didn't believe it. He knew that the social order would eventually collapse when the end of the world approached, but this was also too fast, wasn't it? Turning off his flashlight and putting on his night vision, Zhou Lin slowly walked out of the stairwell and saw the 3 silhouettes that were tangling. Rolling on the ground next to the 3 men was a flashlight that should have been brought by Huang Minjing, and the other flashlight that was still lit was grasped in the hand of one of the men. In the hallway where there was hardly any light, the undervoltage flashlight wasn't exactly bright, and as long as the column of light from the flashlight wasn't swept directly across, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to see Zhou Lin's presence at all. Considering the current situation, Zhou Lin did not reveal his identity. He drew out a throwing stick and tried it, then viciously swiped at the torch in the man's hand. Boo! Interspersed with the man's screams, the torch was knocked to pieces and the light suddenly went out, making the surroundings even darker. Zhou Lin did not hesitate and took the opportunity to pick up Huang Minjing's flashlight and turn it off so that only he could see it. The 2 men who were attacked by the sneak attack panicked. Where did they care about Huang Minjing? On one side they called out threats in color. On the other side they groped around the location of the stairs as they remembered. They thought Zhou Lin was equally invisible as Huang Minjing. In contrast, Huang Minjing was much calmer, and just after regaining her freedom, she took a step across the room and crouched down with her head in her hands, shrinking her body into a ball. In the pitch blackness, this self-preservation move of hers was undoubtedly the most correct, as her body took up less space and was less likely to be attacked indiscriminately. Regardless of the 2 frantic security guards, Zhou Lin walked silently to Huang Minjing's side, then whispered, Boss Huang, don't say anything, follow me. Hearing the voice, Huang Minjing instinctively raised her head, but unfortunately it was still pitch black. However, She heard Zhou Lin's voice, and her entire body sighed in relief. Zhou Lin took Huang Minjing's right hand and pulled her up, then slowly walked down the stairs. The light in the downstairs hall was much better. At least Huang Minjing was able to see Zhou Lin's silhouette. Thank you, it seems you were right. I was naive. You're welcome. It's too cold out there to walk down to the garage. Will there be danger in the garage? Huang Minjing asked as she tightly grasped Zhou Lin's hand. I'll walk you back. Because he didn't know if there were any property owners in the underground garage, Zhou Lin still didn't turn on the flashlight. And with him holding a timely reminder, Huang Minjing didn't have much difficulty walking. Although the temperature in the basement is slightly higher, but the air is turbid compared to the outside is no light. Even if there is a flashlight, Huang Minjing, a person, is not dare to come down. It feels like going to hell, Huang Minjing said. Chapter 38, Rescue. Hell is empty. Before turning on the flashlight, Zhou Lin first put away the night vision device. He had thought it would take some time to get used to it, but it turned out to be not at all what he thought it would be. For Huang Minjing, perhaps only the place illuminated by the flashlight's light column was bright, but Zhou Lin could see a large range around the light column, and even the shadow corners he could see clearly. Was it that evolution had made the five senses stronger as well? Zhou Lin planned to try to see if he could see in the complete absence of light later. It wasn't far from the underground garage to the 7th building. It was just a matter of minutes, but in order to avoid accidents, Zhou Lin still insisted on sending Huang Minjing up. Thank you so much. Huang Minjing straightened her torn clothes. The building was much cooler because of the chimney effect. Aren't there any warmer clothes? I'm afraid this level of warmth won't make it to the logistics park. Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing smiled miserably and shook her head. She didn't lack money, but she didn't have donkey attributes, nor was she a mountaineering enthusiast. So how could she possibly prepare the kind of cold-proof clothing that was specially prepared for extreme environments? The fur coat was also more fashionable than functional, and even if it was remodeled, it would not be easy to move around. I'll go home and take a look, prepare one for you if there's a suitable one. Act as early as possible. Zhou Lin didn't ask Huang Minjing if she still wanted to consider property participation. Smart people often don't need to say too much to each other. If Huang Minjing was the kind of person who still wanted to insist, Zhou Lin wouldn't have come down to save her at all. Can't we go out tomorrow at 10 o'clock? Huang Minjing gritted her teeth. I'll have the walkie-talkie on at that time, so you don't have to come up to pick me up. Where do we meet? Just your building foyer there. Good. Here we are. Go in and rest for a while. No need. Zhou Lin declined Huang Minjing's invitation and returned the torch. How are you going to get around without a flashlight? I have. Zhou Lin turned into the hallway after he finished speaking. The darkness instantly engulfed his voice. Huang Minjing didn't see any light, but she could hear Zhou Lin's firmly distant footsteps. Sure enough, I can see it. A smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face in the darkness. Evolution had indeed allowed him to evolve his five senses, at least in terms of vision. He dared to say that he was now not inferior to felines. Although the image was blurry, it was enough for Zhou Lin to go down the stairs normally without bumping into anything. So it was conceivable that if he ran into an enemy in this environment, Zhou Lin would basically be invincible, unless the other party also had the same sharp senses or night vision ability. That's basically impossible. When Zhou Lin went home happily, Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao were complaining to each other. Sun Chenghao's right hand was resting on his left hand, and it could be seen that his left hand was already deformed, with 5 fingers having different degrees of distortion, red and purple. What were you doing? You didn't even know someone was coming. I'm not a dog's ear. You did not hear it? Tang Yili originally more or less some guilt, and finally was Sun Chenghao chanting annoyed. And not a woman, why spoil you, ah? Didn't I want to catch that woman first? Sun Chenghao glared. It's not you. You can't move when you meet a woman. F***CK. If you didn't want to take advantage of her, why would you get beaten up? You deserve it. Am I the one trying to take advantage of people? How about you? I'm just saying, you went up first to pester, and you want to use a packet of instant noodles to sleep with others. How dare you think of that? What's wrong with a packet of noodles? Tang Yili sneered. I'm paying for a packet of noodles because I think highly of her. Believe it or not, I can sleep for a day with a packet of instant noodles. Never mind, let's not argue, let's find a doctor first. Let's see if we can get my hand fixed first. Fuck, I can't feel it. Only way to get the boss. You be nice for a while. Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao, but a number of years of relationship. Quarrel is very normal. Let him just leave the matter he still cannot do. Doctor. Xiaohang looked at Sun Chenghao's hand and couldn't help but ask how it was done. Embarrassed to tell the truth, Sun Chenghao discussed with Tang Yili and said that it was rolled when the door was closed. Getting run over by a door like that? You're not thinking straight? If earlier Xiao Hang in front of the men still have to disguise a little, then now he basically showdown. What gentle and elegant, what polite role the old man is rough is to dick you do not listen. Do not listen to no food. Do not listen to get out to starve and freeze. Only even if it is a piece of toilet paper, that is still useful, but if this toilet paper is broken, although it is not completely useless, but it is certainly not dare to use it when wiping the ass. In order to let Sun Chung how this toilet paper keep its usefulness, Xiao Hang turned over his small book. How can you be a property manager and not know your customer base? The background and occupation of each owner and their main family members in the neighborhood, Xiao Hang basically remembered in a small notebook. There are a total of 8 households in our neighborhood in this regard. 8 buildings, 16 floors of this, even if it is not good to deal with. You go to the second building, 301 to try. Both of his family are summer doctors. The male owner opened his own physical therapy hospital. Business should be good. I do not know how his own skills. A dead horse is a living horse doctor. Remember to bring some food as a gift and collect it from Captain Zhang's side. Just this once and never again. Stick and carrot. Xiao Hang said with quite skillful. Sun Chung Hao think he see through, but not convenient to say. Tang Ili is grateful, almost to give Xiao Hang Cao one, especially when he heard that the gift does not have to be out of their hands. What landowner's house has any food left nowadays? Moonlight? Daylight? No. Tang Ili is a standard Tanan light. Zhou Lin returned home. It is inevitable to spend a lot of words. He has explained enough simple, but still let Qing Yali surprise not. Turn around to get the walkie-talkie, to comfort up Huang Minjing too. Said to comfort, in fact, she just want to hear Huang Minjing praise Zhou Lin. Sun is not aimed at letting their own proud to come well. Otherwise, it would be better to directly birth a placenta thrown in the toilet. Sister-in-law, you believe now. He who believes in me will live forever, and the owners will never be slaves. In front of Zhou Lin's face was called sister-in-law. To Wu Shui's character are a little embarrassed. Sneak a look at Zhou Lin. Found that he actually did not have much of a reaction, which makes Wu Shui cannot endure. Went forward and grabbed Zhou Lin's arm. Huh. Oh, what the hell? Go get a physical. Watching Zhou Lin being dragged away by Wu Shui, Zhou Li greeted Blackie with a twinkle in her eye. The unknown Blackie thought there was something tasty, but Zhou Li put a camera around her neck. Go on. Don't enter the tiger's den. Film it all. The prodigal son returns to the gold. Blackie was indifferent at first, until Zhou Li touched out a piece of beef jerky. Beef jerky. Even the all-arrogant Blackie couldn't resist such a temptation, and eventually compromised to his little master's sugar-coated words, sneaking outside the gym and burrowing in for most of the dog's head. Wow, how did you get so good? Heart rate dropped again after the same exercise intensity. Thicker. Another centimeter thicker. You're not going to turn into Guo Stinson at this rate, are you? Tisk so hard, who can stand this? Perhaps every fairy that seems to be peaceful and quiet has a devil hidden inside. Zhou Lin didn't know what Wu Shui thought. He only knew that he himself couldn't think of anything right now. Chapter 39. The Logistics Park is the Great Snow Plain. There's good news today for those living in the post-apocalyptic world. The snow stopped. While the temperatures haven't picked up, the fact that the snow has stopped means that many people don't have to worry about waking up to their houses buried under snow and the possibility of dying in their sleep due to lack of oxygen. Once again, ready to go, Zhou Lin went out and I just contacted Huang Minjing and she's ready. Dehydrated vegetables may not be too important now, but their importance will become more and more apparent as time goes on. Through the underground garage before Zhou Lin took out his sled car. Today the elevator is not open. He will not be stupid to carry half a person-high suitcases on the stairs. Winterizing clothes, snowshoes. In the empty foyer, Zhou Lin opened the sleigh and took out all the things he had prepared for Huang Minjing in advance. Thank you so much. Huang Minjing was a bit excited, although the relationship between the two was just a cooperative relationship. But women are always emotional. It's easy to get emotional because of a gift of charcoal in the snow. That's why there are such promises as if I can't repay you in this life, I'll be an ox and a horse in the next life, or promise you the same thing with my body. The promise. The two walked out of the foyer and were seen by the security guard on their way to the cell gate, who then informed Xiao Hang. Zhou family boy, well, what's his name? Xiao Hang thought for a moment. They're going to gather supplies? Never mind. Let's see if they can come back first. The gate to the neighborhood is locked, but there is a small iron gate next to it that can be opened from the inside. When he passed through the small door, Zhou Lin suddenly looked back. Although all around him was dim, he always felt that someone was peering at him in the darkness. It should be Xiao Hang, or someone from the property. See, Zhou Lin thought nothing of it. He just didn't want to expose too much right now, but if someone messed with him or his family, just like the group that blocked the road last time, he wouldn't keep his hands off them. Huang Minjing was actually able to see a very limited range. Zhou Lin did not agree to play flashlight or turn on the emergency lights. That would be easily exposed. How can I walk if I can't see anything? You sit on it. Zhou Lin pointed at the sled car on the ground. He had estimated the distance between the two places and Huang Minjing's speed and physical strength, and finally came to a disheartening conclusion. Not counting the time consumed in the warehouse, it would take at least 12 hours. This is something Zhou Lin cannot accept. So the best way was for him to drag Huang Minjing along, and with his current strength and stamina, he was able to shorten the time to 8 hours. Then later Zhou Lin thought of skis. Being a southerner, he turned out not to be able to ski. It was also something I learned desperately to survive after the end times came in my last life. Wearing skis' speed naturally increased by a large margin, but only people like Zhou Lin, who have both strength and sufficient skills, can step on the skis, can also be dragged on a simple sled car to move forward quickly. During the daytime, although the slight light coming down from the dust clouds was not enough for ordinary people to see, Zhou Lin could basically see 100 meters clearly. Not to mention skiing, this visibility is actually enough to drive. The reason why I didn't accelerate all the way to my physical limit was because the wind was too strong. Zhou Lin, who was in motion, could still accept it, but not Huang Minjing in the sled car, who had almost buried her entire body in the sled car and was still frozen to the bone. Stop it! Half an hour later, Huang Minjing shouted in a trembling voice. She felt that if she didn't stop to let her warm up, she might not be able to wait until the logistics park for her entire body to freeze. Almost a third of the way there, as soon as Zhou Lin opened his mouth, he spewed out a long white mist, like a sinuous jade dragon, gradually disappearing into the cold air. Really fast, aren't you tired? Huang Minjing asked. Not bad. Zhou Lin stuffed a chocolate candy bar into his mouth. The biggest similarity between evolvers and altered beings was their ability to eat. It was fine when they didn't move and didn't use their powers. As long as they moved or used their powers, they were really like food-destroying machines, and their mouths didn't even stop when they exaggerated. So sometimes Zhou Lin also felt that not letting everyone become evolved or alien might be just a kind of protection for this world. How could there be so many resources for evolved and alien to consume? From the map, Zhou Lin's location at this moment should be some kind of commercial center. The iconic two buildings were less than 50 meters away from him. Because they were commercial office buildings, it was estimated that all the people inside had withdrawn after the natural disaster had struck, and anyway, Zhou Lin did not see any light behind a piece of glass. Suddenly, Zhou Lin thought of the official shelter again. He hadn't been in Jiazhou in his last life, so he didn't know the exact location of the official shelters, except that as a local, he could probably guess a few possible locations, as those places were famous for human defense fortifications in the early years, and 2 of them had been developed for underground shopping malls at one point. In addition to such large shelters, such as hospitals, state-owned factories and mines in the early years also have their own manned fortifications, as long as they have not been dismantled or landfilled, should now be able to be used as shelters. After all, when the purpose of the design and construction is to defend against the possible emergence of the nuclear leveling of the war. Even a catastrophe, like nuclear flattening, can be withstood, and a mere cold temperature is even less of a problem. It was the supplies that really led to the massive population decline in the later years. So this time, in addition to those dehydrated vegetables, Zhou Lin had his own plans when he traveled to the logistics park. It was only that when the time came, it was definitely necessary to avoid Huang Minjing. Regarding the matter of space, the 4 members of the Zhou family kept their mouths shut, not to mention Huang Minjing. Even Wu Shui did not know. Perhaps it would have to wait until the aliens began to appear before the rest of the world would be entitled to know the biggest secret of all. Come on, I seem to be good again. The 2 continued on the road, stopping once more on the way to let Huang Minjing take a breather. And at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin saw the row of flagpoles at the entrance of the logistics park. Less than 2/3 of the 30-meter-high flagpole was still exposed to the air. And once those flags must have been gone, but the flagpole still stood strong, as if it was dedicated to highlighting the existence of the logistics park. Except for these flagpoles, Zhou Lin's field of vision was a white snowfield, just like the northern scenery in poetry. It sounded somewhat beautiful and romantic, but neither of the 2 had the heart to appreciate it at the moment. Let me think about the general location. How deep would you say it is down there? After parking the sled car at the flagpole's location, Huang Minjing stood up and turned on the flashlight. 10 meters or more, all the warehouses in the logistics park are almost 9 meters high. I'm curious, how did you see along the way? This was a question that Huang Minjing had been curious about for a long time, and it wasn't going to come out without a fight. Maybe it's because I especially like eating fish. Zhou Lin gave his answer without hesitation. Who believes it? It doesn't matter, Zhou Lin believed it himself anyway. It can't be sliced up by Huang Minjing just because of this. Better look at the map. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin does not feel that Huang Minjing can find the exact location of the dehydration warehouse in a snowy plain. Do not point to randomly end up wasting energy and time for nothing. Chapter 40. Harry. The good thing about perpetual night is that as long as you can't see the light, you can basically be sure that there won't be anyone nearby. And even if there is someone, they're unlikely to see what you're doing. Unless someone possessed the same night vision as Zhou Lin. With the help of the map and the military compass, Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing finally locked onto an area. If there was no accident, digging down should be the warehouse where the dehydrated vegetables were stored. Let's get started. Time is limited, so split up. On the way to the two discussed, Zhou Lin is responsible for digging warehouse. Huang Minjing is responsible for preparing a temporary nest, that is a snow house. Normally, a warehouse of dehydrated vegetables are dozens of hundreds of tons, not to mention 2 people. Even if they come on the dozens of 20 people will not want to move away at once. Also, whether or not it continues to snow in the future, at least until the snow melts completely, every time you come to move dehydrated vegetables, you need to go through a process of digging and then filling in the hole, or else you run the risk of exposing this warehouse. A relatively permanent landing spot can be used not only for resting, but also for storing supplies. Taking out 2 shovels from the sled car and distributing them to Huang Minjing, the 2 of them split up and started working. Although the labor intensity is very different, Zhou Lin dug to the roof of the warehouse when Huang Minjing only dug a shallow pit, not enough to bury her calves. Hold on tight, Zhou Lin faintly said. There is no pity in the post-apocalyptic world, full of warmth in order to think about that. Starving people desperately will only be in order to survive. Who want to drag their feet will be mercilessly abandoned. Huang Minjing also felt embarrassed, but the snow on the ground had long since frozen hard. With Zhou Lin's current physical ability, this amount of exercise did not need to rest at all, and soon dug out the ventilation window under the roof of the warehouse. I'll go down first. Saying hello, Zhou Lin cracked the glass and drilled into the dark warehouse. Huang Minjing stood guard outside the window, waiting apprehensively. The warehouse was in near absolute darkness, and Zhou Lin had to turn on his flashlight to illuminate it. Good luck! When he landed, Zhou Lin saw the neatly stacked sealed boxes in the warehouse, all of which were covered with island characters and patterns of various types of vegetables, so he should be right. The net weight of a box of dehydrated vegetables is 30 kilograms, which is almost enough for a person to eat for half a year if he consumes 100 grams per meal. The entire warehouse is full of dehydrated vegetables, tens of thousands of boxes at least. It's a pity that this time he came with Huang Minjing and couldn't take them all into the blessed warehouse. Zhou Lin collected about 2,000 boxes. Just a small part of the empty warehouse should not cause Huang Minjing suspicion. Come in, it's safe. Seeing a box of dehydrated vegetables, Huang Minjing was so excited that she shed tears, and only after a long time did she calm down and ask Zhou Lin how to get it back. What else can we do? We can't have Zhou Lin take out the Conqueror and load it up. You go up there and take it on. This time we'll pull 10 boxes first and go back to share them. Zhou Lin said. Huang Minjing thought about it and didn't have any better ideas. It might not be easy to be exposed on the road, but it was hard to say when you entered the neighborhood in case you bumped into someone from the property. Now whoever would let Huang Minjing trust the property again would be blacklisted by her. 10 boxes of dehydrated vegetables are also for the luggage transformed sled car is still a bit reluctant. So much so that Huang Minjing can only sit on top of the dehydrated vegetables, looking at the front stepping on the snowboard struggling to move forward Zhou Lin. Huang Minjing's mood is very complicated. When resting on the road, Huang Minjing showed extra care for Zhou Lin, feeding him food and water, almost directly chewing it up and feeding it to Zhou Lin. Boss Huang, there's no need to be so polite. Zhou Lin was a bit overwhelmed. Why are you still called Boss Huang? Call me Sister Huang if you don't mind, or just call me by my name. Zhou Lin understood a bit and hurriedly said, almost there, let's go, or we won't arrive tonight. Well, it's just hard work. Come to my house tomorrow. I'll cook for you. No, it's not hard. Zhou Lin soldiered on towing the sled cart. And when the speed got up, Huang Minjing didn't dare to open her mouth to speak. It was too cold. As they passed by a building, several pillars of light suddenly focused on Zhou Lin and the sled car respectively. Shit! Zhou Lin threw away the snow barrier at the first opportunity, then backhanded the gun. The next moment he saw 7 or 8 figures rushing out of the building, each with a weapon in his hand. Although the light was bad, Zhou Lin could basically see clearly that it was either a baseball bat or a kitchen knife, watermelon knife, or something like that. Don't move! Leave the stuff. We don't want to kill anyone, Don't resist. It might be because the end times hadn't started for long. So this group of roadblockers still had a bit of a bottom line, but it was also possible that this was just their rhetoric, and who could guarantee that they wouldn't kill anyone if they really gave up the resistance? Huang Minjing was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. She had never encountered one before in her life, and she had absolutely no idea what to do. And seeing that the other party did not have a gun, Zhou also put his pistol back and went straight to meet the man at the front with a watermelon knife held high in his hand. Narrow your eyes and throw a punch. The sandal-sized fist brought out an airborne explosion and slammed hard into the watermelon knife man's heart. There's no such thing as holding back, and it's all right for Zhou Lin to do so in peacetime. Several layers of cotton jackets and winter jackets couldn't completely dissolve the power of this punch, and the clear sound of broken bones could be heard through the thick fabric, and the man with the watermelon knife opened his mouth as if he still wanted to say something, yet a pair of eyes instantly filled with blood bulged and gradually lost their charisma. As he fell to the ground, the 5 people behind him break their feet. They are just ordinary people, when only in the movie and television works only have the punch of super degree in front of them in reality, and who can drum up the courage to attack Zhou Lin. People, at heart, tend to avoid harm. Gulp! Someone gulped, then slowly backed away. There was no bargaining, it was strangely cold, and opening my mouth to talk was a waste of heat. After ascertaining that Zhou Lin had no intention of pursuing them, the 5 men backed up and finally turned around and ran. Finished? Dead. The converging flashlight light columns disappeared, and only then did Huang Minjing dare to open the flashlight, and she shone a light on the man on the ground whose face was already covered with white frost, and asked in disbelief, "Go!" Putting his snowboard back on, Zhou Lin shook his head. If he didn't have Huang Minjing as a liability, he would have followed those people and rushed into the building. It wasn't to kill. He wasn't that cold-blooded and brutal. He just wanted to figure out how they found out about him and Huang Minjing. This problem is not solved. When the next time we encounter this group of people, maybe they will use long-range weapons. Thermal weapons, bows and crossbows aka slingshots, it's hard to say but sure. Even though Zhou Lin had just given them a downward spiral, between starving to death and taking a desperate gamble, even Zhou Lin himself would choose the latter. Unless these people are kept out of sight. To get there, you have to figure out exactly how they do it first. Dragging the sled cart onward, approaching the gate of the neighborhood, Huang Minjing jumped out of the cart and prepared to open the door. "Don't turn on the light. I'll do it," Zhou Lin suddenly said. "Why? It's in the neighborhood and it's still not safe?" Chapter 41. Upgrading Abnormal Abilities. Sure enough, they're out gathering supplies. By the window of the property management office, Xiaohang saw Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing, who had just entered the door through layers of darkness through a device. How did the two of them get together? Xiaohang muttered to himself, and Huang Xiefeng, who was standing on the side wearing a security uniform, heard him and busily asked if he wanted to arrange for 2 people to ask. Ask what? Xiaohang put down the night vision device and turned it over in his hands. This is good. Go ask that kid again if he still has it. No more, Huang Xiefeng said. That kid is almost starving and says whatever he asks. Even the photos of the female owners that he secretly took are given to me. Photos? Good. Show me first how many buildings. Xiaohang narrowed his eyes slightly and became interested. As for Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing to go out to collect supplies, Xiaohang is not in a hurry. How much can that sled load? Cannot eat for a few days as long as you keep an eye on it. And wait until the next time they go out to arrange for people to follow. The pots are all for him to end up. Better yet, I'll send it up for you. Zhou Lin and Huang Minjing to the 7-building foyer. 10 packets of dehydrated vegetables half each. Huang Minjing originally only 3 packets. Zhou Lin Hart insisted on equal sharing. Considering Huang Minjing's strength and the time that might be wasted, Zhou Lin shoved a metal flinging stick into Huang Minjing's hand and told her to guard the sled car. Seeing Zhou Lin resisting 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables at a time, Huang Minjing unconsciously gulped, who said that a woman can't have a craving. She was craving it now. In particular, Zhou Lin had run down in just less than 5 minutes, a speed that stunned Huang Minjing's jaw. Are you still human? Zhou Lin said. Adhere to the exercise you also line to believe in science. He actually did not really carry 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables to climb the 17th floor. There are warehouses do not use that is not a fool. If not, the old lady opened the door slowly. Zhou Lin can also come down earlier. Dragging the sled car back to the 8th building to determine that no one around Zhou Lin will be put away the sled car, not panic to go upstairs. Wait until the door of the house before having to take it out. knock on the door, and enter the house. See 5 boxes of dehydrated vegetables. The 4 people in the family have no special expression. So far, the Zhou family eat and drink nothing short of, in Cheng Yali's words, has not tasted the end of the world's poisonous beatings. Even in the tool room of the Yang Qiqi, although eating basically the Zhou family's leftovers. But on the abundance of food is actually better than the vast majority of people struggling to eat in the end of the world. Perhaps because of the comfortable days over a long time, Yang Qiqi not only did not have the slightest gratitude to Zhou Lin and the Zhou family, the heart of the hatred is instead more and more accumulated. The heart of the heart to give Zhou Lin family a fatal blow. I'm going to take a break first. Zhou Lin snorted and rubbed Blackie's doggy head in passing before hurrying back to his room. He wasn't actually tired at all, the real reason being that the powers were about to be upgraded. Symbiosis. Primary 999/1000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/1. Because there is no experience, Zhou Lin also do not know what kind of a situation is the upgrading of the alien ability. In order to avoid accidents, he will unlock the door to the room sitting cross-legged in the center of the room floor. Adjust the breathing heartbeat will be taken out in advance of a pile of supplies from light to heavy slowly to the warehouse to collect. 1, 2, 3. When the collection has almost 50 kilograms of supplies, Zhou Lin felt lost control of the body. As if the soul and the body completely detached, a few seconds or a few minutes later, he felt that the body is back. The illusion is still. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1000/10. 000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 1. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 2.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution I, 2.5, 2514/10, 000. The main changes after the alien upgrade are added a slot for symbiotic transportation as well as storage space. An additional value called evolution has been added. Gained an active skill, strength symbiosis. The body can reach the strength of a symbiotic transportation worker, but it can only be used once per day and currently lasts for 2.5 minutes, the same value as evolutionary degree. Zhou Lin was not surprised by the appearance of evolution degree. He knew in his last life that an altered was bound to become an evolved, but ordinary evolved should not be able to intuitively feel the degree of their own evolution, which should be the privilege of the altered. As for the strength symbiosis skill usage time, perhaps it was directly related to the evolution degree. Under the premise that the symbiosis skill level did not change, it should be that the higher the evolution degree, the longer the strength symbiosis lasted. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin felt that there was nothing wrong with it. If this strength symbiosis was viewed as a big move, wouldn't its power and duration rely on its own base quality? In other words, currently, he has 2.5 minutes a day to transform into a steel body, not to mention a gun. Even a rocket launcher might not be able to do him any damage. Don't look at 2.5 minutes, doesn't seem to be long. Unless it's a specific circumstance. It's enough for Zhou Lin to get out of any crisis situation. Can't fight, but still don't know how to run? Overall, he was still very satisfied with the changes after this upgrade, especially the appearance of evolution degree, which allowed him to visually see the results of his hard workouts. As for that level of evolution degree, it was even more exciting for Zhou Lin. After level 1, there would definitely be level 2 and level 3. It really motivated him, and he couldn't wait to train now. So, hungry. As soon as the excitement passed, Zhou Lin felt that all the cells in his body were crying out for hunger. He lifted his hands to take a look and was surprised to see that they were skin and bones. Could it be that all the muscles and fat in his body had been consumed in the process of upgrading just now? It was too late to think about what he had become and whether or not he would scare the crowd when he went out later. Zhou Lin's only thought now was to eat. As his mind moved, a bunch of burgers appeared in front of him, and after swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Zhou Lin grabbed one and tore off the package and stuffed it into his mouth. Driven by intense hunger, Zhou Lin transformed into a ruthless food crusher, eliminating the burgers one by one. And he only poured in 2 mouthfuls of Coke when he was really choking. The burgers on the raffle ship were bigger than one another, and the meatheads were thicker than one another. As a rule, 3 or 5 of them could definitely hold up a person of Zhou Lin's size, but the fact was that he had eaten at least 70 to 80 of them, and his stomach did not have a tendency to bulge up at all, but rather his skin and bones were starting to get better, as if they were being slowly filled up by the meat inside the burgers. Also don't know how much Zhou Lin ate before he finally felt no longer hungry and panicked. And at this time his body has basically returned to normal and even looks a little taller and stronger than before, the lines of muscles hidden under the skin full of toughness. than the kind of pure bodybuilding toward the better look more eye-catching. Getting up and taking a look in the mirror, Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he might have to worry about was Wu Shui's physical examination. When Zhou Lin hid in the room upgrade, a fleet of cars appeared at the main gate of Lanshan District. Dozens of snow-bright searchlights to the atrium of the district lit up so brightly that all the sober people in the district were almost attracted to the window. Cheng Yali, Zhou Li, and Wu Shui, needless to say. Even Zhou Kaijun, who was recuperating from his injuries and hadn't done much activity, at this time also came together to look down by the small window that was purposely kept unclosed, wanting to know what kind of people were coming to such a battle. Chapter 42. Government Convoy. The sudden appearance of the convoy startled the entire neighborhood. Xiaohang was also a bit nervous. Don't be alarmed. We're from the government's Post-Disaster Reconstruction Command. The command is co-chaired by the government and the garrison, and consists of members of the military and local authorities. I'm Su Yuanji, the director of the Greenery Street office. Do any of you recognize me? Turns out it's the government. The usual assuredness of the summer people towards the government made most of the people in the neighborhood relieved, and only the ones who had their hearts in the right place, like Xiaohang, felt nervous. A dozen heavily armed soldiers in snow camouflage jumped off their snowmobiles and entered the neighborhood, followed by two men in civilian clothes who walked in, basically visible to everyone in the neighborhood because of the light from the searchlights. I'm Su Yuanji. Is Manager Xiaohang Xiao in? Director Su, it's really you. Xiaohang jogged all the way to meet up and shake hands with Su Yuanji. It's cold outside. Let's talk in the hall. Lao Huang would have sent up the electricity. Did not see Director Su came well. A few minutes later, the property office lobby was lit up, and the heaters were working, and the temperature was rising. Su Ziyuan and Wu Building Materials this time to lead the team out of a threefold purpose. The first is to show people outside the shelter that the country, the government still exists, the social order still exists. Do not think lawlessness. The second is the national judgment that the disaster will not end in a short time, the shelter to expand the expansion to increase the function, the need to recruit talent. The third is to collect supplies. Our time is tight. The task is heavy. We must notify these 3 points to every existing resident in the neighborhood. The shelter welcomes their enthusiastic registration. All those who meet the requirements to be ready. Tomorrow we will arrange for a fleet of vehicles to pick up. This communicator will be handed over to you. Very soon the state will be issued in bulk. By then everyone can buy. Xiaohang received a brick-looking device with a smile on his face and nodded his head repeatedly to let Su Ziyuan rest assured that he would ensure that the task was completed. Outside, the loudspeaker had already broadcast the notice of the shelter's talent selection and specific requirements 3 times. Without leaving their homes, the owners of the neighborhood were already clear about the purpose of Su Ziyuan's visit, and it was hard to say whether anyone was moved. The 4 members of the Zhou family wouldn't be moved anyway, and Wu Shui was equally uninterested. So it's the shelter that's recruiting. The ones who want are skilled laborers, but now that they can have a full meal, many will probably go. Zhou Kaijun said. Not necessarily. Zhou Li shook her head. People don't act for themselves, and the shelter isn't a paradise. There are more people who are in Xiao Ying's heart. Well, the other 3 basically didn't understand what exactly Chou Yuri was trying to say, so it was good to know that everyone was used to it. At this time, Zhou Lin finally came out. He had just realized that with the upgrading of his powers and the evolution of his body, his resistance to the cold seemed to have increased a lot, and only reluctantly put on a jacket in order to not let the others be too surprised. That's all it took to make Xingyali yell and say that catching a cold could be bad. There's a doctor here. It's really not cold. Wu Shui tilted her head, her eyes glancing repeatedly at Zhou Lin. I feel as if you've changed a bit. Have you? It's probably because of the recent exercise. Zhou Lin vehemently denied it, while Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali secretly exchanged glances before digressing. Su Zuan led the convoy away. The neighborhood has returned to a silence and darkness, as if you can hear a lot of sighs. When is the end of such days? The lights in the property management office hadn't gone out yet, and Xiaohang was studying that communication device. This thing looks full of old Maoist style. It is estimated to be a synthetic product made in haste. It can be seen as an ordinary smartphone plus a satellite communication module plus an oversized rechargeable treasure. Perhaps in order to save power, its function is very single. Only call, SMS, and a simple interface. Can only send text chat software. Can be one-on-one private chat. Shelter board, regional board, and national board. Only the opening of the national board requires permissions. Xiaohang registered and found that he currently cannot use the national board. But looking at message after message in the shelters and regional boards, Xiao Hang had the feeling of returning to the age of civilization and almost didn't shed a tear. Tell your brothers to have a nice dinner today, and then go door to door to inform and encourage homeowners in our neighborhood. Signing up to go to the shelter? Huang Xiafeng asked. Xiao Hang tilted his head and looked at Huang Xiafeng. Are you fucking stupid? Of course they are encouraged to stay and be self-reliant. Of course, the kind of pricks try to shoo away. In addition, the family surnamed Huang on the top floor of the 8th building and the top floor of the 7th building. Don't let them go. So Huang Xiafeng can only be a security team vice captain. The ideological awareness is completely unable to keep pace, and even asked why the two families must be left behind. Are you nuts? Oh, count on me not asking. You forgot that they once went out alone and dragged a load of supplies back. Where do you think you can easily find a load of supplies outside now? Xiao Hang knocked Huang Xiafeng's head. Don't stand still. Hurry up and move. I want to see exactly which owners want to leave. Lao Zi's territory is not something they can leave if they want to. As a reader who has referred to countless post-apocalyptic novels, Xiao Hang always feels that he has the posture of a protagonist, and Lan Shan is the basic disc for him to take off, whether it is supplies or people. The Tannoy propaganda of the shelter fleet just now did move some of the owners. For a few days or 10 days or so, most property owners can still accept it by gritting their teeth. But what if it goes on and on? Even the government has started to expand the shelters, which shows that the government does not even believe that the disaster situation will turn for the better, and smart people should follow the government's footsteps instead of marking new ground. As for whether the shelter is good or not, if it's bad enough, you'll get fed. If it's bad enough, you won't freeze to death, right? Even worse, if you die, someone will bury you, right? Like Huang Minjing's old lady felt that she should go to a shelter. Huang Minjing was also talked into indecision and finally contacted Cheng Yali. However, Cheng Yali is not willing to express their views on this issue. You have to say to buy a dress, bag, or even a car or a house. The opinion of the right or wrong impact is not big, is not money. But life-threatening decisions are best made on your own. Sister Cheng, then do you have any plans to go to the shelter? Since Cheng Yali didn't say anything, Huang Minjing came to the curve and followed the gourd. When Cheng Yali said no without hesitation, Huang Minjing understood. Then we won't go either, Sister Cheng. From now on, my mother and I will follow you. What the hell? Holding the walkie-talkie, Cheng Yali whole person or Spartan. What is with her? What's the point of following her? No, Sister Cheng, I still have a batch of instant food in an absolutely safe place, almost 50 tons. This? Don't say with or without. We are just helping each other, mutual aid and reciprocity. If there is any urgent need on your side, you can tell me. Cheng Yali changed her words. There! Sister Cheng, do you still have extra coal and charcoal in your house? I'm prying the floor to burn it all. Chapter 43. The Race to the Bottom. She wants coal? In exchange for what? Cheng Yali told the story about the 50 tons of instant food inventory, but she also admitted that there was a possibility that Huang Minjing was telling lies. But the temptation of 50 tons of instant food was really big, and according to the course of the apocalyptic world told by Zhou Lin, the value of these 50 tons of instant food in the future was immeasurable. She's just talking. Even if she does, she won't easily bring it out to us. Zhou Lin shook his head. Having been in contact with Huang Minjing several times, he knew that this woman was not simple. Simple people who can take care of a nearly defunct food factory in 3 to 5 years and make it thrive. She knows about my large purchase of coal. In fact, not only coal. At that time, Cheng Yali simply did not have time to plan. There are too many things to purchase. For the sake of efficiency and cost, we're to care about a lot, even if you know that it will bring hidden dangers, but there is no other better method. Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose and decided to take a trip out. What are you doing out there for good reason? It's cold and dangerous out there, and we're not short of... Just because there's no shortage now doesn't mean there won't be a shortage later. Zhou Lin interrupted Cheng Yali. Seeing that she was ineffective in stopping it, Cheng Yali went to Zhou Li and Wu Shui with a black face, intending to give Zhou Lin a three-maiden teaching. Unbeknownst to her, she was still a step slow. Without any burdens, Zhou Lin didn't need to make any preparations at all when he went out. It was dark outside. Who could see him go out? Quick, go tell the boss that the man from Building 8 is out again. Xiao Hang, who was really sleeping under the covers, was called up only when he got the night vision device. Zhou Lin had already walked out of the cell door. Fuck! Xiao Hang slapped his thigh fiercely. Didn't I tell you to lock the gate? No, when the people from the shelter come tomorrow, we'll seal the gate. Boss, there's no point in sealing the gate. The snow is higher than the fence in many parts of the neighborhood. How can walking through the snow be as convenient as walking through the front door? Xiao Hang glared at the security guard who had spoken, then shoved the night vision device back. Punish you for watching for another 8 hours for shift change. Outside the neighborhood, the cold wind was noticeably harsher without the buildings to shield it. Zhou Lin looked back at the neighborhood, a silhouette of buildings with very little light coming through the windows. Darkness is a constant theme in the eternal night, and it's only been 10 days or so, and that light seems like a long time ago memory. Perhaps it will be hard for mankind to regain its glory, and even if eternal night passes, the world will still not be gentle with mankind. That's why I need more supplies. Zhou Lin finished pumping himself up, and then propped up his snowboard and skied in the direction of the logistics park. Buried under the snow, the road that was once there is gone. The river is also gone, but the good thing is that after the upgrading of the alien ability, the night vision ability seems to be upgraded. In the past, it was barely able to see more than 100 meters, but now it can be seen almost clearly within 200 meters, and a silhouette can be seen outside of 200 meters. This ability alone was already enough to make Zhou Lin invincible. After all, relative to him, other people were about as good as blind. Even if it is like Su Ziyuan's team, with a high-powered searchlight as a backing, I'm afraid that they can't see as clearly as Zhou Lin. In order to ensure safety, the convoy must follow the new satellite navigation strictly. Otherwise, there is always the danger of vehicle destruction. Because it's not easy to come out, so Su Ziyuan and others will stop every time they pass by a neighborhood or building that may have people or materials, looking for people to look for people, and collecting materials to collect materials. There is a shortage of almost everything in the shelter now. In other words, anything that has to do with life is a valuable item. The really high-value targets, such as granaries and supply depots, are accomplished by more elite and specialized teams. Such teams are often made up of purely military personnel, led by experienced scouts and mountain specialties. Zhou Lin was just a few hundred meters away from the logistics park when he saw such a huge convoy. It won't be too late, right? Seeing the bright logistics park, Zhou Lin couldn't help but get nervous. He estimated that the officials should not give up the logistics park, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Although the logistics park was important, it should be ranked after the grain and oil warehouses and large supermarkets. He's actually right to think that way. He's just under-considering the number of troops stationed over here. Don't look at the administrative level of Jiazhou City, seems to be not high, but it is a serious military town. Just the army alone has several brigades stationed in the surrounding area, together with other types of soldiers. The forest adds up to nearly 100,000 people. Coupled with the fact that the summer military budget in the past 10 years, even the army is not a lack of a variety of equipment. Disaster struck the local garrison almost on the spot to participate in support. Jiazhou Post-Disaster Command can only be arranged at the same time dozens of convoys to split up the action. There are some things that seem impossible, but where the government is involved it makes a difference. The inventory list of supplies that the logistics park had in stock when the disaster struck was in the hands of the convoy leader, Lieutenant Colonel Pingping Wang, at this point. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables still missing. Excavation operations have been underway for half an hour now, and several key warehouses are in the hands of each of the excavators involved, yet the lack of a logistics park staff is the biggest failing of the operation. The main reason is that no one thought that the snow would be so serious on this side of the logistics park before departure, plus the lack of high-rise buildings as a reference. It is very difficult to find the exact location. If it wasn't for the various coincidences layered on top of each other, Zhou Lin might not even be able to see the hairs of the dehydrated vegetables, whereas now, he was even able to quietly approach the dehydrated vegetable warehouse and then open the passageway that was deliberately left behind last time to drill in. Without Huang Minjing as a drag, Zhou Lin was able to recklessly include boxes of dehydrated vegetables in the raffle ship. Just see the neatly stacked dehydrated vegetables disappeared one by one. Less than 10 minutes, the whole warehouse is clean as the dog licked. Even with his upgraded psychic abilities coupled with his evolved physique, Zhou Lin was weak and dizzy after collecting the entire warehouse. He hadn't counted how many vegetables he'd actually collected. He just knew it was time to go. Just less than 2 minutes after he drilled out, several columns of light converged on the spot where the vegetable warehouse was located. A work vehicle soon drove up, and in 2 or 3 minutes a work surface was organized. Hearing that the dehydrated vegetable warehouse had been found, Wang Pingping couldn't even resist coming over personally. However, when he saw the breathable window that had been smashed open by Zhou Lin, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The convoy wanted to empty the warehouse, or at least dig out the warehouse door to do so. But Wang Pingping was too late and ordered the men to go in through the air window, first to take a look. Soon the person who went in came out and brought back news that made Wang Pingping almost not drop his hat. Who on earth was quicker? He couldn't understand. The door of the warehouse was obviously locked. Could it be that the 30 to 40 tons of dehydrated vegetables were all taken away from the air window above, one box at a time? How much time would it take, and how many people would be needed? Thinking this way, Wang Pingping's face instantly became grave. It's not so much the heartache of the dozens of tons of dehydrated vegetables, but the thought of something far more serious. You guys continue. Waving his hand, Wang Ping jogged towards the command vehicle. He wanted to immediately report the situation over here to his superiors. Chapter 44. The Second Symbiosis. Outside the logistics park, Zhou Lin, who was hiding in the darkness, was more or less regretful. He had originally treated the logistics park as private property, just not in a hurry to collect it, and did not expect that a slow step would be a slow step. Forget it, after all, they have hundreds of thousands of people to feed, and it's not like I have to have these supplies. Patting his butt, Zhou Lin put his snowboard back on and set off toward his next goal. He does not know. Wang Pingping has stolen dehydrated vegetables as the #1 enemy. Reported to the current Jiazhou city on behalf of the government's post-disaster command. In the report to the command, Wang Pingping bluntly said that the city has appeared a group of vicious gangs, whose presence may jeopardize the social order, as well as the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, to be severely punished. The existence of a group of vicious gangs in the city, whose existence may jeopardize the social order, as well as the life and death of hundreds of thousands of people, and should be attacked and severely punished. The question Zhou Lin had been thinking about after hitting the alien upgrade was, what kind of vehicle to symbiotic? The first thing that came to his mind was the ready-made, the gray machine on the rifle. Fighters, transports, helicopters he had considered. However, after much thought, he felt it was inappropriate. From the beginning of the Eternal Night Freeze until his death in his last life, it wasn't suitable for transportation like airplanes in the grand scheme of things. Ground transportation is what Zhou Lin needs most urgently. The Conqueror in the warehouse is the all-around champion, and if there's no choice in the end, it will definitely be it. It is more than 11 meters long, 2.55 meters wide, 3.95 meters high, and has a total mass of 23,000 kilograms. Maximum power is 425 kilowatts, maximum horsepower is 578, and maximum torque is 800 Nm. The 600-liter main fuel tank and the secondary tank, which can be refilled at any time, together hold thousands of liters of fuel. 3 interaxle differential locks, for interwheel differential locks, totaling 7 differential locks. The compartment adopts the bridge-breaking heat-insulating sandwich structure to ensure high strength, hardness, heat preservation, heat insulation, and noise reduction, and the 3-point floating balanced vice beam system ensures the smoothness and comfort of the compartment when traveling. Backup camera, 8-way surveillance system camera, waterproof and sandproof storage compartment are all available. Comes with 18,500 pounds, rear winch, shovel, and stripped sandboard. 12 solar panels on the roof, standard solar charger, with high-power, hybrid power supply system, and 8 kilowatts ultra-quiet water-cooled diesel generator. 21.6 degrees of lithium iron phosphate battery pack to ensure sufficient energy. The use area of the car is 20 square meters, plus the terrace can reach 25.5 square meters, indoor and outdoor double kitchen design. Large capacity refrigerator, induction cooker, exhaust hood, micro roaster, coffee machine, and other kitchen appliances you can think of are not lacking. And the bathroom is so rich that it is comparable to a 5-star hotel. 800-liter water tank, automatic diesel hot water boiler, 3 sets of DC inverter single-cooled air conditioning, 2 sets of 4 kilowatts diesel warm air boiler heating system, plus pollen filtration, an exhaust system of positive pressure fresh air system, is enough to ensure that the car in all seasons, cold and heat. It's safe to say that aside from being expensive, this car is definitely the best choice for folk to deal with the apocalypse. Like this car, peacetime, not to mention own, Zhou Lin simply do not even dare to think. Not that the Caravan is only the Conqueror, so a choice. In fact, in recent years the summer country set off the Caravan fever, also let a lot of car modification manufacturers see the business opportunities, not only produced a number of city Caravan. In the heavy truck platform, there are also a lot of good products. In Zhou Lin's plan, Lanshan that house is also the beginning of the end of the world can live 2 months of freezing period after a period of relatively comfortable temperatures. However, the melting of the snow will lead to the flooding of surface water, commonly known as flooding. Not all places flood, but Kiowa City sure does. By then, any area that was now buried by the snow would basically be flooded again, and some of the entrances and exits of the shelter would also be sunk underwater, and if not dealt with in a timely manner, it would even lead to water entering the interior of the shelter, which was why Zhou Lin was adamant that he would not go to the shelter. After the flood, many people thought it would be a plague of heat, but it was not. Large amounts of surface water have left much of the planet in a swampy state, and as temperatures rise, the vapor quickly forms cumulonimbus clouds that fall to the ground. So after the flooding was a long period of mixed rain and sunshine, with strong convective weather bringing heavy rain, thunderstorms, hail, and hurricanes, and temperatures fluctuating back and forth between minus and 40 degrees, which is worse than just hot or cold. In addition, a wave of severe nuclear contamination will be coming to the northern coast of the Summerland. During the period of perpetual freezing, the island's nuclear facilities, which were shattered by volcanoes and earthquakes, were in a frozen state. And when they thawed out, frequent rainfall and flooding brought out the nuclear materials and wastes, which were wrapped up and flowed and contaminated all of the island's territory while spreading out to the neighboring countries and regions along with the ocean currents and precipitation. Intense nuclear radiation not only harms human beings, but also causes the death and mutation of large numbers of organisms. And eventually, these nuclear materials and waste will be spread all over the world, with incalculable consequences. However, the island government did not even survive the first wave of the eternal night freeze, and less than 30 million of its 200 million citizens had a chance to see the light of day. And by the time the nuclear contamination brought about serious consequences, most of those 30 million people had died from their own sins. And in the end, not even 1 in 100 actually fled the country. And by some estimates, there may not have been more than 1 million people. However, the island nation did not die out because of this. And not only did they immigrate in large numbers in the Summerland, but they also forcibly occupied an area in the Black State in an attempt to rebuild the island nation. As for how the final situation Zhou Lin is not known. Anyway, it is said that the mutated creatures in the Black State and the Ocean State are the most ferocious, so it is estimated that the islanders are also very difficult enough. Moving forward and reminiscing along the way, without realizing it, Zhou Lin realized that he had already arrived at his destination, Jiazhou Auto City. Much like the logistics park, this place was also covered in snow, and the 4S stores that once stretched in all directions were buried under the snow. Zhou Lin didn't come looking for a car. The Conqueror among civilian vehicles could already be considered a ceiling existence, and it was basically impossible to find an existence more powerful than it in the Summer Kingdom, especially in a small city like Jiazhou. However, in Zhou Lin's opinion, the Conqueror T is not yet the most perfect state. If it is symbiotic with it and often used, then it must require a second or even multiple modifications, maintenance as well as repairs. It is difficult for a clever daughter-in-law to cook without rice. Even if any modification and maintenance and repair can be carried out in the storage space after symbiosis, it is impossible to create these from nothing with accessories and materials. There were some vehicle parts on the rifle, but they weren't necessarily suitable for the Conqueror, which was why Zhou Lin had come here to take a look. Finding a good spot to start digging, Zhou Lin soon saw a familiar domestic logo. Although it wasn't the one he wanted the most, he had to dig in and take a look even though he was here. Half an hour later, Zhou Lin finally entered the original exhibition hall. The entire exhibition hall came into view when the portable light was turned on. The original glass curtain wall was shattered all over the place, and most of the show cars were frozen, so it was probably difficult to use them properly. There were no signs of human activity, and it was assumed that all the people on this side had evacuated before the disaster completely struck. After thinking about it, Zhou Lin still received all the cars in the showroom on the deck of the rifle, and then turned around to enter the maintenance and repair workshop at the back. There were still quite a few cars waiting or being repaired, but unfortunately they could no longer wait for their owners, and Zhou Lin didn't look at them. He was just here to collect brand new parts and repair tools from the warehouse. 15 minutes later, Zhou Lin stopped with a gasp. He felt that this was not working. It was too inefficient. He couldn't run over here every day. Could he? Chapter 45. Yang Qiqi is a demon. Tick-tock. The sound of the alarm made Weekly, who was sitting on the couch reading a book, look up. A night vision image of the outside of the elevator room appeared on the monitor, and someone was knocking on the blast door. Mom and Dad, it looks like someone from the property. Outside the blast-proof door, Huang Xiefeng frowned. Because Xiao Hang had specifically instructed him to do so, he came in person to inquire about the attitude of Zhou Lin's family. Property? What can I do for you? Zhou Caijuan's voice came out from the surveillance camera, and Huang Xiefeng swept his flashlight towards the camera, the impatience under his eyes gradually thickening. Can't even open a door, so you don't trust them with the property? That's what rich people do. They deserve to go to hell. You've all heard about the shelter hiring, right? Is your family going to enroll? Huang Xiefeng exclaimed. Not participating. Zhou Kaijun simply said, Oh, good. Huang Xiefeng nodded, then added, It's rumored that the owner of the 16th floor, number 2, is also in your house. What does she mean? I'm not participating either. Wu Shui said. Huang Xiefeng nodded. Okay, we know. More than 10 minutes later, Huang Xiefeng appeared outside Huang Minjing's door out of breath. Who? Security Chief Huang Xiefeng. Although she reported herself, Huang Minjing didn't open the door. What's the matter? Yes. Huang Xiefeng was a bit exasperated. He had thought he could meet Huang Minjing up close. He had been paying attention to this young, beautiful, and rich old boss for a long time. No man, only an old woman at home. All these Huang Xiefeng knew clearly. We won't be attending, thanks. Huang Minjing said. By the way, is there anything I can help you with? You can always find me, Huang Xiefeng said. Thank you for your kind words. Not for now. Being politely rejected, Huang Xiefeng's heart was very irritated, if not still remaining a trace of sanity. He wanted to break the door. No way. At least not yet. Although dissatisfied, the result was not bad. Huang Xiefeng didn't care too much whether Zhou Lin's family stayed or not. As long as Huang Minjing didn't leave, he still had a chance. No one can steal it from me. That's what he thought. Hearing the footsteps outside the door go away, Huang Minjing patted her chest and was busy contacting Qingyali. There's not a single good thing about the property. That Huang Xiefeng, I've long realized that he's looking at me in the wrong way. If you're like this, all men will look twice. Qingyali joked. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Huang Minjing talked about the deal she talked about last time. Sister Cheng, without Cole again, I'm afraid my mom won't be able to handle it. We can talk, but Zhou Lin is out. When out? Huang Minjing was slightly stunned, thinking that Zhou Lin couldn't have gone out alone to move dehydrated vegetables, right? But even if she was, what could she do, mess with Zhou Lin? No, that wouldn't do any good besides losing the Zhou family as an ally. Is the son really not coming back tonight? Zhou Kaijun asked. Yeah, he said he was going to collect something useful for an undetermined amount of time. The reason why Zhou Lin decided not to come back was that he didn't want to waste the time spent traveling to and from the road. However, this lazy decision almost caused him to drink his life away. It was almost noon the next day when the lights came on again outside the neighborhood. Xiao Hang, who had already been notified, hurriedly sent someone to greet him. 2 hours ago, Xiao Hang received the news that Su Ziyuan had returned. There were a total of more than 80 people on this side of the Lanshan neighborhood who had signed up and wanted to go to the shelter. Su Ziyuan passed 42 people after the initial screening, and there were still 20 people to be determined. The 42 people who were chosen actually came from 16 homeowners, basically the kind that don't have old people or children around, and the 20 people who were pending were required to undergo a second round of interviews. Su Ziyuan didn't come, and today it was Wu Building Materials who led the team. Originally, none of this had anything to do with the Zhou family, but just as the convoy members were helping those 16 families carry their things, the sound of help suddenly came from the roof of the 8 buildings. It's Kiki Yang. Yesterday's convoy propaganda, she heard loud and clear in the tool shed. Without what was said in the propaganda, Yang Qiqi would not dare to easily resist. After all, leaving the tool shed, she was not even sure she could survive. But God has an eye. The government actually sends people, and they have to recruit. Kiki Yang knew that this would be her best chance. And if she missed it, I'm afraid her life would be over. In her excitement, she wanted to let out a loud shout. However, she soon realized that the sound could not be transmitted, and even if it did, it was unlikely that the people below would hear it. It was good that the government people would come back the next day, which gave Kiki Yang a chance. It just so happened that Zhou Lin hadn't returned from his trip to the Motor City, and taking advantage of the time period in the evening when the crowd was supposed to be asleep, Yang Qiqi utilized a reamer and hardened a piece of the wall panel of the tool room. When she heard a noise downstairs, she wrapped her sleeping bag around her and crashed through the wall panels, rushing to the edge of the platform and calling out. What's the situation? Wu Building Materials' face suddenly changed as he stared at Xiao Hang. I don't know. 8 buildings, it sounded like the roof of 8 buildings. You guys get together and check it out. As a government official and now representing the shelter, it would be better not to encounter this kind of thing, but since you have encountered it, you can't turn a blind eye to it. When it comes down to it, I told you we should have killed that woman. Zhou family. Zhou Li watched the surveillance and couldn't stop shaking her head. She actually didn't care what Yang Qiqi did. The key was that the wall panels of the tool room were destroyed, the insulation effect plummeted, and the vegetables and those chickens, ducks, and geese that she had worked so hard to grow were going to be finished. Old me will go and shoot her now. Qingyali angrily took the gun out. Wu Shui looked on from the side, and her eyes went straight. She never thought that the Zhou family would even have this stuff. What family? Mom, I advise you to calm down, Zhou Li said. You and Dad are brothers in arms. Go and bring that woman down. Seeing Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun going upstairs, Zhou Li started calling Zhou Lin. I was careless. After a moment of silence, Zhou Lin said, I'm moving now, so don't open the door until I get there. Brother, it's no use looking to the stars. I'll take care of it. As soon as Zhou Li's words fell, the monitor sounded an alarm. The lights outside the blast door were bright, and a group of people led by Wu Building Materials had arrived. On behalf of the Post-Disaster Command, I order you to open the door immediately or suffer the consequences. Wu Building Materials stood in front of the blast door, his face ugly. He had seen many rich people, but the rich people who built their own gates like bank vaults, I'm afraid that they had done too much heartbreak. Is there a warrant? Choyuri asked with the help of the camera. Wu Building Materials, slightly stunned, search warrant? What is the situation still need this thing? The reason is this, but he really cannot say this. Otherwise, it is a slap in the face. There is a woman calling on your home platform. Special circumstances. For the sake of people's lives, I now ask you to open the channel to the platform. Wu Building Materials is also considered to be a fast brain turn. No search warrant, just say save people. The matter is urgent. That firefighters, in order to save people, also broke into the door. That situation, who will mention the search warrant it? Oh, that woman on the platform. She's my brother's girlfriend, falling apart, having a falling out. I don't dare to expect it. But what if Building Materials Wu and the others want to do more than one thing? In fact, Wu Building Materials saw that the Zhou family had such a strong attitude and did somewhat want to muddle through. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, a person in the property suddenly stood out. She's lying. I know who the people on the platform are. Chapter 46, Symbiosis, the Lu Xiaofeng. Who are you? Wu Building Materials frowned and looked at Tang Yili, who was standing behind Xiaohang. My name is Tang Yili. The one who just shouted for help is my girlfriend. Her name is AI Bing. Actually, I'm not a homeowner in this neighborhood. I came here to save my girlfriend. If you don't believe me, you can ask Manager Shaw. Don't look at Tang Yili grow tall and big. This moment said that the circles of the eyes actually read, but also the strength of a movie star. This knitted brows and a move froze to let Wu Building Materials are touched. Turn to the camera. Do you hear me? There are now claims that you are illegally detaining women. Open the door right now and let us verify. In the house, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali are a little flustered. Don't look at their business as big, but the bones are still honest and pure. The main thing is that the fear of the government is deep in the bones. Wu Shui didn't say anything and just looked at Zhou Li, who still didn't have the slightest bit of tension on her face. AI Bing? We don't know who AI Bing is. My brother's ex-girlfriend's name is Kiki Yang. We don't know any AI Bing. Little girl. Wu Building Materials also heard Zhou Li's young age at this time. Let your family's adults talk to me. Nothing to say? Zhou Li coldly said, this is our own family affair. My brother and she were going to get married. The result is that she suddenly opened her mouth to ask for $1 million. This is the talk fell apart. With the outsiders, do not have half a penny of the relationship. That surname Tang. Do not spit on the people. Turn back to my brother came back to see how he cleaned up you. Is it really a mistake? Girlfriend? $1 million? Building Material Wu frowned. He now somewhat believed Zhou Li's words. After all, how many bad thoughts could a little girl have, especially a little girl who couldn't even use idioms and sayings well? There are no adults in their family? Building Material Wu asked Xiaohang. This, I remember there is. Xiaohang said, how do you work as a property manager? Building Material Wu glared at Xiaohang, then blurted out, let's put it this way, whether it's Yang Qiqi or AI Bing, you let her out first, we'll talk about other things later. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Don't talk to me about the future. It just so happens that my brother is not here. You guys take her away from both of us, so as not to waste my family's food. Outside the door, Building Material Wu and the others listened and looked at each other. No one dared to say that they could grasp what Zhou Li was trying to express. But anyway, it's right to get the people out first. You guys stay away, further away. Only when Building Material Wu and the others were far enough away did Zhou Li let Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali hold Yang Qiqi in custody. You're a smart woman. You've seen the conditions of our family. If my brother gets arrested because of AI Bing's matter, maybe the government will confiscate this family. You won't even have a way back. You and my brother don't actually have a deadly grudge. Speaking of which, we've been kind of treating you right these days, whether it's one way or being a man with a silver lining. You think for yourself. After Zhou Li's words clicked into place, Wu Shui opened the blast door a crack, and Zhou Caijuan's two men violently pushed Yang Qiqi out. Bang! The blast-proof door reclosed, and Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali exhaled heavily. However, they couldn't be happy yet. Who dared to guarantee that there would be no trouble if they released Yang Qiqi? 100-foot pole, there will definitely be more trouble. Zhou Li sighed like an adult and turned to Wu Shui, sister-in-law. Do you want to split up for a while? Wu Shui shook her head. She couldn't do it by only sharing the good and not the bad. Not to mention she wasn't sure what kind of situation Yang Qiqi was in. Outside the door, Yang Qiqi still somewhat cannot believe that she was really released, and when she knew the identity of Wu Building Materials, immediately bawled. People who do not know the inside story thought that she had suffered a lot in the Zhou family. Qixing, where's AI Bing? Tang Yuli Yilit. What the hell is going on? Originally, Wu Building Material was also furious. However, when he took a good look at Yang Qiqi's situation, he couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. No matter how Yang Qiqi, how distressed, cannot change the fact that she is fully clothed, move as usual, not to mention that she even looks a little red, in addition to the body a little dirty, the smell of a little heavier, with the life of the end of the world before the descent of the almost no difference. If this is what it looks like to be abused, there's probably no telling how many people out there are willingly being abused. Don't lie. People can be confronted. Seeing Yang Qiqi's eyes darting around, Wu Building Materials immediately scolded. How busy he was. How could he have spared time to deal with bullshit relationship stories? Just tell me, what's the relationship with this family? Yang Qiqi gulped. She would like to say that she doesn't know the Zhou family, but this kind of lie simply can't stand up to scrutiny well, and by observing the situation of Wu Building Materials and the others, Yang Qiqi suddenly remembered Zhou Li's words. I and Zhou Lin is just an ordinary friend. AI Bing, yes. AI Bing is gone. Zhou Lin even wanted me to marry him. Of course, I did not agree to it, so I used the bride price to put off their family, who knew that he even wanted to force me if I did not agree to it. He locked me up on the rooftop and did not bring me any food and tried to freeze me to death again. You, on behalf of the government and the military, should have arrested the family. Extraordinary times. It's not up to you to arrest or not. Wu Building Materials said in a deep voice. Let's do it this way. I see that you don't have anything to do. Let's talk about the specifics later. We still have things to do. Ignoring Yang Qiqi's fake love to stop, Wu Building Materials turned around and left. What does not give food, but also frozen, really should let Yang Qiqi go to see what the starving people outside look like. Lying also do not know to look in the mirror first. Inside the house, Zhou Li watched as Building Material Wu and the others left, a hint of a smile finally appearing on her small face. Brother, it's quiet for the time being, but that woman won't stop, so you have to make preparations. Got it. I'll be back as soon as I can. Zhou Kaijun and Qing Yali went upstairs to the maintenance tool room, and now that Yang Qiqi is gone, these things are afraid to fall on Zhou Kaijun. Some heavy truck repair shop in Motor City. Zhou Lin sat cross-legged on the ground, his brows furrowed. The 12-meter-long Conqueror was not far in front of him directly. Countless automobile parts, accessories, and various raw materials are sorted around the perimeter. Just a few hours ago, Zhou Lin completed his symbiosis with the Conqueror and named it Lu Xiaofeng. Symbiosis. Intermediate 1257/10-000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 2.8 minutes/24 hours. Evolution I, 2.8, 2845/10-000. After symbiosis with the Conqueror, Zhou Lin probably knew the Conqueror better than anyone else in the world, so he quickly formulated a remodeling plan. First is passability. Although the Conqueror is a heavy truck chassis, but ultimately is not built for unpaved roads, and after the end of the apocalyptic catastrophe, want to find an intact road is not easy. Want to let the Lu Xiaofeng really with the wind as the land speeding, it is necessary to modify the chassis and suspension. Raising the chassis while replacing it with a longer and tougher suspension. It's not that Zhou Lin hasn't considered modifying it for the current snow, but on second thought it's not really necessary. He wasn't planning on letting the family go out without necessity, and there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to use the Lu Xiaofeng. What's more, with the self-weight of Lu Xiaofeng's ship, in the case of not being able to determine the route, it would be easy to get stuck in the car, but instead it would easily become a burden, and it would not even be as good as each person wearing a pair of skis to run fast. So the snow track modification is not necessary. Instead, the chassis and body waterproofing is the second focus of modification Zhou Lin considered. Then there's body strength as well as bulletproofing. The country is safe for now, but it won't be safe forever. When the snow melts, Many of the places that stockpile guns will be patronized by people with good intentions, and then there will be more and more guns and ammunition in circulation. The good thing is that the window glass of Lu Xiaofeng's ship was originally bulletproof. Jolin only needs to solve the problem of bulletproofing the carriages as well as other places. From the program to the material is actually not difficult. The really hard part is Chapter 47. Rehabilitation begins. Zhou Lin's symbiotic Conqueror T Caravan was renamed the Lu Xiaofeng and began its transformation at the Motor City. He gave up the track modification that was suitable for snow and chose to strengthen the ground and suspension to ensure the caravan's passability. In addition, bulletproof ability is also very important, at least to ensure that ordinary bullets cannot easily penetrate the bodywork. In addition to this, Zhou Lin also needed the body to have a high degree of sealing and even have the ability to swim across the river for a short period of time in order to adapt to all kinds of harsh road environments in the post-apocalyptic world. That's the hardest part of the whole remodel. This symbiosis ability allowed Zhou Lin to complete the transformation of the symbiotic vehicle with his mind in this storage space. The ostensible precondition was sufficient materials and accessories, but there was actually an invisible condition: Zhou Lin's physical strength and energy. Zhou Lin had not made any essential modifications to the Lai Fu ship before, merely moving some objects with little consumption. It was only when he began to modify the Lu Xiaofeng that he realized that modification is never an easy task. For example, when modifying the suspension, with sufficient materials and accessories, a suspension modification can be completed with a flash of Zhou Lin's mind, which is just a few seconds of work. But after completing the modification, Zhou Lin ate a whole 10 servings of burgers plus half an hour's reprieve. And if he used full manual labor to complete this transformation work, Zhou Lin calculated that it would be about 5 man-hours. So everything was an exchange of equals, and the supernormal ability just helped Zhou Lin to achieve his goal in the simplest way, but still abided by the most basic energy law. If there's anything about psychic powers that doesn't conform to the basic laws, maybe it's just that humans haven't discovered them yet. The transformation of the ground in suspension took a total of 3 hours, and it's safe to say that 2 hours and 55 minutes of that was spent eating and rejuvenating. Based on this efficiency, Zhou Lin felt that it would take at least another 2 days or so to complete all the remodeling. It's already fast. A month may not even be enough if you want to complete these transformations in reality. The best defense was offense, so in Zhou Lin's transformation plan, the Lu Xiaofeng must also have a strong offensive capability. Like the original elevating platform on the roof, Zhou Lin had transformed it into a turret that could rotate 360 degrees and pitch 85 degrees, and inside it was mounted the Vulcan cannon that had been taken from the Hefa ship. Also modified at the front and rear are concealable rocket launching brackets, again spares from the maintenance depot of the Hefa. The front, rear, and body of the car in a number of shooting windows to ensure that the car could be no dead angle in the external target shooting at the same time to protect the safety of the car occupants. In addition to this, Zhou Lin also had to modify a drone platform at the rear of the vehicle for releasing and retrieving drones, thus ensuring Lu Xiaofeng's detection capabilities. The last thing is the electrification of the vehicle, including infrared night vision cameras and so on. Zhou Kaijun and the three of them didn't know about the matter of the supernormal ability, but with walkie-talkies to keep in touch at all times, they weren't too worried about Zhou Lin's safety. On the contrary, it was Yang Qiqi's side, not knowing what other trouble she could cause. In fact, Wu Jinli has basically recognized Zhou Li's statement after seeing Yang Qiqi's performance. Since it is a young man's emotional conflict, Wu Jinli did not care about it anymore. He asked Xiao Heng to gather the people who need to be interviewed for the second time and hurry up to finish the later work. To say that the most unhappy of all was Tang Yili. "Where's AI Bing, you tell me? I could clearly see her going in with you. How should I know? Didn't I say that she quarreled with Zhou Lin and left?" Yang Qiqi is also conflicted right now. The facts prove that Zhou Li didn't lie. Look at what kind of life Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao and these people are living. Mr. Chao's side can't be contacted again. Even if he sends someone over, he can't find himself. Kiki Yang felt she needed to think more about herself. Unfortunately, just now, Wu building material was indifferent to her, and even did not agree to her going to the shelter, saying that she did not meet the conditions. She really wanted to ask Wu Jianian. She is so beautiful, but not qualified. The shelter is to choose a concubine? If she went to the shelter, Yang Qiqi would have definitely told Zhou Lin about killing AI Bing. But now, well, she was a bit worried. "You're not going to sleep in the hallway, are you? Come on. Let's go to where you live first." Yang Qiqi, who was harboring a fire in her heart, was in an even worse mood when she followed Tang Yili back to the place where they were staying and took a look at the environment. Just live here. Wrapped in the security military coat Tang Ili gave her, Yang Qiqi almost didn't cry out. What a place. There is no light and no heating. Only rely on the hall that's stove far from a little heat in order to keep warm sealed windows. Small room, even put 2 bunk beds. The air is muddy. Feel more than Zhou Lin's home tool room smell. At this time, the first thought in Yang Qiqi's head was to go back to Zhou Lin's house. Although living with chickens, ducks, and geese, but also responsible for the care of those plants. But there is light, warm, and green vegetables live animals. Now think of its surprisingly incomparable nostalgia. It even occurred to her that in some time, she might be able to harvest those vegetables. And when she did, sneaking in a few slices of lettuce would taste beautiful. What's wrong? Tang Ili asked as he sat on his bed, with the help of the weak light from a hand-crank power-generating torch. It's nothing. Yang Qiqi shook her head. Tang Ili, forget about AI, Bing. You won't be able to find her in this environment. You need to think more about yourself. The immediate surroundings were too much for Qi Yang to take in. And as the air became more and more murky, she had the feeling that she couldn't breathe. Or not. Tang Ili froze. Let's go to Sun Qinghao's house. There's also no electricity or water in my house, right now much less food. I can give you the key if you guys want to leave. Sun Qinghao didn't have any problem with it. He wouldn't leave anyway. As long as Huang Minjing was still there, he wouldn't leave. He wants revenge. Well, he just craved for Huang Minjing, especially after the last time. The more he couldn't get, the more he wanted. Let me think about it. Yang Qiqi's heart was a little messed up. Of course, she knew that what Tang Ili said was the truth, but she didn't want to stay here. Go back to Chao's house and keep sleeping on the platform to feed the chickens and grow vegetables? No. So, why not do it another way? Thinking of this, Yang Qiqi's eyes lit up. She stood up fiercely. Her eyes swept over Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao. The Zhou family is everything. They even have extra food to raise chickens and rabbits. And they also grow vegetables? No way. Tang Ili was so surprised that he actually roared out. I don't think it's possible either. Sun Qinghao said. Yang Qiqi had no choice but to tell the two what she knew. After hearing this, Tang Ili and Sun Qinghao didn't say anything for half a day, mainly because they couldn't believe it. How could there be such a fairy-like day in the last days? But Yang Qiqi really has no reason to lie, not to mention that she can't see half a bit of starvation and freezing on her body. So, Sun Qinghao's eyes flashed with madness. As long as we go and grab that house, all of this will belong to us? That's right. Yang Qiqi nodded. They also have a beautiful woman at home and a little girl, all of which will be yours when the time comes. Pretty woman? Sun Qinghao stood up violently. As pretty as you? Well, it should depend on the individual. You'll definitely think it's prettier than me. Then what are you waiting for? Grab it? I'll grab it. Tang Ili thumped his chest. Now! Sun Qinghao waved his injured hand and said with excitement. Panic what? Yang Qiqi rolled her eyes and said, Can't you see that door in front of someone's house? You take your head and open it. Then how do I open it? Sun Qinghao asked with a frown. Chapter 48. Narcissists tend to feel surrounded by idiots. Yang Qiqi is very narcissistic from the appearance to the inner. She has always felt that the word beautiful and intelligent was invented specifically for her. To outsmart. Outweak? How do you outsmart it? Definitely not today. You guys go find me some food first. I'll take a nap and wait until I'm rested. Yang Qiqi felt that the idea she just thought of was absolutely brilliant. It would definitely be able to succeed. By then she would be eating and drinking spicy food. The point is that she could also torture Zhou Lin. That's right. Not only do she want Zhou Lin to feel what she's been feeling for a while, but she also wants Zhou Lin to pour the toilet and wipe her ass every day. When a woman is mad, nothing is impossible. Zhou Lin, who was far away in the Motor City, also thought about whether Yang Qiqi would retaliate. But soon he could only put this question down first. The continuous transformation was really torturous. In the back, he felt that his head was completely all numb, and he needed one cigarette after another and a cup of coffee to barely keep him awake. Tortured, very tortured, extremely painful. But it wasn't long before Zhou Lin resigned himself to it, simply because symbiosis. Intermediate 16, 21/10, 000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 3.1 minutes/24 hours. Evolution I, 3.1, 3182/10, 000. Not only did the alien experience increase by 300, the evolutionary degree surprisingly increased by almost the same amount. Not to mention the fact that it was so efficient in one fell swoop. If it could keep going, wouldn't the experience value skyrocket? But then he thought about the food as well as supplies he had consumed in the past 2 days. No wonder those evolvers he knew in his last life were slow to improve. Their bellies were not full like they were improving, dreaming. That is, with the supplies of an aircraft carrier as a base, Zhou Lin dared to build it that way. As the materials and accessories piled up around them gradually disappeared, Lu Xiaofeng's remodeling was about to be completed. Zhou family, it is not easy to settle down for the night. Breakfast is not yet eaten. It monitored to remind the door outside someone. Qingyali took a look at it, and instantly her anger went straight to her head. This bitch even dares to come. There's no end to it, is there? Who? Zhou Kaijun asked. Who else could it be? Where is my knife? Qingyali Tiger Wind, carrying a kitchen knife to open the door. Zhou have not yet reacted to it. What do you want? Outside the door, Kiki Yang, still wearing the same clothes she left in yesterday, shivered and pitted. Auntie, I was wrong. Tears slid across his dirty face, smashing into icy foam just before they hit the ground. Don't call me Annie. Can't afford it. And get lost now. Qingyali raised the kitchen knife, forcing Yang Qiqi to take a step back. Annie, listen to me. I didn't say anything, really, whatever they ask me. I didn't say anything. You have to believe me. Trust Kiki Yang? Because of AI Bing. How could Qingyali trust Yang Qiqi? She would rather trust a dog than Yang Qiqi. However, just when Qingyali wanted to say something, two silhouettes suddenly rushed out from the stairwell, one holding the arm and the other embracing the waist. Sun Chenghao, who was hugging his waist, was unsuccessful and could only retreat and go to pinch Qingyali's neck. The sudden change made Qingyali didn't react, until Yang Qiqi snatched the kitchen knife from her hand. Qingyali instantly regretted it. She shouldn't have opened the door. Thinking that her husband and daughter were still in the house, Qingyali turned violently and yelled, "Lock the door, Lao Zhou! Lock the door! Quick, rush in!" Yang Qiqi exclaimed. At this time, the three Zhou Kaijun in the house also reacted. However, how could they lock Qingyali out? Upstairs to get the gun is too late. Zhou Kaijun surprisingly picked up a folding chair and rushed out, resulting in a head-on collision with the Tang. Ili rushed in. Old man! Seeing Zhou Caijuan's raised folding chair, Tang Ili pressed on, raising his hand and punching Zhou Caijuan's chest. Don't look at Tang Ili as a fitness instructor. Hand more or less a little strength. Zhou Kaijun can't eat the strength of the Ego fell back. Originally wanted to come up to help Wu Shui had to stop to hold Zhou Kaijun. For a while, the house was a mess. Between the two doors, Sun Chenghao is strangling Qingyali's neck. Yang Qiqi is gesticulating with a kitchen knife, wanting to lay hands on her, but somewhat afraid to do so. And in the room is Tang Ili threatening Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui. I have to say, originally is the top beautiful Wu Shui. In the end of the world appears even more outstanding, with the dirty Yang Qiqi than simply a heaven and a ground, so much so that Tang Ili are a little reluctant to take a shot, for fear of Wu Shui broken. Heartache. Damn it. Never cheapen Sun Sungho. Don Ili thought to himself. Old woman, move again, and I'll cut you. Yang Qiqi finally put the kitchen knife on Qingyali's neck, and Sun Chenghao, who was already tired and panting, was able to catch his breath. Just when Yang Qiqi thought that the situation was settled, suddenly a black shadow rushed into the corridor and lunged at her with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Ah! Yang Qiqi let out a scream, and the kitchen knife in her hand instinctively swung toward the black shadow. Ow! The black shadow slammed into the chopper, and the remaining force knocked Yang Qiqi down, and itself landed on the ground, but it was Blackie who had just been greeted by Zhou Li from the platform. At this moment, it had an additional wound on its head, and blood was seeping out in dribs and drabs. Seeing that Blackie was injured, Qingyali roared up and like Tarzan first slammed Sun Chenghao into the wall, then turned around and was about to go fight with Yang Qiqi. It was only then that Kiki Yang sat up and took on Blackie with a kitchen knife. Blackie, go help Dad. Qingyali reddened her eyes. She was going to fight with Yang Qiqi today. Perhaps because of Blackie's pressure or Qingyali's eyes that wanted to eat people, Yang Qiqi couldn't tense up and yelled for Tang Ili to help. Hearing the shout, Tang Ili was still a bit hesitant, mainly because he couldn't let go of Wu Shui. But when Blackie came rushing in barking furiously, Tang Ili didn't dare to wait. Without the help of Sun Chenghao and Yang Qiqi, he wouldn't dare to tackle a dog head-on. Plus there were three others. Rushing out of the house, Tang Ili did not care about Sun Chenghao. Directly two punches on Qingyali. If not Blackie and Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui followed to whisk out. He was ready to take Yang Qiqi in the hands of the kitchen knife counterattack. In the narrow corridor, the injured Chengyali plus Zhou Kaijun, Wu Shui, and Blackie fought against the pale-faced Yang Qiqi, Tang Yili, and Sun Qinghao. Oh, just now Blackie gave Sun Qinghao a mouthful in passing. So now Sun Qinghao is basically considered to be a waste. Stay back, let's go. Yang Qiqi examined the situation and felt that she could no longer achieve her goal today. And with that punk Sun Qinghao dragging her feet, she had no choice but to retreat. It's not the war, it's the damn dog. Cheng Yali and others do not dare to chase. Lao Zhou's chest was punched, still do not know whether the bones are injured. Cheng Yali is not much better, can only say that the fat much to help her dissolve a lot of damage. Otherwise, Tang Yili, those punches are not light. And then there's Blackie, with blood smeared to his eyes, and just a breath of air holding him together. And now he doesn't know if his life will be in danger or not. Close the door, and close the door. Cheng Yali asked Wu Shui to close the door. She gritted her teeth and assisted Zhou Kaijun to go to the house. Blackie was still reluctant to go, sitting in the doorway and showing his teeth at the outside. Blackie, come on, let me show you. Holding the dog's head with both hands, Wu Shui's tears fell in bunches. Zhou Lin, you better hurry back, things are in trouble. In the living room, Chou Yuri said with the walkie-talkie. Chapter 49. The Great Jubilee. Wait for me. Strictly speaking, Lu Xiaofeng's transformation wasn't completely finished, but when he heard that Mom, Dad, and Blackie were injured, Zhou Lin didn't dare to wait. Drilling out of the snow, Zhou Lin stomped on his snowboard and rushed back, his heart overwhelmed with anxiety. Blame him. In the beginning should be Yang Qiqi and AI Bing, that bitch together killed as fertilizer, which still have today's things. Fortunately, Mom and Dad should not have any major problems. Otherwise, Zhou Lin absolutely cannot forgive themselves. It took Zhou Lin almost 5 hours to come, but less than 3 hours to return. In addition to anxiety, there are also reasons for increased physical evolution. Normally, Zhou Lin would have put away his skis outside the neighborhood, but this time he couldn't care less about anything and skied right up to the 8th building downstairs before stopping. One head wrapped in gauze, poor and comical black boy greeted the last Lin, habitually rubbing his head against the calf, but accidentally touched the wound. Our screamed miserably. Good boy. Patting Blackie on the back, Zhou Lin glared at Zhou Li, who opened the door. Why don't you shoot? The opportunity cannot be lost. Zhou Li shrugged her shoulders, oblivious to Zhou Lin's anger. Don't yell, shooting is more troublesome. Zhou Kaijun sat on the sofa. His face did not look good, but after Wu Shui checked, there was no major problem. Cheng Yali's situation was similar, and it could only be said that Yang Qiqi's trio was inexperienced. Otherwise, today's outcome would have been very different. It was me who was careless, Cheng Yali said. In the future, everyone should pay attention. The door should not be opened. Wu Shui nodded. Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt are not hurt. It is Blackie. Ow! As if he understood Wu Shui's words, Blackie put up his tail in a rather self-satisfied manner and circled back and forth in the living room, as if to say that it had no problem. It must have hurt. Wu Shui looked at Blackie, a touch of heartache showing in her eyes. Luckily you're here. Zhou Lin smiled at Wu Shui. Then his face turned cold. The three of them came together. Who else besides Tang Yili? Zhou Kaijun and the others didn't know Sun Qinghao's name, only that they could definitely recognize him if they met again. You're going to go to them? Cheng Yali shook her head. No. Only yesterday the government people were here. If you kill or injure someone, they will definitely tell the government and you will be arrested then. Strongly suppressing his anger, Zhou Lin said, we can't just let it go. Can't kill a beating is always possible. However, Cheng Yali just didn't agree with Zhou Lin going. She didn't know that Zhou Lin was already an evolutionary and was afraid that he would suffer. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui also objected, thinking that it would be better to do more than less in this situation. Zhou Lin has no choice but to leave this matter aside for the time being, only to go upstairs to take out a gun as well as magazines, bullets, placed in front of Wu Shui. If a similar situation arises next time, don't hesitate to shoot. But Wu Shui was a bit flustered, not to mention whether she dared to shoot someone or not. She had never touched a real gun or even thought about it. No buts, Zhou Lin said in a deep voice. No matter how big the trouble is, it's not as important as your safety. Even if something goes wrong, I can still fix it. Don't listen to him. Cheng Yali walked over and put the gun in Wu Shui's hand. But he's right really, if your life is in danger, don't think about it so much. Taking the gun, Wu Shui also knew that this was considered to be the Zhou family's greatest trust in her, and with red eyes she nodded. Okay, Annie. Why are you still called Annie? Forget it. I'm not forcing you. Let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. Chung Yali was smiling, and Zhou Kaijun was also nodding slightly. Although they hadn't been in contact with Wu Shui for a long time, the experience during this time was enough for them to recognize. Special treatment for special times. Want to let Wu Shui completely integrate into the small group the best way is no better than her and Zhou Lin. This is also the idea that Zhou Li, that resourceful person, had hit on from the beginning. Absent parents, only son, no other close relatives, medical skills of the utmost importance in a chaotic world, plus otherwise outstanding looks, age appropriate. Where to find a more suitable daughter-in-law. Such a revealing indication made Wu Shui lower her head. She wasn't actually against it, it just seemed a bit sudden. To say how deep feelings with Zhou Lin cannot talk about, but nowadays this world feelings are important. Looking at Yang Qiqi and the other owners in the neighborhood, and thinking about what was described in those post-apocalyptic novels, no matter which way she looked at it, being with Zhou Lin was the optimal solution for her at the moment. But this kind of thing, how can a woman take the initiative? Should not be Zhou Lin first raised it? But on the contrary, Zhou Lin was just like a log. Chung Yali couldn't even look at it anymore, and went straight to twist Zhou Lin's ear. You kids say something? Zhou Lin was still thinking about how to clean up Yang Qiqi and Tang Yili when the pain coming from his ears completely interrupted his thoughts. What did I say? Little Shui Shui as your girlfriend. Do you have any opinions? No, is it? Then it's settled. Chung Yali pressed on without giving Zhou Lin time to state his position. Mom, you want to get married straight away? Fine. Your father and I have no problem with that. And you don't have a problem with it either, do you, little Shui Shui? Annie, isn't it a little too urgent? Wu Shui is a bit dumbfounded. Chung Yali, this is also too not according to the set of cards. And then again, are the end of the world, married or not married, has a meaning. So, can't you message your parents? Come on, let's go upstairs and talk. Chung Yali let go of Zhou Lin and pulled Wu Shui to the second floor. Brother, compare your heart to yourself. You have to prepare early. Zhou Li leaned over to Zhou Lin and whispered. Preparation? Is it hard to throw a banquet? Zhou Li rolled her eyes. What kind of brain are you, pointing east and west? Am I talking about marriage? I'm talking about that bitch. Kids don't swear. Green tea, all right, formalism is not to be taken. It kills people. That green tea will not be kind. Zhou Lin nodded. Zhou Li was right. So, what do you have in mind? I just simulated it. Zhou Li said, there's a chance that she'll tell the truth about our family in the open. And then what? Decaying wood? That's all you have to ask? Big trouble. Zhou Li shook her head and said, do you understand the target of the crowd? That's a good use of the idiom. Zhou Lin smiled. So what if the crowd was targeting him? If he really pushed it, he would dare to come and he would dare to kill. I agree. Cho Yuri held up her little hand. But mom, dad, and sister-in-law might get soft, and people have to take precautions early. Prevent it how? Zhou Li shook her cell phone. I prepared 20 brutal post-apocalyptic novels. I'll send them out in a while. I'll think about it 3 times a day, and right after reading it every day. Giving Zhou Li a thumbs up, Zhou Lin slowly nodded his head. You're a bull. Whoever raised the problem will solve it. This task will be given to you. What about you? Me? Zhou Lin smiled coldly and glanced at the snoozing Zhou Kaijun. Of course I'm going to collect some interest first. Although Chung Yali and Zhou Kaijun strongly opposed, but Zhou Lin still cannot swallow this breath. And besides, Tang Yili have shown up, cannot let him run away with Yang Qiqi. Chapter 50, just a little bit of interest. Sun Sung Ho felt unlucky. Why does he always get hurt? The hand isn't even healed yet, and the dog bit me where the flesh is thickest. The doctor in Building 2 doesn't have a rabies vaccine at home. So if it's all over, isn't it? The more he thought about it, the less flavorful Sun Chung Hao's heart became, especially when he saw Tang Yili eyeballing Yang Qiqi. Although he could now see that Yang Qiqi was just a green tea, purely using Tang Yili. But what about him? If he continued to be unlucky like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get the 5th girl to help him. So Sun Chung Hao was secretly furious, and it slowly turned into dissatisfaction with Tang Yili and Yang Qiqi. There was some haste this time. Should have brought a weapon. Yang Qiqi was still there making a summary, completely not thinking about the fact that if she could have simply used the kitchen knife to make a few blows on Chung Yali first, and then rush into the house, well, it was estimated that Zhou Li would have definitely just opened fire, and none of the 3 of them would have been able to run away. But they won't open the door if you go again, right? Tang Yili wasn't all muscle in his head. It's okay. Let's go find one that can pick the lock. However, Yang Qiqi, this idea is definitely going to fall through. Other neighborhoods are still possible. People who rely on locksmithing for a living will not be able to live in Mission Hill. Besides, Zhou Lin quietly went downstairs and found Xiao Hang straight away. Tang Yili, I don't know, he's not from our property? In the property management office, Xiao Hang bluntly denied that it was related to Tang Yili. But he still advised Zhou Lin more than one thing is better than one thing. Since Wu Building Materials did not mention, it means that the Zhou family members illegally detained Yang Qiqi this past. And besides, he knew that AI Bing went into the neighborhood, and there is no one to see AI Bing left, which... Why should Zhou Lin ask for trouble? Do you want to lock them up again? Then the government won't care. They'll just break down your door, and you'll still be able to resist. Seeing that Xiao Hang's look did not look like a fake, Zhou Lin then said that Yang Qiqi took advantage of his absence to bring Tang Yili and another man to the door, and not only injured Zhou Saijuan's 2 mouths, but also hacked his family's dog. You still have dogs in your house? Xiao Hang shook his head. I don't know if you mean this, and I don't know where they are now. I'll find them. And then what? Calm down, or next time the government people come, I don't think anyone can protect you. Xiao Hang said this with his mouth, but in fact, he couldn't wait for Zhou Lin to clash with Tang Yili and Sun Chenghao. If 1 or 2 of them died, it would be perfect. Then not only the Zhou family supplies would be his, but also the woman called Wu Shui on the 16th floor. All of them would be his. For women, Xiao Hang's idea is not too strong. After all, he has read a lot of online articles. Women will only get in the way, not to mention that as long as the power is in the hands of the people, how much do you want at that time? Zhou supplies are undoubtedly very sufficient. Look at Yang Qiqi and the dog. These supplies, if you can get his hands, certainly can play a greater role. Thinking of this, Xiao Hang more or less looked down on Zhou Lin. All day, only no sneaky, do not know the use of supplies to pull in the people. Maybe he has to temporarily worship in Zhou Lin's command. Since Yang Qiqi and the others weren't there, Zhou Lin didn't want to waste time. He could tell that Xiao Hang wasn't a good person, but as long as he hadn't provoked him, he could leave it alone for the time being. Originally, the neighborhood occupancy rate did not reach 100%, coupled with the end of the descent of some of the owners are not in the local did not come back yesterday and left a group, and now there are a lot of empty houses in the neighborhood. Yang Qiqi 3 people are also afraid of the Zhou family to come to find trouble, did not return to the property arrangements of the dormitory, but to find a house whose owner has just moved away soon, directly pry the window into. Utilizing the remaining wooden furniture in the house to raise the fire, the cold energy on the 3 people slowly subsided, and Tang Yili incidentally helped Sun Qinghao's injuries to deal with some of them. As for whether there is any effect, it is hard to say. Anyway, with the temperature at the moment, it's unlikely that the wound will get infected. Lying by the fire, Sun Chenghao felt his stomach pumping with hunger. Old Tang, is there any more food? No, Tang Yili said while sneaking the last bag of Skittles from his pocket to Yang Qiqi. Receiving the small cookies without moving, Yang Qiqi stood up and excused herself to go to the restroom. But when she left, she fiercely kissed Tang Yili on the cheek, which made Tang Yili very happy. Old Tang, listen to me. A woman like Yang Qiqi is trouble to keep around. That's not something I like to hear. Yang Qiqi is so soft. How could she be trouble? Tang Yili shook his head. I do think he's right. Zhou Lin's voice suddenly rang out, startling Tang Yili to stand up violently and look around. Who? Come out. The fire wasn't bright enough, and the rest of the place except for this part of the living room was dark, seriously affecting Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao's vision. In fact, Zhou Lin came in from the Pride open window with infrared night vision device. Want to find the hiding place of Tang Yili 3 people is not difficult, as long as to see where his 3 people gathered that most likely is. What's more, they couldn't get into the higher houses except for the 2nd and 3rd floors, which have been turned into ground floors because of the snow. Sun Chenghao finally turned on the torch, and the halo of light swept over, revealing Zhou Lin's figure. You're Zhou Lin. Tang Yili, Tang Yili, long to me no see. You've seen me? Tang Yili frowned. He didn't remember. More than having met, Zhou Lin thought to himself. He had even lived in the same house in his last life, and had even slept in the same bed. Yuck, he felt sick just thinking about it now. You're here for revenge? Seeing that Zhou Lin was only one person and also empty-handed, Tang Yili in turn did not panic. He didn't think he would lose in a fist fight. At least from a physical point of view, he beat Zhou Lin. It was true before and in his last life, but in this life he, Tang Yili, was still Tang Yili, but Zhou Lin was not the same Zhou Lin. Degree of evolution, 3.1. Which meant that Zhou Lin's physical quality was 3.1 times that of an ordinary person. Although this 3.1 times reflects the comprehensive quality, it is not something that can be resisted by the district Tang Yili. It was clearly Tang Ili who made the first move, but Sun Qinghao felt that Zhou Lin's movements were faster. Facts proved that Sun Qinghao was right. Tang Ili's fist had not yet reached the original location of Zhou Lin's head. It had already been quickly kicked up Zhou Lin a whip leg on the right thigh. The dull sound of impact was interspersed with Tang Ili's miserable scream. He almost fell down in response to the sound. Who would have thought that Zhou Lin would casually strike a whip leg, but it felt as if he had been toppled by a minivan. He simply couldn't carry it. Broken, covering his thighs and collapsing on the ground. Tang Ili, tears and snot came down. He was not a strong person. In the dual role of injury and fear, people instantly collapsed. "What's your name?" Zhou Lin turned to Sun Qinghao, who was lying motionless. "Big brother, my surname is Sun Qinghao. I'm just an ordinary friend with them. I admit that I've been to your house, but I really didn't injure anyone in your house, and I was bitten by your house's dog." Zhou Lin didn't say anything. He was recalling whether he had heard the name Sun Qinghao in his last life or not. "What happened to your hand?" Zhou Lin asked in passing. Fell. Sun Qinghao bowed his head. Zhou Lin, who had his heart in the right place, didn't poke at it and walked over to Tang Ili, stepping on the spot where he had been whipped by his whip leg. "Where's that bitch? Don't say you weren't with you guys." Chapter 51. Don't mess with me. In the end times, it's not just order that's collapsing, it's also human nature. The largest shelter in Jiaqing, located in the center of the old city, a huge underground fortification built to protect against war when Xiao was founded. Every young man who entered the place found it incredible how such a magnificent project was accomplished in those days of nothing. A construction company boss, who had never been in before, lamented after a general look that if this fortification were to be repaired now, it would not be possible to take it down without $7 or $8 billion. So sometimes the real wealth of a country, of a nation, may not be how much GDP there is, how many skyscrapers there are, but whether or not the officials are aware and whether or not the people have faith. Unfortunately, in recent years, the economy of Xia is developed, but some things are gradually missing. In a room that serves as a conference room in the core area of the underground fortification, Wang Pingping is telling participants about the logistics park. The goal is basically reached, but the dehydrated vegetables were taken first, 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, enough for all of us to eat for a month. Can the disaster be over in a month? Comrade Wang Pingping, don't get excited. On the main seat was the former second-in-command of Jiazhou City, and now the asylum's first-in-command, Zhu Guanghan. This year's 56-year-old Zhu Guanghan. At the time of the most experienced leadership period, the natural disaster occurred when the Jiazhou City governor went to the provincial capital for a meeting too late to come back. As the owner of the city, deputy governor of the Zhu Guanghan also became the post-disaster command commanding officer, the shelter at hand. And Zhao Xinxiao, the middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Guanghan and wearing a major general's uniform, was the commander of the Jiazhou City garrison, now the deputy commanding officer. Wang Pingping is Zhao Xinxiao's old subordinate. "You're saying that we have an extremely nasty criminal gang in Jiazhou City that will endanger the safety of hundreds of thousands of common people throughout the city, and the proof is the 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables that were transported?" Zhu Guanghan frowned. "Commander, if it's just to satisfy an individual, 1 or 2 or 3 boxes of dehydrated vegetables can last for a few months. And if it's not for the sake of seeking greater profits, why would they go through the trouble and expense of getting all 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables out of the way? I see, these people either want to make a national fortune, or they want to use these supplies to recruit soldiers and horses. Chaotic times, there are always some people who think they can become Zhu Yuanzhang, no matter which one. They're all guilty of the most heinous crimes." Zhao Xianxiao waved his hand. "You sit down first." He saw that Zhu Guanghan had no intention of speaking, so he continued, "I'm not going to hide the fact that the disaster, it won't end in a short period of time. So our main task right now is to focus on expanding the shelters. And while protecting the shelters, try to assist the common people who didn't get into the shelters to tide over the difficult times. 38 tons of dehydrated vegetables, not too much, not too little, but not enough to make a big deal about it. Not that time, not that energy. Comrade Wang Pingping, you have to keep up the good work. All the materials out there are valuable to us now. The next organization order is for you to lead a team to Jiazhou Auto City and try to bring back all those vehicles, materials, accessories, and even machinery that could be used." "Yes." Wang Pingping stood upright and saluted Zhao Xinxiao. "Promised to complete the mission." People at the level of Su Ziyuan and Wu Building Materials were not yet qualified to attend this meeting, so the two of them sat not far outside the conference room, waiting for new orders. Something happened in that Lanshan neighborhood. Idle and bored, Wu Building Materials thought of Yang Qiqi and told Su Ziyuan as an idle story. The Chao family? Is it the Zhou family that engages in farming? Su Ziyuan, the director of the street office, was undoubtedly very qualified and immediately thought of Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's two families. You said that their family seems to be well supplied. Could it be those livestock on the farm? Is it big? Wu Building Materials asked. If I remember correctly, the Zhou family's farm has at most turned out several hundred pigs and several thousand chickens at the same time. If the Zhou family killed all these livestock and then hid them, how long could they eat them? How long to eat? Wu Building Materials laughed bitterly. This is not really a good calculation. Eat until you die? Do you want to react upwards? Go. This matter must be reported. Su Ziyuan pulled Wu Building Material up and walked side by side towards the conference room. Zhou Lin didn't know that someone was already eyeing his home base. He dragged Yang Qiqi, who was hiding in the bathroom, out and slammed her down next to the fire. Go trick my mom into opening the door, Kiki Yang. Did you think I wouldn't dare kill you? Then you kill. Yang Qiqi held her head high. She really thought that Zhou Lin wouldn't dare to kill her, at least not right now. Just because the government is still there. She is Wu Building Materials personally from the Zhou family rescue out. If today by Zhou Lin killed, Wu Building Materials face where to put it? When the time comes, we will certainly have to punish Zhou Lin according to the law. Shot on the spot are possible. Next to him, Tang Ili put away his screams. He somewhat admired Yang Qiqi's rigidity and hated Zhou Lin to the bone. But if he was given a chance, he was sure to thwart Zhou Lin. It seems that you are really not afraid of death. Zhou Lin backhanded Yang Qiqi's slap. The force is so strong that almost did not give Yang Qiqi whip broken. Was jerked out of the Yang Qiqi scream cannot scream. A mouth and blood spit out two big grooved teeth. All make you look good when Mr. Chow comes. The face that was smacked swelled up at a rate visible to the naked eye, like dough that had been left to rise overnight in a greenhouse. Sun Chung Hao was scared to death, lying there motionless and pretending to be dead. This slap is considered to be collecting some interest. After saying that, Zhou Lin walked over to Tang Ili again and stomped down hard in his horrified eyes. Ka-ching! Tang Ili's left palm, which he hadn't had time to retract, was stepped on so hard by Zhou Lin that there was barely a single intact bone. It can be said that even if we send him to the best hospital in the world now, he will definitely not be cured. The immense pain caused Tang Ili to throw his head back and howl in pain, the veins on his neck bursting out, the corners of his mouth tearing from over-opening, and blood flowing long. That kick just now was interest for my dad, and now it's interest for my mom. Tang Ili, you have to live well, because I haven't settled the score with you yet. Sun Chung Hao didn't dare to speak. Yang Qiqi was in pain and couldn't speak. Tang Ili was completely without the strength to speak. The room was quiet all of a sudden, and there was only the sound of heavy breathing. A few lights came from far away, and Xiao Hang led the way. Originally, Huang Xiefeng, who was still aggressive, secretly drew a breath of cold air and silently retreated to Xiao Hang's side after seeing the miserable state of Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili. Zhou Lin, aren't you going too far with this? Do you really think that there are no laws when the end times come? Manager Xiao, Zhou Lin said unhurriedly. These three people hacked my family's dog and injured my parents today. Why didn't you stand up for the law at that time? You also know that the end of the world is coming. In fact, the end of the world is nothing bad, right? I see you are very adaptable. Sending you a word of advice. Don't mess with me. Zhou Lin walked away, completely ignoring Xiao Hang's group. Boss, too arrogant. He needs to be cured. Huang Xiefeng looked at Zhou Lin's departing direction and said indignantly. Chapter 52. Delivering coal in the snow. Back home, Zhou Lin was inevitably complained by Cheng Yali for a while. As if Blackie had smelled the odor of his enemy, he curiously circled around Zhou Lin, whimpering twice every now and then, as if asking if Zhou Lin had gone to avenge him. Rubbing the dog's chin, Zhou Lin returned to the upstairs room and painfully took a hot bath before the whole thing completely relaxed. When he came out of the bathroom, he was startled by Wu Shui in the room. Instinctively, she grabbed the towel wrapped around her waist. What are you doing in here? Wu Shui was originally a bit embarrassed, but she almost didn't laugh when she saw Zhou Lin's appearance. Annie let me in. Zhou Lin frowned, thinking what is mom up to again, even if everyone is fine with it. Don't feelings need to be cultivated? Annie talked to my parents over while you were out, and they were fine with it. Your parents have not seen me, no opinion? Zhou Lin really cannot believe. Heart so big? Actually, it was Zhou Lin who had overthought it. If it was a peaceful era, as far as the Zhou family situation was concerned, not to mention whether Wu Shui's parents would agree. First of all, Wu Shui wouldn't have looked at Zhou Lin more than once. Someone like her who was addicted to studying and couldn't help herself would only be attracted to someone who was more capable of studying than she was. But what is it now? As highly intelligent people, Wu Shue's parents see more clearly than ordinary people. Having the supplies and the ability to live a long time, it just so happens that the Zhou family meets both of these points. Being in a foreign country and being included in the Olympus program doesn't mean it's necessarily safe, and Wu Shue's parents naturally have to plan for their daughter's future. What better choice than the Chao family? Even if they did, if they really offended the Zhou family, would Wu Shue be able to get away with it? Of course, one of the most important reasons was that Wu Shue didn't have object either. Annie says she won't care about your living and living from now on. Leave it all to me. I'll get the clothes. Living? If I hadn't seen the way you just gulped down your saliva, I would have believed it. Sure enough, you just crave my body. Because Cheng Yali was injured and Wu Shue had absolutely no talent for cooking, it was Zhou Lin who ended up in the kitchen. And had he known that he wouldn't have taken a bath. After comfortably eating a full meal, Zhou Lin laid down on the sofa with incomparable leisure, his consciousness immersed into the storage space, to continue the remodeling of the Lu Xiaofeng. Anyway, the required materials and accessories were all stuffed in advance by him in Lu Xiaofeng's compartment. Because of the haste of leaving, there are still a few homes in the Car City side did not have time to patronize. Zhou Lin intends to go back later when there is an opportunity to make a trip. You found them. Cheng Yali was lying on the other sofa, her huge body basically covering the entire sofa, and Zhou Kaijun was icing the place where she had been hit. Found it, and broke Tang Yili's hand and foot. Why are you so impulsive? Cheng Yali boarded up her face. She was still afraid of making a scene. Turning back to the government to find the door, it's hard not to really fight hard. I know it in my heart. While mother and son were chatting, Huang Minjing's call rang. It can't be another accident, right? Zhou Lin frowned and connected, and heard when Huang Minjing cried, Sister Cheng, is Zhou Lin still not back? My home stove is about to go out. Why don't I come over now? I'm back. Zhou Lin looked at Cheng Yali. Wait here, I'll move some coal over for you. Be careful, don't make any trouble again. Our family doesn't want anything else now. We just want to live in peace. Mom, you're right. Zhou Li, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly looked up and said, but it's definitely not possible. We must know that the trees want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. I'm leaving. While Wu Shue was still in the kitchen, Zhou Lin decided to hurry up, lest he have to pretend to carry coal upstairs, which was weirdly hard. After purposely dawdling on the road for a few minutes, Zhou Lin knocked on the door of Huang Minjing's house, his sled cart filled with coal at his feet. Seeing Huang Minjing's pearly face, Zhou Lin did not enter the house. It is better to keep a little distance, so as not to be difficult in the future. There was no mention of any fast food. A sled load of coal couldn't really burn for long, and as long as Huang Minjing was smart enough, she would never go back on her word. On the contrary, Huang Minjing was surprised. When she opened the door, she was ready to accept any conditions from Zhou Lin. A businessman like Huang Minjing naturally knew that no matter what, free was the most expensive. Yet for the sake of her old mother, she could only accept it in silence. You just gave it to her straight away, and didn't say anything about the instant food? Cheng Yali frowned. She wasn't heartbroken about the coals. I'll make it clear to you. Daughter-in-law, I only recognize little Shue. Other women, no matter who they are, have to step aside. When Wu Shue, who had come out from cleaning up the kitchen, heard this, her face flew red again. Where are you thinking? Zhou Lin shook his head. Since we're going to cooperate, it's right for us to act sincere. I'll go to the tool room to take a look. Without Kiki Yang as a tool person, a lot of things would have to be done personally, and it would be quite tedious to do, not tiring but time-consuming. Vegetables in the liquid culture tubes, supported by constant temperature, light, and sufficient nutrients, grow fast, especially lettuce and Shanghai green, which are estimated to be ready for picking in 2 or 3 more days. Eggs and duck eggs are also quite a lot compared to the goose is rather the least cost-effective, slow-growing, eggs and small, large size to take up space, not to mention, eat a lot of poop. If it weren't for saving the seed, I'd slaughter you for the pot. What? Blackie called out twice from the side, as if to indicate that it also agreed. After all, the only ones who dared to go against it in the entire tool room were the pair of geese. Goose! Hearing Blackie's cries, the goose also opened its wings and began to flutter. Its belligerent side revealed undoubtedly. In contrast to the rabbit nest side is much quieter, especially the largest female rabbit. Before, when Zhou Lin came all over the circle scurrying, today how emotionless. It's born! Zhou Lin would pick up one of the hind legs of the female rabbit and roughly counted, goodness, 12 little pink ones. When I heard that the rabbit had given birth, The three women downstairs couldn't wait to rush up to see it, but it scared the mother rabbit so much that she almost didn't drop the baby rabbit and run away. Yu Yuhan good omen our family is considered double happiness. Chung Yali's loud voice and laughter shook the tool room. In the end of the world, this is also indeed considered a happy event. Those green vegetables is to let everyone see the hope, although the liquid culture is pure fertilizer, but now who cares about this? Do you think if we continue to expand, we can grow a variety of vegetables that will satisfy our family? Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin. This matter had actually been considered by Zhou Lin. For example, in the future, when the conditions are suitable, it is possible to find a warehouse full of hydroponics equipment inside the raffle ship, or adopt another more environmentally friendly way of cultivation, aquaponics. What is called aquaponics? Wu Shui asked curiously. In layman's terms, it means that the water used to raise fish is used to grow vegetables, and then the water that has become clear and clean after the vegetables have absorbed the nutrients is sent back to raise fish. Theoretically, this allows you to both raise delicious fish and grow completely green and organic vegetables. Well, when are we going to try it? Chapter 53, Fish and Vegetables and Fish Water. Zhou Lin how did not expect. Wu Shui said try is not to try the symbiosis of fish and vegetables, but fish and water. Doesn't that feel good? Pillowed on Zhou Lin's arm. Wu Shui's eyebrows were slightly furrowed, the lump of red still lingering on her face, her skin translucent in the light with an unheard of moistness. It was indeed a bit difficult at first, but Zhou Lin was undoubtedly a good teacher, and once she was able to keep up the pace, she savored the flavor. From the bottom of my heart, it's wonderful. Good. Zhou Lin tightened his arm, allowing Wu Shui to stick tighter. It's just that I don't think you have to, even if we won't treat you as an outsider. Not exactly, Wu Shui whispered. In the chaotic world, a woman like me who is unarmed can only rely on men if she wants to live, rather than dying one day in the future in an unknown way or being forced to be helpless. It would be better to take the initiative to accept one of your own liking. That's right. I'm just simply craving for your body. Do you like me? Even a woman with a high IQ can't help but reveal her nature at times. Like. Zhou Lin kissed Wu Shui's forehead. Go to sleep. You're tired too. Zhou Lin turned off the light backhandedly and went to sleep. The next day, the two of them came out of their room to see Chung Yali sitting on the sofa with an ant smile on her face. Onchi. Still calling Annie, you child here. The red packet is ready. Your father is not up yet, so I have full authority. Mom. Wu Shui gritted her teeth and slightly shyly accepted the red envelope. Why didn't I? Zhou Lin asked. Do you want a lump of it? Dare to ask for a red packet from me. I still have to ask you for alimony. Well, family status -1. Yikes, Mom, such a big gold bar. Red packets into the hands of Wu Shui feel not like money, and now paper money in addition to fire in addition to wipe their asses are too hard. If it is used as a red packet, can only figure a festive. Chung Yali, of course, will not do that kind of thing. Directly stuffed to 300 grams of gold bars in a red bag. Why do we still have this at home? Zhou Lin also froze when he saw it. He thought that all the money in the family had been used up before the end of the world. You know shit. Shui Shui. Come here if he dares to bully you in the future. Just tell me, and I'll open his ass up. Compared to the growing chaos in the outside world, Zhou Lin's official union with Wu Shui had left the Zhou family in a joyous atmosphere for several days. As a newlywed, Zhou Lin was too lazy to go out and collect supplies, and while deliberately warming up with Wu Shui, he continued to remodel the Lu Xiaofeng without any panic. This peaceful life, however, was shattered 5 days later by the sound of a surveillance alarm. The monitor shows a group of people. There is Su Ziyuan and Wu Building Materials. Why are they here? Chung Yali was a little nervous. What's up? Zhou Lin asked with the camera. I'm Su Ziyuan. May I ask if Zhou Kaijun or Comrade Chung Yali is in? We'd like to understand something. Looking for me? Chung Yali breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not here to arrest Zhou Lin, it was good. Perhaps because of her usual trust in the government, Chung Yali actually went to open the door again. Zhou Lin pulled her back and made another gesture to keep Zhou Kaijun from speaking. My parents are sick, so if you need anything, just tell me. Just like that. Su Ziyuan's face changed slightly. Zhou Lin's attitude made him feel disgraced. It's not very convenient with an old family, where you can come in alone. Zhou Lin, right? We should have arrested you for what happened last time. I advise you to behave yourself. Building material, Wu couldn't help but say. It's meaningless if you're going to say that. Zhou Lin said in a nonchalant manner. Either don't say anything, or do as I say. You, Wu Building Materials still want to say something. Su Ziyuan stopped it. Today is not to quarrel with Zhou Lin. nor is it to stand up for that what AI being. Okay, I'll come in alone. Suzy Yuan had thought that Zhou Lin meant to invite him in, but it turned out that in the end, he realized that there was still a security door in between. He didn't come to rescue Yang Qiqi last time, so he was a bit surprised to see the front and back security doors. You guys couldn't have prepared for this, right? No, we're just being habitually cautious. Zhou Lin set up a small tea table in the corridor, 2 small stools, and even put up a tea tray, the steaming teapot percolating out wisps of tea fragrance, tickling the tea bugs in Suzy Yuan's stomach. Tea was likewise a luxury these days, even if it was extremely common. Like Suzy Yuan's current position, it would be difficult for him to want some hot tea. Good tea, this life in your family, I'm afraid the commandant can't keep up. Zhou Lin didn't pick up on this. Just re-poured tea for Suzy Yuan and waited for the following. Nothing much else, just wanted to ask about those animals on your family's farm. And it's rumored that a few days before the natural disaster, your parents laid off the workers? Closing the farm was planned long ago. I came back this time because I plan to take them to the deep city. There are more opportunities over there. This set of rhetoric Zhou Kaijun family designed early is to cope with today's situation. It must be known that in the summer country, the government wants to check a thing rarely can't be done. Suzy Yuan shook his head. Okay, let's not talk about these. Let's talk about those livestock. They won't all die in the wind and snow, right? Killed them all, sold some of them, and froze the rest. Good. Suzy Yuan slammed his thigh. How much is frozen? Where? Zhou Lin looked at Suzy Yuan with the eyes of an idiot and didn't say anything. Ahem, supplies are in short supply right now, and the 100,000 or so people in the shelter need this meat. Suzy Yuan tried to use the general idea to convince Zhou Lin. Only he knew that this path wouldn't work as soon as he took a look at Zhou Lin's impassive expression. Tell you what would it take for you to be willing to give up this meat? Zhou Lin picked up his teacup and took a sip. As you know, Director Su, our family doesn't lack anything else. It's just missing a little security. Feeling safe? Suzy Yuan twisted his head to look at the front and back of the 2 security doors. You have this sense of security. Our fucking burst Not enough. Zhou Lin shook his head and told the story of the day that Yang Qiqi brought Tang Yili and Sun Qinghao to injure Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. That's right, to this day, the 2 mouths cannot get up, maybe a few days more GA. There's still this kind of thing. So, what kind of security do you want? Suzy Yuan felt a little bad. He then saw Zhou Lin gesture. Impossible. Suzan almost didn't stand up straight away and was close to lifting the table. It's taboo in the Summerland. Special times, special treatment. Our family is a good citizen, and we're only here for self-preservation. Ugh, if anything happened to my parents, chances are my sister, and I wouldn't be able to handle that kind of shock, and might just jump one day. Suzy Yuan's face was ugly. Before he came, he thought that Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali might ask for a lion's share of the money, but he didn't expect Zhou Lin's guts to be bigger than the sky. Strictly speaking, what Zhou Lin wanted wasn't worth much, but it was very unusually expensive because what Zhou Lin wanted was a privilege. I don't believe that there are no people out there, Director Su. If you can guarantee me that there are absolutely no folk, it wouldn't hurt for me to give you all of that batch of meat. Do you dare to guarantee it? Chapter 54, A Shot in the Dark. In the post-disaster command of Jiaqing, Suzy Yuan was not responsible for the safety aspect, but it did not mean that he did not have an understanding of the situation. Half a month after the natural disaster, not too long, but human society is so fragile. The order of life has completely collapsed. The political order is still barely maintained, but only where the power of the state exists. Although the summer country had strict gun control, it wasn't really too difficult to get guns in the post-apocalyptic world. Branches of the police department, security companies of banks and other financial institutions, and even some special enterprises have ready-made guns and ammunition, provided that one knows the exact location and the ability to break into a house. How many firearms and ammunition are currently in circulation from these official institutions? There's no way to be specific, except to say that there must be quite a few. It seems reasonable for Zhou Lin to want to trade pork for a gun to protect himself. But the problem is that in this matter, Suzy Yuan does not have the power to make a decision, not to mention him, even Zhu Guanghan. Xiaogua, the separation of military and government is customary. Even if the end of the world is coming cannot change this principle. Then I'll wait for your news. Zhou Lin stood up and saw off the guests. I make no guarantees. The other thing is the amount of meat. I won't know until my dad wakes up. There's nothing more to say. You can't put a gun to Zhou Lin's head and make him explain. Don't know any better. They don't think they can stay here forever, do they? In the end, they still have to go into the shelter, and taking the initiative to take it out now will still get them a good spot until later. Seeing Su Ziyuan come out with a bad face, Wu Building Materials thought it had collapsed and was furious. Su Ziyuan waved his hand. Go back first. Just go. Wu Building Materials a little anxious. Nowadays, this environment out of a trip is not easy. Just gasoline consumption let a person hard take. But Su Ziyuan has already left, and it is useless for Wu Building Materials to say anything else. And those soldiers will not go and blow up the blast doors just because of his order. There's still some of it in the freezer, maybe 1,000 pounds, and it's a good thing it's cold, or it might all stink. After listening to Zhou Lin, Zhou Kaijun, and Cheng Yali had no opinion. How many guns and ammunitions are exchanged is not the point. The point is that there is an official endorsement that can be taken out in the open. I can't guarantee it. Maybe they'll think of something else after all. It's still a little early. It has only been half a month since the end of the world, and many people still have hope in their hearts, expecting the disaster to pass as soon as possible. When more time passes, the desperate will have no more scruples and order will break down further. Guns won't count for much at that point. The news that the Zhou family was hiding a large amount of frozen meat was somehow circulated in the neighborhood. Even the three of them, Yang Qiqi, who were in hiding, surprisingly knew about it. I knew it. Although the swelling of Yang Qiqi's face had gone down, the shape of her face was a bit strange and extremely asymmetrical due to the missing two grooved teeth. Tang Ili was lying on the ground, having lost a lot of weight because of his injuries and hunger, as if he was a different person. In the last 2 days, the thing he talked about the most was going home. The best among the three was Sun Chenghao, because every day when he went out to ask Xiaohang for food, he would always steal some on the way back. What's the use of knowing? Sun Chenghao said. Is it hard to believe that you still want to rob it? Touching his still sore ass, the shadow of Blackie appeared in his mind. Don't drag me along. Didn't you see that old Tang is ruined? Rubbish. Yang Qiqi hummed softly. She thought Tang Ili was asleep and couldn't hear her. In fact, Tang Ili wasn't asleep. He turned his head sideways and silently clenched his teeth. I'm going out for a bit. Yang Qiqi, with a flashlight, walked all the way to the door of the property management office and was blocked by Huang Xiefeng. Usually when there was nothing to do, Huang Xiefeng would keep watch. I want to see Manager Xiao. Yang Qiqi said. Wait, he's busy. Busy with what? Kiki Young had actually heard it with that sound. A moment later, a thickly wrapped woman walked out, her head and face hidden in a thick hat, but just her 2 long legs were enough to kill Yang Qiqi. The woman hurried away, head down. Something wrong? Kiki Young unconsciously leaned toward the fire like a cat and didn't stop until she was in the most comfortable position she felt. There's something I want to talk to you about. Xiaohang frowned. He had just eaten and was now a bit propped up, the so-called sage state. If Yang Qiqi wanted to sell his beauty now, that would be the wrong idea. He had a high vision now. I know where there are tons of supplies, even live poultry. Really? Xiaohang's eyes lit up. My request is simple, a third. I want a third, and you have to guarantee my safety here. Yang Qiqi originally wanted to merge with Xiaohang, but that woman just now made her come to her senses. 1/5. Xiaohang thought about it. A quarter, at least. Just a fifth? Or I'll catch you and ask just as much. Seeing the fierce light under Xiaohang's eyes, Yang Qiqi swallowed and compromised. The Weekly family, so they're that rich. You go, I'll let you know when the supplies arrive. No, I'll wait here. Yang Qiqi does not want to go. It is warm and clean here, even if she accompanies Xiaohang. She was also willing. She was really overthinking it, though. In the end, Xiaohang still did not throw Yang Qiqi away, but the same will not keep her for nothing. Use or not is one thing, dry or not is another thing. Xiefeng come in for a moment. In order to avoid a long night, Xiaohang turned around and called Huang Xiefeng in for a discussion. But acting right away was not an option because Su Ziyuan said he would come back. There's a bit of trouble with that door at Xiao's house. See if you can find a lockpicker or a guy who can take advantage of it. As a property company, there are usually quite a few locksmiths who have contacts, and it just so happens that Huang Xiefeng knows of one who lives in the neighborhood, so he can go and contact him. In addition, Xiaohang also asked him to find a cutting machine. Seeing Xiaohang paying so much attention to Yang Qiqi made her happy. Originally, she didn't want to work with Xiaohang, but who let Tang Ili and Sun Chenghao be too useless? That's right, Yang Qiqi didn't feel that the last failure had anything to do with her from start to finish. It was all those 2 men's fault. That's why she found Xiaohang. As for Zhou Lin or Zhou family has no fault. That is certainly there. First of all, after the death of AI, being Zhou Lin does not lick her is the biggest mistake. Licking the dog should have licked the dog's self-consciousness. Lick who is not licking it. She is at least not the kind of a pair of a bar AI being. This, then, is Kiki Yang's logic and the logic of many women like her, who says women have no logic and they are no worse than men when it comes to being ruthless. Yang Qiqi despised Zhou Lin from the bottom of her heart, indecisive, not even able to kill. Yes, that's what Yang Qiqi thinks. If she were to realize that the reason she was able to survive until today was entirely because Zhou Lin was trying to contact Xiao Bowen through her, I wonder how she would feel. But now Zhou Lin had decided to give up. At present, it seems that Yang Qiqi in Xiao Bowen's heart is afraid that there is no half of the weight, or should have contacted her. Originally, he did not have any deep hatred with Yang Qiqi. If Yang Qiqi can be honest and successfully attracted Xiao Bowen, Zhou Lin does not mind to raise one more person at home. But now, Zhou Lin has already sentenced Yang Qiqi and Tang Ili to death in his heart. Even what Yang Qiqi is doing right now is in Zhou Lin's anticipation. Otherwise, how would he propose that kind of exchange conditions to Su Ziyuan? Now it's up to Command to say yes. Chapter 55, Don't Trade Anymore. No way. Absolutely not. Wang Pingping is strongly opposed to the idea that guns should never be decentralized to civilians. Nowadays, there are gangs that want money but not life. If these people get guns, how chaotic would it be? Not to mention the common people. I'm afraid even the army could be attacked if they went out. Yi Xinxiao was also against it in his heart, but Zhu Guanghan hadn't made a statement yet, so he couldn't be bothered to comment. It is good to let Wang Pingping roar a little, and this is the political wisdom of Xia for thousands of years. But we need that batch of frozen meat badly. Su Ziyuan whispered, a pistol with a few dozen rounds of ammunition. I don't think it's much of a problem. Zhu Guanghan pestled the cigarette, but that was about to burn his fingers into the ashtray. What do you say, old Yi? Actually, guns aren't the problem. Not bad for a professional soldier who nailed the point in one sentence. Without bullets, a gun isn't as good as a knife or even a burning stick. Wang Pingping wanted to say something else, but Yi Xinxiao went over with a look and said nothing. The key is the number of bullets. Not to take a needle or a thread from the people is our tradition. We can't just ignore it because of the disaster. I think 10 pounds of pork for one bullet is not bad. I personally find old Ye's suggestion reasonable. What about you guys? Zhu Guanghan was the first to favor it. What else could the others say? With the organization's decision, Su Ziyuan went back to the Lanshan district. Still only qualified to talk between the two doors, so it's not a loss to have hot tea again. I didn't expect the government to be so stingy too. Zhou Lin all laughed. 10 pounds of frozen meat for a bullet. At today's prices, this was more precious than gold. However, Su Ziyuan has something to say. The government discourages private fights, and civil disputes can often be resolved by simply flashing a gun out, and the self-preservation that the Zhou family wants doesn't need to be piled up with bullets. Never shoot unless you have to. And even if you do, try to shoot as a warning. So my 10 pounds of frozen meat in exchange for bullets can still only hit air? Director Su, do you think that's reasonable? It makes sense to me that sometimes the point is not to go from 1 to infinity, but from 0 to 1. The price was not negotiable, and finally Zhou Lin wrote the location of the freezer and the amount of frozen meat inside on the paper. The gun can go to you first. The bullets will be sent when we verify them. Su Ziyuan put a 92 type on the table. It looks like it is not used. Gun oil has not even been wiped. Zhou Lin is also too lazy to count on the transaction method. The Hall of the Post-Disaster Command thought not to renege on the debt. As for the frozen meat in the freezer, it was originally left over there at that time, totaling just 1,000 pounds. 100 bullets for Zhou Lin has no matter. How come you never asked why we have guns? Zhou Lin lying on the bed, watching Wu Shui packing clothes, although not much time out of the house, but the change of wash or have to change. Some things if you always get to the bottom of it, maybe when you are tired of it, even if you're not tired of it, but also will be everywhere to prevent me. In the past, you can still get a divorce if you can't live with it, but now you don't have this argument. Don't you think so? Worthy of being sober on earth, said Zhou Lin is dumbfounded, and his heart is not a taste. You've been testing my body data lately. Have you come to any conclusions? There is. Wu Shui closed the closet and came to sit beside Zhou Lin. Want to hear? That's for sure. So far, if I've learned everything right before, you're the one who's wrong. What do you mean? Zhou Lin sat up and asked. Wu Shui pinched Zhou Lin's abs. Although there isn't much difference in appearance, it's impossible for humans to have that kind of data. Yet my 3 views prevent me from accepting ghosts and gods. So it's just that you're wrong, and your existence is the biggest insult to modern medicine. A serious statement was made, and then Wu Shui couldn't hold back her laughter. Look at your depressed face. Don't worry. Even though you're too strong to be human, Things like the end times have come up. What can I accept? Besides, no woman would dislike her husband for being strong. Unless her husband is domestically abusive. Would you domestically abuse me? No good. Zhou Lin popped up violently, then pressed Wu Shui down. I'll let you taste it today. Evolution degree exceeding 3 means that Zhou Lin's physical quality is currently 3 times that of a normal person. Well, she swore up front that no woman would ever mind her husband being strong, and soon she knew that she was wrong. Happiness is one thing, but after the happiness of Wu Shui and worry, but this thing is not good to say to Zhou Lin. Can only go to find mother-in-law, Qing Yali. Fear not, this condition of our family is not a problem at all. In the past, old Zhou and I had to be busy with our careers, but now we're getting sick from idleness. But Wu Shui was still worried. With the current conditions, a normal delivery was fine. What if she needed a cesarean section? Can she still give herself a cesarean section? Besides, the family supplies are always limited, and there will always be a day when they run out of food. And at that time, will they let their children follow them to drink the northwest wind? Sitting and eating? Qing Yali, slightly stunned, then whispered, I dare not guarantee anything else, but the food you can rest assured, not to mention 1 or 2. Even if you give birth to 10 or 8 of them, cannot eat them all. 10-8. Wu Shui drew in a cool breath and thought to herself, how many supplies did this Zhou family hide? A few tons or dozens of tons? It can't be hundreds of tons, right? Besides, so many supplies this house certainly cannot put. Tool room she also often go. It is difficult to be hidden in other places. Even so, Wu Shui's concerns still could not be dispelled and were only temporarily hidden in her heart. After not 2 days, Su Ziyuan made a special trip to send bullets at the same time to express gratitude to the Zhou family. In addition to more than 1,200 pounds of frozen pork, they also found more than 100 chickens in the freezer. So, 20 bullets for 100 chickens? Zhou Lin laughed. 10 to be exact, the other 10 are rewards. Su Ziyuan said, how generous. Please trouble Director Su to say thank you to the commander for me. I'm very satisfied with this deal. Su Ziyuan smiled faintly and was about to speak when Zhou Lin added, don't trade in the future. Air. Su Ziyuan awkwardly excused himself. Not even a mouthful of tea. Will you offend him like this? In case it gives us small shoes to wear. Qing Yali was a little worried, and Wu Shui also felt that after all, it was official, there was no need to make the relationship deadlocked. But Chao Lin doesn't think so. It's the end times, the end times. Kindness and cowardice are the original sin. If you're not strong, you become meat in someone's mouth. Real meat. Wu Shui was a bit shocked and said in a trembling voice, it can't be that cruel. Right? How can people eat? Sister-in-law, you're out of your mind. Brother is right. The most cruel of all things is people. Jolie held up her phone. Someone has just admitted it on the forum. Recognize? Recognize what? Cannibalism? Wu Shui's face instantly turned white. Then she ran towards the bathroom. Brother, there's a long way to go. Jolie pointed at Wu Shui's back. In response, Zhou Lin could only shrug his shoulders and follow. On the other hand, Xiaohang judged that Su Ziyuan shouldn't come for a while. It's a shame about the frozen meat. If only you had told me earlier. I was still locked up on the rooftop by them at that time. Kiki Yang bristled. Going to do it? When Huang Xiefeng brings back the lockpicker, we'll do it. Chapter 56. I have a mom and a dad too. There is no sun in the eternal night. The days are dark and the nights are even darker. A lot of people have their biological clocks disrupted as a result, but the Cholin family is okay. There is heat and light. Wu Shui, as a family health doctor, but also asked everyone to live according to normal working hours, which is more conducive to health. After 12 o'clock at night, everyone else had gone to bed, and only Zhou Lin was still on the sofa, swiping his cell phone. The Doomsday Human Alliance forum recently joined more and more people. Each section is also lively. 2 days ago is online regional section. At this time, Zhou Lin browsing is the summer country of Sichuan section. The total number of posts is less than 2,000, and there are more than 500 new posts today, most of which are looking for people or supplies, and there are also poor, bored people analyzing this and that. The posts looking for people didn't interest Zhou Lin much, but quite a few material exchange posts interested him quite a bit. Antiques, gems, and luxuries that were once of great value now hang their heads high in the face of food and medicine. Carat diamond ring for 10 pounds of rice. What auction price of millions of words and paintings for hundreds of pounds of staple food? Tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of bags for a few steamed bread into. It's a shame the transportation isn't good, otherwise we could change some then. Wait for eternal night to pass, and then look again. It's not that bad anyway. While Zhou Lin was rambling, The monitor suddenly sounded a beeping alarm. Someone's coming through the blast door. At this point in time, a thief was. Turning off the alarm so as not to disturb the others, Jolin muttered and pulled up the surveillance screen, followed by a look of surprise at how it was him. Sun Sung-ho, standing furtively at the door, did not even play a flashlight, but just knocked lightly and heavily. If it wasn't for the camera, the hell would have heard it. After controlling the camera and looking around to make sure Sun Chung-ho was the only one, Jolin went to open the door. What are you doing here? Big brother, major information. I have major intelligence. Sun Chung-ho twisted his head to look at the darkened hallway. Can we go in and talk? Significant information? Jolin frowned and let Sun Chung-ho enter the corridor. Take your time. The small coffee table hasn't been moved yet, and the hallway has almost become the living room of the Zhou family, dedicated to entertaining outsiders. Big brother, that property manager, Xiao, got mixed up with Yang Qiqi. They want to rob you. Rob me? It's probably just these 2 days. Sun Chung-ho said. Jolin laughed. Aren't you in league with them? How come you remembered to tip me off? Because after I've learned the hard way over the past few days, I think you're more like a protagonist in a novel, Big Brother. The protagonist of a novel? Jolin was all amused and asked Sun Chung how what he thought. Mainly AI Bing and Yang Qiqi, those two bitches. Typical green tea. Well, generally speaking, anyone who goes out of their way to lick green tea is a villain. And those who are repeatedly targeted by green tea are often the protagonists of novels. Brother, do you think I'm right? Because of that, hey, Sun Sung-ho rubbed his hands together and pointed to the blast door behind him. Isn't it obvious? Sure enough, no one alive is simple. Sun Chung-ho is obviously suspicious of the Zhou family prepared in advance. This suspicion does not mean that he wants to house so, and so, is simply want to hold a big leg. Wait, Jolin went in and got a bag of food, trying to get rid of Sun Chung-ho. But Sun Chung-ho unexpectedly did not pick up, looking at Jolin pitifully. I've been mixing all my life, and I know that I'm not contributing much to society by living, but my mom and dad, they're still alive, and I'd like to go back if I have the chance, even if I can't help them with anything, as long as the family can be together. Walk neatly. Jolin's sentence immediately Sun Chung-ho will not. Tears are contained in the eyes. Now in the end is flowing or not. Why don't I give you another hand crank flashlight? The kind that doesn't cut out as long as you still have your hand. And aren't you going to find your parents? Actually, they're divorced. Sun Chung-ho wiped his face and smiled sarcastically. Look out. No, this kind can be seen too. Jolin nodded seriously. I'm not lacking in food, and I have the rest, but I'm not a kind person, nor am I ethical, and I don't have any sympathy, compassion, or anything like that, so I see. Sun Chung-ho picked up the bag of food on the small coffee table. Brother, from now on, you're my brother, and I'll be your undercover agent to penetrate the enemy's interior. It's not that exaggerated. I mean, Yang Qiqi and the others aren't qualified enough to be my enemies, but they're just little cockroaches, I guess, mainly because they're disgusting. I see. Brother, I'll be your cockroach medicine from now on, the kind that kills a nest if you take one. Sun Sung-ho is gone. Cannot die a nest. Jolin, do not guarantee. That is a real villain. The probability is that the family is unfortunate when he was a child, and his own ability is not much. The biggest contribution to society is to make up the numbers. But before rebirth, Jolin and Sun Chung-ho have any difference? No. Sun Chung-ho is a patchwork. Jolin is also a patchwork. And even more than 95% of the people in this world are patchwork, while Wu Shui kind of should barely count. But so what? Jolin felt that even if he hadn't awakened his powers or evolved after his rebirth, he would still try to live. Sometimes a person doesn't live entirely for himself. A newborn baby is not capable of surviving, and by the time it can think about it, it has already incurred a huge debt to be paid back. Sometimes Jolin also wondered if he would be reborn just to pay his debts. After all, in his last life he didn't take care of his mom and dad, and didn't even know if they were dead or alive. So in that case, it would be only right for him to collect his debt from AI Bing, Tang Ili, and those people. What I owed in my last life, I'll pay it back with interest. What I owe from my last life, I'll pay back with my bones. As for Xiao Hang, it's only his fault for getting up thoughts he shouldn't have. Maybe Xiao Hang doesn't think he's wrong. Just like what Sun Chung-ho said, if you were a human being, you want to live, and he was no exception. It's just that he is more thoughtful than Sun Chung-ho, not only wanting to live, but also wanting to live more comfortably and more bullishly. So he chose to cooperate with Yang Qiqi. The locksmith came, and Huang Xiefeng brought the man from the next neighborhood at the cost of only a bag of bread. Seems like a very honest guy. After all, if he looked like a thief at first glance, I guess the police department wouldn't have given him a locksmith's license. Yet even the most honest man may choose desperation in the face of hunger and death. Not to mention just opening a door. This door won't open. The locksmith started shaking his head at the first sight of the blast door of Zhou Lin's house. How the hell do you know you can't open it if you haven't even tried? Huang Xiefeng slapped on the back of the locksmith's head, his voice crisp and clear. Brother, you told me about opening a security door. This is a security door? The locksmith had one hand over the back of his head and one hand pointing at the blast door. What's not a security door? It's called a storm door. People are not preventing explosions, but violence. I just need to use a tool to poke. The door's heaven and earth locks, 8 hooks, sinking snap, all locked. You cannot use explosives to blow open. Bank vaults are just the same. Fuck. Huang Xiefeng turned to look at Xiao Hang. Boss, what should we do? Chapter 57. Zhou Lin's Baton. How dare a private home use the same model as a bank vault? Let's just say, rich people deserve to die. Doesn't it smell good when you have so much money to donate? How can thieves and locksmiths live? Xiao Hang really wanted to pull out Zhou Lin and ask him what the hell he was thinking. Waving the locksmith away, Xiao Hang gritted his teeth. Get on the guy. Oxyacetylene flame. The temperature can reach up to 3,000 degrees. Common metal in front of it, that is, it cannot fight. Operation of oxyacetylene flame is no need to pretend to outsiders. Huang Xiefeng will know. He once worked in the factory. Purple and white flames in the dimly lit hallway is particularly blinding. Yang Qiqi felt tears gushing out, the sight of a crystalline piece of nothing to see. She hurriedly retreated 2 steps, twisted her head not to look at the flame, her eyes only slightly more comfortable. Further away, Sun Chunghao hid in the darkness and silently clenched his fists. Although he was an asshole who said that assholes didn't have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong. Assholes actually like good guys more than good guys because, well, good guys are the ones who are easy to bully. That's why Sun Chunghao didn't lean up. He had to distance himself from those people in Xiao Hang, especially that woman Yang Qiqi. Usually the green tea would not only die an ugly death, but also involve the people around her. Since he has already taken Zhou Lin as the protagonist from his heart, Sun Chunghao feels that he must put himself in the right position. Always repeatedly jumping horizontally, it is easy to fall down and shatter his body. Seeing Huang Xiefeng slowly approaching the blast door, Sun Chunghao is also a little worried. It won't be over just like this. The whole drama is over. They even got this thing? Inside the house, Zhou Lin's family was up. Upon seeing the bright flames of light on the screen, Zhou Lin also felt a bit troubled. Not to say they cannot be cleaned up, dry over them is very simple. The key is to end up very troublesome. Especially that Xiao Hang, peace era, he is just a property manager, not a figure, but now the official seems to be a little recognition of its management status. Suzy won a few times to come to contact with Xiao Hang. It's not that all property managers get official attention. It's mainly what Xiao Hang has shown that deserves it. It's a talent. I'll go out and look. Zhou Lin changed his clothes and walked out. At this time, Huang Xiefeng's hands of oxyacetylene flame has been adjusted to the highest temperature, is ready to the blast door. The door is open. Kiki Young let out a whimper. Huang Xiefeng stopped, Xiao Hang's eyes narrowed, and Sun Chunghao's eyes went straight. Still really not afraid of death. Zhou Lin's eyes skipped over Huang Xiefeng and landed directly on Xiao Hang at the back. Manager Xiao, what does this mean? Ahem. Xiao Hang cleared his throat. This situation he has long considered, so stepped forward. No meaning, just heard that your family has a lot of supplies. I want to ask you to take out, have the blessing to share. Sharing? With whom? You or her? Zhou Lin laughed, then flashed the stick behind his back. The kind of rubber baton used by the police to whip people, as long as they don't hit the head, usually can't kill people, but whether the skin is split open or the bones are separated depends on how the person who makes the baton thinks. Throwing down his spray gun, Huang Xiefeng wiped at his back waist and surprisingly lit up the same type of stick. He grinned and heatedly smiled at Zhou Lin. Kid, want to get your hands dirty? You're still tender. Xiao Hang can not only bring Huang Xiefeng a security guard. In addition to the soy sauce Sun Chunghao, there are 2 tall, powerful guys. Just with Huang Xiefeng compared to their more or less a little bit of shame, the guards of this kind of thing is a little beyond the bottom line of their morality. It's just that a lot of the time, the bottom line thing is like the bottom of the pants, and if the stakes are high enough, you can take them off. Punch it in. Xiao Hang thought about it and decided to make quick work of it. Anyway, this was the top floor, so as long as he didn't make a scene, he'd be able to eat and drink unless that bitch Kiki Yang lied. But even if the Zhou family didn't have that many supplies, it didn't matter. Didn't they still have a wu shui? Huang Xiefeng wailed, but didn't actually rush up. He was waiting for the other 2 security guards. He thought that a rich man like Zhou Lin wouldn't make a move easily, which could only mean that he hadn't really cared about Tang Ili, or surely he wouldn't have been so naive. Idiot! Zhou Lin walked out from the blast door and raised his hand to knock Huang Xiefeng on the head. As a rule, people who actually know how to use a stick won't do this, mainly because it's too easy to block, and it's a waste of effort. Huang Xiefeng reacted well and raised his hand to block. He thought it was possible to block. What he didn't expect was that Zhou Lin's strength would be so great that it was too late for him to try to add more strength, and he only felt his brain buzzing before he fainted. Perhaps it was because Huang Xiefeng fell so quickly that the two security guards on the left and right rushed to stand in place before they had a chance to strike, staring and gulping saliva at Zhou Lin, who was unhurriedly collecting his stick. You two coming together? No, no, no. The two security guards waved their hands repeatedly. What a joke. Huang Xiefeng hand that stick are damn folded in a 90 degrees, steel core rubber stick so folded. Besides, Huang Xiefeng is still lying there, a warning. Fuck. The cowering of the two security guards made Xiao Hang curse the unreliability. He had not yet perceived the gap between him and Zhou Lin, and only felt that Huang Xiefeng should have been careless and did not flash. It would be different if Huang Xiefeng used a knife. After all, the average person definitely reacts differently to seeing a stick and a knife. Since Huang Xiefeng fell down and those two guys were cowering, Xiao Hang decided to go up himself. He had knives, imitation military daggers, 20 centimeters on the blade, with snowy blades. I'm not sure if it's good or not, but it's scary enough. White knives going in and definitely red knives coming out kind of scary. Kneel down if you don't want me to stab a few holes. Xiao Hang gestured the knife a few times, his face pretending to be a grimace. Zhou Lin lifted his stick. He had just used a little too much strength. The stick was a little deformed. Come. Let's see if I don't beat you until your mother doesn't even recognize you today. Fuck. Usually Xiao Hang is also a calm. This moment is really some on the head. Knowing that Zhou Lin is not easy to deal with, he really rushed. Knives are more dangerous than sticks. That's common thinking. For the real masters, the level of threat is often directly related to the length. Otherwise, there would not be an inch long and an inch strong, this kind of saying, which does not emphasize whether it is a stick or a knife. Evolution has brought Zhou Lin not only strength, but also speed and accuracy. He seemed to casually throw out a stick, but he was able to strike Xiao Hang's wrist with the knife beforehand. This was because Zhou Lin did not want to beat Xiao Hang to death with a stick. Otherwise, he had absolute certainty that he would whip Xiao Hang out of the way before the knife touched him. Click! At the same time as the sound, Xiao Hang threw the knife with an ow sound. Left hand holding the right wrist cannot stop jumping feet. Jumping back, jumping all the time. It hurts, that goes without saying. The key is fear. He was afraid that Zhou Lin would take advantage of his victory and be unforgiving. Bitch, stop! Zhou Lin didn't pay attention to Xiao Hang as he kept an eye on Yang Qiqi in the corner. Now seeing that Yang Qiqi had the intention of escaping, Zhou Lin shouted while shaking his hand and smashing his stick towards Yang Qiqi. It's really smashing. Hit the horizontal flying out of the stick whoosh sound. Yang Qiqi heard the sound of turning back to see. Chapter 58, A Good Dog. Yang Qiqi was actually too late when she heard the sound of breaking wind and turned back. Zhou Lin's stick was not only thick and heavy, but also fast. The bend of her foot hurt. Yang Qiqi immediately lost her center of gravity and flopped magnificently with open teeth and claws. And if she hadn't propped herself up with her hands in time, she probably would have knocked her jawbone out. Did I let you go? With a foot on Yang Qiqi's waist and eyes, Zhou Lin leaned down and said, It's not good to have food and drink and live. Do you have to die? Wrong, Zhou Lin, I'm wrong, please forgive me, okay? Yang Qiqi twisted her head with great effort, but she still couldn't see Zhou Lin and didn't dare to struggle, so she could only keep shedding tears. That's why women are made of water. For better or for worse, tears come and go. But Zhou Lin is immune. Those who have walked through the end times are useless. Not to mention tears of blood. That's why Yang Qiqi felt her waist and eyes hurt even more, and her waist was about to be crushed by the pain of being stepped on. Spare me, you spare me. Two security guards ran away. It's so fucking brutal, women beating up. Xiao Hang also wanted to run, but Zhou Lin coldly grunted he did not dare to move and honestly stood against the wall, as if in the general manager's office. As for Sun Qinghao, Zhou Lin had just given him a wink to keep him from showing his face. I'm willing to be an ox for you, really. I won't do it this time. I won't do it ever again. Yang Qiqi was still begging for mercy uncontrollably. You come here? Zhou Lin pointed at Xiao Hang. Yes, is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Hang once again positioned himself in a way that looked like he was sincerely serving the owner in the first place. Yes, there is this woman I hate so much. What do you say? Ah, this? She's not from our neighborhood. I'm kicking her out. Hearing Xiao Hang's words, Yang Qiqi's heart was secretly happy. Anything is good, as long as she can live. She was really feeling Zhou Lin's murderous intent towards her, piercing her body with chills. Throw out. Ah no, a woman like her should have both her legs broken before she's thrown out. Surname Xiao. You're so poisonous. Fuck me. Whoa. Yang Qiqi cursed, but was stomped on the face by Xiao Hang, who was eager to convey goodwill to Zhou Lin. Ally feelings? Screw ally feelings. Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Promising. Zhou Lin patted Xiao Hang on the shoulder. Where? Xiao Hang smiled with him and said, I'll go call someone? Call what people? You came up with the idea. How else can I see your sincerity? By the way, what about the one called Tang Yili? Almost dead. Xiao Hang pointed at Yang Qiqi and said, This woman said it. She specifically went to see it last night. So how do you think that Don Ili died? It was killed by this woman. Xiao Hang immediately said. Zhou Lin nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Do you still want me to teach you? On one side, Zhou Lin felt out a cell phone. Yes. Seeing the cell phone flash light up, Xiao Hang knew what was going on, and even though his heart refused to do so in 1,000 ways, he could only pick up the stick on the ground with his left hand, and then gritted his teeth and aimed it at Yang Qiqi's legs. Ah! Xiao Hang, you bastard! Zhou Lin, you shall not die. Yang Qiqi didn't want to have her legs broken. It would be no different than dying, but Zhou Lin's foot on her waist and eyes was as heavy as Tarzan, and she simply couldn't struggle free. Go to hell? Xiao Hang tried his best to swing the stick, yet it was drawn towards Zhou Lin's face. It wasn't that he was heartbroken for Yang Qiqi. He just wasn't willing to be left in the lurch. Zhou Lin is not dead. Xiao Hang cannot come out. Even a neighborhood cannot control. How to talk about the rise of chaos. So Xiao Hang wanted to take a gamble. If he wins the Mission Hill neighborhood, he will be the one to fight for the kingdom. And if he loses, the big deal is to be beaten up. He thought that Zhou Lin was having second thoughts about letting him do it, fearing that the government would settle the score. Pop! Zhou Lin lightly caught the head of the stick. Manager Xiao, I'm in a difficult position if you do this. Xiao Hang pumped hard, and the stick didn't move. I was wrong. Xiao Hang stepped back and bowed like an islander, his face all sincerity. So? Zhou Lin smiled. He still didn't lift his foot, but slowly drew a pistol from his back waist. Bang! There was no explanation. The flames coming out of the muzzle and the deafening sound of the gunshot were enough to say it all. Bullets, bouncing between the walls of the corridor, scuffed sparks. Do you think you can report me to the government? Then why don't you think about what favors Director Su gave me to take away those 1,000 pounds of frozen meat? Looking at the muzzle of the gun that was still smoking, Xiao Hang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I understand, from now on, you have the final say in this neighborhood. And I'm the dog under your feet. Wong, please make way for the master. I'll break this woman's legs now. Yang Qiqi also didn't dare to struggle. How could she not expect Zhou Lin to have a gun, or the government gave it to him? Guns that can be held out in a dignified manner, represent power in the Summerland, supreme power for the common man. I can give you a chance. Tang Ili can die. She made it dead, but she can't die yet. She can't even die if you die, but it must be more upsetting than dying. Zhou Lin whispered in Xiao Hang's ear. You can either run far away or be a good dog. I'm a person who actually likes to keep dogs as long as you obey. Meat, bones, rice. What I have left over can be thrown to you. Understand? Understood, master. Xiao Hang's face was solemn, as if he was a German shepherd among dogs. Leave it all to me. You'll be satisfied. No, Zhou Lin, let me go. I can be your dog too. Really, any dog will do. Ah. Before Yang Qiqi could finish her words, Xiao Hang made his move. This time he really did not dare to have half a crooked mind. The stick knocked hard on Yang Qiqi's thigh. The white and delicate skin were to withstand, on the spot, exploded. Directly Yang Qiqi fainted in pain. Stop! Zhou Lin saw the color of blood seeping out of Yang Qiqi's cotton pants and quickly told Xiao Hang to stop. She won't last more than a few days with you doing that. I'd better do it. Yes, please, master. Put away the cell phone. Zhou Lin seemingly gently in the Yang Qiqi leg point a little, cannot help but be careless. In case the hole open fracture, she will die faster. Hearing that crisp bone-cracking sound, Xiao Hang couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Now he realized how terrifying Zhou Lin was. Even without a gun, it probably wouldn't take more effort to kill him than pinching a fly, right? So what the hell was he so mad about just now? Drag it down. I'll give you some anti-inflammatories later and feed it to her if her wounds become inflamed. And that guy, get the hell out of here, it's distracting to watch. Yes, master, right away. Xiao Hang himself couldn't drag Huang Xiefeng and Yang Qiqi, but those two security guards didn't actually run far and came back obediently after yelling twice. 10 minutes later, the corridor became clean again. Zhou Lin nodded with satisfaction and told Xiao Hang to wait at the door. I'm a man of my word, and I don't think you're short of food. But this. Thank you, master. Xiao Hang is full of joy, a whole cigarette, although not Huazi, but have to smoke, but also what bicycle? After dismissing Xiao Hang into the house, Zhou Kaijun and the others gathered around. They had just watched the entire broadcast, and now Wu Shui's face was still pale and frightened. Chapter 59. Going out to practice your marksmanship. What if Xiao Hang turns against us? This is what Qing Yali and Wu Shui are worried about. Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li wouldn't have such doubts. He wouldn't dare. Zhou Kaijun said, "It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go, brother. Next time do it more decisively. Dragging your feet is not a good cook." Qing Yali can't stand it, gave Zhou Li a brain crash. "What are you talking about, not moving to fight and kill? Are you still a girl? Mom, a saintly mother is not to be. You should read more post-apocalyptic novels after reading 100 times." Zhou Kaijun went forward and pulled Qing Yali. "The child is right. You have to adapt slowly. You just know to say, just now why don't you go out? Let the son to risk your father how to be a father." Qing Yali was pulled away by Zhou Kaijun, and Zhou Li also went upstairs, still not awake. Wu Shui, who didn't know what to say, was left somewhat at a loss. She knew that Zhou Lin hadn't done anything wrong, but she just couldn't convince herself somewhat. Yang Qiqi, the woman, deserved to die, but think about it, if we didn't blast doors and guns, I wouldn't have the power I have now. Wu Shui was a smart person, and soon trembled slightly. "You're right." Stepping forward and hugging Zhou Lin, he placed the palm of his hand that still smelled of smoke on his lips. "When will you teach me to shoot? I'm afraid I won't be able to hit it right." "Whenever you want, but in a different place. It is quiet most of the time in the eternal night. Quiet as heaven, and the screams of sinners cannot be heard." Even when practicing marksmanship in the tool shed, the sound could carry for miles, which was fine once or twice in a while, but how could you practice marksmanship once or twice? So it's best to just get out there and practice. Zhou Lin thought that the automobile city from last time would be great, and he could go collect some materials along the way. There's no need for that. The next day, Qing Yali heard it and was against it, but Wu Shui really wanted to go out and get some air. "The laborer rules the man, and the laborer rules the man, so I won't go," Zhou Li said. Still familiar with the sled car and skis, the two went downstairs and Zhou Lin stopped by the property office. "The master is coming." Xiao Hang's face was full of joy, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of falsehood at all, even though there were other security guards in the house. "Master, don't worry. That woman is still alive." Xiao Hang pointed to the side of the stove, where Yang Qiqi, who was covered in filth, was curled up on a blanket whose original color could not be seen, and was looking at Zhou Lin with Wu Shui by his side with hateful eyes. It was this woman who had taken the place of her in Zhou Lin's heart, wasn't it? Or else how could Zhou Lin treat her like this? If eyes could kill, Wu Shui would be begging for death with 1,000 holes right now. "Good job." Zhou Lin threw the box of ergo he had prepared in advance onto the sofa. "Take it and share it, but don't get fucking drunk." "Thank you, master." "Why don't you thank master together?" "Thank you, master." Among those who loudly thanked him was also Huang Xiefeng, who had gauze wrapped around his head. "I have to say that this kid's life is hard." Zhou Lin thought that that stick would send Huang Xiefeng to practice a new number, but I didn't expect to be survived by him. Doesn't matter. When the sled car passed through the gate of the neighborhood, Zhou Lin skimmed left and right and saw that there were many traces at the entrance. And although it was messy, he was able to roughly distinguish what kind of transportation vehicles were left behind. Because of the speed, the wind, and the low temperature, Wu Shui didn't say anything along the way. She didn't even know how far it would take. Last time when he came out with Huang Minjing, Zhou Lin didn't prepare a heater for her thick fur blanket. With these windproof and warm things in, Zhou Lin could take a breath and rush directly to the Motor City. It hasn't snowed much in the past few days, so from a long way away Zhou Lin felt that something was wrong. It wasn't like this when he left last time. What had been a flat snowfield was gone, and everywhere there were large dugout pits with sloping ramps big enough for motorized vehicles to reach right down to the bottom of the pits. Someone's been here, and in force. Even if you think with your knees, you know that the only one who has this power in the city of Jiazhou at the moment could be the government. Fuck, it's late. The same words had actually been said by Wang Pingping. And when the people below reported that so many off-road vehicles as well as accessories and materials were gone from the automobile city, Wang Pingping immediately associated it with his last experience. This lawless gang must be caught and shot. All of them. When he was leaving, Wang Pingyuan had thought of leaving a few eyes in case the gang was still coming. However, in the end he gave up so Cold Place cannot stay and people stay who is to send to death. Zhou Lin led Wu Shui around the road to make sure there was no activity before drilling into a showroom. Fuck. The showroom was cleaner than a dog could ever lick it. Even the tables, chairs, and benches were hauled away, not a single one left. Come on. Forcing back his anger, Zhou Lin began to teach Wu Shui to use a gun. The consumption of the bullets was not to be considered at all, except that each shell casing was carefully collected by Zhou Lin, and he would not have let go of the slugs all the same if they were not badly dug up. The thick layer of snow is the best target, with a portable LED light to hit the halo, even save the target change. The only thing you need to worry about is the LED light itself. I can't even feel it anymore. Pistol recoil again small, continuously empty 3 or 5 magazines cannot stand the same. Only Wu Shui in the shooting aspect of the talent, even Zhou Lin are a little surprised. In fact, it is very simple. 3 points, one line. The key is a steady hand and a cold heart. These are the basics of being a surgeon. Wu Shui, this Zhou Lin, do not believe. What surgeon from the first contact to the gun on target only need 2 or 3 magazines? A marksman in a previous life, I guess. Zhou Lin couldn't even do this level before he evolved anyway. Take a break. The gun and bullets are here for you. Keep the walkie-talkie on. I'm going to go around the neighborhood and see if there's anything I can take back with me. You can't just collect and scrape the big automobile city clean. With a gun in her hand, Wu Shui wasn't very worried and nodded her head to reassure Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin climbed up the snow pit, and instead of looking for places that had already been dug up, he slowly searched the snowy plain from memory. The effort was not enough, and soon he dug up a reseller that had not been found. Although it is not as good as the fourth son in the agency grade, but the powerful agency not only has more categories, the discount is still high, and you can get some rare brands and models, and even some of the models that are not released to the summer country can be obtained. Typically, people who don't have some skills can't open a resale store. Zhou Lin found this store is very large. Just showroom parked all kinds of vehicles together can be worth 2 or 3 million, right? Luck. The reason why this resale store could be preserved was because of its relatively remote location. Zhou Lin also discovered it by accident. Non-regulation version of the luxury pickup truck, Raptor, Chidori, and Tianfeng have a few units each, which is dominated by the most popular Raptor in the summer country. The showroom plus the garage together a total of 12 units collected. Parallel imported luxury off-road 5 units, the most expensive when the Kenwood full size, collected. The others, however, wherever they could look, Zhou Lin did not let go of them and took them as part stockpiles. At this point, Zhou Lin didn't know that the really good stuff wasn't in the showroom or the garage. Chapter 60, An Unexpected Surprise. The showroom and garage hall made Zhou Lin happy. The delay was a bit longer, but it was still early for dinner, and occasionally chatting with Wu Shui on the intercom. Zhou Lin wasn't worried about any accidents on Wu Shui's side. The eternal night was the best cover, and unless one had Zhou Lin's night vision, one would be exposed by the lights all the way out there. General Manager's office. With a four-son store, the general manager may be a senior wage earner, but not necessarily with a reseller. Originally, Zhou Lin was not interested in strolling around if he had not seen that door. Same blast door, that's not right. Standing outside the door, he thought for a moment, then Zhou Lin got out a small piece of dynamite from the buffet. Open the door, he is not that capable. Even ordinary explosives may not be able to deal with that door. On the contrary, the wall is more fragile, at most a layer of red bricks. How strong can it be? The thick layer of snow acted as the best soundproofing material. And let's just say it was lucky that it didn't have any consequences other than blowing a big hole in the wall. Zhou Lin, did you hear the sound? Don't be afraid. I set off a cannonball. Wu Shui didn't say anything anymore. Cannonball? What's the point of setting off firecrackers when it's not New Year's or a holiday? Angry, but not good enough to ask, not to mention hate, Wu Shui had no choice but to stuff the pressurized bullet magazine into the gun. But her right hand hadn't slowed down yet. Her fingers, palm, wrist plus her entire arm were aching. Forcing practice in this situation was not only pointless, it was also risky. Left-handed is fine. In the spirit of venting her emotions, Wu Shui pressed on, not caring where the bullets were hit, and fired randomly. However, after one clip was emptied, Wu Shui froze. How come it seems to be more accurate than a right-handed shot? It's true that most real surgeons are equally dexterous with their hands. But is doing surgery the same thing as shooting a gun? Wu Shui decided to give it another try. Anyway, Zhou Lin had left a few big boxes of bullets for her alone, and she might not be able to finish them in a day of shooting. Hearing the faint sound of gunshots, Zhou Lin smiled, not realizing that Wu Shui was actually a violent person. This office is pretty big. Entering through the blasted hole in the wall, Zhou Lin looked around. From the decoration and furniture can be judged that the general manager is absolutely very human. Like that ebony tea table, without 7 figures do not want to take down. Good stuff, take it in. Tables and chairs and benches, these are certainly not cheap, but industrial products. Zhou Lin did not catch a cold. He came straight to the large glass table, flying will open a drawer. Expensive cigars, high-fashion lighters, office supplies that look exquisite at first glance. A wrapped Z bead bracelet collected. A few strings of keys. Paper documents were all ignored by Zhou Lin. That's it? It shouldn't be. It always feels like something's missing. What exactly is missing from this? Sitting in his chair, he turned from side to side, and suddenly a flash of light came into his head. The safe. It's hard to believe that there's no safe in such a lavish office. Good to have a thought, and then look for it is very easy. Large board table next to the small cabinet close to the wall. Just now, Zhou Lin felt that the placement of some odd, casually turned it is actually the outer door of the safe. Rub. See with the blast door, almost the color of the metal. Zhou Lin, no trouble. There is no self-destruct capability, not to mention. This play intention cannot be on the explosives, right? However, soon Zhou Lin thought of a method. With great strength, he used several steel braziers to gouge the safe out of the wall, and then brought out a water jet from the maintenance warehouse of the Hefei. A water jet is a tool that relies on a high-pressure jet of very fine, diamond abrasive particles to cut. The thin column of water looked like a crystalline cylindrical saw blade, slowly cutting into the half-man-high safe. Half an hour later, the entire back of the safe was sliced open by the water jet and banged on the floor. Except for some paperwork that was supposed to be important, the safe was there. 5,100-gram gold bars. 3 extraordinary-looking men's watches. Originally, Zhou Lin thought that was it, until he found a metal box glowing with white light. I thought it should be some kind of jewelry or something like that. However, after opening it, Zhou Lin's face instantly changed color. An alien orb? How is that possible? Wasn't it still almost 5 years since the first alien orb appeared? But why would a car dealership owner in Jiazhou have an alien orb? The pure white and somewhat seemingly colorless orb of alien energy lay so still in the center of the flannel that those who didn't recognize it might mistake it for a very large, round, and white pearl. But Zhou Lin would not recognize the mistake. If you can't figure it out, just put it away for now. It is not possible to tell what kind of ability the ball represents. It must be touched and fused before knowing. What's more, Zhou Lin doesn't dare to guarantee what will happen if he touches the ball now, in case the time is not yet right, and if he touches it, he will die. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But it's a good thing to have anyway, and it's something you can absolutely wait until 5 years before taking it out for the family to try first if you want insurance. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Lin rushed to find Wu Shui. The gunfire continued. When he saw that Wu Shui was actually shooting with her left hand and hitting the target with her gun, Zhou Lin was dumbfounded. Are you a medically delayed marksman? No, you're the real-life version of a two-gun old lady. What old woman? Wu Shui pouted, but it was a good thing she hadn't aimed her gun at Zhou Lin yet. Going back? Find anything good? Nothing. Are these considered good? Zhou Lin threw the gold bars onto the ground, and the golden light almost didn't light up Wu Shui's eyes. In fact, this 50 gold bars is really nothing. Before the end of the world is also worth 1 or 2 luxury cross-country, but Wu Shui's eyes still cannot help but burst out small stars. Whoa, I want it. Put it away. Gold is not something that is useless in a post-apocalyptic world, as it is in many novels. Just the opposite, actually. In Zhou Lin's arrangement, those gold stores in the city were to be visited, but it would have to wait for some time, as long as it was in time before the eternal night ended and the snow melted. Back home, Wu Shui couldn't wait to communicate with Zhou Li. Even the red and swollen wrist became a merit badge. Eating dinner, Wu Shui took the gold bar out and set it on the coffee table. This is an unexpected discovery today. Mom, you put it away? Cheng Yali was full of anti-smiles. In the past 2 days, Wu Shui finally changed her words. She is now looking forward to having a grandson. Gold? Gold is not as important as grandchildren. Put it away. I want these to do what? Cheng Yali waved her hand and then glared at Zhou Lin. I don't know that my daughter-in-law needs to take care of her body, go out for a whole day, and hurt her wrist. Next time you do it again, believe it or not, I'll break your legs. Nugo nugo. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Next time you take Lily, play with your phone all day and don't know how to read more. Zhou Li rolled her eyes. She didn't even bother to argue with Cheng Yali. The gap between each other's IQs was too big. There was no common language. Dad, are you going out for gun practice? Huh, there's still a share for me. I thought you forgot about me. Zhou Kaijun laughed. How could I? Zhou Lin smiled sarcastically. I'm not going to practice my marksmanship, but I do want to ask you if the feed is of any interest. Chapter 61, The Attacking Neighbors. Although man has the smartest brain in the animal kingdom, the vast majority of people will still be limited by their perceptions. If Zhou Kaijun hadn't mentioned it, Zhou Lin would never have thought of stocking up on fodder. Doesn't the feed matter? Of course not. Often people think that fodder is for animals and not for people. But it's actually edible, with some adverse effects at best, but much better than starvation. Dad, why didn't you say so? I'm just getting around to it, so I don't know if I'll get it from the government. It shouldn't be possible. I see that there are many other large supermarkets in the city that are still buried in the snow. Zhou Lin said, just give me the location, and I'll go check it out myself. Okay. Zhou Kaijun is not reluctant. His body has not been very good, coupled with the age of the old. Go out instead of being able to help, but may become a burden to Zhou Lin. Honey. Huh. Zhou Lin froze before coming back to his senses. What? Give me another gun. You've called me a two-gun old lady, in case someone gets into trouble while you're away. Like this kind of request Zhou Lin cannot afford that husband, of course, to meet. Just did not expect Wu Shui casually said things actually happened very quickly. It's been over 20 days since Eternal Night descended, and a third of the people in the city of Kaju have gone to official shelters. A quarter have gone to their relatives in the countryside, and the rest are struggling to survive. Xiaoheng originally wanted to organize a second collective collection of supplies, but as a result, the security guards who went out to step on the spot were almost killed, and the matter was left unsettled. But just because people in the Lanshan neighborhood don't go out doesn't mean that people outside won't get ideas, especially when the neighborhood has been searched wherever it can be searched, and Lanshan, the notoriously rich neighborhood, has somehow been fabled to be stockpiled with a lot of supplies and to be rich as hell. Zhou Lin felt something was wrong the last time he went out. He just didn't expect things to develop so quickly. By coincidence, Zhou Lin had just left the house in less than 2 hours when a scattering of lights appeared at the entrance of the Lanshan neighborhood. The people from the shelter? Director Su didn't notify. When Xiaoheng walked to the window, those scattered lights at the entrance had already entered the interior of the cell, and the number of shadows was quite large. Boss, it's not good. The security guard guarding the door rushed in and yelled, Robbery! They're coming to rob us! Rob us? Xiaoheng froze, thinking, well, I haven't gone out to rob, but was robbed by others? Copy that. After the natural disaster, there are only 16 security guards on the property, plus less than 30 of the manpower that Xiaoheng has recruited. It's a good thing they're all men, and they're not too old to say they're fighting. 30 or so people, including Xiaoheng and Sun Chenghao, rushed into the neighborhood atrium in a swarm and lunged at the scattered lights. There is no question or need to ask. Holding a long knife in his hand, Xiaoheng's hand is the most dry. Aiming at the first person who touched the door of the head is a knife. Murder! Fight them! Shoot them! Shoot them! I don't know who called out first, but the light that had been scattered gradually came together, during which a lot of it fell to the ground and either went out or was trampled into the snow. In the blink of an eye, people were injured on both sides, and the shouts and screams rattled the neighborhood. Some bold homeowners looked in the window, turned around, and went to copy the guy ready to go downstairs to help. The timid ones rushed to start unlocking the door to drag the furniture to reinforce. What a mess downstairs. Wu Shui heard movement but couldn't see clearly. Use this. Weakly held out a night vision device. Thanks to the fact that Wu Shui hadn't done much research on these things, otherwise she would have been shocked. Pure and simple pretty country active equipment, the top-of-the-line kind. Putting on her night vision with Zhou Li's help, the shimmering light coupled with the distance adjustment allowed Wu Shui to see the situation below clearly. Someone is fighting Xiaoheng and the others. Not from our neighborhood. Not good. Xiaoheng and the others can't hold out. Wu Shui was like a live relay. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali were nervous listening to it, while Zhou Li didn't care much and casually said, maybe someone will be here soon. Before the words fell, the buzzer alarm sounded, and outside the blast door, the panting Sun Cheng Hao was yelling Zhou Lin's name. I'll go take a look. Cheng Yali went to open the door, and Zhou Kaijun followed. Uncle and Annie, isn't my brother Zhou here? Hurry. Can't top it down there. There are too many people outside. Sun Chenghao's head was bleeding, the corner of his mouth was broken, and several other places on his body were cut through. Only because he was wearing thick clothes that he was not injured. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Zhou Kaijun thought about it and said, No, I'll go. Cheng Yali said, It's better if I go. I'm a good shot. Wu Shui said, Sister-in-law go. Dad, you help watch. Mom, stay home and protect me. The calmest of the four was instead Zhou Li, who quickly made the most favorable plan. Cheng Yali still wanted to retort, but her loud voice didn't work at this time. Zhou Kaijun and Wu Shui before leaving the door. Zhou Li came to Wu Shui's ear quietly, said a few words. Blackie wanted to follow out the door, but the result was Cheng Yali a grip on the dog head. Looking at Wu Shui, Sun Cheng was surprised. Sister-in-law, you don't have to go down, right? If I don't go, I'm relying on you? Wu Shui coldly said, Hurry up. As the group descended the stairs, the situation below changed again. Can only say that Xiao Hang and others have tried their best, not that they do not try hard. It is really the enemy army is too fierce. Everyone with color, not to mention, there are several people have been broken up, do not know, is running away, or very much knocked down. Helplessly Xiao Hang and others are fighting and retreating, and I do not know how he thought, but he even retreated step by step to the foyer under the 8 buildings. Close the door, close the door. Xiao Hang was covered in blood. Both his and others. There was a gash on his head. His clothes were full of punch and kick marks and cuts and tears. The intensity of the fight was evident. The last security guard to come in, although the glass door closed. But how can the tempered glass block the crazy output of the iron bar machete? Bam, bam, a few times will be clattered into slag. Mud, spell it out. Xiao Hang clenched his teeth and was about to prepare to lead the fight for his life when a sudden gunshot came from behind. Gun! They have guns! Xiao Hang had thought that it was Zhou Lin coming, but he turned around only to see Zhou Kaijun with a grave face and Wu Shui with a night vision device on her head. Why did she come down? Xiao Hang glanced at Sun Chenghao and was just about to speak when he realized that Wu Shui was holding a gun in her hand, the muzzle of which was still smoking. So it was Wu Shui who fired the shot just now? That woman! It's just a gun. Fear the hammer. Charge over there. A gun can't kill more than a few people. Grab her gun. The other party's stupidity made Xiao Hang nervous again. It's no longer a question of fighting or not fighting. Xiao Hang cannot help but curse Sun Chenghao and the Zhou family. How can you let Wu Shui step in with a gun, even if it is given to Zhou Kaijun? However, instead of backing off, Wu Shui took another step forward. Last warning, exit the cell now. Chapter 62. Wu Shui kills the madman. What's so fierce about a gun? Which one are you scared of? Just not a bad body. Robbed together. Go. It had to be said that people were easily driven by collective emotions. Under normal circumstances, a person seeing a real gun instinctively would definitely be afraid. But at this time, because of the infection of the collective emotion, instead of ignoring the threat posed by the bullets, he even had the heart to hit Wu Shui's idea. Seeing the other party getting agitated, Xiao Hang gave a cry of bad luck and turned to Wu Shui. Give me the gun and hurry back to lock the door. He was right in this idea. Even Sun Chenghao was nodding. However, the next moment, Wu Shui aimed her gun at Xiao Hang. Get out of the way. You! Xiao Hang had to take a step back, thinking, You just tug. Let us see how you die in a while, and when Zhou Lin comes back, he can't blame me. Seeing Wu Shui and Xiao Hang infighting, those people in front of the door immediately felt that the opportunity came. A loud shout even swarmed to Wu Shui. Bang, bang, bang. No one expected Wu Shui to shoot without hesitation. What was even more unexpected was that Wu Shui not only had a gun in her right hand, but also in her left hand, and not only did she shoot left and right, but she also shot like a god. Almost every bullet didn't fall short, either hitting an arm or a leg. The thick cotton coat could block the blades, but not the bullets. And when Wu Shui emptied the 2 magazines, there was almost no one standing at the door. Gulp! Watching Wu Shui skillfully change the magazine, Xiao Hang's face turned blue. How could he not expect that a seemingly delicate woman was not only skillful at shooting, but also killing without blinking an eye? Xiao Hang, who originally had some other ideas, had completely extinguished his fire at this time. Changing the magazines, Wu Shui didn't even look at it more than once and walked straight past those screaming people. The most unimaginable thing was that she was about to walk out of the door when she suddenly stopped and took a shot at the people on the ground. Fuck ah! The guy hadn't been shot but just fell to the ground and pretended to be dead, who knew that he would be recognized by Wu Shui. It's not fatal, but it really hurts. After being shot, I realized that the original movie and television are fucking fake. What body shot a few shots can still fight back? All the pain to foaming at the mouth. Fight back a hammer, ah. The sound of gunfire, too, alerted those outside. Some of the smart ones have already turned around and run out the door, but there are always some that aren't afraid of anything. The night vision device gave Wu Shui great help. Although she did not know the people in the neighborhood, she could tell by the movements of the other party. Anyone who came at her with a weapon raised was an enemy. For the enemy, there is no good hesitation. Pull the trigger on it. Not much different from when practicing in the car city. At most, just add some prejudgment. Basically will not be too far off. Really, if you miss even the other side of the bad luck, well. By the time another round of magazines was empty, no one was running this way anymore. Sister-in-law is mighty. With awe on his face, Xiaohang slowly walked over to Wu Shui and said carefully, "Throw all these people to the cell gate. Live or die. Then get some people to seal up the neighborhood gate with snow blocks, and all the surrounding fences should be raised, and finally water and ice should be poured to reinforce them. I don't need to teach you all this, do I?" No need. Xiaohang puffed out his chest. "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I promise to complete the mission. Come back and get some rice. And if there are any injuries, whether you carry them up or on your back, I can heal them." After saying that, Wu Shui didn't take off her night vision device and turned around. Zhou Kaijun smiled at Xiaohang. "Young man, hard work." "No hard work, Gramps." After being praised by Zhou Kaijun, Xiaohang was thrilled. Sister-in-law is so cool. At home, after listening to Zhou Caijun's relay, Qingyali's face went white, but Zhou Li was so excited. "I'll go next time." "You go my ass," Qingyali roared. "With this little body of yours, you can be trampled to death, believe it or not." "Oomph." Zhou Li rolled her eyes, then smiled at Wu Shui. "Sister-in-law, I'm not wrong." "Yeah, just down there." At first, Wu Shui was still a bit nervous. After all, she was aiming at a living person, not a dead target. Luckily, she remembered Zhou Li's explanation when she left the house and switched the night vision mode to infrared mode, and the people in her sight turned into a single moving red shadow, and her senses instantly became better. And just like Zhou Li said, it was over like playing a game. In order not to irritate herself, Wu Shui only switched modes when she got upstairs, and from start to finish, she had neither seen any faces nor really a single drop of blood. Although a little bit of cover-up, but it is true that the spiritual impact will be reduced to a minimum. Coupled with Wu Shui was originally a doctor, the general body teachers do not know how many deconstructed. In this regard, the resistance is actually far better than Zhou Kaijun and Qingyali. When Zhou Lin returned the next day, the neighborhood was basically cleaned up. He went to check on Xiaohang, and by the way, made sure that Yang Qiqi was still alive. Yesterday, Zhou Li basically synchronized the broadcast, so Zhou Lin did not panic, and smoothly received several hundred tons of finished feed in the small feed mill, as well as more than 200 tons of raw materials in the raffle, and then released Lu Xiaofeng's ship and had a nice meal and a good night's sleep in it, which is why he came back unhurriedly. "Take this." Looking at the blood on Xiaohang's face, Zhou Lin threw out a walkie-talkie. "In the future, if you have a similar situation, you can call me directly." "Yes, master." "Don't call me master. If you don't know, you'll think I have some kind of weird fetish." Zhou Lin had always found the title master a bit strange, until he remembered the island that no longer existed, and then he was disgusted. "Okay, boss. Please, boss, convey our thanks to sister-in-law for her wonderful hands." "Got it." Zhou Lin waved his hand and glanced at Yang Qiqi, who was lying as unresponsive as a vegetable next to the stove. "She's steady. What about that Tang Yili?" "Big brother, Tang Yili is dead." Sun Qinghao walked over and whispered. As Tang Yili's friend, he was the only one who cared about Tang Yili's situation. Tang Yili was starved to death, or rather, pain and hunger disease, heavy torture under the pain of death. Sun Qinghao does not care about him. Yang Qiqi, a clay bodhisattva over the river, cannot protect themselves. No action, Tang Yili can only be borne by hunger and thirst, torture and death. Cheap. I thought that Tang Yili kind of fitness trainer should be able to last longer. Who knows that only a few days of effort to hang up, which makes Zhou Lin's heart quite regrettable, can only once again remind Xiaohang never, 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 never. Boss, I'll have Sun Qinghao take care of it close to me, so I guarantee that it won't die. Maybe instead it might kill someone. Then I don't care. Zhou Lin said. Let's go, follow me upstairs. I will never be petty when it comes to giving you rewards. 200 pounds of rice. Not much, but not much. Save enough to feed 20 or 30 of them for half a month. The security guards led by Xiaohang were thrilled and couldn't stop thanking Zhou Lin. The ice wall isn't high enough. Take the time to reinforce it. The gate is guarded, call if anything happens. When he left Xiaohang a dog's life, it was only because Zhou Lin was too lazy to command those security guards, and now it seems that his decision was really right in the beginning. The news of the bloody battle in the Lanshan neighborhood spread quickly. Even those in the official shelter knew about it. Didn't I say no random shooting? Wang Pingping was furious. Look at what has been made. More than 40 people have been shot. More than 40 people. The impact is too bad. I see that the gun must be recovered, but also severely punished. Chapter 63. The military's view. Living conditions in the shelter are getting tougher and tougher. Food is only out of almost no input. The result of sitting on the mountain cannot afford, even if every day to send people out to collect, but find back the food is day by day less and less. And even some teams have appeared to return empty-handed phenomenon. There was no refinery in Jiazhou City, and with long-distance transportation nearly cut off, gasoline was likewise a non-renewable resource. Using less of it, and none of the vehicles, especially those with modified tracks, were fuel efficient. The gas stations that could be found were drained, and the stock of fuel was still a concern. The way things are going, it will last another month at best. It's been a month since Eternal Night fell, and humanity's once proud city is on the verge of total collapse. After successive renovations and expansions, the shelter now has a collection of hydroponic equipment, and using LED lighting and liquid fertilizers to promote growth, the first batch of vegetables has grown, and although it is still some time before they reach maturity, at least it proves that the path is a viable one. The problem before the shelter leaders was not enough liquid fertilizer. In the first place, no one thought of agricultural production in the shelter and would not stockpile fertilizers. If the use of traditional agriculture shelters so many people do not have to worry about the problem of farmyard manure, but farmyard manure is impossible to be used as raw materials for liquid cultivation. Even if there are a number of agricultural experts and chemical experts in the shelter, cannot handle this kind of problem of the century. So the matter of finding fertilizer was imminent. However, Jiazhou City also has no fertilizer factory. The only hope is the fertilizer merchants in that part of the city outskirts. For this reason, Wang Pingping had to personally run a trip. The fertilizer was pulled back, but when the convoy passed through the Motor City, Wang Pingping wanted to go by way of another search on a whim, but it turned out to be traces of someone's activity. This store. Seeing the wall that had been blown up by Zhou Lin, as well as the safe that had been sliced open, Wang Pingping's face instantly changed. It wasn't so much that he cared what treasures were in the safe, but the explosives and the tools used to cut it. Were these something an ordinary person could have? Recruit a few criminal investigators over immediately. Wang Pingping also did not leave. Duty made him have to figure out this matter, especially the source of the explosives. Soon, criminal investigation and army explosives experts came and scrambled to analyze and come up with conclusions. Look at this. This is not ordinary explosives. At least our country has never sold them to civilians. How did it come about? And the water jet that cut this safe, again, not civilian equipment. Also, the police people judge that there should be only one person at the scene with such a heavy safe and equally heavy cutting equipment. I simply can't imagine how he did it, Superman. Zhu Guanghan's face was equally grave. As the current hand of Jiazhou City, and at such a special time as the present, who would want to encounter such a thing? There are definitely oddities in the city. Wang Pingping continued to say his opinion. In short, he believed that if these uncertain and unstable factors could not be eliminated, and if the world could not return to normal in a short period of time, all of them would become hidden dangers to the shelter in the future, and even threaten the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. As a soldier of the people, Wang Pingping could not allow such a thing to happen. Talking about the Lanshan neighborhood, the last time Wang Pingping made it clear that the person who shot the gun should be arrested, whether or not it is Zhou Lin. But Zhu Guanghan did not agree. More than 1,000 pounds of frozen meat has not yet finished. This is going to arrest people? Besides, there was a reason for the incident. Lanshan district is only a passive defense. If we really want to arrest people for this, then is it not necessary to arrest anyone who participated in that armed fight? Not to mention whether or not this is in the hearts and minds of the people. Those arrested can't wait to starve to death, can they? Keeping them would be a huge expense, and the landlord's family would not have any food left over. I think it's better to go for a warning. I heard that the shooter is a female child. The shooting skill is okay as hell. None of them hit the vitals. It shouldn't be the kind of person with a cruel heart. Rabbits have to bite when they're cornered. It's understandable. Yi Xinxiao opened his mouth. Wang Pingping was not willing to retort anymore, except that he did not quite agree with the commander's view. What isn't a cruel person? You can say that in peacetime. Can it be the same now? Those who were hit by bullets in their limbs did not die on the spot, but how many of them were able to survive? Unable to find a doctor to treat their wounds, without adequate medication, and not even able to keep up with their nutrition. What use are these people other than being a burden? So Wang Pingping instead felt that the heart of the girl who shot the gun was extremely vicious, not only killing people, but also executing their hearts. In fact, this point Wang Pingping really wronged blame Wu Shui. She simply did not think so much just downstairs before Zhou Li deliberately reminded her. And now she also think that Zhou Li reminded good, or else she may be excited to kill the people, did not give those people the opportunity to reform. Well, those people did reform, and repracticing is reform, if you will. Finally, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao let Wang Pingping to find Zhou Lin talk. On the one hand, a warning on the other hand, to see if Zhou Lin can come up with some compensation. After all, so many people were injured. Boss, the military is here. Xiao Hang performed his job duties very faithfully and immediately notified Zhou Lin when he saw the military vehicles appear. At this moment, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were busy in the tool room. The rabbit has given birth again, and Wu Shui especially likes it because she will soon be able to eat the fragrant rabbit head. As for saying that the white rabbit is not cute, just think about Wu Shui's occupation. What kind of frogs, mice, rabbits? She does not know how many dissected. Cute, which is not as important as delicious. Usually a female rabbit gives birth to 4 or 5 babies, but the one raised by Zhou Lin gave birth to 8, plus 12 in the last round. TSK. The rabbit is thriving. Simply a heroic mom. Zhou Lin smiled and added the grass to the rabbits. The mother rabbit's food intake skyrocketed after giving birth. In addition to eating more, she also pooped more in order for the rabbits to have good health. Daily cleaning was essential. However, the tool room is confined, and the smell is really bad. This shows that Kiki Yang still suffered a lot in the beginning. Why don't we find someone else to do it? Zhou Lin discussed with Wu Shui. He would probably be away from home a lot, and the rest would either be old people or women, and he always felt a bit shortchanged. Looking for who? Who can you trust? Wu Shui shook her head. Of course it was good to have someone, but the problem was that people were so easy to find. How about Sun Qinghao? I'll remodel this side so that it's impossible to enter the interior from the tool room, so that even if he wants to make trouble, he won't be able to do it, and besides, there are still guns in the house, so he shouldn't be so bold. It's best to talk to mom and dad. Okay, let's talk about it during dinner later. By the way, your mom and dad? No, my old man, how are they doing these days? Seems to be okay. Food and drink for the time being. My dad said he might be involved in some kind of research program these days. Is there still research going on in the shelter? Wu Shui was young after all, and had been in the ivory tower almost all the time. So there were a lot of things she simply couldn't think of. Olympus? Chapter 64. You don't deserve it. Project Olympus, the collection of many developed countries, not only contains several shelters, but also with a number of scientific research institutes. The beginning of the end of the world sheltered more than 25% of the continent, and later began to expand and remodel until the emergence of the aliens and evolved. The entire continent of more than 90% of the shelters have joined the Project Olympus. Later, even more integrated almost all of the continents. Aliens and evolved. Project Olympus, and in the later stages, it even integrated almost all of the continent's aliens and evolvers. Except for the Gross Country. In Zhou Lin's memory, it seems that the country of Mao did not have any famous doomsday plan, but until his last life when he died, the country of Mao did not die because of the end of the world, only that the whole country was in a relatively closed state and the outside world did not understand its situation. However, Zhou Lin still vaguely remembers, about 7 years after the end of the world, the European evolvers and aliens 30,000 people entered the country of Mao, trying to plunder the population and resources of the country of Mao. And in the end, it is said that this group of teams under the banner of the gods of Olympus, all of them were lost in the land of the country of Mao. Afterwards, Olympus inquired about the Maoist state, but received no response from the Maoist state, even when Olympus threatened to nuke the country, which remained fruitless. Whether or not Olympus eventually launched a nuke is unknown, but the Gross Country was off limits and no one wanted to go and get killed for nothing. Before Zhou Lin could discuss Olympus with Wu Shui, he was interrupted by Xiao Hang's call. The military? I know. Zhou Lin had thought that it wouldn't have much to do with him. However, soon Xiao Hang called him again, saying that the people from the military were here specifically to find him, and that it was related to the armed fight that had broken out a few days ago. I'll go. I'm the one who shot. Wu Shui said. Stop it. Stay at home. No one is allowed to go out after I leave. Zhou Lin blocked the door. He forbade any caprice in this matter. After all, he was no ordinary man now. Symbiosis. Intermediate 21 20/10 000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 4.5 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level 1, 4.5, 4512/10, 000. With a comprehensive physical quality that was more than 4 times that of an ordinary person, coupled with the various weaponry on the rifle, it could be said that as long as Zhou Lin was willing, he could fight a localized war on his own, and it might even be an exaggeration compared to a localized war. So no matter why the military was looking for him this time, and how they would treat him, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Downstairs, Xiao Hang found a clean place to receive Wang Pingping. He didn't know Wang Pingping's name at this time. He just felt that this middle-aged soldier's aura was very powerful, and it must be the kind of thing that he couldn't afford to mess with. Even Xiao Hang has considered, if there is a conflict between Wang Pingping and Zhou Lin which side he is going to stand on, the result is obvious. How can the arm twist over the thigh, let alone a hair of sweat? You're Zhou Lin. Wang Pingping's sullen face, sitting in a big horse, several heavily armed soldiers with guns stood in its rear. With helmet mask, half of the expression cannot be seen. Just let a person feel very depressing. It's me. What can I do for you? Even with his psychic abilities as a citizen of Xia, Zhou Lin still felt his hands and feet a little numb, and was a little uncomfortable and unnatural being looked at by Wang Pingping's hawk-like eyes, as if there was a big stone pressing on his heart, and he couldn't breathe well. My name is Pingping Wang, and I represent. About the last armed fight, you shot and caused more than 40 casualties. I think it was self-defense. If they hadn't stormed our neighborhood armed, hitting everyone on sight and pressing on, we wouldn't have shot to force them back. And we only shot to force them back and stop the thugs from continuing to hurt other citizens. Cunning. Wang Pingping slammed the desktop. That's why I said that guns can't be decentralized to the private sector. It's because there are too many self-righteous people like you. Do you know the consequences of firing a gun at will? The only consequence of this is the protection of law-abiding citizens like us, who fend for themselves in order to survive, and instead of being a nuisance to the country, try to contribute to it. After slowly adapting, Zhou Lin also dared to go head-to-head with Wang Pingping. Looks like you can't see the Yellow River without shedding a tear. So come with me to the shelter and talk slowly. You want to arrest me? Zhou Lin's face changed color slightly. So you guys will also cross the river and hate the enemy. Wang Pingping faced him hanging. After all, that batch of frozen meat he also ate, although it is a fair trade, but when did I say I was going to arrest you? Do you have a problem with your ears? If it's not an arrest, then is it okay if I don't want to go? Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders and said. Wang Pingping did not expect Zhou Lin to be so difficult to deal with. Not to mention that it was the same as hobnail meat, the most dissatisfied Wang Pingping, or Zhou Lin's fearless attitude. Don't forget that Xia is still here. The Xia government is still here. We are still here. And unless you leave Xia, you will always be a citizen of Xia and need to abide by its laws and social morals. Wang, sir, I think there is one thing you may be mistaken. Whether I have violated the law or not shouldn't be adjudicated by the army. As for social morality, even if I admit that I am lacking in morality, should I be shot? Wang Pingping is really some can't help it. But before coming out, Yi Xinxiao specifically explained that no matter what, do not get into a confrontation of force. From the current situation, Zhou Lin is certainly not an enemy of the country. The army does not have a position to take action against Zhou Lin. That's why Wang Pingping was thinking of getting Zhou Lin to the shelter first if he really couldn't, and then he would first be locked up in a dark room for a few days, and then he would account for whatever bullshit was going on. As long as we get Zhou Lin's illegal confession, the rest will be easy. But now Zhou Lin's attitude of not cooperating at all made it difficult for Wang Pingping. If you do something to arrest someone, it's against the commander's request. If you don't do it, it seems like you can't say anything to Zhou Lin. Looks like you are determined to go against the government. Wang Pingping laughed coldly. Do you know that because of your behavior, it is possible that the entire Lanshan district will be excluded from the rescue list by the command? What rescue list? Xiao Hang, who had been listening from the sidelines, suddenly spoke up. Oh, you guys are still looking for unawareness. The shelter now has the ability to grow fresh vegetables. The next step will be to expand production, and then in addition to internal consumption, may also be traded externally. Fresh vegetables? Xiao Hang's eyes popped up. This might be the hard currency besides food. After all, if you can't eat vegetables for a long time, even the best body will have problems due to lack of vitamins. The shelter will only deal with neighborhoods that have passed the vetting process, neighborhoods like yours. Wang Pingping looked deeply at Zhou Lin. I don't think it would be qualified enough to become a deal for the shelter. I'd like to ask Mr. Wang, when did we in Xia begin to engage in the practice of implicating people again? Not to mention whether or not I myself have violated the law. Even if you think I have, do you still want to implicate others? If you really have this kind of thought, then I'm a bit sorry about the uniform you're wearing because you don't deserve it. Chapter 65, Agreement Reached. Wang Pingping was furious and fiercely got up to draw his gun. However, he never expected Zhou Lin to be faster than him. Before the gun was even aimed, Zhou Lin's silhouette shifted and unexpectedly appeared behind Wang Pingping, grabbing Wang Pingping's right hand that was holding the gun with a forceful twist, and the gun was pressed against Wang Pingping's temple. "Don't move! Let go of the officer! Drop the gun!" A few soldiers were obviously a beat slower in their movements, and by the time they reacted, Zhou Lin had already completely controlled Wang Pingping. As an officer leading a war, Wang Pingping wanted to die at this time. "Shoot me if you have the guts, shoot me." Enraged, Wang Pingping yelled. He also attempted to struggle, only to find that he was unable to shake Zhou Lin at all, as if he were an ant. This result caused Wang Pingping to be unusually frustrated while at the same time, he could not help but feel some doubts in his heart. He is serious from the soldiers step by step up, once for many years won the title of King of Soldiers. These years although slack some, but the bottom is still there according to how it should also be stronger than Zhou Lin, this young man a lot of right. What makes you so strong? This shows that Zhou Lin's identity is afraid of some not simple. Turn back to have to dig deeper. Maybe, how could Zhou Lin have thought that one of his instinctive moves would make Wang Pingping rich in associations? "Officer Wang, if you don't pull out your gun, we'll still be friends." "Good. You let go of me first," Wang Pingping said with a swollen red face. "Okay." Zhou Lin was not afraid of Wang Pingping's backlash. He respected the soldiers. Wang Pingping, as well as those few soldiers, knew from their accents that they were not from Jiazhou, not even from Bashu. When the natural disaster came, were their families not affected? Don't they need them? Yet because they wear this uniform, they have to abide by a soldier's code and fulfill their sacred mission. Like them, Zhou Lin asked himself that he could not do it. "All of you, put your guns down." Wang Pingping, who had regained his freedom, glared at a few of his men, and then said to Zhou Lin, "You can do it with your hands." I didn't even react. "Any interest in coming to be a soldier?" "Me? Become a soldier?" Zhou Lin shook his head. "Forget it, the character doesn't fit." Wang Pingping moved his neck and glared at Zhou Lin. "It's fine not to pursue your responsibility. After injuring more than 40 people, tell me how to compensate." Compensation? It seemed that this was the real purpose of Wang Pingping's visit. "What do you want?" Zhou Lin asked after a moment of contemplation. "It's all good. Grain, meat, vegetables and fruits, food, drink, anything useful." Zhou Lin is actually not short of supplies. In a sense, he is even more rich than the shelter. But wealth must not be revealed. So Zhou Lin kept silent. He would never say anything if Wang Pingping didn't open his mouth. "Is there any food?" Wang Pingping couldn't stand it anymore and opened his mouth to ask. Zhou Lin shook his head. "Frozen meat? Dehydrated vegetable fruits? Warm clothing? Feed? Yes. How many? What?" Wang Pingping thought he had heard wrong. Who the hell stocks up on feed in the general population? "Oh, the Zhou family is engaged in farming to make a fortune. That's not a problem. How to forget about this now? Is 5 tons there?" Wang Pingping asked tentatively. "More, a ton at most. High-protein pig feed that people can eat? 3 tons. No, absolutely not." "So you got rid of a general with 2 tons of fodder?" Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali and others are a little disbelieving. 2 tons of feed in their eyes is not worth a lot of money. The normal operation of the farm. Those who do not feed the pigs in minutes to dazzle off. Times have changed, 35% protein content. Good stuff then. Zhou Lin skimmed his lips. He felt he had lost money anyway. There's still a trip back to the countryside, how tiring. "Dad," the Wang Pingping revealed an important piece of information. "What news?" "The shelter is getting into soilless cultivation. Do we have a fertilizer plant in Kaju?" "No," Zhou Kaijun said with certainty. "I don't know much about the fertilizer piece with you guys, and besides, there's no need for us to grab it from the shelter, right? It's not robbing from them. We need this fertilizer thing too." Zhou Lin was thinking about the future. From the beginning of the eternal night until 5 years later, the climate was not suitable for the production of vegetables and fruits, and when he had risked his life to rob the raffle ship, Zhou Lin had the idea of soil-less cultivation in the raffle ship. Once the snow has melted and the whole general environment is relatively stable, you can find a suitable place to put the rifle out and become a home base for the family. Only that time, Zhou Lin turned his head and looked at Wu Shui, who was reading a book worthy of being a bully. Or so people are still studying professional books, and from time to time to draw a few times, the mouth read the words. It is also good, the stronger Wu Shui's medical skills, the higher the value in the future. Zhou Lin wouldn't wait for the price to go up, as a matter of fact. Outside the door, Sun Sung-ho rubbed his hands together apprehensively. There was no knock on the door, just a smile at the camera. If no one in Zhou Lin's house was paying attention, he would definitely wait and never disturb the big brother so easily. Just be cold. It's not like he's going to die of cold anyway. To say that human beings were actually quite capable of adapting to the environment. Nowadays, the outdoor temperature had been fluctuating around minus 30 degrees. But apart from the wave at the beginning, very few people were now freezing to death. Especially young people under 30, teenagers, as long as they don't have underlying medical conditions, the odds are that they are acclimatized to these low temperatures. And if it weren't for the perpetual night, they would probably be starting their normal outdoor activities. The temperature in the north is a bit lower, like those places in the desert river in Xia. The temperature at night may even reach 70 degrees below zero. But it's just like that, some people with strong tolerance have even gone to open holes in the glacier to catch fish. Sun Sung-ho didn't have to wait long for the blast door to open. Walking into the Zhou family for the first time, Sun Chung-hao greeted everyone with trepidation and caution. All of them were the big brother's sidekicks, and each of them required him to honor, respect, and all kinds of weight. From now on, you'll stay in the tool shed, an idyllic life of growing vegetables and raising chickens. Happy Zhou Lin patted Sun Chung-hao's shoulder and laughed. Thanks, big guy. This is just what I've been dreaming of. Sun Chung-hao did not lie. Although the smell in the tool room was not good. The smell of the security guard dormitory was actually not much better. As promised, food and shelter, but no pay. Don't sue me in the labor department in the future. Boss is joking. When Zhou Lin finished explaining the precautions, Sun Chung-hao was considered officially on duty. It's nice to finally not have to clean up rabbit poop. Zhou Li sucked on an ice cream, showing her little tiger teeth with joy. Wu Shui was also quite happy. The two sisters-in-law have extremely similar opinions. Not in the sense of being goody two-shoes, but simply in the sense of not wanting to go to the tool shed to work and hold them back from their studies. Zhou Li has recently been teaching herself about electricity and communications, and she knows that Zhou Lin plans to get a base in the future, and as the second-in-command of the base, she has to have real skills to convince the public. Everyone still needs to pay attention, especially you two little girls. No going upstairs in private, and if you want anything, let him leave it at the door, and we'll go get it. Got it, Dad. Zhou Li and Wu Shui replied in unison. Huang Minjing, why is she here again? Looking at the silhouette that appeared on the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. Chapter 66, The Uniform. When Huang Minjing came, Cheng Yali definitely had to give her a warm reception. However, the more enthusiastic Luo Yali was, the more the embarrassment in the bottom of Huang Minjing's eyes intensified. At one time, Huang Minjing held more than 10 times the assets of the Zhou family. But now, I'm not afraid of Sister Cheng's joke. The family is now out of coal, and there's not much to eat. Huang Minjing was still saying this out of concern for her face. Dehydrated vegetables were indeed still available, but one couldn't just eat vegetables. Even if she could hold out, she didn't dare to let the old man starve. The last time we talked about that batch of fast food, didn't we agree on a 40-60th split? Zhou Lin said, thinking that Huang Minjing regretted it. Huang Minjing did want to backtrack, but not because she felt she was less, but rather she was willing to voluntarily give up 10%. And the two families would split the money 50-50. 50 packages, boxes, a box of convenience food, 2,000 boxes, which means that Zhou Lin run this trip can get 1,000 boxes of instant food, 50,000 packages, boxes. Another 2 years a package can change a woman to take home serious hard currency. I'd like to trade you 500 of my 1,000 boxes for coal and other food, if you'd like. Other food? Although coal is useful, but not as important as everyone thinks. At most 2 more months the temperature will warm up, the consumption of coal will drop dramatically, and later there will be people to go to the open-pit coal mines to mine coal for sale. There is a richness in the amount of mining after no more industrial use. As for the other food, it's not that there isn't any. The key is that you can't take out too much. After all, the house is so big. Even if each room is piled up to the ceiling, the total amount is limited. Staples, meats, even seasonings, these are all fine. Huang Minjing unconsciously licked her lips, seeing that it should have been a long time since she had eaten something with real flavor. We'll talk about the swap later. When are you planning on going? The sooner the better. It's best if you can give me some coal and food first. Don't worry, no one knows where that batch of instant food is except me. Fearing that Zhou Lin would not believe her, Huang Minjing hurriedly explained. I'll bring you the coal and food later, and you can give me the address on the fast food side. Now that there are more people out there and official teams collecting supplies, trouble. Okay, the address is... The 2 garages are connected together, and no one usually goes there at all. Huang Minjing barely hesitated for a second before saying where the 50 tons of instant food was located, which made Zhou Lin a little surprised. It's come to the point where just being able to live is more important than anything else. I don't want to watch my mom starve to death. Huang Minjing raised her hand to wipe away her tear tracks, took a deep breath, and tried to squeeze out a smile. Although there was no makeup, her plain face was a few points prettier than many stars before the end of the world. Only this point of beauty has not been able to fascinate Zhou Lin. And the end of the world has lived for 10 years of people, has long been able to ignore the appearance of the woman. Vase can only contain flowers. If the flowers are gone, who still want a vase? Zhou Lin didn't rush to send supplies over to Huang Minjing. He worked out at home for almost 3 hours and waited for a ho-hum meal before dragging the sled car out of the door. Wu Shui had seen the sled car and couldn't receive it back into the rifle. 2 tons of coal, 500 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, as well as 200 pounds of frozen meat. Watching Zhou Lin move things in one batch after another, Huang Minjing's entire body was dumbfounded. Is there no one next door? Zhou Lin asked. With his current physical ability, it wasn't really easy to sweat. There was, and the last time the government shelter came to recruit, they just happened to qualify and moved out. That's okay. Zhou Lin was afraid that so many supplies were piled up at the door, in case the next door secretly saw it from the cat's eye and looked for Huang Minjing to beat him up when he left. Then it would be trouble again. With this batch of supplies, how can he survive until the end of the winter night? Right? Winter night is the official name given by the summer country. Nowadays, the folk are gradually used to say so. Are you leaving here? Anything else? A trace of embarrassment passed under Huang Minjing's eyes. Nothing. Just wanted to ask if you want to come in for a glass of water. It's weirdly cold. It's always cold. Get used to it. Zhou Lin tightened his winter jacket. Let's go call for something. Lock the door. Closing the door, Huang Minjing sighed long and low. Calling only when something happens. I'm still getting older. Nonsense what? Laughing to herself, Huang Minjing then picked up her spirits again. It's time to add charcoal to the stove. How can I make the room temperature rise to more than 15 degrees today? That way Mom won't cough. Right? Stew a meat, add dehydrated vegetables, and then cook a big pot of white rice. The end of the world can eat these what is not satisfied, like Zhou Lin's family. Well, that cannot be compared. But no matter how hard it was, the country did not give up its efforts. The Jiazhou shelter received a shipment of supplies from the provincial capital today, surprisingly delivered by blimp. Low temperatures and bad air can seriously affect an airplane engine. But unlike the playfulness of a blimp, the fan, which relies on electricity as a source of energy, will work properly to propel the blimp forward as long as the airbag doesn't break. However, at present, only the city of Basha province had thought of and begun to practice the use of airships for long-distance transportation. And other places temporarily did not have the ability or simply did not have the ability to manufacture airships, which was an ancient flying machine. Zhu Guanghan stood in the cold wind, his eyebrows and eyelashes glued with frost making him squint his eyes. But he was never willing to go back to the shelter to warm up. What is hope? This is hope. The long white breath came out of his mouth, and although it was quickly dispersed by the cold wind, it finally left traces of its existence in heaven and earth. Just like every person who endeavors to survive, to the extent that there is still heaven and earth to know that he had once been here. Yi Xinxiao's physical quality is significantly higher than Zhu Guanghan's, so she can't see any white frost on her face. I didn't expect it. The most abundant thing in the first batch of supplies is actually a radio. It said that the power consumption is extremely low, and that a single 5-size battery can be used for a few months. So how come I haven't heard of this thing before? Even if there was one before? Would you use it? Zhu Guanghan said. That's right, just like this thing. It's long out of use, probably only in our country. Why did you send tens of thousands of radios instead of shipping food? There is also a national dimension to this. Under the natural disaster, the high-tech cannot play, but the usual only old man and old lady will fiddle with the radio, but has many advantages of high-tech communication products do not have. Power saving is one thing, and then there's the ability to receive signals and the relatively minimal resources needed to maintain the radio. Finally, radios are low-tech, durable, easy to repair, and highly reusable. Immediately arrange for manpower to distribute them. It's enough to keep 1,000 units in the shelter and try to distribute the rest to every neighborhood. At least make sure that every building where people live has one. Zhu Guanghan said to the middle management around him. After the airship unloaded its cargo and began to slowly rise, Yi Xinxiao and the other soldiers raised their hands in salute. Although their rank was much higher than the soldiers on the airship, just because those soldiers flew over without fearing for their lives, it was worthwhile for Yi Xinxiao and these generals to send a solemn military salute. It's recognition, and it's a military romance. I hope they make it back safely. It'll work. Wang Pingping eyes red. In those soldiers, he saw the once himself. No, I should say that as long as wearing this uniform, the heart only sacred sense of mission. What about the thousands of mountains and the mountains of fire? Righteousness. If the most deaths in the first few days of the natural disaster were the elderly and the sick, the most sacrifices every day now are made by soldiers. Wherever there is a need, the soldier should be there. In Xia, the uniform represents not only honor, but also the unimaginable of ordinary people, the dedication, sacrifice. Chapter 67. Sun Sung-ho is homesick. That Zhou Lin, I think it's abnormal. Back in the shelter, Wang Pingping couldn't wait to report to Yi Xinxiao. There were only Yi Xinxiao's guards in the room besides the two of them, so Wang Pingping had no qualms about speaking. Physical quality is much stronger than you? Yi Xinxiao was a bit shocked. He knew about Wang Pingping's caliber. How could an ordinary person? Also, I suspected that he was in possession of a great deal of resources, so when I came back, I had someone access his data, and the results were bizarre. You suspect he has more than 2 tons of fertilizer in his possession? It should be much more than that. This man is very cunning, Commander. Do you think it's possible that he's not normal at all? Yi Xinxiao narrowed his tiger eyes, straight to the point. Commander, have you ever read one of those post-apocalyptic novels? Yi Xinxiao shook his head. He which has those time, but it is listening to those children at home when eating once mentioned, but the novel is not just bullshitted. Wang Pingping said this is what it means. I've investigated the Zhou family. Their family's behavior before the disaster struck was extremely abnormal. As if they had already foreseen that the disaster would strike. Could it be that one of the people in their family has some special ability? If there really is that one person in the Zhou family, I think it must be Zhou Lin, unless there's more than one in their family. Since you think it's possible, dig deeper, but don't tell Zhu Guanghan and the others for now. Wang Pingping nodded. There are some things that only our military knows. Here I can give you some bottom. This disaster may last for years or even longer. Our military's next task is to ensure that human civilization, at least our Xia civilization, to be passed on. So when necessary. Although the latter words Yi Xinxiao did not say, Wang Pingping roughly understood. A trace of intolerance flashed under his eyes, but he remained silent. Yi Xinxiao patted Wang Pingping's shoulder. We are soldiers, we have to strictly carry out orders while having a big heart. In addition, I'll tell you another news, it's not confirmed yet, but there are research institutes that believe that with the changes in the environment, we human beings also have the possibility of mutation. Among them, people like you who have good physical qualities and are small in age have the greatest chances. And, I'm getting old. Mutations? Evolution? Wang Pingping's heart stirred. Commander, then do you think Zhou Lin could be? Whether it is or not, don't tell anyone else. Report it if it's confirmed. And don't do anything extra. Don't forget, in addition to natural disasters, we have to guard against man-made disasters. It was impossible for someone who could sit on the position of a party commander to say anything about being simple-minded. Don't look at Yi Xinxiao, who was in his 50s this year. His mind was actually very clear. His judgment of this natural disaster in front of him was much more pessimistic than Zhu Guanghan. Zhu Guanghan is undoubtedly an idealist. And it is precisely because he is always optimistic about disasters that he is able to be tirelessly busy. But perhaps what will knock him down in the future is also this optimism. Optimism is not a fault, at least in this already terrible world. Optimism will make life a little easier. Just like Sun Qinghao, there are quite a lot of things to do every day, but he can always find himself a reason to live. Even if it's just to talk to the chickens, ducks, and geese, he can still talk for an hour or two. Looks like you're doing well. Well, things are going well. Make your own arrangements for this food. And let me know if you don't have enough. Now, the only person who will go to the tool room is Zhou Lin. He is not specifically to see Sun Qinghao. The generator needs to add oil. He took 2 barrels from the Huffei and brought them up. And by the way, he threw some instant food to Sun Qinghao in addition to a box of dehydrated vegetables attached. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Sun Qinghao excitedly took it, then hurriedly categorized it and put it away. Now he had already treated the tool room as his home. Even more than a real home. At least in the past, he wouldn't clean up much at home. After filling up the generator with gas, Zhou Lin took a look around the tool room. Some of the vegetables on the hydroponic racks have already started to be picked, and Sun Qinghao is reseeding them to make sure he doesn't let the equipment go unused. The bunnies born a few days ago are growing fast, no longer in the shape of ruddy little rats. Their eyes are open, their ears are long, and one of them is moving merrily. Chickens, ducks, and geese are still the same. Because of the limited space, Zhou Lin has no intention of hatching for the time being. When the raffle ship positive base is formally opened, Zhou Lin intends to use an entire layer for planting and breeding, and at that time need to plan well. how to introduce sunlight into the lower deck, but also to ensure that as much as possible to isolate the temperature. Winter's Eve is less than 2 months away. It is said that in some places you can see more or less light at noon, which is good news for its size. Some optimists are already celebrating, talking about how the cold night is almost over and the dawn is just around the corner. The first half of the sentence is true, but the dawn may not always be rosy. Because those plants and animals that died on the winter night did not flourish again just because the dawn came. It could have been the winter night that killed them, or it could have been the sun, which symbolizes light. Perhaps the world itself had a compensatory mechanism, where long periods of freezing were followed by longer periods of heat, and the balance was perhaps right, wrong only in that most of the creatures attached to the world were too fragile. If it's possible, Sun Chung Hao accompanied a smile. I want to try to see if I can get in touch with my mom and dad. Big brother, you see. Yes. Zhou Lin thought about it and promised Sun Chung how to turn around and get him a cell phone that could send and receive messages, equivalent to a castrated version of the kind Wu Shui used, I guess. I can see that Sun Chung Hao is a smart person. And to put it mildly, there is no deep hatred between him and Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. And it is even more unlikely that someone like him would not want to lose his life in order to avenge for Tang Yili. So the probability is that he will not play any tricks. To send fodder to Wang Pingping today, Zhou Lin did not intend to go directly to the shelter. It was someone else's territory. Hell knows if Wang Pingping would set up a hungmen banquet. After finding a relatively middle place and placing the bags of feed in the vacant room, Zhou Lin sent a location message to Wang Pingping. Not long after the 5-track version of the military vehicle came, Wang Pingping got off and greeted Zhou Lin, then first let the people to move the feed. We don't know each other this time. Next time you want anything else, you can trade bullets or guns. You've got a lot of guts. How dare you mention bullets to me? Wang Pingping laughed and scolded him. After a few encounters, basically, he could be sure that Zhou Lin couldn't be considered a bad person, although he wasn't a good person either. But how is the adult world black and white? Besides guns and ammunition, what else can you exchange with me? Zhou Lin smiled. He knew that Wang Pingping would be more or less skeptical. After all, many things could not be hidden in Xia. But what's the use of being suspicious? You can't arrest him and dissect him just because you were suspicious, right? What's more, Wang Pingping might not be able to catch him. Don't dream. The government won't let guns and ammunitions go to the people. You are already a special case. Halfway through his words, Wang Pingping's face suddenly changed color. Chapter 68. Have you been exposed? Don't ask. I won't answer if I ask. Zhou Lin directly blocked the words before Wang Pingping. Before he was also wondering whether it was a problem on Su Ziyuan's side or Wang Pingping's problem. Now it seems that it may be, because they are expensive and forgetful. Wang Pingping's lips moved and eventually turned into a long sigh. He remembered the news revealed by the commander. If things really develop to that point, does it still matter if the people have guns and ammunition in their hands? What's more, Wang Pingping had a speculation in his mind. Would those mutated creatures in the post-apocalyptic novels really appear? Recently, there is time Wang Pingping will make up for those novels. The more you read, the more you feel that art is really from the reality, but unfortunately this reality is too cruel. It's just the two of us here, can you tell the truth? Seeing Wang Pingping put on a look of brotherly love, Zhou Lin could not adapt for a moment and took half a step back. What? Our relationship is not that good. I told you not to ask. I want to ask about the bullets. I'll just ask you, did you get stronger after the end of the world? Getting stronger? What's stronger? I've always been like this. Zhou Lin's expression was well managed. At least he felt that way. But what kind of person is Wang Pingping? He has led not 10,000, but also 8,000 soldiers. How can Zhou Lin's acting skills fool him? It seems I guessed correctly, Wang Pingping said with a straight face. Although you are not a soldier, I feel that you are not a bad person. I hope you use your abilities well. People are not for themselves, but don't kill innocents indiscriminately. Beasts only hunt because they are hungry. Don't even be worse than beasts. I don't know what you're talking about. I only know that good people don't live long. Zhou Lin shook his head. He didn't dare to admit anything, nor could he. It is said that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, but Zhou Lin is not willing to be the one to take responsibility. People do not take care of their own heaven and earth. Wang Pingping said. Zhou Lin just did it. The fertilizer is loaded, and Wang Pingping is leaving. Maybe we'll meet again soon. Better not. By the way, do you want the radio? No need. Lanshan neighborhood yesterday. Someone came to distribute radios, no money, free of charge, but the first batch of a limited number of Lanshan neighborhood is only 20 units, basically to do each unit one. It can still come in handy for the average person, and is broadcast 24 hours a day on central and provincial radio stations. There are disaster news, missing person notices, emergency measures, survival skills, occasional language comedy programs, and in the middle of the night you can listen to movies and TV dramas, so it can be said that it is very rich. But it's really useless for Zhou Lin's family to bring it. Zhou would have prepared a lot of national-level news. Zhou Lin now cannot be used. As for Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali Two Mouths, now in addition to desperately exercise in addition to, is at home to brush the drama, with Zhou Kaijun words, in addition to the lack of sun, lack of freedom. And now the days are even more comfortable than before. As the car drove away, Wang Pingping looked deeply at Zhou Lin. For some reason, that glance gave Zhou Lin the feeling that his entire being had been seen through. How much does Pingping Wang really know? Does he alone know, or does the top already know? Zhou Lin was a bit nervous. It seemed that he would have to keep a lower profile in the future. After seeing Wang Pingping's convoy disappear, Zhou Lin also turned to leave. He was going to get the 50 tons of instant food. Huang Minjing has a house in the suburbs. Not a villa area. The grade is slightly worse, but the environment is very good. Each family is 2 or 3 layers of stack collocation. The lower stack with front and rear gardens on the upper stack with a platform, and even the underground garage are directly separated by iron gates, the kind of independent use of the family. After the house bought over, Huang Minjing has not been to decorate. Too busy, but also do not feel the need to toss the old lady. First put it. Who knows the end of the apocalyptic disaster came? The last batch of goods, or Huang Minjing hold a tentative mentality to stay, all in her name in the garage locked. The location of the neighborhood was a bit far, but it was barely acceptable for the ski-footed Zhou Lin, and he arrived in a little over an hour. Thoroughly open gates, almost no lights. How many people are really left in this neighborhood? Can't say, but certainly not as much as Mission Hill. Zhou Lin moved his feet unhurriedly in the dark night, and eventually found the number Huang Minjing had said. It's here now. Zhou Lin went up and touched the huge brass lock, 2 fingers clamped a pole, and the parking garage was caved in, and there were actually 3 minivans parked inside. These minivans are obviously overloaded, except that when Huang Minjing drove in there would be neither road policing on the road, nor even a few traffic police to be seen. The minivan, rated for less than a 5-ton load, carried 3 times its weight, a weight that life should not have to bear, and it crushed the minivan into some shape. Luck! Really want to enter this garage is actually not difficult. Even without Zhou Lin's physical ability, a crowbar can achieve the same purpose. It can only be said that either there are really fewer people in this neighborhood, or no one feels that the car is still useful in this situation. Since cars are useless, who cares about the garage used to park them in? There are simply too many of them. Zhou Lin had to start his binge eating mode once again. He was eating when he was collecting, and he was still eating when he was resting. At first, the rifle had so many finished burgers and burger ingredients that Zhou Lin was skeptical of life, but now he thought it was too little. Who would dare to eat 10 burgers at once? With the increase in evolution, Zhou Lin felt that he alone could take out all the burgers on the rifle. Eat burgers and Coke, whatever is high in calories, and no bricklayer is going to jump in and say it's unhealthy to eat that way now anyway. Isn't it bullshit to talk about health when you're a fucking fast food eater? After wiping his mouth with a paper towel, Zhou Lin topped off his dizzy head and was included in the rifle. When all the fast food was collected, Zhou Lin directly released the modified Lu Xiaofeng ship. It was too late to go back tonight. You can't sleep in a nothing garage or the kind of minivan that doesn't have any comfort, right? The 12-meter-long body has everything you should normally have in your home, and it's by no means just convenient. A warm breeze, a cup of tea, and a movie to pass the time. The only thing that made Zhou Lin feel sorry was that there was no space for fitness and exercise in Lu Xiaofeng. Sleep. Look at the time is almost. Zhou Lin laid the field wash, and then beautifully into the nest, just 2 words, comfort. However, without waiting for Zhou Lin to actually fall asleep, the beeping alarm of Lu Xiaofeng's ship alerted him that someone who was approaching had been spotted outside the car. The infrared security camera clearly captured a man. Neighborhood residents? Are you still out gathering supplies in this cold? Better not come after me, or... However, things went against his wishes. Zhou Lin didn't want to get himself into trouble, but trouble came to him. Bang, bang, bang. The visitor was not polite and directly slapped Lu Xiaofeng's car door. Chapter 69, Relatives. Swish. The illumination suddenly came on, and the intense brightness caused the man in the doorway to involuntarily step back, as if trying to hide in the darkness. Looking at the picture in the monitor, Zhou Lin frowned. If he's not mistaken, he knows cousin Aunt Yangmin. Usually not many relatives with Cheng Yali walk. Open the decoration company's cousin Cheng Dong is considered before the New Year's festivals when the 2 families will meet, have a meal or something. Cheng Dong's decoration company is doing well. so he can afford to buy a house in this neighborhood. But why does Yang Min look a little alarmed? After dimming the lights, Zhou Lin opened the door and got out of the car. At this time, Yang Min did not leave, but curled up in the corner, hugging her arms. She had very few clothes on, and it was difficult to resist the piercing cold. Cousin Annie eyed Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin? Zhou Lin. The blank-eyed Yang Min seemed to have strength again all of a sudden after hearing Zhou Lin's voice. She staggered and pounced on Zhou Lin, sobbing, Quickly, quickly go help your uncle. Help Qingdong? Is something wrong? However, Yang Min's state at this moment was obviously not normal, and Zhou Lin also found that she had obvious bruises on her face. Her hair was unusually messy, and even the clothes on her body were worn in a messy manner, which was completely different from her usual delicate appearance. She slowed down. The light from the flashlight was always limited. Yang Min dragged Zhou Lin, as if ignoring the darkness, and ran wildly. Several times, if not for Zhou Lin's quick reaction, Yang Min would have fallen. Even so, Yang Min was unwilling to slow down, mouthing, hurry up, or you'll be too late. It took about 10 minutes to walk from the underground garage to Qingdong and Yang Min's home. However, under Yang Min's frantic pulling, it took but 4 or 5 minutes to walk there. Qingdong's house is under the stack. Standing outside, Zhou Lin can see the glass window has shaking light spots. Someone is in the house with a flashlight. As he got closer, Zhou Lin heard the sound of people coming out of the house. The accent outside of Jiazhou clearly didn't belong to Qingdong, and there were at least 3 people speaking. As if she had forgotten Zhou Lin, Yang Min pounced straight to the door of the room and fiercely pushed it open, roaring, Husband, where are you? The bitch is back. Just in time, get her. Duan, you guys go arrest someone. This family has a lot of fucking stuff. Along with the sound of people, Zhou Lin saw 2 silhouettes pouncing on Yang Min from indoors, like 2 hungry wolves. Zhou Lin didn't say anything and rushed over while fumbling out a military dagger from the huffei, the kind with serrated teeth on the back, long and wide. This dagger should be the personal belongings of some pretty country soldiers on the ship. It was completely different from their standard gun spikes. Zhou Lin didn't know what the quality was anyway. It would be good enough to use. Seeing someone pouncing, Yang Min instinctively stopped in her tracks. She wanted to back away, but couldn't control her body. Ha! The man at the very front reached out and almost grabbed Yang Min's chest flap just a little bit closer. His laughter had all but rushed out of his throat, but the subsequent sound was blocked hard in his chest because of the blade's blockage. In the dimness, Zhou Lin was like a god and devil, standing between that person and Yang Min. No one could see clearly how he appeared, only that there seemed to be a silver flash of light just now. Small segment. LOL. Everyone reacted differently, but Zhou Lin didn't care at all as he retrieved his dagger, glancing at the bloodstained sharp teeth in passing, and continued to swing the dagger out in a reverse grip. With his throat torn open, Duan lost his strength and let the blood spurt from the wound as the man collapsed limply. The man next to Xiao Duan finally reacted. He tried to run, but Zhou Lin's knife was faster. Deliberately gripping it backwards, treating the serrated teeth as a blade, and wielding it with a strength that exceeded that of a normal person by several times, the damage caused by the serrated teeth was much more terrifying than a blade. With just one slash, the man's right shoulder looked as if it had been chopped by an axe, directly tearing open a slit deep into his lungs. If the light was bright enough at this point, you could see the still bulging right lung, the sliced open thick windpipe, and the gurgling artery. The man fell to the ground, still screaming uncontrollably. Yang Min seemed to ignore the cruelty in front of her, drilling past Zhou Lin into the living room, and began to shout loudly for her husband again. Fuck! A national curse came from the bedroom. Perhaps the man inside didn't know what happened yet, just heard the noise from this side of the doorway, and thought it was Xiao Duan and another henchman who couldn't suppress Yang Min. 2 idiots. Gag her. Do you really want to draw the whole neighborhood in, you fucking... You, who the fuck are you? I was going to ask you. Zhou Lin opened his mouth on one side and choked the man's neck with his left hand. Seemingly plain features, less than 40 years old, with cunning glinting under his eyes. Big brother, my name is Zhang Jiaoyi. Spare my life. Big brother, spare my life. As long as Zhang Jiaoyi was not blind and deaf, he should be able to see Zhou Lin's power. Duan was no longer moving, and there was blood all around the body. Old Lin was still on the ground, making feeble grunts as he convulsed, and probably not far from death. Zhang Jiaoyi cannot figure out how Zhou Lin came out. Is it just that woman ran out to pull the rescue? Damn bad luck, Zhang Jiaoyi thought. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Hubby, wake up, hubby. Yang Min's cries came from the restaurant side. Zhou Lin dragged Zhang Jiaoyi over with one hand, And then he saw Chung Dong, who was lying on the ground, his forehead deeply sunken, his face covered with dirty blood, and he was dead in peace. Perhaps feeling that Zhou Lin's attention was distracted and not on himself, a rare opportunity, Zhang Jiaoyi shook his right hand, and a 20-centimeter long knife slid out. Sharp blade into the hand. Zhang Jiaoyi's expression turned grim, tightly gripped the hilt of the knife toward the side of Zhou Lin's neck, and neck stabbed over. At a glance as a veteran, unusual people simply do not know that stabbing this position is the most effective, but also the most energy-saving. Boo! The tip of the knife did not stab Zhou Lin, and he then slammed Zhang Jiaoyi hard against the wall. Zhang Jiaoyi is not light, at least 156, but in the hands of Zhou Lin with a beer bottle is no different. The only difference is that the beer bottle will be thinly broken. Zhang Jiaoyi currently still looks intact. Just superficially intact. The pain from the spine and the numbness from the waist down made Zhang Jiaoyi struggle madly. He wanted to get up, wanted to run away, but the two legs simply did not listen to the orders of his brain, motionless like two stakes. Chung Dong is dead. It should be Zhang Jiaoyi's trio who did it. Perhaps they also wanted to be unfavorable to Yang Min, but ended up letting Yang Min run away. Nervous and panicked hand and foot, Yang Min did not know how to run to the underground garage, presumably heard the movement of Lu Xiaofeng's ship, and ended up meeting Zhou Lin. That's probably what happened. As for why the three Zhang Jiaoyi people came to Chung Dong's house, it was obvious that they came to rob. What's there to grab? And women they certainly won't let go of. So all deserve to die. Anywho, Zhou Lin wanted to persuade Yang Min that people cannot be resurrected after death, and the living should always have the courage to continue to live. It was good that Yang Min didn't cry anymore. It was as if she had accepted her fate. This knife of yours, it's strangely good-looking. Yang Min reached out and grabbed the small half of the hilt. Chapter 70. So love really came. The dagger, held in Yang Min's hand, was not well coordinated. Her hands are too small, but she gripped it so hard that Zhou Lin could see the one tendon that burst up. In fact, before giving the dagger to Yang Min, Zhou Lin had guessed what Yang Min wanted to do. What better way to vent your hatred than to take revenge with your own hands? There was no reason to refuse. All Zhou Lin had to do was to prevent Zhang Jiaoyi from dying. He was proved right. When Yang Min squatted down, Zhang Jiaoyi even tried to hoop Yang Min's neck. Yang Min ruthlessly stabbed the dagger down regardless, hitting Zhang Jiaoyi's shoulder blade face squarely. Zhou Lin stopped because Zhang Jiaoyi's hand retracted before it touched Yang Min, which was a human instinct. After pulling out the dagger, Yang Min stabbed Zhang Jiaoyi's stomach again. This time, Zhang Jiaoyi couldn't hold out any longer and started screaming and begging for mercy. Zhou Lin felt out a cigarette and lit it. He usually didn't smoke much, but with the scene in front of him, he wanted to smoke. One cut, another cut. Zhang Jiaoyi's voice gradually lowered. The smell of blood in the air was like paste. Even the cigarette in Zhou Lin's hand seemed to be suffocating. Yang Min finally stopped zapping. By now, she was splattered with blood on her face, on her body, in her hair. The gradually coagulated blood made her whole person look a little more hideous, and the original delicate features were also set off a little twisted, like a calm madman. Zhou Lin, there's a safe by the bed in the bedroom upstairs. The combination is, you go open it and help me take out all the gold bars inside. Now! Zhou Lin frowned. Yang Min looked at Zhou Lin and surprisingly revealed a smile. Well, take it and let's go to your house. Good. Zhou Lin scratched his scalp. It was definitely not appropriate for Yang Min to continue to stay here. For one thing, she should be scared after so many people died. And secondly, there was no one to take care of her. No one would want something like this to happen. Chung Yali would definitely be very sad, but a large number of people died every day in the post-apocalyptic world, either because of natural disasters or man-made disasters. Zhang Jiaoyi and the others shouldn't have had time to come up to the second floor to search. Everything looked neat and tidy, so it was evident that Yang Min was a woman who could keep a house. The master bedroom is easy to find. Open the nightstand and you will see the safe. It's not huge, but it's certainly enough to hold some valuables. Enter the combination to open the safe: some paperwork, important documents, a jewelry box, and a few small gold bars. That's right, Chung Dong is not considered to be rich and wealthy, and he can't afford to save up gold bars like the 100 grams kind. After putting the 5 gold bars into his pocket, Zhou Lin turned around and went downstairs. However, just as he reached the stairway, he felt something was wrong. With his current hearing, it was surprising that there was no sound of breathing in such a quiet environment. Yang Min? It's not going away, is it? After rushing downstairs into the restaurant, Zhou Lin saw Yang Min collapse beside Chung Dong. The dagger was stuck right where her heart was, and the 30-centimeter blade was surprisingly until it had no handle. How much determination and strength does it take to do that? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Lin couldn't believe that a petite woman could be so cruel as to kill herself. However, Yang Min surprisingly did not have the slightest bit of pain on her face and snuggled into Cheng Dong's arms with a hint of happiness at the corner of her mouth. So, it turns out that there is still love in the world. Zhou Lin wiped away the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes at some point. There is love. It just takes meeting the right person. Perhaps Cheng Dong did not want Yang Min to accompany him, which was why he fought with Zhang Zhaoi's trio so that Yang Min could escape. If she didn't run into Zhou Lin, Yang Min probably wouldn't have sought death. With her character, she would have looked for an opportunity to take revenge, right? Before she took revenge, she would have lived. Even if she was a walking corpse, she would have lived. It was Zhou Lin who let her fulfill her wish, letting her kill her enemy. So, no more. Maybe if they had a child, it would have turned out differently again. Who knows? Zhou Lin put away his feelings and went upstairs to get some sheets. Even if you don't believe in ghosts and gods, at least let your uncle and aunt have a place to rest, right? Just walk back. I'm afraid that Cheng Yali will be killed. Thinking of Cheng Yali, Zhou Lin touched the walkie-talkie and walked to the window. Dong Dong and Min Min both. Cheng Yali, tiger, a shock, large tears rolled down, can be next to Zhou, Kaijun startled. Just to go up to comfort was Cheng Yali glared back and forth. Dong Dong and Min Min are dead. What? Zhou Kaijun. Cheng Dong? Dead? Who did it? Min Min is dead too. Ow. Cheng Yali cried out a tiger's whine. Wu Shui in the living room downstairs stood up. Only Zhou Li was still looking at the book with a calm face. Lily, Mom, day by day, sister-in-law, you will slowly get used to it. Zhou Li said without lifting her head. Wu Shui could only sit down again, holding up the ancient Chinese medicine book in her hand. The other day, she discussed with Zhou Lin that after the complete collapse of the modern industrial system, Western medicine will become more and more useless. Instead, the use of natural medicines and techniques to cure the disease of traditional Chinese medicine, more suitable for this post-apocalyptic world. A pile of roaring flames tore through the darkness on the edge of the spring river that surrounded the city of Kaju. The cold wind made the flames rise even higher. Zhou Lin watched Cheng Dong and Yang Min gradually melted, eventually leaving a handful of ashes. Hiking across the frozen spring river is Cloudy Mountain. There is a little-known Taoist temple at the top of the mountain, and Zhou Lin did not intend to send the ashes of Cheng Dong and Yang Min into the Taoist temple, but rather put them in a box and buried them under the biggest pine tree outside the Taoist temple. Feng Shui-wise, this place should be good. Stand tall and see far. Zhou Lin asked Fo Yili, and she was fine with it. I did not expect that the first meeting with relatives after the end of the world had become a permanent goodbye. Zhou Lin felt very bad. He wanted to go home. He went to Cheng Dong and Yang Min's house again, originally intended to clean up so that at least the bodies of Zhang Zhaoi's trio should be thrown out. Yet how could one not expect that the body on the ground was gone? The dark brown blood had frozen into layers of ice. The doorway, the dining room, all of it. Zhang Zhaoi's trio couldn't have gotten up and walked out on their own. It's not like it's a zombie movie. There were more than a few messy footprints on the frozen blood. Someone had gotten into the house and gotten rid of the body, and had turned the house upside down, especially in the kitchen, where the kitchen cabinet doors were either open or ajar. Not even spices were spared. Is it a neighbor in the neighborhood, or an outsider? Or maybe... Zhou Lin thought for a moment and found an ultraviolet flashlight and turned it on, and those blood-stained shoe prints suddenly became obvious. Following the shoe prints, Zhou Lin walked to another house. Standing in front of the stairs, Zhou Lin had already heard voices coming out of the upper stack to speak. It looks like people are up there, so I wonder what they want the bodies for. Is it for food? It shouldn't be so bad. It's not at the end of the mountain like that. Zhou Lin didn't take the stairs, but climbed directly on the outer wall to the third floor with his strong physical fitness. Through the double-paned hollow glass windows plus thick curtains, Zhou Lin heard many people talking. Prying open the window and lifting the curtain, the scene in front of him surprised Zhou Lin. Chapter 71. Mysterious Organizations. Crazy. The temperature in the room wasn't very high, but those men and women were only wearing a pair of shorts, and the bodies of Zhang Zhaoi's 3 men were placed in the center of the room, with candles lit all around the bodies. Those undressed men and women outside around the body kneeling in a circle, each half-closed eyes chanting a language Zhou Lin cannot hear, like a kowtow high. They didn't even know that Zhou Lin had come in. Zhou Lin had wanted to walk away. He didn't want to deal with a bunch of crazy people. However, when he turned around, he saw another room with candles lit, and on the wall facing the door of the room, there was a white cloth with a bizarre pattern on it. The pattern is roughly related to a six-main star, but after a few variations, it kind of looks like some kind of snowflake pattern. This is not. A piece of electricity flashed through his mind, and Zhou Lin remembered. Isn't that the mark of that legendary and mysterious organization? Zhou Lin actually knew this organization before he overheard the conversation between AI Bing and Xiao Bowen. The organization has been semi-public since the end of the 7 or 8 years, and it is said that they have a lot of powerful evolvers and aliens, and their leader is called the Patriarch, and his strength is the same as that of the Immortals. Regardless of whether or not the Patriarch is powerful, the strength of that organization is obvious to all, even daring to fight against government-led shelters, pioneering teams, and law enforcement agencies in certain places. Many people said that this organization was full of crazy people who weren't afraid of death, and at the time, Zhou Lin didn't really believe it. So this is the prototype of that mysterious organization? The birthplace? So who's the Patriarch? Among the group of lunatics in the large living room, there was no special presence, nor could they see the high status. Zhou Lin felt that it was likely that they were all ordinary subservients, and he decided to go to the room to take a look. Compared to the light over in the living room, the room was slightly dimmer, and before he even reached the door, Zhou Lin heard the breathing of two people in the room. One light, one heavy, one slow, one fast. After taking another step, Zhou Lin heard a heartbeat that was no different from a normal person's. Yet when he reached the door of the room, he still didn't hear another person's heartbeat. It's not right. Just as Zhou Lin was about to walk into the room, not only was there one less breathing sound, even that originally normal heartbeat had steeply become intense. Discovered? Zhou Lin didn't dare to hesitate and rushed into the room in one step. A man and a woman were separating on a large bed placed against the wall. The panic heartbeat was coming from the man, matching the panic on his face, but it was the woman, who looked like she wasn't sure if she was in her 20s or 30s, who was sizing up Zhou Lin with scrutinizing eyes. Who are you? The woman's voice was beautiful, even more appealing to men than her looks. You go out first. Zhou Lin did not reply, but pointed at the young man who was at his wit's end. Go on, it's fine. The man was wrapped in a quilt and walked past Zhou Lin with broken steps, surprisingly carrying a fragrant breeze. It looks like you're not here to join us. So how did you find your way here? The woman stood up casually, as if she didn't care about being looked at by Zhou Lin, as she lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. It was only at this time that Zhou Lin could hear the woman's heartbeat, as slow as her breathing, but full of power. This is by no means the heartbeat or breathing that an ordinary person should have. At this time, Zhou Lin was shocked inside. He reckoned the woman was an evolved, if not a shifter. So was the last one misinformed, or did he have butterflies because of it? Blue Moon? Get acquainted? I don't want to know you. Zhou Lin pointed to the living room, where the boss of a group of lunatics could be better. Blue Moon exhaled thick smoke. So you think I'm a bad woman, huh? Oh, and what you just saw? Well, since you don't want to go, I won't keep you. What is your special ability? Zhou Lin suddenly asked. What are you talking about? Lan Yi's voice became shrill all of a sudden, and Zhou Lin only felt as if his head had been stabbed violently with a needle, hurting him so much that he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Alien, mental attack. 2 thoughts flashed through Zhou Lin's mind, and although his brain was still throbbing, he relaxed all of a sudden. Blue Moon shouldn't be able to hurt him. Its powers would make it difficult at best. As long as his will was strong enough, he would be fine. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lan Yi saw that Zhou Lin only took 2 steps back and didn't fall down holding his head and struggling in agony like she had imagined, and immediately panicked a bit. No way. How could her powers not work? Why wouldn't Zhou Lin be like those people out there, submitting under her psychic powers? In fact, the reason was very simple. Lan Yu's supernatural ability was still elementary, so it wasn't able to harm Zhou Lin, who was already an intermediate. If it wasn't for the spiritual ability, the level suppression might not have been so obvious. One could only say that Lan Yu was unlucky. Apart from Zhou Lin, her ability should be invincible when used against others. The upgrading of psychic abilities required repeated use, and the use of psychic abilities required the consumption of energy in the body, and the acquisition of energy could only rely on food. This was in line with the law of conservation of energy in the material world. The problem is, how hard is food to come by in a post-apocalyptic world? The reason why Lan Yu used her psychic ability to mold her into a deity in the spirit world of those people outside was actually to get them to go and collect food for her. Lan Yu had originally planned to raise her psychic ability to intermediate level within 6 months, and then continue to climb to the next level depending on the situation. She never expected to meet Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin had the experience of his last life, so he knew what was going on. Lan Yuyu was not so lucky. The failure of her supernatural powers made her panic. So much, so that her mind went crazy, and she grabbed one of the knives that was hidden in the quilt. Kill. It looked like Blue Moon should have killed someone, otherwise she wouldn't have that look in her eyes. Unfortunately, her body was also not as strong as Zhou Lin's, and her speed was even less of a match for Zhou Lin, and she was easily grabbed by Zhou Lin's hand that was holding the knife. Ah! As Zhou Lin slowly closed his 5 fingers, the pain that Lan Yi felt became more and more intense. The right hand held by Zhou Lin seemed as if it was about to break, and as if it was about to lose consciousness. However, Lan Yi did not intend to just sit back and wait for death. As she violently raised her left foot and drew her toes towards Zhou Lin's neck. It looks like she's practiced, and her movements are standard and clean, just a little undressed. Exciting. Pop! Zhou Lin's right hand accurately grabbed Lan Yi's ankle, then threw it toward the window with a shake of his hands. Ah! The airborne blue Luna let out a gasp as she thought for sure she was going to hit the window glass. However, at the next moment, Zhou Lin appeared at the window faster than Lan Yuyu, swinging his fist to smash the glass open, and then surprisingly turn around to catch Lan Yuyu in the air. No princess hug, just grabbing Lan Yuyu's one hand and one foot like he did just now. The cold wind of 30 to 40 degrees below zero poured in, almost instantly sprinkling a layer of white frost on Lan Yuyu's fur, her originally fair face suddenly turning green, her pores tightening under the stimulation of low temperature, causing a single hair of sweat to stand on end, and in some places pieces of goosebumps were emerging. Cold, cold, cold. Blue Moon knocked her upper teeth against her lower teeth, her eyes full of supplication. At that moment, those people in the living room finally reacted, and one of them rushed in like a madman. Only they were late. Zhou Lin carried Lan Yi and jumped directly from the 3rd floor window. Chapter 72. She's not the head. Boom! Zhou Lin carried Lan Yuyu and jumped down the stairs. The stirring wind pressure raised the snow on the ground. Even so, Zhou Lin's 2 feet still sunk to almost knee level. Lan Yuyu, who was carried by him, was even worse. The skin all over her body had taken on a light greenish-purple color, a symptom of the capillaries under the skin rupturing in the low temperature. At this point, Lan Yuyu was unable to speak, and only by clenching her teeth did she not let her upper and lower teeth knock around. Upstairs, those crazy people would like to chase last week Lin, but none of them are fully clothed, blown by the cold wind, all shaking their heads and playing the pendulum. The original frenzy is also in the rapidly decreasing temperature, gradually cooled. Some of them were so strong-willed that even their worship of Blue Moon was shaken. Zhou Lin also did not want to get Lan Yuyu dead. He also wanted to figure out exactly where Lan Yuyu's supernormal ability came from, and whether that mysterious organization was really, as Chao Bowen said, there had already been a supernormal ability sphere a long time ago. Oh, since there is now this clue of Blue Moon, Yang Qiqi, there is no use anymore. In his last life, everyone said that the balls of supernatural energy fell from the sky, and Zhou Lin had no doubt about it. However, now, counting Lan Yuyu, Zhou Lin had already seen at least 3 balls of supernatural energy. From this point of view, even if the balls fell from the sky, they definitely did not appear 5 years after the end of the world. After running out for a while, the darkness completely engulfed Zhou Lin and Lan Yi. And even if those lunatics got dressed and chased out, it was impossible for them to keep up. Zhou Lin released the Lu Xiaofeng and carried Lan Yi inside head first. Under the comfortable temperature, Blue Moon gradually awoke. She had just fainted from freezing. Looking at the incomparably luxurious environment, Lan Yuyu thought she was dreaming. You'll be thrown out if you use your powers on me again, Zhou Lin said while drinking hot tea and eating a snack. Where is this? Lan Yuyu was slightly intimidated. She tried her best not to look at Zhou Lin, yet she couldn't help but use her afterglow to peer at Zhou Lin's reaction. All normal people were afraid of death, and Blue Moon was no exception. When she realized that her invincible supernormal ability was ineffective against Zhou Lin, she had actually dared not mess around anymore. Say, where did the alien orb come from? Placing a cup of steaming milk in front of Lan Yuyu, I'll give it to you when I say so. A glass of milk is enough to threaten me? The corners of Lan Yuyu's mouth exuded a touch of disdain, but her stomach gave out a grumble in a most indisputable manner. Plus a big burger from Pretty Country. Oomph. Lan Yi turned her head away, with a look of not bending over for the sake of 5 buckets of rice. 2 bags of pineapple claws plus a self-heating hot pot. Deal? I'll start with the self-heating hot pot. Is it spicy? Sure enough, there is no woman who can resist the temptation of Bashu hot pot. I'm a 3. Huffing and puffing on the self-heating pot, Blue Moon opened up, as if she was stating something that happened to someone else. Lan Yi spoke very plainly about her rich life experience. Lan Yu is actually 35 this year, and whether or not she's wearing clothes, Zhou Lin doesn't feel like it. There is no denying that it is indeed God's reward for food. Lan Yu's facial features alone may not be outstanding, but put together there is a very special flavor, coupled with a delicate figure, snow white and delicate skin, especially appealing to the kind of middle-aged and above power elite. At the age of 18, she was led from the hotel lobby to a small villa by a 50-year-old man, and at the age of 21 that man introduced her to the nobleman he relied on. Just like this over and over again, Lan Yi unexpectedly became the common secret of the powerful and noble men in the provincial city of Bashu. In Lan Yu's words, she just came to Jiazhou to take a break. Hell knows she would meet the end of the world. As for her powers, they came from a pearl bracelet someone gave her. Blue Moon said that before the end of the descent of the string of pearl bracelet are nothing special. Until the winter night, after the descent of the winter night, Blue Moon inadvertently found that there is a pearl in the middle of the bracelet is particularly bright. At that time, maybe she was hungry, or maybe she was in a mood, she just wanted to crush that bead in one bite. However, when she swallowed the bead in her mouth, something magical happened. It's not really useful. Lan Yu had already finished drying out 2 portions of the self-heating pot, both altered and evolved eat a lot. So Lan Yu was still eyeing Zhou Lin more. She wanted more. There's no more self-heating pots. Zhou Lin pushed the chicken leg burger in front of Lan Yu. Eat it, you'll be full for the road. Bark! The fragrant burger fell onto the table, and Blue Moon was filled with horror. You're going to kill me? Yes, there is this idea. Not only do you know too much, but you also have the potential to threaten me. If I let you go, maybe after a while you can collect a large group of people, and then seek revenge on me. Zhou Lin shook his head. No, it won't. In fact, I've never had any ambitions as a person. Being rich, no, as long as I can be fed, it's fine. Lan Yu panicked. Staring at Lan Yu, Zhou Lin fell into deep thought. Psychic powers are not much of a threat to psychics, but they are a boon when used on ordinary people and non-psychic evolvers who are not strong-willed enough. In that sense, Blue Moon is still useful. The key is still to be able to control it. That pattern on the wall of your room, did you design it? It's quite pretty. Patterns? Lan Yu frowned in thought. You mean the pattern on that white cloth? That wasn't designed by me, he made it. Him? Yeah, it's the owner of the house, and my last. Lan Yu stopped in the middle of her sentence and winked at Zhou Lin. So, where did he go? Don't tell me it was the one in your bed, just now. How can that be? Lan Yu wrinkled her nose. A 35-year-old woman doing this would make people feel pretentious. But Lan Yu did it with an innocent flavor. He left not long after the natural disaster started, saying he had something big to do, and told me to stay in the house and wait for him, saying that it wouldn't take long for him to come to pick me up. He didn't even leave me enough food. How am I supposed to wait for him? Turn into a zombie and wait for him? According to what Blue Moon said, she should not be the patriarch of that mysterious organization. And even that man is very likely not the patriarch. Zhou Lin couldn't tell if what Lan Yu was saying was the truth. If Lan Yu wasn't lying, that mysterious organization was a bit scary. By the way, the pearl bracelet is from him. Perhaps feeling Zhou Lin's murderous intent dropping, or just simply wanting to be a full dead, Lan Yu recupped her burger and took a big bite as she spoke. What's his name? Well, you should not know him. In fact, I'm around a number of men outside are not famous, but the strength of a stronger than a strong, I'm not talking about that aspect. Cut the crap, or you won't be allowed to eat it. Don't. His name is Chao Bo Ting. Chao as in Chao Bo, as in erudite, and Ting as in courtyard. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's certainly not from Jiazhou, nor from Arbashu. He's very rich and also very talented, and he knows at least 6 languages. For a bite to eat, Lan Yi told everything she knew about Chao boating in her head. However, Zhou Lin mostly didn't listen. What came to his mind at that moment was another name, another face. Chao Bowen, deputy commander of Ningnan Shelter, one of the dog men of AI Bing's last life. Chao boating. Chao Bowen, one-word difference. Is it possible? If just now he was worried in case Blue Moon here couldn't find any really useful clues, now it seemed that he could rest assured. Kiki Yang, completely useless. Chapter 73. Blue Moon's appearance let Zhou Lin know 3 things. He didn't have to wait 5 years to take out that alien bead he got from the Motor City. That mysterious organization didn't appear after the end of the world. and it could indeed still have alien beads in its hands. He should be able to find Chao Bowen, as long as he finds Chao Boding first. I have to say that fate is just as marvelous as that. If it wasn't for Huang Minjing's willingness to give Zhou Lin her hidden fast food to trade, Zhou Lin wouldn't have been able to happen to meet Yang Min, who had escaped from her home, and wouldn't have been able to kill Zhang Zhaoyi's trio, not to mention meeting Lan Yiya because of Zhang Zhaoyi's trio's corpses. Without being able to touch Lan Yuyu, there was no way to determine if the exotic energy bead was usable, much less associate it with Chao Bowen. Thinking back to Chao Bowen's private actions in the Ningnan shelter and the mysterious organization is very similar, indicating that Chao Bowen should be a mysterious organization in the summer government agencies placed undercover, and Chao Boding may be two brothers or cousins. What exactly was the ultimate purpose of the mysterious organization Zhou Lin did not know. In his last life, he was simply not qualified enough to understand these things. But he knew that the mysterious organization had done a lot of bad things, and there were also rumors that the mysterious organization had hunted down the altered and evolved for living experiments. If this rumor is true, then whatever the mysterious organization itself is, it is necessarily evil in nature. If the two sides did not cross paths, Zhou Lin might not have minded his own business. But there was a high probability that Chao Bowen was a member of that mysterious organization, which doomed Zhou Lin and the mysterious organization to not be able to get along peacefully. As an undercover agent, Chao Bowen was able to achieve the position of deputy commander of the Ningnan shelter. He would never be a generalist in the mysterious organization, and if he died in the hands of Zhou Lin in the future, would the mysterious organization be willing to rest? And Zhou Lin would never let Chao Bowen go, which destined him to confront the mysterious organization sooner or later. Maybe it's time to reveal this information to the state and use the power of the state to nip the mysterious organization in the bud as early as possible? But the question is how to deliver this message to the country. Assuming that the country didn't even know about alters and evolvers right now, which was highly probable, then how is Zhou Lin going to prove this to the country? By using himself? It is absolutely impossible. There are too many uncontrollable factors and too much risk. Zhou Lin will not take such a risk. Then, never mind, Zhou Lin decided to find a chance to discuss with Zhou Li. That girl's brain was better than his. The real problem now is Blue Moon Moon. Thinking with his toes, he could tell that this woman was not simple. Killing her directly would certainly save him trouble, but it was too bad that she was possibly the only otherworldly, evolved person in the world other than Zhou Lin. You said you wouldn't kill me. Perhaps sensing Zhou Lin's killing intent, Lan Yiya looked at him with a pitiful look, her red lips and eyelashes trembling slightly, and there were even hidden tears flashing in her eyes. Worthy of being the heart of many powerful people, Lan Yuyu's acting skills at this time are Oscar-winning level, coupled with the charm from the bones. Without the experience of the last 10 years of the world, Zhou Lin is sure that he cannot top it. Although Lan Yuyu did not say anything, but the eyes seemed to be hooking in telling Zhou Lin, "Can what you want to do can, even though I may resist, but certainly cannot escape your five-finger mountain. Put it away if you want to live. It's useless to me." "What are you talking about? I can't even understand it." Zhou Lin pinched the bridge of his nose hard. "Get off." "Why did you get off?" "How cold it is outside." Fortunately, Zhou Lin did not intend to freeze Lan Yuyu to death and gave her a set of cold-proof clothes. It had to be said that this woman was born to be a clothes rack, and the bloated cold-proof clothes were surprisingly fashionable. Just getting out of the car, not waiting for Blue Moon Moon to get used to the temperature outside, Zhou Lin went over with a hand slash and knocked him out. There was no way to let Blue Moon see the image of him putting away the Lu Xiaofeng. The supernatural ability could not be easily revealed, and once it was studied by the enemy, it could easily backfire and become the supernatural ability's life suppressor. By the time Lan Yiya was rubbed awake by Zhou Lin with a handful of ice and snow, the two of them were already standing outside the gate of the Lanshan neighborhood. Zhou Lin planned to settle Lan Yuyu in Wu Shui's house for the time being, but he still needed to do some remodeling on that house first. "Come with me. You're not allowed to speak without my consent in a moment." Zhou Lin first gave Lan Yuyu a precautionary shot. However, when Lan Yuyu appeared in the Zhou family, Zhou Kaijun and the others had different looks on their faces. "Who is she? It won't be another one of your enemies, right?" Cheng Yali circled around Lan Yuyu. Her intuition told her that Lan Yuyu was not an oil lamp. Wu Shui, on the other hand, tightly tensed her face. Her two eyes just looked at Zhou Lin. But if Lan Yuyu had any semblance of involvement with Zhou Lin, Wu Shui would choose to make a clean break with Zhou Lin. She couldn't accept that there were other women by Zhou Lin's side. At least for now, she couldn't do it yet. "How can I put it? You can treat her like an important person, but she's also my prisoner, Snowy. I'm going to remodel that house of yours and keep her locked up for now. Good. Although Wu Shui was unhappy in her heart, as long as the bottom line was not breached, she could still support Zhou Lin unconditionally. Remodeling is not complicated. The first thing was to weld the front door of Wu Shui's set of house. Then it was to open a round hole at the corner of the living room and weld an iron door that could only be locked at Zhou Lin's house. And lastly, it was to choose a room to be used as Lan Yi's bedroom and arrange the insulation and heating for her. Seems simple, in fact is not easy. Zhou Lin slightly divided down the labor. Need big strength work by him to deal with. Zhou Kaijun two families are responsible for the biotechnology, such as welding walking wire, slotting, and so on. The good thing is that no day actually equals no night, so as long as the neighbors don't come complaining about too much noise, it can be done in one fell swoop. The finishing touches were left for Zhou Li to complete, mainly installing cameras to monitor Lan Yu's every move. There was no objection to this from Blue Moon. Truly face more than the death of the post-apocalyptic environment of torture and do not have the courage to end their own lives, then in order to live naturally, anything can be accepted. The district monitoring, no privacy and no freedom, and what is it? The whole 30 hours of busyness made Zhou Lin sleep for more than 10 hours in one breath before his spirit was full again. He had originally planned to send some instant food over to Huang Minjing. 500 boxes would definitely not be piled up at her home, so he could only give them to her part by part. What's more, after the winter night passed, the top floor of Lanshan would no longer be suitable for living. And by that time, Huang Minjing's mother and daughter would definitely have to move if they were still alive. That woman down there says she wants to see you very urgently, Wu Shui said as she brought Zhou Lin his breakfast. She wants to see me? When? 2 hours ago. She started comparing in front of the camera and refused to tell me. It cannot be. Wu Shui's eyes were intent, and Zhou Lin shook his head. Wait for me to finish eating and go together. Wu Shui's face finally turned from cloudy to sunny. She knew that her jealousy might be a bit too big, but isn't this human nature? Just like could Zhou Lin accept her screwing around with other men? That would definitely not work. Opening the iron door between the two sets of houses and lowering the ladder, Zhou Lin and Wu Shui arrived downstairs, where Lan Yi greeted them with a face full of panic. Chapter 74. The Paranormal Effects of Psychic Abilities. It was evident that Lan Yu was indeed tensing up, more so than when she was first captured by Zhou Lin, and even said that he would kill her. What the hell? Just talk. Don't move your hands. Zhou Lin took a step back, skillfully avoiding Lan Yi's attempt to grab his hand. Wu Shui snorted coldly and smoothly blocked in front of Zhou Lin, right in front of Lan Yi. Don't get me wrong. Blue Moon waved her hand. I feel bad. Zhou Lin and Wu Shui were both confused. What does it mean to feel bad? Who the hell feels good in this post-apocalyptic world? It's not that. Zhou Lin Yu. Are you sure you want her to know? Lan Yu glanced at Wu Shui, which ruffled Wu Shui's fire. What secrets do you two have that you can't let me know? Seeing Wu Shui's face, Zhou Lin understood that this matter could not be passed today, and he also guessed that Lan Yu wanted to say that it might be related to the supernormal ability. Say it. Rubbing his temples, Zhou Lin said. I had a dream last night shortly after I fell asleep. Dreams? Dreams need to be said? However, Zhou Lin's face changed color slightly. Ordinary people would of course dream. Even psychics and evolvers were no exception. But there was a kind of psychic who wouldn't dream, or rather wouldn't dream easily, the psychic. Perhaps it had something to do with their abilities. It was said that but any dream that a psychic alien had was basically something that was about to happen. Dreaming about what? Regardless of Wu Shui's surprise, Zhou Lin asked in a deep voice. Earthquake. Blue Moon shuddered. A big earthquake. Where? Here we are. I even saw this building shake in the quake, and there were huge openings in the ground, and some of the buildings were just swallowed up. Then did you see any place that was safe? Zhou Lin didn't foolishly ask Lan Yi if she knew the exact time of the earthquake. It was usually impossible to determine the time in the dream world. There is. Blue Luna stared wide-eyed, as if recalling, and finally described what she had seen in her dreams, the safe places around Jiazhou City. However, hearing her description, Zhou Lin froze. Isn't that the Chao family farm? So you're moving back? About Jiazhou, or like Lan Yu described, the whole Bashu was affected by the big earthquake this thing. In his previous life, Zhou Lin was not heard of. This time he should be with AI Bing, and Tang Yili is in the deep city around looking for food. Every day exhausted but never be able to fill up the stomach. Unable to communicate with anyone, and with no official information. How could he possibly know what was happening thousands of kilometers away? So, did Mom, Dad and little sister in a previous life perish in the early stages of the apocalypse, or did they die in the midst of an impending earthquake? Or was it the flood, plague, and heat that followed? Thinking about it, Zhou Lin couldn't help but slap himself. Too damn animal. I'll go and get Yang Qiqi killed in a moment. What the hell are you guys talking about? Intuition told Wu Shui that Lan Yu and Zhou Lin were not joking. The question was, how could a dream be taken as a prophecy? Looking at Zhou Lin's appearance, it seemed like he even believed it. Was he being mesmerized by this woman? Blue Moon Moon? Is it okay if I attack her once? Blue Moon suddenly said. No way. Zhou Lin shook his head. Hell knows whether Lan Yu was just proving to Wu Shui the existence of mental faculty supernatural ability, or secretly setting up some kind of contraption in Wu Shui's brain. He could neither feel nor check. But Zhou Lin had a better method to prove it. He brought Lan Yi and Wu Shui straight downstairs and went over to the property management office. Xiao Hang has had a little bit of a good time this time. He almost does not need to worry about supplies, as long as you do a good job of Zhou Lin's account of things. Want anything. So much so that Xiao Hang has serious doubts about himself being the protagonist. He thinks from time to time, perhaps Zhou Lin is the real protagonist. So many supplies. Must be placed in Zhou Lin's subdimensional space. About Zhou Lin certainly have a subdimensional space. This point Xiao Hang think can be a real hammer. I do not know whether there is any light inside. Spring water, soil, and so on, can let the living things to go in to survive. The novel is not always written like this. Boss, you're here. In front of Zhou Lin, Xiao Hang obviously became more fawning, almost equal to kneeling. Zhou Lin frowned, a bit uncomfortable. Where is that woman? In alive and well, for meals a day. 4 meals. Wu Shui was a bit unhappy. She didn't have this treatment by what right? The boss has specifically delivered, of course. Not even one less meal. Xiao Hang wiggled his fingers. 3 beatings in the morning and noon at regular intervals, and 1 meal given in the evening. A total of 4 meals. Get out. Okay, boss. In the corner, Yang Qiqi had actually heard Zhou Lin's voice. But she was really scared now. 4 times a day, although it is not fatal with bamboo slice pumping, but it really hurts her to death. The key Xiao Hang, that animal even give medicine to the wound, but will not wait for the wound to heal completely. The bamboo slice it and it just grow out of the skin on the taste of tender flesh. More painful than cramps and skin. You let me die. Kiki Yang turned her head toward the wall, not looking at Zhou Lin. Yeah. Wait. What are you saying? You want to kill me? Yang Qiqi turned her head violently, her filthy face filled with shock. Zhou Lin really wanted to kill her, but Yang Qiqi didn't want to die. Even though she hated to die every time she was beaten, as long as she passed the most painful moment, she would think about living again. There's hope in living, isn't there? Even if someone would take revenge for her in the future, what's the point if she's dead? No, don't kill me. Zhou Lin didn't care about Yang Qiqi's struggles and asked Xiao Hang to find a few people to carry Yang Qiqi to an empty room. Begin. After shooing away the unrelated people, Zhou Lin pointed at Yang Qiqi, who was struggling for survival on the ground like a maggot. Wu Shui had thought that Zhou Lin was asking Lan Yu to make a move to kill someone. Yet Lan Yu just stood still and stared at Yang Qiqi with both eyes. Suddenly, Kiki Yang didn't move. Then he saw Lan Yu stagger a bit, as if she had suddenly lost her strength. Immediately following Yang Qiqi, she actually crawled towards Zhou Lin, muttering under her breath, "Give me a knife." Zhou Lin wrapped his left hand around Lan Yi, who almost fell, and pulled out a tiny fruit knife with his right hand. What did you do to her? Wu Shui's face turned pale as she tightly held on to Zhou Lin's right hand and said to Lan Yi, "She has a pretty strong will to live. She almost didn't make it. I'm hungry. Food, give me food." When Zhou Lin fumbled for a chocolate candy bar and stuffed it into Lan Yu, Yang Qiqi stabbed the fruit knife, which was only the length of a finger, into her neck. The process was slow enough to give a sense of the conflict in her consciousness, but eventually the stab went in. The fruit knife wasn't very sharp. It was difficult to inch in after piercing the skin. Blood began to flow. Wu Shui slowly clenched her fists. Your wife is timid. After eating a chocolate candy bar, Blue Moon had obviously recovered a bit, and even had the energy left over to poke fun at Wu Shui. Wu Shui glared at her, but still didn't let go of her fist. Not everyone is as cold-blooded as you. Yeah, more human lives have died in my hands, body, and stomach than the total number of human lives since the birth of mankind. Man. Don't get in my way. Zhou Lin stared at Yang Qiqi with both eyes, as if seeing the end of a dream. He had actually thought of using various means that were cruel and bloody enough to kill Yang Qiqi. But for someone who eats 4 meals a day, there may not be any particularly cruel means. So let her kill herself. It's obvious that she doesn't want to die, but she can't control her body. The last part of the road must be very painful. It's just a matter of time. Vengeance must be avenged, but those who are alive are more important, whether it's a family member or an enemy. Chapter 75, Earthquake Coming. In the Zhou family, everyone was sitting around the dining table. All four pairs of eyes looked at Zhou Lin. About I have a space. Snow, you're late. Wu Xuan nodded in understanding, thinking differently she would. To be precise, my space is actually a kind of psychic ability. Lan Yie is the first person with psychic ability that I met, psychic system psychic ability, which can control ordinary people's thoughts and behaviors to a certain extent. It was only after a general explanation of what supernatural powers were that Zhou Lin mentioned earthquakes. This is considered a special ability of the mental faculty of psychic powers. The dream is not controllable, but the success rate is high at over 90%. Blue Moon had a dream last night. After listening to the dream Zhou Lin relayed, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali's faces went white. Earthquake. An earthquake that could destroy the Lanshan neighborhood. Doesn't that mean they have no way to live? What's the difference between waiting for death and not having a place to live in the freezing cold? The only fortunate thing was that Zhou Lin had space, so at least he could collect all the supplies, and there would be no shortage of food. She said that the farm side is safe, but it's already buried in snow, so should we go dig out the house now? Cheng Yali asked. Zhou Lin nodded. Normally, the timing of a psychic alien's dream is not completely certain. And Lan Yu only said that she felt that it would happen recently, and Zhou Lin was nervous because Lan Yu's dream was still covered in snow, and the winter night was less than 2 months away. So if there's going to be a big earthquake, it's going to be within these 2 months. Just when everyone thought Zhou Lin had finished, they saw Zhou Lin take out another very delicate metal box. Alien energy beads, whether or not they can be fused with them, and what kind of alien energy they gain after fusion is unknown. You can all try from Lily first. The younger the age, the higher the possibility of successful fusion. It's just a pity that in the post-apocalyptic world, people who are willing to have children and have the ability to raise them are too few and far between. I don't want it. Surprisingly, Weekly was reluctant to be the first to try, citing her dislike of being uncontrollable. Zhou Lin looked deeply at Zhou Li before placing the alien energy bead back on the desktop. Yuki, you do it. Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali said at the same time. Me? Wu Shui felt surprised and at the same time especially touched. Although she studied science and was an atheist on the ground, it did not affect her understanding of the value of this exotic energy bead. Zhou Kaijun and his wife had actually given her such an opportunity, fully expressing their trust and favor for her. Dad, Mom, thank you. As time was running out, Wu Shui did not make any pretense and tearfully thanked Zhou Kaijun and his wife before picking up the alien energy ball that looked like a glowing white pearl as Zhou Lin had just said. Zhou Lin, try putting it in your mouth. The way to activate the alien energy bead was not one size fits all. Lan Yu was unintentionally activated by putting it in her mouth, and Zhou Lin felt that Wu Shui could try it as well. Wu Shui did as she was told, and the alien energy bead still didn't respond. Zhou Lin slowly shook his head, and could only say that Wu Shui was not destined to be with this ability. Wu Shui knowingly took the alien energy beads and cleaned them before turning them over to Cheng Yali. It's fine, there will be more in the future. I promise you will be able to become a shifter. Zhou Lin gathered Wu Shui into his arms and comforted her, and before he could finish his words, he heard Zhou Caijuan's shocked exclamation that, Wife you. Intense light burst out from Cheng Yali's hands, as if she was holding not a bead, but a sun. Activated? That's activated? And it made so much noise that if the glass windows in the living room hadn't been sealed, it might have made people outside think it was dawn. The good thing was that the light, though strong, was not very damaging to one's eyes, and it lasted a mere 2 or 3 seconds before disappearing. Cheng Yali's hands of the alien energy beads disappeared into thin air, while her person was still in a state of bewilderment. Honey, are you okay? At Zhou Lin's gesture, Zhou Kaijun dared to reach out and pat Cheng Yali's shoulder. Huh? Cheng Yali had a jolt, as if waking up from a dream, and then with a face full of excitement, roared in a deafening voice, Son, it's done. It's done. Not to mention the others. Even Zhou Lin felt that he couldn't stand it. His eardrums and ear canals were shivering. The supernormal ability activated by Cheng Yali wouldn't be related to sound, right? Sonic enhancement, son, my powers can... Don't say it. Zhou Lin stopped. Don't tell anyone about the specific abilities and uses of the powers. He swept his eyes at Wu Shui and Zhou Li, There are ways in the powers to make you tell the truth, so it's not that I don't trust you, but I don't want to harm you. Zhou Li shrugged her shoulders and said, Mom, don't do unto others what you don't want them to do unto you. Keep your voice down in the future. I'm deaf. Mom, in the future, you have to strengthen your exercise because the alien is naturally an evolutionary, and the physical quality will increase after becoming an evolutionary. Exercising diligently will not only accelerate the strengthening of your physical quality, but also affect your alien ability upgrading to a certain extent. This you guys just know, don't tell anyone else, especially. Zhou Lin pointed downstairs, and Lan Ye obviously didn't know this yet. Too bad my powers don't do much for earthquakes, son. When do we start moving? With her psychic abilities and the ability to become an evolved person with physical qualities that surpass the norm, Cheng Yali's confidence in the future increased. With no way of knowing the exact time of an earthquake, of course the sooner you move, the better. The family discussed the division of labor and then went their separate ways. You said that psychics are naturally evolvers, but evolvers aren't necessarily psychics, so ordinary people can actually become evolvers, right? So even if I don't have powers, I can still make myself an evolved person like you. In the room, Wu Shui asked Zhou Lin while cleaning up. Now Zhou Lin also do not need to cover up. Directly Wu Shui packed up the box to the Fu number stuffed, but it is much more convenient. Yes, but ordinary people need their physical qualities to reach a threshold to become an evolved person. I don't know exactly how much, or to suffer some kind of major stimulus. That is, either mentally or physically to break through a certain threshold before they can become an evolved person. I understand. Don't worry, I'll work hard. Wu Shui clenched her fists. Zhou Lin rubbed Wu Shui's face. It's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you. But it's not just man-made disasters we're dealing with. It's also natural disasters. You say the earthquake if it comes now. You. Zhou Lin was about to tell Wu Shui to stop crowing when he felt the ground shake just as the words reached his mouth. Earthquake. Blue Moon's dream had materialized so quickly. Zhou Lin swept Wu Shui into his arms and led her outside. Lily. The stairs leading to the second floor creaked as if they might be torn apart by the vibrations the next moment. And everything in front of him shook, the hard floor surprisingly appearing to undulate in a wave-like fashion. Most of the things that weren't secured were thrown off and hit the floor, clanging or falling apart. Cheng Yali's roar came from upstairs, surprisingly overpowering everything. Zhou Lin, Lily, where are you guys? Come on, come on. The master bedroom on the second floor. Cheng Yali put her thin husband in her arms, head on top of a thick pillow, as if the pillar of the heavens. Even if the sky falls, she has to protect the family's well-being. Chapter 76. Earthquakes, they come and go. Before Zhou Lin could find Zhou Li, the shaking stopped. It's okay. Wu Shui was in shock. It should be. Zhou Lin did not dare to say the words full. Ghosts know whether the back will continue to quake. It is imperative to evacuate. The less important or still available things were all abandoned. And under Zhou Lin's urging, Cheng Yali's 4 people quickly went downstairs. In the tool room, Sun Chunghao looked at Zhou Lin with tears in his eyes. The earthquake just now almost didn't scare him to death. And now, even though it has stopped, the boiler pipes are damaged, the generator is down, and even the liquid cultivation tubes are shaking, and the liquid fertilizer is flowing everywhere. Grab your own stuff and meet my dad downstairs. Sun Chunghao has done hard work without merit. Zhou Lin decided to give him another chance. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin raised his hand and waved his hand, receiving the entire tool room on the deck of the raffle ship to put it away temporarily, and he only left around him the large cage wrapped up with thick quilts containing poultry animals. It's the only way to keep them from freezing to death, and if they end up suffocating, they'll just have to blame their bad luck. Packing up the tool room, Zhou Lin went back to Blue Moon and dragged her out from under the bed. Is this the scene you dreamed up? Blue Moon shook her head. No, not even close. Fuck. Zhou Lin cursed and dragged Lan Ye downstairs. A large crowd had gathered downstairs by now. No one dared to remain upstairs as long as they could walk. God knows if the earthquake will come again. In fact, there had just been a fine aftershock happening all along, just that no one had been aware of it. Here we go again, on the move. That is, until a rather violent aftershock brings everyone back to the fear of being dominated by an earthquake. Cholin. As soon as the aftershock stopped, Huang Minjing dragged her old mother out of the crowd. Sister Cheng, Menging, are you guys okay? To acquaintances, Cheng Yali is still very warm. Rush forward to help Huang Minjing's old mother. The two were originally poker friends, in the end of the world, but closer. This place is uninhabitable, isn't it? Just now I saw cracks appearing on the ceiling. Although Huang Minjing was flustered, her sanity was still intact. She did not raise her voice in a blistering manner and only whispered in Zhou Lin's ear. Zhou Lin didn't answer and considered it a default. What's next for you guys? We. Zhou Lin was a bit hesitant. He didn't want to just let anyone join him, but the situation of Huang Minjing's mother and daughter was a bit special. Son, you come over. Cheng Yali raised her hand in greeting and waited for Zhou Lin to pass before the mother and son whispered. Mingying, you can come with us if you don't mind, but there's something I have to say to make it clear. Cheng Yali said. Sister Cheng, you say, no matter what request I can't agree. Huang Minjing was a smart person, and her experience during this period of time had convinced her that she could only have a good life if she followed Zhou Lin. And Cheng Yali could be said to be the link between the two parties. So Huang Minjing showed enough respect and considerable trust in Cheng Yali. Seeing that there were more and more people around, Zhou Lin waved his hand and said, walk and talk. There were no snow maneuvers, so Zhou Lin let Huang Minjing's old lady sit in the sled car with the unathletic Lan Yi, then pretended to go to the basement to get out a few pairs of skis. Unexpectedly, Wu Shui could ski. Zhou Li was even better. After a few attempts under Wu Shui's tutelage, she was able to move around at will, living up to her name as a genius. As an entrepreneur, Huang Minjing also learned to ski. And lastly, Zhou Kaijun and Cheng Yali. It had to be said that as far as Cheng Yali's size was concerned, in the end, she could only find a door panel and sit on it with Zhou Kaijun. Big brother, are you leaving? Xiao Hang chased after him, blearily. Well, our roof is cracked. Zhou Lin did not want to delay time. A group of them basically did not carry supplies, turned back if someone went upstairs and found it empty. So it is better to leave early. Big brother, can I go with you? It's not convenient on my end right now, so I'll tell you what, I'll get in touch with you sometime later if it's appropriate for you to come over. But, no buts. Zhou Lin looked around and whispered, remember, don't stay inside if you're fine, bring enough food and water with you. And if, contact with walkie-talkies. Big brother, be sure to find me when you're done over there. Xiao Hang had no choice but to wave goodbye to Zhou Lin reluctantly. The group slowly advanced on the snow-covered ground. Because of the existence of the two burdensome things, the sled cart and the door panels, the biggest significance of the skis was to allow Zhou Lin and the others to move forward with less effort and not easily fall into the snow. From the city to the farm would normally take 20 minutes without traffic, yet the group had traveled for a full 4 hours. I'll set up 2 tents, and then I'll dig. In the place where the crowd could not see, Zhou Lin took out the tent and set it up and settled everyone down first. And when everyone fell into a deep sleep due to fatigue, Zhou Lin put out a digging machine from the warehouse. The snow that was several meters deep had to be dug up with manpower until what time. But just as he was about to start digging, a silhouette suddenly lifted the 3-layer tent curtain and walked out. Plotting before you move, brother. Are you stupid? Zhou Li yawned with 2 tiny eye boogers. What do you mean? Alas, brother, this brain of yours, when the east is not bright and the west is dark, have you not thought that our family is now buried under the snow is actually quite good? Okay? Zhou Li's words were like a bolt of lightning, giving Zhou Lin's consciousness an opening. But the big earthquake that Lan Yu dreamed of hadn't even come yet. The farm and the house were buried in the snow, so they were protected, and if they were lucky when the earthquake came, they wouldn't even be damaged too much. But it's hard to tell when you dig it up. You might even get shaken right out of it. So what Zhou Li means is that it's more appropriate to dig after the earthquake. The problem is that no one can be sure when that big earthquake will come. If we don't dig up the house, where will we live next? Everyone crammed into a tent? Right, the Lu Xiaofeng. Zhou Lin also did not hide, directly put out the Lu Xiaofeng ship, the approximate location of the original house in the front yard, so that even if the earthquake shook the snow, but also will not crush the house. Wow! After circling around the 12-meter-long Lu Xiaofeng ship, Zhou Li nodded with satisfaction. It's mine. Zhou Lin ignored her and released another traveling car converted from a large bus. The size and internal use area alone was not at all inferior to the Lu Xiaofeng. Since you're all up, let's give a hand together. Relying on the caravan's insulation ability alone, although it can also withstand the cold, but in order to maintain the indoor temperature will consume a lot of energy. Anyway, there is no need to move. Zhou Lin's idea is to develop a layer of tents outside the caravan. By the time the others woke up and saw the tent and the RV inside, one was stunned. Honey, this? I used to hide them in the yard and dug them out last night, so don't worry, they're all working. 2 caravans plus a huge tent. Cheng Yali with Wu Shui, Zhou Li, Huang Minjing, 2 mothers and mothers to live Lu Xiaofeng ship. Zhou Kaijun, Zhou Lin, Sun Qinghao, and Lan Yi lived in the traveling caravan. I won't do it. Of all the people, it was Blue Moon who had a problem with it. Zhou Lin's eyes swept over. Oh, then I'll give you a change. Chapter 77, Mysterious News. Mysterious Message. Lan Yi had thought that Zhou Lin was mesmerized by her. However, she got it when Zhou Lin took her away from the RV to grab a shovel and start digging through the snow. No, I think you've arranged it quite well. No aggravation? Zhou Lin continued to dig into the snow. It's not aggravating. It's really not aggravating. I've said it's not aggravating. Why are you still digging? Zhou Lin laughed. Do not dig a big pit by then how to deal with excrement? Especially since there's a big earthquake coming. And when it shakes, who's to say it won't fall on the... Wouldn't that be disgusting? Lan Yi felt especially aggrieved because Zhou Lin had actually asked her to dig a hole together. I haven't done any of this grunt work since I was 18. So, Zhou Lin put down the shovel and looked at the sky. Can you see clearly? Where? Blue Moon looked around. Who told you to look over the tent? Except where there are lights. Huh? How can I see clearly then? Even though I pretended to be a cat. I'm not a cat. No night vision? Zhou Lin nodded and stopped saying anything. Seeing that the depth of the snow pit was enough, Zhou Lin used the thick, impermeable membrane to lay it down, and then brought Blue Moon back to the tent. Considering the possibility of an earthquake at any time, the tent only has a couple of small camping stoves, which are actually quite good at warming up. That is, you need to add firewood every 3 or 4 hours. When Zhou Lin started to rest, the official shelter in the city was still in chaos. Magnitude 6.5, aftershock up to 5. Zhu Guanghan had a layer of gauze wrapped around his head and was reading the latest documents that had arrived by the light of the vapor lamp. He hadn't had much luck. The earthquake had thrown down the ceiling light shelf when it came and smashed his head. Luckily, the lamp wasn't broken, or it would have been more of a problem. Old Yi, what are the casualties? Yi Xinxiao, who had a head full of ice cream, lifted the curtain and came in, her face heavy. There are a few being excavated. Operating surface collapsed. To say the least, a few hundred people buried underneath. Wang Pingping with people are digging. I hope to dig a few more out of it, this doggone. Zhu Guanghan let out a long sigh. In addition to the people buried in the landslide, there are also many injured people in the shelter, and the key is that medical personnel and medicines are scarce, and many of the injured are not treated at all. Luckily, it's cooler now and less prone to infection, or it would be worse. Commander, urgent call from the provincial government. Another urgent telegram. I do not know whether it is good news or bad news. Zhu Guanghan apprehensively took a look. Eyes immediately seeped out tears. Kaja City is not the epicenter. Both reached a magnitude of 6.5. The epicenter? It's tragic. The provincial government says the casualties could be over 5 figures. The bottom line is that no one can help now, but themselves? Disasters are not scary, and no one can decide where a natural disaster occurs. But in Xia, the people in the disaster area will be stabilized and warmed up as soon as they see that one green figure. But now, with the winter night cutting off the roads and the volcanic ash preventing airplanes from lifting off, even if they wanted to go to support, they couldn't just run there on 2 legs, could they? Before Zhu Guanghan could finish his words, Yi Xinxiao's guard came in again. Commander, urgent order. Read it. Yi Xinxiao lit a cigarette as if he had guessed something. Your ministry to quickly count the local casualties and the required rescue efforts. If there is any spare capacity, continue to immediately report by the commanding General Unified Arrangements to support the epicenter. After the guard finished reading, before Yi Xinxiao said anything, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help himself. What? We are also a disaster area? How can? Besides, how are you going to get there? Run there. Old Zhu, the disaster has a lightweight, things have priority. Running how? Our forefathers are not the same feet measured the grassland across the snowy mountains? People, soldiers for the people, as long as the people need. Call back. My department can spare half of the personnel to rush to the epicenter. Please superior instructions. Old Yi, alas. Zhu Guanghan stomped his foot, but knew that it was useless for him to say anything else. Although the above gave him the position of commanding officer, Yi Xinxiao was only the deputy commanding officer. But the army affairs, Zhu Guanghan could not interfere at all. You go half of the people. Our side of the follow-up can do Zhu Guanghan shattered. Yi Xinxiao said blandly. Our side is a little slower, a little colder, a little hungrier, just a little bit of suffering, not so much as a loss of life. But over there, a minute late could be several lives. Old Zhu, how do you decide in your place? Zhu Guanghan waved his hand and decide one by one. It is not easy. All of them are not easy. Wang Pingping stayed behind to help you. I will personally lead the team over. Yi Xinxiao stood up with her hands on her knees and said as she was about to go out. Before Zhu Guanghan could react, Wang Pingping lifted the curtain and came in. Commander, a message just came in that I thought you might want to hear. Speak. Even more anxious. A few minutes Yi Xinxiao could still wait. Wang Pingping took out a special cell phone and started playing it. A synthesized voice rings out at first listen. Shelter Command, I have a message here, believe it or not, but you'd better believe it. Don't doubt it. The end times are upon us. Anything can happen. The next thing I'm going to say is very important. Those of you who receive the message, make sure to bail out your commanding officer, or else you'll be a sinner to your country and its people. That voice came with a high hat. Zhu Guanghan was a little unimpressed. Yi Xinxiao just smiled, signaling Zhu Guanghan to continue to listen. Just the beginning, there will be an even bigger earthquake, a superquake sometime in the future. 80% of the buildings in Kaja City will be damaged, and a lot of people will die if they are not prepared. Gather as much material as you can from buildings. Don't try to dig it out after an earthquake. That's all there is to say. Weigh yourselves, and you're welcome. The recording playback ended. Zhu Guanghan disdainfully said, How childish. The country cannot predict earthquakes. He also came to alarmist? Besides, it has just been an earthquake. Didn't he say that the energy is fine as long as it has been released? How can it be one after another, one bigger than the other? Lai Yi, I don't think it's necessary to pay attention to him. Yi Xinxiao didn't answer right away, but stared at Wang Pingping. Why did you feel the need to give us a listen? He knew Wang Pingping's character, and unless there was something special about this recording, Wang Pingping would simply ignore it, much less bring it over. The recording itself is nothing, synthesized at random and impossible to restore with our current equipment. But there is one thing that strikes me as very surprising. Little Wang, what are you selling? Hurry up and say it. Everyone is busy. Zhu Guanghan was quite a bit displeased. Commander, it concerns some military secrets. Wang Pingping hesitated for a moment until Yi Xinxiao nodded his head. He then continued. Do you guys still remember the hijacking of the Pretty Country's carrier, the Tiefel, before the natural disaster? What does the Tiefel have to do with this recording? Zhu Guanghan asked. As if thinking of something, Yi Xinxiao whispered. This recording was sent from the carrier Tiefel? No. Wang Pingping shook his head. But our electronic warfare experts received this recording at the same time that they received the identification code from the Pretty Country's Tiefel carrier, and the two are perfectly synchronized. Identification code? How can that be? This is Basho. Yi Xinxiao, who had always been calm and collected, finally lost her temper at this time. Chapter 78. A pair of frenemies. Do you think Command will believe it? Zhou Lin sat around the stove with Zhou Li. Qingfeng can't read. Don't bother me to read. Zhou Li glared impatiently at Zhou Lin. Things have been settled. Believe it or not is the other party's business. It's called doing your best. Zhou Lin is just an ordinary person, neither God nor Buddha. There is a need to worry so much. So many lives. When there is revenge, Zhou Lin will never be ambiguous. Not my kind of people can also be hot hand life. But if it is an innocent compatriot, Zhou Lin really cannot do like Zhou Li such indifference. What is man? What is life? Seeing a mountain is not a mountain. Little sister, I didn't provoke you. Not far away, out of the corner of her eye, Lan Yi, who was helping Cheng Yali pick vegetables, drifted towards Zhou Li. She heard wrongly. Zhou Li said mountain, not three. Mainly the accent of the Bashu people. A line of egrets up to the blue sky. Half a bitch in front of me. Lan Yi, you don't think that you're an alien and you're arrogant in your own right. It's not good in front of this girl. Little girl. Lan Yu was also on fire and fiercely got up. If it wasn't for your brother and your mom protecting you, I would have let you die socially in minutes. Do you believe me? Seeing the two people make a scene. At first, Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin were not surprised. Neither of them expected that Lan Yu was like a cannonball in front of Zhou Li. A little bit of it. Zhou Li sneered and told Blue Moon to come to spite herself. And Blue Moon really unleashed her powers on Zhou Li. Waiting until the powers were sent out, she came to her senses. If Zhou Li really had a long or short, she would not be dismantled by Zhou Lin. Blue Moon, you're fucking crazy. Zhou Lin opened his mouth when he was still by Zhou Li's side, and his palm was less than a centimeter away from Lan Yu's face when the word "ah" was uttered. At least it was a distance of more than 10 meters, but Zhou Lin didn't even use it for a second. Before the palm fell, the strong wind pressure lifted off Lan Yu's hairpin, and her head full of black silk fluttered in disarray. That's it. Zhou Lin stopped and turned around in one fluid motion. He looked Zhou Li up and down quickly. Are you sure you're okay? No, it can't be. Lan Yu couldn't believe it either. She definitely didn't hold back when she was angry, just now. Even an evolved person might have to be hit. How could a little girl like Zhou Li resist? Facts speak louder than words, and Zhou Li's disdainful little expression made Lan Yu feel helpless for the first time since she had acquired her powers, knowing that Zhou Lin had almost been put down by her in the first place. You're not human, are you? You're the one who isn't human. You're trash. Zhou Li deflated her mouth as if she didn't care to talk to Lan Yu anymore and continued to read and study. For a moment, Zhou Lin couldn't figure out why Zhou Li wasn't afraid of Lan Yu's psychic powers at all. Maybe it had something to do with her intelligence? When the big earthquake passes, there will be a chance to try. Even so, he still punished Lan Yu for not having food for 24 hours. It might not be a big deal for an ordinary person to starve for 24 hours, but for Lan Yu, who had just gone all out to unleash her supernatural powers, it would be too hard. While everyone was eating in the station wagon, Blue Moon could only sit outside, pathetically holding a handful of ice and snow and licking it every now and then. Only the more she did it, the more she felt her stomach turn over and her gastrointestinal tract feel like it was going to revolt, like it was going to digest her if she didn't give them something to eat. No one dares to show a trace of sympathy for Blue Moon in front of Qingyali. Since the acquisition of psychic ability, Qingyali not only voices bigger than before, the whole person seems to be more big and strong. The original thin Zhou Kaijun stood beside the living birdie. As of now, it seemed that other than the happy couple of Blue Moon and Zhou Li, the others were getting along quite harmoniously. In contrast, a few of the heads in the shelter were torn at this point. Yi Xinxiao had asked Wang Pingping to report the information upwards in its entirety to see what the higher-ups would do. Almost 6 hours later, I finally waited to hear back. Surprisingly, the superior order was very simple and consisted of only 4 words. Prepare for war and stand by. Prepare for what war and stand by for what? Apparently, the higher-ups took that news with a rather believable attitude and not only terminated the order for the Jiazhou military to support the epicenter, but also ordered them to prepare for war. Since that's what the higher-ups mean, let the notification go down. Has the radio station been restored on the other side? It's been restored, Zhu Guanghan's secretary said. Old Yi, what do you think should be said? The wording of the notice is very delicate. If you say it lightly, you are afraid that people will not take it seriously. If you say it heavily, it may lead to panic. In case you end up being tense for days, but nothing happens, it will affect the credibility of the shelter again. How? Tell them that we have received mysterious information that a major earthquake may occur in the near future. And out of a responsible attitude towards people's lives and property, the shelter will suspend all construction and return to the ground for a period of time. Yi Xinxiao dictated a paragraph. Zhu Guanghan's secretary recorded and then handed over to Zhu Guanghan read. A few modifications and touches sent to the radio station release. Soon, anyone in and around Jiazhou City who had a radio or other broadcasting device capable of listening heard the news from the shelter about a major earthquake coming in the near future. And earthquakes, that can't be right. Can it? Bigger? Then we need to find a safe place. Move now. No, I'd rather die at home than go out. Don't end up freezing to death instead of being shaken to death. 100 on people, in all shapes and sizes. There is just that group of people who are particularly fond of going against the government, telling him to go east and going west. But most people still take targeted measures. For example, moving from a high-rise to a bungalow, or moving their sleeping place to the front door. Those who really believe in the government and are capable of doing so have moved their families into tents or makeshift sheds made of lightweight building materials. Earthquakes, like the sword of Damocles hanging over the head, no one knows when it will fall, but as long as it falls, it will surely bring a heavy blow to the people. 2 days had passed, and nothing was out of the ordinary except for the aftershocks of the last earthquake. Even Huang Minjing began to doubt the accuracy of the shelter's information, and couldn't help but say that this was too much of a waste of time, and that he should have dug out the farm and the house first. It can't be said that Huang Minjing is being melodramatic. Even if the caravan is expensive, the interior space is only a little bit, and it's never very convenient for 4 or 5 people to squeeze in together. Mengying, we have to believe in the government. Qingyali was still comforting Huang Minjing when Sun Qinghao, who was in charge of raising small animals at the corner of the tent, suddenly ran over. Rabbits! The rabbits are crazy! The rabbits are crazy! Is the rabbit crazy? Qingyali and the others followed Sun Qinghao over, and saw that the originally docile rabbits were actually attacking each other crazily, with the snow-white incisors transformed into guillotines, constantly stabbing into the bodies of their companions and digging down chunks of flesh and blood. Separate them quickly. Big rabbits fight and little rabbits suffer, and it would be a shame to lose the little rabbits that have been bred so easily. However, without waiting to rescue all the bunnies, the poultry on the other side of the coop suddenly went berserk, chirping and chirping, screaming and screaming, as well as banging their heads against the iron cage and kicking the cage with their feet. Something's going to happen. Chengyali turned violently and yelled over to the RV, "You guys pay attention, it might." Chapter 79. Vibration Level 9. Zhou Lin thought he had a cold at first. There was a buzzing in his ears, as if something was covering both of them, and his nose was particularly hard, but he soon realized that it wasn't ringing in his ears, but that dull buzzing sound that everyone was hearing. Then, countless streaks of colored light suddenly emerged from the dark sky. Blue, yellow, red, with these three colors predominating. "This is Earthlight," Zhou Li whispered from the side. She had been in the car, and at some point ran over to Zhou Lin. "It's coming." "What?" Zhou Lin asked. "Earthquakes, the big ones that Blue Moon dreams about. Animal anomalies, low-frequency sound waves coupled with the appearance of ground lights in the sky are known to anyone with a little experience as signs of a major earthquake outbreak." It was for this reason that Choyuri got out of the car. It was rather unsafe to sit in the car in this open area. About how much longer? Zhou Lin often forgot Zhou Li's actual age. Perhaps this was the result of the IQ gap. 2 or 3 hours to 2 or 3 days is possible. The Earth's light was still flickering in the sky. Technically, it should be noon now. And if it weren't for the special climatic conditions of a winter's night, it would be impossible to see the Earth's light under normal sunlight. So it's a great research opportunity for Weekly. Although Zhou Lin felt that there was nothing to study about earthquakes, and they couldn't be predicted anyway. You can't forecast when you see the Earth's light? Chicken and duck, give me a better camera. What do you need that for? Zhou Lin, with his heart in his mouth, took a video camera out of his pocket, which was also from the rifle. He couldn't stay with Choyuri all the time, though. He still trusted her and had to get the big guy ready. Crazy rabbits seem to be normal again at this time, are licking each other's wounds. Zhou Lin asked Sun Chung how to go to the car to put the black boy out, but must be bolted, afraid of the earthquake to come when the frightened run lost. The others were arranged to sit scattered in the tents and wait in silence. Will it definitely come? Chung Yali came out of the tent and asked Zhou Li, who was still shooting the ground light. "It's getting denser." Zhou Li seemed to answer the question, but Chung Yali heard it and turned back to the tent. "Everyone get ready, it's probably coming." The city of Kaju is actually not the only one that can see the light of the earth. Almost all of Basho could see the flickering light in the sky. Only not everyone knew what it was. But being an earthquake-prone place, and with the warning message from the shelter, the people in the city of Jiazhou were basically looking for a safe place. It's okay to be cold for a while, but if you're really crushed in a collapsed building, even if you don't die on the spot, is it hard to expect someone else to come and save you? To put it bluntly, nowadays the entire summer country and even the whole world can basically be said to be divided into one city and one place, each governing its own way. Although orders can be given at the national level, no one can do anything if they don't listen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Lin suddenly felt hot and dry, as if the blood was rushing to his head, making him restless. It could be. He turned to look at Chung Yali and Lan Yiye, who were also clearly out of sorts, but the others had little reaction. The next moment, before Zhou Lin could say anything, the ground shook. "Earthquake! Watch your step!" Chung Yali's voice was so loud that the moment she opened her mouth, she focused everyone's attention. It was clear that the shaking of this quake was much stronger than the last one from the start. First up and down, then left and right. The strong compound shaking made it impossible to stand, and almost everyone except Zhou Lin unconsciously crouched down or just got down. The snow began to crumble as it shook, and Zhou Lin saw with his own eyes the traveler's car begin to slide into the cracked gap in the snow as it lost its support. Seeing that the 2-meter-tall brigandine was about to be swallowed by the gap, Zhou Lin staggered over and took it into the rifle at the last moment. The tent somehow suddenly flew up, uprooted by a gust of wind triggered by the earthquake. However, no one could feel the cold at this time, and could only remain in their original positions, silently praying for the disaster to pass as soon as possible. The top brass in the far north, holding the news of the earthquake they had just received, were all bloodless. 9th grade. This earthquake in Basho was surprisingly above a 9 on the preliminary scale. The damage from that magnitude 8 earthquake years ago has yet to heal, and that was back when everything was normal. "Is there no way out?" someone asked. "No. We only have a total of 30 airships in our hands, 2/3 of which are still supported from all over the world, and even if all of them were dispatched, it would still be a drop in the bucket. A drop in the bucket is better than nothing." An old man waved his hand and said, "Send out all 30 ships, all of them. Then we won't have any maneuvering power at all in our hands. And if we should, what in case? What do you mean, what if? A magnitude 9 earthquake. Comrades, what are we holding the maneuvering force for? Is it to ensure our safety? Is it to fulfill our need for supplies? Or is it that these maneuver forces are there to respond to what happens to the people in the event of a disaster? Some of you are selfish and narrow-minded. Eat a little, take a little, be selfish. That's the kind of behavior that only comes from below. It's extremely shallow. Which of you and which of your families lacks anything? None, right? Who can sit in this room and dare to say that they are not already in the best care of the state? So, what other pursuits do you guys have? What other ideas do you have? The goose that lays the golden eggs. To this position, if you are still craving for materialistic enjoyment, then I can only say that you don't deserve to sit here. Life is not about death, so all you have to think about is how to prove to the world that you've been here. Forget it, I won't talk about you guys anymore. In short, I don't want to become a sinner of the people and carry 1,000 curses, so I can disregard my personal safety and can put life and death at risk. So if any of you don't want to, just go. What the others thought in the end is unknown. But at the old man's insistence, the 30 airships took off one by one after being loaded with supplies and relief workers, and were about to fly over thousands of kilometers to the disaster area of Bashu without navigation. And at this point, that magnitude 9 earthquake has just ended less than an hour ago. Fortunately, the epicenter was not a densely populated city, and there was not even a town or village in the vicinity. If someone can arrive at the epicenter at this time, will find that hundreds of square kilometers of the terrain has been completely changed. Once lush green forests have been covered by a whole piece of still hot soil, rocks, countless gullies cross vertical and horizontal, wide gaps, and even 7 or 8 meters, the bottom of the black depths of the bottom. The city of Kaju is 300 kilometers away from the epicenter in a straight line, and the maximum magnitude is close to 7. More than 30% of the houses in the entire Jiazhou city collapsed, and more than 60% of the buildings were cracked and damaged, with half of them threatening to collapse at any time. The disaster was so severe that cries could be heard everywhere. Those swimming lights and fires seemed to be the best footnote to the disaster. Is everyone okay? Zhou Lin wrapped his arms around the stunned Wu Shui and climbed out of the snow pit. Chapter 80. How could she escape? At the very beginning of the quake, everyone could barely keep their balance. And when the strongest shaking passed through, the thick snow on the ground was raised, obscuring everyone's vision. Zhou Lin had just taken in the traveler's car into the Funo. When he felt that something was wrong, he rushed to pounce on the nearest Wu Shui, and he had wanted to go over and hold Zhou Li together, but Zhou Li ended up rolling to Qingyali's side in the nick of time. Then more and more snow flew up and fell back down, soon burying all the objects on the snow surface. This is not the first time Zhou Lin has been buried in the snow. How to say, perhaps because of the vibration caused the snow is not dense, so Zhou Lin did not feel breathing difficulties. At least a short period of time should be fine. In addition to worrying about Wu Shui will not be overly shocked, is the snow under the ground will not appear cracks. Lan Yu said that this side was the least damaged place in the entire Jiazhou city. Zhou Lin felt that it might be related to the geological structure. This side of the farm used to be an ancient river. The entire grassroots are alluvial from the river. This kind of geology is not strong enough, but it is difficult for cracks to appear due to vibration. This is one of the reasons why development in Kiowa City has never gone in this direction. It would be costly to fix a high-rise building to stake out the ground. Not far away from Zhou Lin and Wu Shui, a puff of white snow suddenly exploded, and if they hadn't heard the familiar sound, I'm afraid they would have thought it was some kind of explosion. Suffocating my mom? Honey Lily, are you guys okay? Qingyali climbed out of the snow pit like a newly awakened winter bear, moving her arms and legs. Right behind them were Zhou Li and Zhou Kaijun. The father and daughter were a little green in the face, but other than that there didn't seem to be any problems. After seeing Zhou Kaijun, 3 people, Zhou Lin hanging heart basically put down. As for the other people who have not yet shown up, what others? This way. A hand emerged from the snow. Qingyali saw it and rushed over to help. Not long after, Huang Minjing and her old lady were dug out. It's nothing but a little cold. Farther away, Blackie's head popped out first, then Sun Qinghao, and the 1 man and 1 dog climbed out and then surprisingly turned back to save the poultry and rabbits that they had shielded underneath. Good dog! Zhou Lin rubbed Blackie's big fluffy head and casually gave a large piece of dried beef. Sun Qinghao watched blearily from the side, just short of spitting out his tongue. You're not bad either. Zhou Lin patted Sun Qinghao's shoulder and gave him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The next thing to do was to dig out that little courtyard of the Zhou family first, or else there wouldn't even be a tent. Fortunately, the Lu Xiaofeng is still there, although half of the body is sunk into the snow, but put the doorway to continue to rake the doorway can still get in and out. Zhou Lin let everyone go in to warm up, while he found a corner where the crowd could not see and directly put a bulldozer out to start. With the powerful force of digging, dealing with the snow that was only 2 or 3 meters thick after the earthquake was not a problem at all, and one piece of snow was pushed aside, and the farmhouse was gradually exposed. The yard is full of water, but at first Zhou Kaijun and Chun Yali left when the doors and windows are reinforced and closed, so there is no water in the house, just a few broken windows and doors. On board the Lu Xiaofeng, everyone was celebrating the aftermath of the robbery, when Zhou Li suddenly said, "Where's Lan Yiya? Who is Blue Moon Moon? Lily, what are you talking about? Is it your friend?" Looking at the blank faces of the crowd, Zhou Li instantly got up. "I'll go find my brother." Blue Moon Moon. Zhou Lin let out various furniture, utensils, and supplies from the Hifu while talking to Zhou Li. "You're not getting hit too, are you? Wake up! Wake up!" Zhou Li grabbed Zhou Lin's ear and pulled his throat open to let out a loud yell. Hiss! Zhou Lin rubbed his face vigorously. Being yelled at so much by Zhou Li was really effective. It felt like something in his brain suddenly cleared up, and then he remembered everything about Lan Yu. There was no doubt that the woman had run away. Taking advantage of everyone's panic during the earthquake, neither Zhou Lin nor Qingyali had the effort to keep an eye on her, so she unleashed her powers to try to completely erase her existence from Zhou Lin and the others' minds and escape. It was well planned and decisive. Who made you soft-hearted and compassionate? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Forget it. Wherever you bump into it later counts. Ice and snow and darkness. Zhou Lin think Blue Moon should not run far. To her, that delicate habits, afraid of freezing and starving to death, are not necessarily able to walk back to the city, or first do a good job in front of us. You go and get the people that should be cleaned up. Zhou Lin walked out of the house and looked at the direction before heading to the back of the house. Before the snow fell, this side of the ground is going to be higher than the other side of the house by a large margin, about 10 to 20 meters, and then stretched out several kilometers long. The bulldozer was put back out by Zhou Lin, followed by another excavator. Zhou Lin intended to dig a pit right next to that high hurdle, a pit that was more than 300 meters long, 80 or so meters wide, and more than 30 meters deep. With Zhou Lin alone, even with diggers and bulldozers, it would be difficult to complete such a huge project in a short period of time. The good thing was that by utilizing that long, high hurdle together with the proper mounding of soil, some of the workload could be relatively reduced. No one knows what Zhou Lin has been busy in the past few days. They can only hear the sound of machines roaring, because Zhou Lin does not even turn on the lights. Even if they are curious, they cannot see anything. The Jiazhou official shelter was surprisingly not too badly damaged in this earthquake. Once the aftershocks had basically subsided, Zhu Guanghan began to organize manpower to repair the shelter. Before the temperature rose back up and the winter nights ended, the importance of the underground shelter was unquestionable. Other not to mention, light insulation, this piece of underground can throw off the ground a few streets, so the repair of the underground shelter is imminent. At this time, Zhu Guanghan most regret than did not seize the time to collect supplies, now everywhere collapsed, and then want to dig out how much manpower and material resources to be consumed, and in the end most likely to lose more than gain. Worried Zhu Guanghan out of the tent, staring at the lights at night sight. The number of workers has obviously become less. Many people have gone out to help. An earthquake of magnitude 7 or so, even if you do not stay in the building, may not necessarily be safe. Bad luck, may be smashed by the building debris. Unlucky enough to even be directly swallowed by the cracks. Then there are those who don't believe the shelter warnings and don't want or can't get out of the building in time. And while these people are suspected of being self-inflicted, it doesn't stop them from being rescued. Everywhere needs manpower. Yi Xinxiao, under the command of all the teams sent out, is still not enough. Even Yi Xinxiao himself is on the front line, like ordinary soldiers with both hands to pull the building debris, try to save those who are buried. Jiazhou wasn't the only one affected, as neighboring provinces near the epicenter of the earthquake suffered varying degrees of damage. The whole of Sichuan was plunged into a fog of sadness, and the closer the city to the epicenter, the greater the damage naturally. The sky of the provincial city of Ba Shu fell down in rows of bright pillars of light. Chapter 81. Come out, Raffles. Blimp. The blimp is coming. In the city of Basu province, cheers rang out from all around, and lights and fires were lit up around the 8 shelters in different directions, southeast, northwest, and north. In the pod of the lead airship, Ning Shanyu, who hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights, struggled to keep his bloodshot eyes open. He's looking down to see if there's any light. Even though the navigation prompted that they had arrived over the city of Bashu province, the airship didn't dare to land blindly if there was no light on the ground. Every takeoff and landing wasn't easy for the airships. There were still 26 airships left from the 30 that were there when they set out, and Ning Shanyu didn't want any more losses. At last he had the shadow of light in the corner of his eye. The 11 o'clock, watch your formation. Search for signals and stay in contact. Turn on your flares and identify yourself. A series of orders emerged from Ning Shanyu's mouth one after another, and were in turn conveyed to each of the airships through the intercom. The huge size of the airship decided that it could not be like the aircraft, warplanes, such as neat and tidy formation. Sometimes the length of the team even spread out several kilometers long. A little inattention, maybe because of a gust of wind or a bolt of lightning, it will lead to the team cut off the waist or even the destruction of the airships and people died. Ning Shanyu, the carrier's air traffic controller, was rushed to act as the captain of transportation, responsible for the long-distance voyage of the airship's formation, and the pressure was so great that it could be imagined. If it wasn't for the iron will cultivated through years of military service, he would have collapsed long ago. In any case, it was finally arriving at the provincial capital of Bashu. The instructions given to Ning Shanyu by his superiors were to send the supplies and personnel to the provincial city of Bashu, and then follow the arrangements of the Disaster Relief Command on this side. This is the Basho Provincial City Disaster Relief Command. This is the Basho Provincial City Disaster Relief Command. A call came over the radio, and Ning Shanyu picked up his walkie-talkie and responded in a hoarse voice. Bashu Provincial City Disaster Relief Command. This is the capital support team. Please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site. Please use the wartime emergency lights to indicate the landing site. Copy that. Please give us 3 minutes. Please give us 3 minutes. If usual ground personnel dared to let Ning Shanyu wait for 3 minutes, Ning Shanyu went down and dared to directly court-martial the other party. But now this environment could do a good job of guiding the landing within 3 minutes was already not easy. Airships are much larger than airplanes and require a much larger field area for takeoff and landing. However, that is not the case now. I'll land my boat, the others stand by. Without waiting for the dirigible to fully land, Ning Shanyu couldn't wait to open the hatch, and the moment he felt the pod make contact with the ground, he jumped down. Time is running out, and you need to race against the clock. Just as Ning Shanyu was about to make contact with the welcoming crowd, an urgent call came from the intercom on his shoulder. Wind speed 9, wind speed 9. Out of control. Boat out of control. Drop altitude, drop altitude. Watch out for high-rise buildings, take cover. Ning Shanyu gave a violent start and looked up into the air. The blinking lights marking the shape of the airships were flying from overall orderliness to overwhelming messiness, some rising sharply, some falling fast again, and even some looking like they were about to crash together. Don't take strong control. Don't take strong control. Ning Shanyu held down the intercom and shouted at the top of his voice. More than 20 airships. If they really crashed together in a chaotic manner, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chow Family Farm. The old mansion has been cleaned and fortified pretty much. With the support of a high-power boiler, the temperature in a dozen rooms and even in the kitchen and bathroom is kept constant at a relatively comfortable range, which makes the old man and the woman feel much more comfortable. After all, they are naturally afraid of the cold. It's just that Zhou Lin has been a bit weird these days. Even Wu Shui doesn't see much of him. If it wasn't for the fact that he would often make a bit of noise over the intercom, I'm afraid that everyone would think that he's had some kind of accident. Zhou Lin is really busy. Another foundation had to be dug, and the rifle had to be properly remodeled in the storage space. The characteristics of the symbiosis ability not only allowed Zhou Lin to know all the equipment connected to the live Fu like the back of his hand, but he could also remodel the live Fu through his consciousness, provided of course that he had the materials, just like when he had remodeled the Lu Xiaofeng ship. In the process of deeply transforming the Lu Xiaofeng ship, Zhou Lin found that the scope of his current transformation through his consciousness was still on a macro scale. If he used a computer as an analogy, then he was now like an ordinary assembler, having to have one corresponding accessory, and the consumption of his spirit wasn't great. But if he tried to turn into an ordinary repairman, that is, when he was able to disassemble and install small parts on the motherboard, soldering circuit boards and whatnot, his spirit would quickly burn out, he would get dizzy and want to vomit, and he would not be able to hold on at all. I also don't know if it will improve in the future when the powers are upgraded. But as it stood, he didn't need to go any deeper into smaller sizes with the rifle. The foundation was dug almost 2 days ago. It's fast because it takes full advantage of the terrain. The rifle in the storage space is also almost finished with the final modifications. After Zhou Lin had a full night's sleep, he called Cheng Yali alone. Secretive, what are you up to? What's going on here? Why did you make such a big pit? This is not the backyard of our home. Because of the light, the big pit that Cheng Yali saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and Zhou Lin didn't explain it, but just told Cheng Yali not to be nervous if she saw him fainting in a while, and immediately shoved the chocolate candy bar into his mouth. Without waiting for Cheng Yali to ask again, Zhou Lin's two eyes closed slightly and his arms moved slightly. In the next moment, Cheng Yali only felt as if a gust of wind had suddenly risen around her, and the large pit in front of her was instantly filled with something. Zhou Lin stumbled and planted his head towards the ground. Son! Cheng Yali busy reaching out, Zhou Lin into his arms, and then the ready chocolate candy bar into Zhou Lin's mouth, rather like more than 20 years ago. Erase! Zhou Lin's consciousness is actually still awake, but the physical ability to dry up the spiritual power, nearly dry, a little bit of metaphysics that is the soul of the fire as the candle in the wind, at any time there is the possibility of extinguishing. Luckily, with a high-calorie, high-energy food like a chocolate candy bar as a supplement, for every ounce of physical energy that returned, the mental state improved that much more with it. The loss of Cheng Yali, not only feeding, but also habitually keep Zhou Lin warm, two-pronged approach greatly conducive to Zhou Lin's recovery. But even so, Zhou Lin also know that he will not wake up for a while. Only hope that Cheng Yali can hold on a little longer. It is best not to let other people know that he fainted this matter. What the hell is this? What Zhou Lin didn't know was that Cheng Yali didn't even have the idea of going back right now, and her entire body was dumbfounded. How did such a big building suddenly appear in the back of the hill? For good reason. This begins with the orientation in which Zhou Lin placed the raffles. The Laifu was placed with the stern of the ship rushing against the old mansion and following the beam of the mountain at close to 90 degrees. And the position where Cheng Yali and Zhou Lin were located was not the stern of the ship, but rather at the right rear of the ship's side near the island of the ship. So at this time, Cheng Yali saw that tall building, in fact, was Zhou Lin Camouflage Ship Island. With a large number of materials to the island above the radar, antennae, and other equipment surrounded, and reasonable division of the floor, the lower part of the island, and the deck connected to the part of the same camouflage and reinforcement, and ultimately make the whole island looks like a slightly strange shape, height of 38 meters of the building. The reason why it is 38 meters, because Zhou Lin in the flight deck 6 meters high position laid the overhead layer. The overhead layer is shorter than the pit's surface of about 1 meter to facilitate the late mulching. After mulching, the part of the island camouflage building that is exposed to the ground is only 38 meters. In other words, in addition to the part of the ship's island exposed to the ground, the entire rifle is actually buried in more than 1 meter deep underground. So even if someone passes by or observes from the air, they can only see a building. However, the mulching work is not yet complete, so when Cheng Yali slowly swept the torch across the pit, the whole person went numb. Chapter 82. The Dream of a Super Mothership. Zhou Lin slept for 4 whole hours in Cheng Yali's arms. To be precise, it should be that the body was in a state of immobility, but the consciousness was still basically awake. Of course, Cheng Yali didn't know, so the broken thoughts she used to pass the time were all heard word for word by Zhou Lin. Nothing. How the hell is the little bastard doing? What the hell is this? Exactly what else is there that I haven't told my old lady? Why hasn't Wu Shui's belly moved yet? Mom, I've only been with Wu Shui for how long? There is movement that is not a demon? Zhou Lin opened his eyes and said, What demon? Ouch, my baby son, you finally woke up, but the old mother was scared. Come, let the old mother look. Mom, I'm fine. Let me take you to appreciate the ultimate retirement home your son has prepared for you. Those broken thoughts of Cheng Yali just now. Zhou Lin just pretended not to have heard them. What kind of a son is there to be bothered with his old mother? The ultimate retirement home is not just nonsense from Chao Lin either. At this moment, his experience with his alien ability skyrocketed by a hair. Symbiosis. Intermediate 3121/10-000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 5.3 minutes/24 hours. Evolution level 1, 5.3, 5351/10-000. The increase in alien experience correlates with both the number of times he uses it and the strength of it. Through this remodeling of the Laifu ship, Zhou Lin also gained a deeper understanding of the symbiosis abnormal ability. He didn't know if there would be any other changes to the alien energy in the future, but he had a feeling that he could even transform the Lai Fu into a super mothership that could fly through the sky if he had enough materials. If it really came to that time, not to mention whether Cheng Yali and the others had all obtained supernormal abilities and evolved, even if they didn't, under the protection of such a supercarrier, not to mention the end of the world, even if the planet blew up, they would still be able to survive peacefully in the raffle ship. But just these few people, life is too lonely. If you can find some more people, perhaps better. What are you fuming about? My lady is waiting. Oh, I've just woken up. Take it easy. Take it easy. Accompanied by a smile, Zhou Lin hurriedly lead the way. Walk straight to the ship island building is located in the ground door. After opening this door and entering the island of the ship, the first thing that presented itself to Cheng Yali's eyes was an extremely spacious and high foyer. More than 8 meters wide and more than 15 meters deep at its deepest point. It was about to run the entire length of the floor and reach a height of more than 8 meters. The reason why the foyer was remodeled like this was in consideration of the Lu Xiaofeng and the vehicles that might need to come in and out for use in the future. The walls and ceilings all have weapons either hidden or directly exposed, basically the Vulcan machine guns that Zhou Lin got out of the warehouse, whether they're good or not. Not to mention, just that battle made Cheng Yali not dare to move for a moment. It's all fake. In case if someone rushes in and sees these contraptions, how dare they move? Zhou Lin made a half-true joke. Cheng Yali slapped him without any good reason. Hey, it even hurt Zhou Lin. To know that Zhou Lin's physical fitness is now 5 times that of a normal person, Cheng Yali's little strength is almost as good as scratching an itch. Mom, how much evolution degree do you have now? Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask. What degree of evolution? How would I know? No. That's why Cheng Yali can't see the level and evolution of her powers? Then what is the rank of your current psychic ability? Zhou Lin asked again. Junior. Mom, how did you determine that the powers were primary? Well, it's natural to know. Do you need a reason? Huh. How did this door open? Password. Zhou Lin helped Cheng Yali open the door. What face recognition fingerprint input these high-tech things he cannot transform? Wait for Zhou Li to come in later to get this aspect. She is the expert. The foyer that he had just entered was actually the parking lot of the entire building. Because of the size, Zhou Lin did not divide the parking lot into 2 levels. And after passing through this coded gate, he was considered to have truly entered the interior of the building. For Cheng Yali, this building looked very raw. Everywhere was made of metal, not seeing any common decorative materials. The good thing was that this did not affect the use of the building, and even Cheng Yali felt that this gave her a more down-to-earth feeling. It's just coal, Cheng Yali said. Later on, we definitely need to insulate it, and I've only completed the most basic construction work here. In short, this will be our home from now on. As for our old mansion, it's just to cover our ears. You can see that there is electricity here just the same, and I'll give you my word that the supply of electricity here is much more plentiful than you think. Yeah, that's great. The structure inside the ship island building is very complicated. Zhou Lin used a lot of effort to remodeling, but also can only ensure to try to make it look like an ordinary building. Of course, in the post-apocalyptic world, cannot be expected to have windows in every room or something like that. That is not only unsafe, but will also affect the energy saving and heat preservation of the house. Many rooms were isolated by Zhou Lin, mainly because there was no way to transfer the equipment, devices, and other things inside. They could only be hidden, and naturally they could be opened when they really needed to be used. And in Zhou Lin's opinion, living in the ship's island wasn't a long-term thing. As time went by, he might gradually liberalize the use of the lower floors, and at that time, he would also redesign and remodel the entire raffle ship. For this kind of thing, Zhou Lin thought it was best to discuss it with Zhou Li. Even in a building, the walkie-talkie can pick up the signal. Over there, Zhou Kaijun had already called Cheng Yali several times. And in the end, Cheng Yali had to give up the idea of visiting the entire building and return to the old mansion with Zhou Lin. On the way, Cheng Yali asked Zhou Lin when he plans to move over, not that she's fond of the old. The main thing is that the steel walls bring her a sense of security is really too strong. In the heart of a mother, the safety of the family is always the first place. There's always the end of the foundation renovation. Wait for what? How long will you do it alone? How come the others don't have hands? Okay, Mom, whatever you say. Zhou Lin hurriedly gave up resisting, or Cheng Yali's slap would come again. I really can't understand. I didn't see Cheng Yali how to exercise. Why did her physical fitness improve so fast? In fact, Zhou Lin just need to think about Cheng Yali's foundation. The starting point is not the same. Back home, Qingyali first told her family, that is Zhou Kaijun and Zhou Li secretly explained, just said that the building was originally there and could not expose Zhou Lin's special ability before telling everyone about it. As for why that building used almost all steel structures and had such a strange interior, Qingyali felt that there was no need to explain it at all, and anyone who had a problem with it should just not move there. Only before Fo Yali could announce the news, Zhou Lin violently stood up and rushed outside the house. What are you doing, eating? Qingyali wanted to stop, did not stop. Outside the house, Zhou Lin looked up into the dark night sky, and in the distance, a few flashes of light were heading towards the direction of the old mansion, crashing in. Chapter 83, The Falling Star. Shit! Zhou Lin was too late to calculate the chances of his old mansion being hit by that thing in the sky, something he didn't even dare to calculate. Come out, come out! Through the walkie-talkie, Zhou Lin shouted at the top of his lungs. As for whether it's a shame about all those supplies that were just set up, what value is there in things if people are going to be gone? Luckily, the family was at the dinner table, but it was a call to action. Even Blackie rushed out after him, raising his doggy head and barking furiously at the sky. What the hell? There seems to be lights in the sky. The other's eyesight was not as good as Zhou Lin's, and the best, Qingyali, could only vaguely see one or two bright spots. They soon saw, though, that the thing was still going down pretty fast. Not only could Zhou Lin see it more clearly than the others, but as a symbiotic body, he was also able to receive messages from the raffle ship. It was the radar alarm on the raffle ship that just now caused him to drop his dishes and rush out. The current simulations on the rifle have a collision rate of 0 to 43. The main reason why there's such an odd chance is that there's no pattern to the trajectory of that thing. Fortunately, soon Zhou Lin saw clearly. Is it an airplane? Wu Shui asked as she snuggled up next to Zhou Lin. No, it fucking seems like that. Blimp. Don't say that Zhou Lin didn't believe it. As long as people with a little bit of historical knowledge, or even common sense knew, hadn't airships been eliminated for many years? If one really wanted to think that way, it could only mean that there was a lack of common sense. Zhou Li then despised the reaction of the others. Don't you guys know that airships have always been in use? It is also true that not only are there annual airship-related competitions abroad, but airships still play an important role in many fields. Only the blimp that appeared in Zhou Lin and the others' line of sight was just a bit too big. Several hundred meters long, I think. Looking at the crookedly descending blimp, Zhou Lin made a difficult decision. Mom, take them to their new home. Just in case the thing is filled with oil and blows up will be neat and tidy. A new home? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Go! Qingyali roared, waking up the crowd. We can't afford to dawdle now, what if? No one could care less about getting their things. Nor did they notice that Zhou Lin had no intention of leaving at all. Even if it blew up, Zhou Lin was not afraid. Besides, the odds of actually hitting an old mansion aren't really that high. It's going to be over at the rifle anyway, so we might as well get the crowd moving while we can. Besides, that blimp in the sky was definitely being piloted by someone, and Zhou Lin hadn't thought about what to do in case there were still people alive. The cladding on the raffle ship was only 1 meter. If the blimp blew it up, directly exposing the steel plate layer below, things might leak out. Zhou Lin didn't want to become a target so early. It would be bad if the whole world was full of enemies by then. Just now, Zhou Lin was still fantasizing. If there is a chance in the future, is not to go to the beautiful country's port to look for, directly get a few large warships as the raffle ship's food. The raffle ships slowly grow up. The dirigible continued to descend, not fast, but it was clear that it was incapable of flying beyond this range, and that neither direction nor altitude was under human control. When Qingyali and the others entered the raffle ship, the airship was finally displayed in its entirety in Zhou Lin's line of sight. Zzzzz. There was a murmur coming from the intercom, and Zhou Lin tried the FM, and then he received a voice speaking. Anyone? Anyone nearby? We're a fleet of airships that departed from the capital. We encountered a gale, and we're making a forced landing near Jiazhou City. We're making a forced landing near Jiazhou City. The fact that the voice was repeating itself, with a slight shift in tone each time, suggests that it was not a recording that was played, but the fact that it was not the least bit disconcerting in such a situation is a good indication of this announcer's mental capacity. Sighing, Zhou Lin opened his headset. Blimp overhead. You're about 100 meters from the ground now. How can I help you? Zzzzz. Thank you. Are you an official or military member of Kaja City? What do you care about this at a time like this? You guys can treat me as a folk radio enthusiast. Hurry up and say it. Although I may not be able to do it, you guys will just have to bet on it. Zhou Lin said. Zzz. Okay. We need ground fire or lights as a guide. The blimp is assuredly still barely manageable. Please be sure to guide us to no man's land, or we may hurt innocent people. Please be sure to guide us to no man's land. Well, just based on the other party's words, Zhou Lin intended to give them a chance at life. After calculating through the rifle, Zhou Lin dropped his laser flash before running to the farmland 800 meters away from the old mansion. Under this dark night sky, the laser flash is probably the brightest light besides the searchlight. ZZZC, we try our best, thanks. The communication from the airship side was interrupted. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders, as long as it didn't blow up his own house. But how did the country send the airship out? Could it be that it was here to provide disaster relief? Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Lin felt a bit of a blockage in his heart. So yeah, a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. And no matter how much the outside world slanders and discredits Xia, one only has to look at the behavior of the country and the military in times of great disasters to know that living in Xia is definitely a very good choice in this world. The dirigible is getting lower and lower, although shaky, but always insisted on falling in the direction of the laser flash. Originally intended to leave silently, Zhou Lin rushed home. Old and sturdy sled car dragged on some supplies, rushed to the direction of the laser light. If everyone on the airship hangs up, Zhou Lin will collect a wave, and incidentally see if he can keep some relics to hand over to Su Zuan. We can't let the families of these heroes who came to support us know nothing. As for there being people alive, maybe the stuff in the sleigh could come in handy. Boom! Don't look at the blimp as if it's light, but it's actually quite heavy. Like this batch of airships, there are differences in size, but even the lightest pods, that's 10 tons upwards. Add to that the weight of the airbag itself, and a complete loss of levitation to fall would be terrifying. Snow splashes, loud sounds like thunder, a few hundred meters in a circle, can only even have the feeling of the ground shaking. But Zhou Lin knows that this is all his illusion. If the ground is really shaking, the rifle will call the police. The good thing is that it's just for a little while. It's unfortunate that there was no explosion and no fire and burning. After observing for a moment and realizing that there shouldn't be any danger, Zhou Lin rushed over. Supplies certainly move the heart, but compassion Zhou Lin is still a little bit, especially when the other party is a soldier. Well, Wang Pingping kind does not count. Without turning on any light source, Zhou Lin completely relied on his night vision to advance. And soon he saw the pod that had fallen to the ground, as well as the huge airbag that looked like a leaky whale. The gas in the hull had perhaps not yet completely leaked out, so part of the hull still towered over, following the night winds as it continued to sway. I can only blame the pod for being too heavy, otherwise it would never have fallen so hard. If Zhou Lin was right, 2/3 of that pod should have sunk directly into the snow. Even if someone was there when they fell, they probably would have been suffocated alive if they had dragged it out for a long time. Don't they know to throw things to reduce weight? Isn't that common sense in airship or balloon navigation? Chapter 84. The Foolish Driver. Silly Driver. ZZZ. ZZZ. The signal from the blimp could still be heard on the intercom, and Zhou Lin tried calling twice, but there was no half-hearted response. Looking at the pod that was 2/3 buried, Zhou Lin was in agony. It was only after the raffle ship had been turned into a base that Zhou Lin realized a grim problem. The space was gone. To be precise, that oversized space is gone. The symbiosis ability only has symbiotic vehicle storage space. Once the symbiotic vehicle is released, this exclusive space cannot be used. So now what Zhou Lin could utilize was only the space in the Lu Xiaofeng's caravan. Although picking up can also fit some, but compared to the raffle ship, is simply a drop in the bucket. ZZZN, I'm still here. A weak voice came out of the headset, and Zhou Lin, who was in distress, was overjoyed. How are you guys doing? How are the casualties? The pod is buried in the snow. I can't even find the door. Door, pod aft, highest can dig. It wasn't signal interference. Zhou Lin could hear that the other party should be doing his best to say so few words. Any more would not work. Okay, you wait. Going around to the rear of the pod. Maybe it was luck, or maybe it was because the front of the pod is heavier than the rear. Anyway, it looks like the rear is buried a bit shallower. The most basic tools were still available in Lu Xiaofeng, and Zhou Lin took out a multifunctional shovel and started digging frantically. A different person would not have been able to do what Zhou Lin did. Shovel by shovel like a mole, the snow he raised was several meters high, like a small snowstorm. A few minutes later, Zhou Lin felt the shovel touching metal, so he hurriedly slowed down and turned on the shoulder lighting flashlight. The black door panels, which looked like some kind of special aluminum, weren't exactly sturdy and were scratched by the shovel. Continuing to dig along the door panel, Zhou Lin soon saw the door handle. Just see the door handle is not enough. Under the pressure of snow, cannot be opened. Has been digging until almost the entire back door is revealed. Zhou Lin only put down the shovel to try again. Ka-ching! The door locks came from the rattling, clearly locked from the inside. Well, in this point is not difficult to defeat Zhou Lin. He swung up the shovel to find the lock position, ruthlessly chopped a few times. Indeed, no violence cannot open the lock. If not open, can only mean that not enough violence. Slowly pulling the back door open a crack. Zhou Lin stood in the doorway again and waited for a few seconds. Indeed, did not hear any movement. He slowly walked in. 1, 2, 3. The back door was supposed to be a cargo hold, with packed supplies piled up on both sides, and only a passageway of less than 60 centimeters with soldiers in camouflage uniforms lying in it. They weren't dead. They should have passed out. You could tell by listening to their heartbeats and breathing. Zhou Lin didn't rush to save them. Looking at them, he knew that they were overworked, so it was a good time to take advantage of the opportunity to let them sleep a little longer. Passing through the cargo hold that occupied almost one half of the pod, what was reflected in Zhou Lin's eyes was a group of figures that had fallen to the east. Almost 50 men, young and strong. The culprit that made these soldiers pass out en masse was most likely the lack of oxygen caused by the loss of pressure. Now that the rear hatch is open, I believe they'll be awake in a while. Zhou Lin wanted to find a sober person to ask, but he ended up walking all the way to the cockpit before he heard movement inside. The sound of a bolt being pulled. Don't be nervous. Through the hatch, Zhou Lin said, I'm the one who just communicated with you guys. Don't you remember? Are you local government or military? A voice came out of the cockpit, as if it were a child. Fuck. How children are going to war. Zhou Lin cursed in his heart. The personnel gap has reached this level? No, but I'm already in. Zhou Lin didn't know how to explain. I came in through the rear hatch. The rear compartment? You opened the rear compartment so quickly? Well, then, what can you tell me about the back? What's going on back there? Are there no cameras in the cockpit? All fainted, but so far there appear to be no casualties. Don't you have any pressurized oxygen replenishment in the cockpit or cargo hold? No, those devices are too heavy and a waste of lift. Can you help save them? How to say? Zhou Lin was a bit fired up. He felt more or less disrespectful. He didn't even open a door and aimed a gun. At this time, he still had the face to let him save people? I don't know. Anyway, please help. Besides, we can't get in touch with the local authorities or the military. Do you know what's going on? With the chicken, I think, can also know, cannot be contacted. That is because of the aftermath of the earthquake. What power generation equipment, communication equipment, now most likely not have the ability to repair, want to carry out long-distance radio communication, is not a short period of time can be dealt with. Actually, I have already sort of saved them. They can naturally wake up when the oxygen concentration goes back up. Speaking of this, Zhou Lin thought to himself, in case of frostbite and freezing to death, it's none of my business. Without the space ping-pong of the live Fu ship, Zhou Lin is no longer a magician who can conjure up all kinds of supplies at his fingertips. That's really... Well, thank you very much. I still can't open the door for you, though. I have to wait until the local authorities or the garrison can't be reached. Can you help? Help? Help again? I'm not a fucking Tinkerbell. Zhou Lin's heart roared furiously. This is too damn insensitive. I can't afford to serve you. Why don't I just leave? You. Why don't you answer? Yes, no, don't worry, the government and the military will thank you. Also, there are those affected people. When he heard the affected people, Zhou Lin retraced his steps. I'll try. Contacting the side of the Jiazhou shelter was definitely not possible with ordinary equipment. But through the high-powered transmitter on the raffle ship, Zhou Lin did it. A blimp? Zhou Lin, you're not kidding, right? Shouldn't you be in the Lanshan neighborhood? The one who replied to Zhou Lin was Su Ziyuan. The top floor is not comfortable to live. I moved back home. Director, so you will not, because this is not your territory, do not care, right? If you really don't want to manage, say a word. I'll immediately drag the scrap yard, the boss of a pile. How much can sell some money? Goddamn junkyard. Su Ziyuan thought when the old man said no matter. The key is that this thing he cannot manage. Have to report. After all, how tense the situation now, Even the Commander Zhu Guanghan and Deputy Commander Yu Xinxiao are personally out of the earthquake relief. He also happened to come back by the radio management team of the People to the Strong. We'll let this side of the current on his official biggest it. Give me a few minutes. I'll report right away. There was a reason why Su Ziyuan didn't dare to agree without authorization. What if Chao Lin is lying? Suppose Zhou Lin really went back to his hometown, and then the old house does not resist the earthquake collapsed. The Zhou Lin family crushed underneath. This time Zhou Lin wants to look for official help. Honestly must not be much use, which have first save the far and then save the near it. Okay, probably several tons of supplies as well as 50 or 60 people. Oh, and the blimp port number is 024. Zhou Lin broke communication after speaking and turned his head to look at the dirigible's pod, where white frost had hung at the open rear hatch, indicating that the hypothermia was spreading to the interior. Shit, should have brought some oxygen tanks. Right, maybe it's in those shipments. You can't leave the hatch closed if you want to keep the temperature in the pod, but closing the hatch drops the oxygen concentration. Chapter 85. Flowers outside the pavilion. After dozens of oxygen packets were opened at the same time, Zhou Lin closed the aft cabin. He had just dragged a few soldiers from the cargo bay passage to the cockpit side by hand as well, so no one would lose out if all of them inhaled oxygen together. As the oxygen concentration in the cockpit gradually increased, the heartbeats of some of the soldiers began to speed up, and they may be waking up soon. Zhou Lin, are you there? Su Ziyuan's voice came out of the intercom. You guys are so inefficient. Dozens of lives. Don't you want them? I'm sorry, I have to follow the system too. Can you tell us the exact location? We'll be right there, as fast as we can. Okay. Who made you a parent officer? Zhou Lin will be the specific location said. Incidentally remind Su Ziyuan more trucks to bring. Really cannot carry cargo sled, or the airship is certainly not move. Zhou Lin does not want the official for the supply station here, in case the ship island building was found by them, is not good. Knocking on the driver's door, Zhou Lin said, contacted the officials for you. They'll be here soon. Hey, talk. Thanks to... Across a hatch. Zhou Lin didn't realize that what he thought was a small sound was actually barely coming out with his mouth pressed against the hatch. The entire cockpit of the airship, 1/3 of which was crushed and deformed when it crashed, killed the pilot and co-pilot sitting at the front on the spot, and the person in charge of communications was unconscious from the impact. It was Xiao Lu, the female soldier who talked to Zhou Lin in the back, who woke up the communication soldier and completed the conversation with Zhou Lin. And then because of the loss of blood, the communication soldier was also sacrificed. Lu Yin didn't open the door for Zhou Lin because she couldn't determine Zhou Lin's identity. The cockpit was different from the cargo hold at the back, involving many state and military secrets, and could not be accessed without the approval of higher authorities or trusted personnel. This was also Lu Yun's duty. She was actually hurt and badly. If she opened the hatch when Zhou Lin came over, perhaps Zhou Lin could still save her life, as long as she notified Wu Shui to come over or sent directly to the old mansion to come. With Wu Shui's medical skills, it should not be a problem. But at the critical moment, Lu Yun thought not of his own safety and danger, but the task and duty. The fact that she didn't open the door meant that the people outside never had full control of the airship and was able to serve as a good check while also protecting state secrets. By the time Su Ziyuan and the others arrived at the head of the vast convoy, there were already quite a few soldiers awake in the cockpit. They didn't doubt that Zhou Lin had saved them. It was just that each and every one of them was heartbroken about the oxygen. That's relief supplies. What's the matter? I'm still wrong. Zhou Lin laughed. Relief supplies, relief supplies? I'm asking you guys who said that man can win. As soldiers of our summer country, when did you guys start relying on external conditions? Or is your dozens of military souls not as good as dozens of oxygen packs? Without oxygen packs, you're useless and can't save people? Did dozens of oxygen packs save more people? Or did dozens of you save more people? Although I have never been a soldier, I admire you all. Please keep in mind that when you think that the common people are more important than your lives, how could the common people that you have helped, rescued, and protected not feel the same way? Don't care about the loss of some supplies, because you are the most valuable asset of our country, of our people. Don't look at Zhou Lin's age, which was about the same as the soldiers. But as a reborn person, he really felt like looking at these soldiers as if they were children. Oh, young soldiers, you are simple, hot-blooded, and your hearts are full of the country and the people. That's why you are the most lovely people. Zhou Lin wanted them all to live and be well. Even if the world is dark, I hope they are always the same, simple, hot-blooded, always upholding fairness and justice, always standing with the common people. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knocking sound from the aft cabin. Zhou Lin silently got up. You all rest, it should be the people from the government shelter arriving. The soldiers stopped when they heard it was the government. 2 minutes later, a haggard-faced Su-Yuan entered the cockpit with a group of people. Which one is the person in charge? I'm Su Ziyuan, the Deputy Director of the Logistics Management Office of the Jiazhou City Shelter. Here are my credentials. The people in charge are in the cockpit. A soldier said, Cockpit? Zhou Lin, why don't you go check out the cockpit? Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders, can't get in. He doesn't have permission. A soldier who still looked a little boyish said, License? Although Su Ziyuan had been in the system was still very different from the military. It was only after the soldier's explanation that Zhou Lin realized why the man in the cockpit never opened the door. Only after Su Ziyuan expressed his willingness to take all the responsibility did the soldiers agree to force Su to break down the door. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Lu Yun, who was lying in the hatchway, only had her last breath left. A large amount of blood paints a cruel pattern underneath her. Even in her dying moments, when she feels the hatch being broken open, she still struggles to open her eyes. Oh. Password. It's a female soldier. Zhou Lin finally understood why he always felt a bit dollish. Pity. This is my ID. My name is Su Ziyuan. On behalf of the people of Bashu, the people of Jiaqing, and all the people in the disaster area, I would like to thank you for your support. Thank you. When Su Ziyuan slowly bowed to Lu Yun, Zhou Lin, as well as the others from the shelter, bent down with him. Lu Yun's pale face revealed a smile. No need to thank, this is all should be, what a beautiful flower. Is it dawn? I see the flower, and Mom. Zhou Lin raised his finger to Su Ziyuan and the others. No crying. No one is allowed to cry now. Because Lu Yun could still hear it, crying, and it would only destroy the last good feelings she had about the world. Gently squatting down, Zhou Lin used his low voice to whisper in Lu Yun's ear, gently humming. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient path, the grass is blue to the sky. Ask me how long I'll be here, and don't wonder when I come. LOL. Lu Yun suddenly let out a light laugh, her pale red lips opening and closing slightly. It's so nice, so nice, so nice. 18 years old. 18 flowers. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the pod. Outside, it was still dark, cold, and penetrating. However, Zhou Lin felt a fire in his heart, burning. He saw Lu Yun in the fire, smiling, waving goodbye to him. The end times are tough. What keeps people like Lu Yun hanging on? I don't know. Perhaps the realm is not enough, Zhou Lin thought to himself. Zhou Lin, supplies and personnel were ready to pull out. Su Ziyuan walked over and raised his hand to try to pat Zhou Lin's shoulder, only to realize that he was not tall enough, and it would be awkward to forcefully show it. So he could only snappily withdraw his hand. What's the point of telling me I don't want it? Hurry up and leave. Seeing you guys bothers me. Zhou Lin waved his hand. Well, by the way, do you need bullets? We can't tow the blimp for a while. We're afraid it'll be stolen if we leave it inside. Oh. Zhou Lin understood. This should be Su Ziyuan's or the shelter's reward for him. Then thank you, Director Su. You're doing us a favor too. Sure you don't want to go back to town? Not back. Lu Yun and the others? We'll take them back with us, Su Ziyuan said solemnly. Don't worry. Chapter 86, Another New Home. In the Ship Island building, although Zhou Lin was not there, there was still Cheng Yali. Cheng Yali, who already knew the general distribution plan, made some arrangements for the rooms. First of all the people move around and live mainly on the 6 floors above ground. Arranged from the bottom up, the 4th floor above the foyer has nearly 200 square feet of usable space, which is divided into 10 small rooms and 3 bathrooms, as well as a dining room kitchen, with no living room or anything else. This floor can only come up from the foyer and can't continue upwards. It is specially prepared for people like Sun Chenghao. The 5th floor, on the other hand, was up another small staircase from the foyer that led to the 6th floor, but had a hermetically sealed hatch that could also be locked if necessary. Again, it was close to 200 square feet, divided into 4 suites, a kitchen, and a dining room, and was currently given to Huang Minjing and her old lady. The 6th, 7th, and 8th floors were all prepared by Zhou Lin for his own family. Because the shape of the ship's island is supposed to get smaller as you go up, the single floor area of these 3 floors is less than the 2 floors below, and together they exceed, and are no smaller than the actual usable area of that house in Mission Hill. After entering the interior of the Ship Island building, the surprise in the hearts of the crowd grew even greater. That cold metal material, although it looks a little bit harsh, but it looks much safer than ordinary concrete buildings. Zhou Lin prepared some soft furnishing materials are stacked in each room and did not overstep the bounds. In fact, he is just lazy. With electricity and heat, Huang Minjing was the most surprised. She knew very well how much money was needed to build such a building. So how much money did the Zhou family have? No, money is not the key. The key is how the Zhou family would think of building such a building. Even how did the Zhou family coordinate with the locals, and what tactics did they use to get the approval? As for Sun Chenghao, he thought less about it, although he couldn't stop thinking about Huang Minjing in the beginning. But people will grow up fast as long as they face the reality. The only thing he is looking forward to now besides wanting to live is to be able to get in touch with his family. Unfortunately, this wish is difficult to realize at this stage. The country can ensure that most people through the radio to know the movements of the local government and high-level concern is already very difficult. As for the restoration of the once information communication, that is undoubtedly a fool's errand. Because Zhou Lin had explained to Cheng Yali, after assigning the rooms, Cheng Yali simply left it alone. As a single dog, Sun Cheng Hao is a pragmatist. He decided to only put a room decoration out to be able to live on the line. The kitchen is also simple to get, the dining room. Even if, just in the room to eat, he does not smell good. In fact, Huang Minjing's idea is similar. The old lady is old, separate living rather uneasy. The mother and the two live in a suite, and then the kitchen to take care of it will be enough. Blackie naturally followed the Zhou family to live upstairs, while Zhou Li's hydroponic dream and the fowl and rabbits that were lucky enough to still be alive were arranged on the -2 floors below the foyer, and the -1 was arranged by Zhou Lin to be used as a workshop and a warehouse, which on the surface appear to be mainly for storing everyone's living materials. As of now, Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao are both penniless. The Huang family still has some of their own clothes and so on. Sun Qinghao is really empty-handed. Basically, in the next long period of time, Huang Minjing and Sun Qinghao will have to work for the Zhou family, otherwise they will become freeloaders. So it was that Sun Sungho's main job was to clean up the foyer, learn vehicle maintenance, and all sorts of menial work within his ability. Huang Minjing, on the other hand, was in charge of the relatively easy work on the -2 floors with Wu Shui and Zhou Li, and the dirty and heavy work definitely still had to be done by Sun Qinghao. Zhou Li's first job is to complete the entire building of the intelligent transformation, is currently the main installation of surveillance cameras. Su Zuan and others left. Zhou Lin did not immediately return to the island building, but went to the old mansion side, with Lu Xiaofeng number some of the supplies that can be used to pull to the island building foyer, greeted all to move, finished and ran a trip, the third trip to go before letting Sun Cheng Hao together. He reissued the traveler's car, and the last batch of supplies are pulled to the island building. Two large car put, the original spacious foyer actually seemed a little crowded. Zhou Lin let everyone go back to rest. Nothing to do, do not run around, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, the building's surnamed Zhou. His words were mainly a warning to Sun Qinghao, but also a precautionary shot to Huang Minjing. After all, people's hearts are separated. Besides, there are bound to be others joining in the future, so let's set the rules down first so that those who come back later can follow suit. From the beginning of the earthquake, Zhou Lin has not had a good rest. Iron Man cannot withstand such a toss, so this time he intends to sleep through the whole night. Urge Cheng Yali nothing, do not quarrel him. He was able to rest, but there were many others who simply didn't have the effort to droop their eyes a bit. The super earthquake that shook the entire Bashu, the damage it caused is immeasurable. Although the winter night let a large number of people are concentrated in a relatively sturdy shelter. But for one thing, the shelter is not as safe. The face of a magnitude 9 earthquake is still not enough. The difference is only the size of the damage. If it is the kind of underground station, subway, passageway reconstruction of the underground shelter, then it is even more miserable sum. When the earthquake struck, an unknown number of people were buried in the rubble. As time went by, some people could no longer hold out, while others were still struggling. And all these people who are still alive are counting on is the help of others. In the face of such a major catastrophe, only the state and the military can carry the burden. The news that the Jiazhou City Asylum had found Blimp 024 reached the provincial city asylum, sparking an outpouring of cheers. Because of that sudden gale, 3 of the airships in the fleet were lost, including 024. The fleet of airships that had originally come here for disaster relief and rescue. After realizing that Airship 024 had crashed and could not be repaired for the time being, they ordered that the support team and supplies from Airship 024 should be returned directly to the Jiazhou City shelter, where they would be united by the shelter. Good. Wang Pingping couldn't help but wave his fist when he heard this news. He had already been busy for almost 3 days. Not only did his entire body look much thinner, his pupils were bloodshot, and the corners of his mouth were even blistered with prairie blisters due to his exertion and lack of nutritional supplements. Even so, Yi Xinxiao was still unable to let him go and rest. In Wang Pingping's own words, brothers are working, why should I go to rest? To the warriors below, Wang Pingping, who also grew up from an ordinary warrior, was extremely distressed. Even if he suffered more and ate less meat, he wanted to keep the people below him well-fed and warm. Of course, the training should be practiced when he will never be soft because they are soldiers, usually more sweat, less blood in wartime is special training. Then I'll arrange a task for you. Yi Xinxiao thought about it. After all, he had to let this rabbit cub catch his breath, or else he would really die of exhaustion. What mission? Resting I'm not doing. Who told you to take a break? The wreckage of Dirigible 024 can't be wasted. It's all good material. Go and pull it back for me. Chapter 87. Who's your buddy? After the rifle was released, it would not affect the symbiosis with Zhou Lin, but instead, because of the release into real space, many of its own abilities could be utilized. For example, radar as well as other detection devices are utilized to monitor the surroundings. To put it mildly, as long as Zhou Lin was willing to do so, he could now completely utilize the electronic equipment on the raffle ship to monitor the entire Jiazhou city, but any creature larger than a cat would not be able to escape. So when Wang Pingping led the caravan over in great numbers, Zhou Lin was the first to wake up from his dream. I've only been asleep for a few hours, painfully pulled his hair a few times. Even if it was a psychic plus an evolved person, it was still a human being and needed to rest. The good thing is that Zhou Lin's get up and go quickly. After all, living in the post-apocalyptic world which have so much free time to get angry. Every day for a bite of food can be half dead. Angry also need to have that physical strength to do. Climbing to the top of the island building, others to be of no use, because of the darkness cannot see anything. But Zhou Lin is different. Evolution not only allows him to have a considerable night vision, and as long as he is still in the raffle ship, he can directly use the raffle ship's ability in a variety of means of detection with the ability to see at night, so that Zhou Lin not only see the fleet, but even the face of the car at the beginning of the passenger side of the dozing Wang Pingping can see clearly. Even the face of Wang Pingping, who was dozing on the passenger side of the car at the head of the convoy, could be seen clearly. It shouldn't be directed at myself. Zhou Lin estimated that the probability was for the crashed dirigible, whether to go and deal with it or not. Zhou Lin was a bit conflicted. Do not go. I am afraid that Wang Pingping, that guy, has nothing to do wandering around. If in case he crashes into the island building side of the ship, it will be troublesome. Go, Zhou Lin, and not very much like to deal with Wang Pingping, too straight, the standard military character. The environment has become so some things still do not know adaptability. Only easy to adapt to the people it is easier to be changed by the environment, and even complicity or on the evil road. Blackie go. Blackie was overjoyed to hear he could go out, wagging his head and tail. The main reason is that it's not convenient to let him out to play with the rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese right now, and I'm afraid he'll get depressed if he's always left at home. Considering the temperature outside, Zhou Lin still gave Blackie clothes, even snowshoes. After all, there is no veterinarian at home now. Everyone is busy at this point. Zhou Li continued to install the surveillance. Wu Shui played the hand. Zhou Kaijun would have to go to the -2 floors to take care of the poultry and crops for them, and Cheng Yali was busy preparing lunch. Might not come back to eat. Zhou Lin said. Why? What are you going to eat out for? It's hard to order takeout. Not hungry. Zhou Lin returned and pulled Blackie into the elevator. As he passed through the foyer, Zhou Lin felt that the cars he had prepared were still not enough. Fortunately, there was no shortage of all kinds of cars in the raffle ship, so when he turned around to get a few of them revamped, he also had to give the big guys a spare. Su Ziyuan and others left specifically in the dirigible stuffed a radio beacon. Wang Pingping this time is to follow the beacon to find the road can still be seen on the last time to leave the car marks, but did not go in circles. Wang Pingping finally woke up when the searchlight on the roof of the car showed the silhouette of the blimp. It's coming. It's just up ahead, Chief. It seems that I woke up at the right time. Behind all, listen up, keep the car speed distance, don't break in a moment to crash. Picking up the intercom and saying a few words, Wang Pingping's attention turned back to the front. Even when converted to tracks, there was still the possibility of skidding on the thick snow, so the driver brought the car to a stop a few dozen meters away from the blimp. Damn cold. Accustomed to the temperature in the carriage, suddenly jumped out to face the cold wind directly, stimulating Wang Pingping even hit a few chills. Only humans' ability to adapt to the environment is actually quite strong. Like the winter night, this kind of harsh environment nowadays can't stop people from going out. The key is really frostbite or get sick because of the low temperature is instead less and less. No wonder it was once said that the most survivable animal in the world, except for the 4 pests, might be man. So man is the 5th pest, more powerful than the previous 4 combined. By the time the convoy had all stopped, Wang Pingping had already circled around the blimp. He had a number in mind for how to disassemble and how to transport it, so he picked up the walkie-talkie and began to make arrangements. I heard that the family surnamed Zhou also lives in the neighborhood. Such a big piece of wool he didn't come to glean. This is not his character. Wang Pingping never forgot Zhou Lin, probably because of the unpleasantness with Zhou Lin, or because Zhou Lin is a civilian but hardened to legally own a gun makes Wang Pingping feel insubstantial, or because of other. Officer Wang himself has come. Zhou Lin slowly walked over with a flashlight, and the two soldiers who originally wanted to block him were waved back by Wang Pingping. What? It's not a seesaw this time? Pointing at the pod that was being split up, Wang Pingping asked. Thought about it, but a gentleman takes what he wants. Gentlemen? Wang Pingping laughed coldly. I see that you have the one that fits best. Oh, Zhou Lin wasn't angry. Which one? A gentleman does not stand on a dangerous wall. Don't you think this one fits you best? It seems that Wang Pingping is also superficially thick, and there is more or less a little ink in his stomach. I'll admit it, it's a fool who stands on a dangerous wall. And yes, you look like a fool to me. You can say that about me, but not us. Why do you think I'm talking about you? That's not treating you like an outsider. Understand? Zhou Lin went up and reached out. Wang Pingping was a bit confused. He didn't remember when he became friends with Zhou Lin. Through thick gloves, a handshake doesn't really feel like much. It's just confusing. All moving out? Hey, I knew you boys were weasels. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders and stomped his feet. Even if the snow is even thicker, it can't change the fact that this piece of land down here has the surname Zhou. The land is all national. Wang Pingping sneered back. The state rented to my family. In the contract period, it has to be surnamed Zhou. Honestly, this is also the earthquake relief. For anything else, if it falls on my land, no one can make it work. Wang Pingping frowned. What do you mean? There's no point. Zhou Lin looked up and around. I'll get a net out later. I guess as long as the country still exists for a day, it can't disown the original contract, right? I'm in charge of my territory. You've got to be kidding me. Who are you going to show a barbed wire fence to in this darkness? Besides, if it wasn't for the dirigible landing here, the ghost would run to your side. Crazy almost. Halfway through his sentence, Wang Pingping suddenly stopped, looking at Zhou Lin with a suspicious face. Don't you think it seems to be getting a lot brighter at noon lately? Or do you think that our world simply doesn't have the ability to repair itself? A word to the wise. Wang Pingping hadn't even had time to sleep in the last few days. So how could he have any time to look at the sky? If Zhou Lin was right, then wouldn't that also mean that the eternal night would soon be over and the world would return to normal again? Chapter 88. Another change in the sky. What do you mean? No, I didn't say anything. Zhou Lin denied it. Your men move pretty fast. They're all nice young men. Wang Pingping oddly looked at Zhou Lin. Is also the appearance of 20 or so years old. How to talk is the same as 40 or 50 years old. Yeah, you can join in too. No. This topic was mentioned last time, so Zhou Lin didn't want to talk about it again and turned to say, before the earthquake, I saved someone and he told me something which I took as a story, so you mustn't take it seriously. Tell me. Of course, Wang Pingping didn't believe in any ghost stories. A guy like Zhou Lin, who didn't rise early without profit, would have the free time to tell him a story. Let's just say there is an organization that may have existed before the end times came, very mysterious and powerful. Does it sound like a story? Anyway, this mysterious organization has existed in our country for a long time. Its origins are unclear, but it secretly doesn't do good things, and this apocalypse is their chance. Zhou Lin told some of what he knew in his last life plus what he heard from Lan Yu in this life. Even if it didn't involve supernormal abilities, evolution, and all that stuff, it still made Wang Pingping listen to it and stagger, and finally asked Zhou Lin where that person was. I let her get away during the earthquake, and I don't know where she's gone now. But that person's name is something you might be able to find out, but it's best to keep it out of the government's hands. Why? Wang Pingping was a bit displeased. You kid is having a problem with the government? Because that woman's name is Blue Moon Moon. If you meet a woman in town who is very pretty and to your liking, then you should be careful. A woman to my liking probably hasn't been born yet. Wang Pingping said disdainfully. Okay, I'll remember. If I really meet one later, I'll definitely have someone scrutinize her properly. Old Wang, I advise you to keep an eye out. That woman is a bit powerful. A little inattention will put you at a disadvantage. Why do you call me Old King? It doesn't sound like a good person. Then I'll call you Little King from now on. Little Wang, right? Little bastard? Wang Pingping glared fiercely at Zhou Lin. Let's go. Don't look for me when you run out of bullets in the future. Sometimes two men dating will become more and more childish. But in fact, the more childish means the deeper the feelings. Even Zhou Lin did not expect that he would be with an officer with a small age difference of 20 years. Generate a bit of friendship. Maybe it's because of the mental age, or maybe it's because of the complementary nature of each other's personalities. At least Zhou Lin thinks so. Wang Pingping character among many places is Zhou Lin appreciate, but he absolutely cannot do and will not let himself to learn. Like many of us, we are usually moved to tears by this and that, but when we really have to experience it for ourselves, we often choose to avoid it. This does not, however, affect people's appreciation of noble behaviors such as kindness, bravery, greatness, and loyalty. So Zhou Lin felt that he just appreciated Wang Pingping, or he wanted to have a henchman, a follower like Wang Pingping. End times, not end times that one can fight down. Even though he might have stepped onto the path of alien ability and evolution before everyone else, he didn't dare to say that he was invincible, especially when he waited until a few years later. When alien energy and evolution started to become popular, he might meet an existence that was stronger than him, or even one that could directly restrain him. At that point, without enough helpers, who was he to guard the family? If the acquisition of supernormal abilities required the absence of heavenly timing, geographical advantage, and human harmony, but evolution was different. It was basically that the better the physical quality of a person, the easier it tended to be for them to embark on the path of evolution. The military, the soldiers, their physical fitness was often the top group. This was something Zhou Lin had personally seen in his last life. Only, Zhou Lin did hope that this life would not be the same situation as the last life, which was born from the same root. Luckily, though, the flurry of small talk at least discouraged Wang Pingping from wandering around, thus also preserving the secret of the existence of the ship island building. Only it can't be hidden for much longer. The end of the return of light could already be seen now, and if Zhou Lin remembered correctly, there would be at most a few more days before the light would slowly begin to come on. So he's going to have to hold on to it for the rest of the day. Once the snow and ice begin to melt, it will not only lead to intense temperature fluctuations, but it will also create runoff on the surface, at which point many cities are at risk of flooding, or even triggering flooding. The Zhou family's old mansion's terrain is relatively low, and it is easy to be flooded, but the good thing is that the live Fu number is not at all afraid of blisters, and the only thing that needs to be worried about is those bases. The snow melted too quickly, and it was likely to wash down the basing soil on the starboard side of the rifle, which might bring trouble in case the metal hull inside was seen. Right now, this situation want to use reinforced concrete to reinforce is simply impossible, but also too wasteful of resources. Zhou Lin's idea is to use excavators to ram. It's always better when it's compacted and tamped down, but if it collapses somewhere, it's just a matter of luck. After a 9-magnitude earthquake, although there are disasters everywhere, it is precisely because of these disasters that the relationship between ordinary people and the government and the military has instead become closer. After all, it is the soldiers who really come to support and rescue, and it is the government that is organizing it. This kind of blood is thicker than water feelings, as any flowery words cannot change. Because of this, Bashu has instead become an area that is difficult for those forces with ulterior motives to penetrate. Some people thought that the people's hearts would inevitably flutter after the disaster in Bashu, and that they might be able to achieve their ulterior motives just by being a bit more clever. But they realized after really trying that, they were reported. In the last 2 days, the Jiazhou city shelter had received several reports of enemy activities, which should have been resolved by the government. But somehow it reached Wang Pingping's ears, which made the busy and crazy Wang Pingping suddenly think of a name, Blue Moon Moon. Blue Moon Moon? I seem to have heard of this name. Yi Xinxiao frowned his thick eyebrows and slowly recalled it, and it really made him think of it. After all, Bashu was only so big. Yi Xinxiao had heard about Blue Moon Moon in a private party, and he had even met Blue Moon Moon. Just a woman, why? Commander, at first glance you're a iron and steel straight man. Wang Pingping directly gave Yi Xinxiao Zhou Lin's assessment of him. Just a woman? Just a woman can appear in front of your old man? You kid, how dare you talk about old me like that? Old me at least got married and had children. And you, single dog. Yo, I'm all about my career, Wang Pingping said indignantly. Zhou Lin asked me to investigate this Lan Yu properly, saying that she might be related to a rather powerful and mysterious organization. Although Wang Pingping didn't say it outright, in Xia, as long as the word mysterious is attached to it, it's usually not a good thing. Yi Xinxiao thought for a moment. How are you going to investigate? We haven't had much dealings with the locals before. It's best to be able to find this woman called Lan Yu. Zhou Lin is still trustworthy as a person. Now that you've made up your mind, just do it and don't worry about the rest. There's me. What Wang Pingping is most convinced of is this point of Yi Xinxiao. Perhaps this is Yi Xinxiao's means of mastering his subordinates, but no matter what, the effect is very good. Just as Zhou Lin had deduced, Lan Yi had indeed not traveled far and was in Jiazhou City. Chapter 89. Hiding it all from poor Wang Pingping. Blue Moon was able to get away, and although there was a reason for the earthquake, Zhou Lin still blamed himself. Knowing that this woman was unusual, or an extremely dangerous psychic alien, More precautions should have been taken in the first place, and it wasn't impossible to get it. Zhou Lin could be sure that he was not mesmerized by Lan Yu's beauty, by no means. Now that he thought about it, perhaps in the beginning when he thought he had resisted Blue Moon Moon's mental attack, could it be an illusion? It was Blue Moon Moon that had deliberately given him such an illusion so that he could safely approach him and learn more from his mouth before taking the opportunity to leave. The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Lin felt that this possibility was high. Spirit system psychics, even after 10 years, are extremely mysterious because their psychic ability itself tends to conceal itself. It is very difficult for onlookers to detect it unless it is a more advanced spirit system psychic ability. It was actually Zhou Li's intention to tell Wang Pingping about Lan Yu. Whether it's driving a tiger to swallow a wolf or a snipe, as for who can win or lose in the end, it's all good in Zhou Li's opinion. As long as it doesn't affect their family, it's fine. At the same time, Zhou Li also did not allow Zhou Lin to tell the supernormal ability and evolution two things, at least not from his mouth. That would be too risky, mainly for Zhou Lin and the Zhou family. Once the superiors were made aware that Zhou Lin was an alien and evolved, there would inevitably be this and that kind of talk and demands. So would it be a yes or no at that time? It's probably not a good idea to answer or not, so the best way to do it is to keep a low profile. Under the concerted efforts of the big guys, the inside of the ship island building gradually became cozy. Oh, the foyer and the place where that Sun Chung Hao guy lives don't count. This strong contrast highlights the biggest difference between having a woman and not having a woman in a home. Although Zhou Lin feels that all those fancy things don't really make any sense at all, but at least it's more comfortable to look at, right? Sure enough, the vast majority of women are visual, with the exception of Weekly. Only from the age alone, Zhou Li could not be considered a woman, only a girl. She was also tired these days. Every room needed to be set up with surveillance cameras, then open and concealed wires and various switches. However, what was most unexpected to Zhou Lin was that Zhou Li even had an interest in driving an excavator. In the cold wind, Zhou Li, hidden in Zhou Lin's winter jacket, a pair of small hands wearing thick gloves, skillfully pulling the lever of the excavator. So you're the one who stole the USS Tiefel. How can you call it stealing? The thing about the alien, it's called borrowing. Just borrow for a few hundred years. Back then when they signed the treaty with us, didn't they all hate signing it for a few hundred years? I didn't realize you were still a flinching, childish. Zhou Li shook her head, her panda hat bobbing well mature. A man is a teenager until he dies. Why did you stop? Brother, look at the sky in front of you. Isn't it a little brighter? Zhou Li did not mention Zhou Lin really did not realize a look at the time is already almost 12 o'clock. A vaguely luminous area did appear in the sky position to the southeast of the digger. Sometimes Zhou Lin really admires Zhou Li. Every day, nothing to do with the book to read the person. The eyes turned out to be thieves, non-myopia, rather than the eyes of the airplane pilots are better. I don't know if that's God's reward. Seems like a bit. Not only did Zhou Lin and Zhou Li see it, but all of Jiazhou City, and even the whole of Bashu pretty much saw the bright spot appear in the sky. For a while, the legend that the world was about to regain its light went viral, and many places even held a spontaneous celebration as a result. Man, after all, is a creature that lives under the sun. On the other side of the California shelter, Zhu Guanghan and Yi Xinxiao both knew about Zhou Lin's prediction from Wang Pingping. And this time, such an obvious light spot is undoubtedly the best proof of Zhou Lin's prediction. So what else does he really know? Zhu Guanghan gently rubbed his left shoulder. Yesterday strained, did not pay attention. This morning got up and swollen. Although after the old Chinese doctor orthopedic, but after all, the age is there. Not dressing for 3 or 5 days cannot be good. Regarding the matter of investigating Blue Moon Moon, Wang Pingping had worked hard, but the results were not very good. Someone told him that Blue Moon Moon had once appeared in the city, but now, because of the disaster relief, the population flow was really strong. Trying to find someone had been impossible to find, no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Wang Pingping has no choice but to turn to Yi Xinxiao, who after much deliberation brings Wang Pingping along to find Zhu Guanghan. How did you guys know the name Blue Moon Moon? Zhu Guanghan was surprised at first, and he was even more surprised when Wang Pingping finished. How is it possible for Blue Moon Moon to be in Jiazhou City, and to have met with that chap named Zhou Lin? A mysterious organization? If Blue Moon Moon is someone from some special organization, then we might be in big trouble. Old Zhu, can you not be so alarmed? How troublesome can a woman be? Zhu Guanghan shook his head, actually taking the opportunity to look around to see if there were any people in the way, before whispering, I said his surname. Him? With Lan Yu. Yi Xinxiao all frowned. Wang Pingping knew it wasn't simple, but it was just that he didn't know, remembering scratching his ears like a big brother. That's right. Zhu Guanghan turned to Wang Pingping. So this matter you were talking about can be big or small. Even if you find someone, you should never act rashly. Otherwise, no one can protect you. Old Zhu, I don't like to hear this. He's even more powerful. Can he control my head? Yi Xinxiao seldom had a tiger face, but as long as he had a stern face, it meant that things were really troublesome. So Wang Pingping pressed on regardless of the old commander. Okay, I know. Hey, you brat. Who exactly do you listen to? Yi Xiao was not happy and asked. Of course. I'll listen to whoever is good to your old man. I don't care who takes the top when the sky falls. In any case, I can't let your old man take the top. This brat. Yi Xinxiao couldn't help but curse again, but the licking intentions that showed in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Although he and Wang Pingping did not have the name of father and son, but after getting along for so many years, they were already closer than father and son. Looking at Wang Pingping's back as he left, Zhu Guanghan suddenly spoke. I'm actually very envious. Envious of what? I envy you all. I envy you. That's right. We soldiers are pure. I'll treat whoever treats me well. You officers are different. Too many tricks, telling lies to everyone. Old Yi, I haven't told you any lies. Zhu Guanghan fainted. No. Oh, Blue Moon, you dare say you don't know her? I see that you not only recognize it, but you also know where she is, right? Yi Xinxiao's face showed an old fox-like smile, a pair of tiger eyes staring at Zhu Guanghan dead on. Although old, but the remaining power is still there. This? Zhu Guanghan looked embarrassed, and only said after a long time, I just don't want to wrong Wang Pingping, not to mention arresting Lan Yi. As long as he investigates Lan Yi's head, this life will be over. Why would Yi Xinxiao not agree with Zhu Guanghan's words? If he didn't agree, he would have just revealed it directly just now. So, do you think that what Zhou Lin said is true? I see. Yi Xinxiao suddenly remembered a piece of news that neither Zhu Guanghan nor Wang Pingping knew. Chapter 90, State Secrets. In Xia, if the state is interested in investigating someone, there is basically nothing that can't be investigated. The last time Wang Pingping had reported his suspicions about Zhou Lin, and then what was the reply given by his superiors? Let it be 4 words. To be precise, the whole content is not 4 words, but Yi Xinxiao, in accordance with the regulations, only showed Wang Pingping 4 words. The other sentence reads, upon investigation, Zhou Lin left the country for the island on June 27th, and has no record of entering the country since then, with his exact whereabouts to be investigated. Only exit records and no entry records this matter. Zhou Lin knows that it is certainly a loophole, yet it is a loophole that his ability cannot be remedied, and can only hope that the end of the world is coming, the data is missing, or no one will pay attention to him at all this kind of small karami. It turned out that Zhou Lin thought wrong. Summer's vast intelligence agencies are enough to find out anything they want to. As a party garrison commander, Yi Xinxiao knew far more intelligence than Zhu Guanghan and Wang Pingping, especially some that involved national security. Ford was hijacked, released all the beautiful country soldiers, and then mysteriously disappeared. This thing all over the world know. But the hijacking of the Ford people will be all the information packaged and transmitted to the summer evacuation fleet. This thing know very few people. In terms of rank, Yi Xinxiao did not know. But through the information fed back from above, he keenly deduced that Zhou Lin must have given the country a great favor. Otherwise, the reply would not have been so light and fluffy 4 words. What a joke, assuming that Zhou Lin has a major suspicion. How can he be allowed to let him go again? It can only mean that the higher-ups are strictly vetted, judging that Zhou Lin will never do anything to jeopardize the country and the people. With the state as a guarantee, Yi Xinxiao had no reason not to believe Zhou Lin's words. It was just a pity that he couldn't say these reasons. Old Zhu, we are not subordinate to each other. I cannot force you. But there are some things you have to consider clearly, carry it or not. Zhu Guanghan, a bitter smile. Carry or not, I have to carry, otherwise, I really don't care about this commanding officer's hat. What's good about it? What's so good about it? But I don't know who to give, to you. Okay, if it's not for you, what's the point of giving it to anyone if we get someone up here? What will happen to the hundreds of thousands of people in the city? Speaking of this, Zhu Guanghan couldn't help but sigh again. Old Yi, the government is not like your army. It's not easy for me either. Yi Xinxiao shook her head straight when she heard it, but she also knew that Zhu Guanghan was telling the truth, so she could only sigh and terminate the topic. As time passes, the earthquake reliefs has begun to come to an end. If there's a golden 72 hours for a normal rescue, the real golden time now is not even half that. Not many people can survive 36 hours in temperatures as low as 30 to 40 degrees below zero. Normally, if the human body is exposed to such low temperatures and is unable to exercise, the endings of the body can be severely frostbitten in just a few hours, which can quickly become life-threatening. Combining the reports summarized from all over the world, there were basically no living people 24 hours after the earthquake, and the occasional case found was an exceptional and special case. In near despair, the relief team held out for another 48 hours, and this 48 hours the entire Bashu province only saved a total of 8 living people, 7 of whom are facing amputation. As a last resort, the Post-Disaster Command of Basho Province sent orders to all regions to suspend rescue operations. This is not indifference, but because of the special circumstances, personnel and supplies can no longer continue the last 48 hours, although the rescue out of 8 people, but sacrificed 18 people involved in the rescue of the personnel, spent off the supplies is even more difficult to calculate. Rescue has stopped. Zhou Lin was still very emotional in his heart when he got this news. If I had known it would come to this, if I were the one calling the shots from above, I would have announced it to stop a long time ago. Zhou Li pouted. This child just dared to say anything, also thanks to the current no-network platform. Otherwise, if this sentence is posted, Zhou Li not be sprayed into a fool. Today is a little brighter than yesterday. Zhou Lin threw a piece of ribs into his mouth. Cheng Yali had recently studied cooking intensely. I don't know if it was the supernormal ability that had enlightened her. The flavor was getting better and better day by day. So much, so that Wu Shui and Zhou Li were a bit disgusted, saying that they would turn into little pigs if they ate like this. Cheng Yali's view on this is that some eat is to eat hard, in case there is nothing to eat, when you can also use the fat top for a while. What comes after the winter night passes? Wu Shui asked. It's a bigger disaster. Zhou Lin had a bitter smile on his face. He didn't want to strike the crowd like this, but the truth was in front of him, and cheating would do no good other than causing them to be even more lost when the time came. Plague? Zombies? Flood or heat? Zhou Li guessed wildly, and surprisingly, she did guess a little. Flooding for sure. So much snow melting can be a big deal. Because of the spread of epidemics due to sewage flooding, high temperatures will also be frequent. Zombies or something. Don't confuse fiction with reality. Zhou Lin said. Wu Shui's face turned as white as snow when she was really miserable. She could accept it if it was colder, but if it was high temperature coupled with flooding, it would mean that certain small insects might breed like crazy, like mosquitoes, flies, and whatnot. There was no way to wipe out their eggs at minus 40 degrees, and as long as the temperature and humidity were right, they would start hatching and reproducing right away. Basically, those that can be identified as pests by the people of Xia basically can't be eliminated in any way. Don't worry, mosquitoes and flies can't get in. Do you really think that our filtration system is just for show? Zhou Lin patted Wu Shui's hand. All old married couple. What else does he not know? Wu Shui blushed. Since we don't lack anything, there's no need for you to go out and take risks, right? It's too dangerous. Don't worry. I have my own plans. Zhou Lin pinched Wu Shui's cheeks and got up to take the elevator down to the negative floor to start preparing. Symbiosis. Intermediate 4217/10-000. Currently symbiotic transportation. Rifle, large surface vehicle. Lu Xiaofeng, medium ground transportation. Number of symbiotic vehicles, 0. Storage space, 1/2. Intensity symbiosis, 6.0 minutes/24 hours. Evolution I, 6.0, 6001/10-000. Unconsciously, the symbiosis experience value had risen by another small thousand, while the evolutionary degree had also increased by an entire order of magnitude. For this speed, Zhou Lin was still quite satisfied. After all, he didn't have the opportunity in his last life, and a lot of it was just hearsay, so whether it was the path of psychic abilities or the path of evolvers, he could only rely on himself to slowly figure it out. Finding a pickup truck from a beautiful country, Zhou Lin was ready to implement a modification to it. Although he couldn't use his consciousness directly without symbiosis, being in a rifle, Zhou Lin could use the equipment on the rifle as if it were his own. Hangar next to the maintenance workshop has a variety of equipment. Zhou Lin thought let the whole workshop are live over many mechanical arms, movable equipment, as if it began to encircle the pickup truck, methodically in accordance with Zhou Lin's consciousness to dismantle and install parts, accessories. On the other hand, the special size and material of the workpieces Zhou Lin needs are being gradually molded on machine tools, metal 3D printers, and other equipment. That is, no one saw it, otherwise it would have been specified that the AI intelligence had initiated the execution of the human destruction program. 2 hours later, A pickup truck that was already barely recognizable as a prototype appeared in Zhou Lin's line of sight. Chapter 91. Don't come back in your next life. I'll call you Monster One from now on. Patting the unmistakably thick and heavy hood that had been remodeled, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Zhou Lin's face. The pickup truck looks more like a monster arm to the teeth than the original. The front bumper was replaced directly from a plastic part to a tough steel plate, which was also firmly welded with 9 ramming knives as long and sharp as T-Rex claws. The 9 ramming blades can tear through any carbon-based creature that tries to block the Monster One's progress, while the sturdy lower baffle bumper ensures that the top row of ramming blades is easily unharmed when you hit something. Since the bumper was reinforced, naturally the entire body could not be missed from the hood, the front wing panels, all the way to the tail bar at the back, all of which were reassembled by Zhou Lin using spare steel plates from the aircraft carrier. Yes, that's right, the kind of steel plate that's strong enough to resist ordinary rockets. That alone adds 1.5 tons to the overall weight of the vehicle, so it's a good thing this pickup has plenty of horsepower. In addition to body defense capabilities, force is indispensable. Utilizing the pickup truck compartment, Zhou Lin made a machine gun rack, although it couldn't do what the Lu Xiaofeng did in terms of lifting and lowering freely, and also had its own protective barrier. It should be enough for now. If necessary, taking the machine gun out of the Lu Xiaofeng and setting it up, it should be able to dissuade many people. In addition to the compartment made of closed, loaded with cargo sitting people have a more secure feeling. The reason why I didn't modify the tires is because the snow on the ground is basically hardened nowadays, and a 4-wheel drive vehicle, such as this one, will have little problem driving normally as long as you put chains on the tires. Taking advantage of the fact that the sky hadn't officially brightened up and was conducive to action, Zhou Lin intended to first go to the malls inside the city to harvest a wave, with gold being the main target. Or that sentence, the world of antiques chaos gold. Gold's natural properties will determine its use, like many novels like What Gold for Food. Even if it really appeared, it is only a short-term or individual cases. After all, as long as human society still exists, the transaction is inevitable. The property of gold as an equivalent exchange object still exists. Instead of leaving through the foyer side of the ship's island building, Zhou Lin chose a side door on the starboard side. He had decided to put this side door to use yesterday when he had been basing with Zhou Li, so he had built a special ramp, rough to be sure, but perfectly fine for a pickup truck to get on and off of after it froze hard. 4 sides of the dark, only Jiazhou City side. There are a few columns of light from time to time across the night sky, although the energy consumption, but Zhu Guanghan from the earthquake has been insisting on doing this, said this is to leave the people the last thought. The fact that the pillar of light is not extinguished means that the country is still there, the government is still there, and hope is still there. At the same time, the pillar of light is not extinguished is also a kind of warning those who want to take risks, trickery, and murder. Don't be lucky, even if you let you get away with it for a while, but there will always be a day to settle scores. Yet much of the city remains dark, and even if people survive, most of the energy is used only for heating, not lighting. The roar of the pickup truck was a bit ostentatious in the dark and quiet world, but Zhou Lin didn't intend to drive straight into the city, and now that he was turning around on the edge of the city, there might be some unexpected gains. However, what Zhou Lin never expected was that before he could reach the edge of the city, he was almost blinded by 2 beams of lasers. Cam! At the same time, Zhou Lin steered the car to the side with his memory. If he remembered correctly, there was a slope over there which could just block the direction of the laser emission. Because Zhou Lin did not know, the 2 beams of green laser is a warning or aiming. The body of the pickup truck is bulletproof, but the glass is not bulletproof. If the other side with a sniper rifle, then he will be accounted for today. Boom! Because of the speed of the car, the pickup truck rushed down the slope with a lot of movement, and the snow below the slope is much fluffier than the road, so that almost half of the front end was planted into the white snow. The engine has not stopped, but Zhou Lin hurriedly turned it off. He did not want to just remodeling the end of the pickup truck was scrapped. Little brats, don't let me find you. Enraged, Zhou Lin jumped out of the car and charged up the slope, and at the same time he had a rifle in his hand that was commonly used by the soldiers of the beautiful country, the famous 16. The 2 laser beams had disappeared, but unfortunately, it was useless. Zhou Lin had memorized the direction. All that was left was to slowly feel his way over. He didn't believe that anyone could see farther and clearer than he could, unless the other guy could come up with better night vision than he could. Is that possible? Probably impossible, unless the opponent is from the military and the most advanced and elite kind at that. Not far along the road into town, a few men lay on their backs on the other side of the slope. One of them is muttering, Didn't they say they could blind the driver with this laser pointer? Where's the car? Where's the car gone? Noisy hammer. I saw the car rush down. Maybe this moment people are crash ball. A moment to pick up the corpse is not better. Could it have been picked up by someone else? A third person asked, "What's wrong with you? We're the only ones in the neighborhood. Where did the others come from?" "But I just saw someone." "Ah, you next to you. Cam, there's a hammer." "Sup?" Jolin hadn't really thought that he would almost fall in the gutter. Sure enough, the bottom line of people after the advent of the end times will continue to decrease until it is completely breached. Even this urban and rural passageway has roadblockers. What about the city? Maybe there are already people everywhere. After all, human vitality and adaptability can really compete with the little powerhouses sometimes. "Brother, buddy, we were here first. Let's be reasonable." "Go on, get him." The man who spoke attempted to paralyze Zhou Lin first, and then surprised him by relying on the number of people. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake. Zhou Lin had switched his weapon to a dagger, a tactical dagger that he had once used. Once he was sure that these three didn't have a gun at all. He didn't care what exactly the three men were from, what their family situation was, why they were here to rob the place. He didn't even bother to ask the three men their last names. 6 times the physical fitness allows Zhou Lin to react faster, and with more power. The lead brother had to be given the utmost respect, so Zhou Lin's first cut was given to the lead brother. The sharp blade sliced through his throat. The leading brother didn't even feel any pain. He just felt as if a cool breeze had drilled directly into his chest. And when he raised his hand to touch it, Zhou Lin's dagger had already pierced into the chest of the second robber. Through. Originally, the length of the dagger was still that much short, but Zhou Lin's strength was simply too great, hardening the second robber's chest, causing the tip of the blade to penetrate straight through the back, cutting off 2 ribs on the way. At this time, the third robber finally reacted. Zhou Lin's ferocity in killing 2 people in a row made the third robber tremble. He wanted to run, but only just turned around. He felt a coldness in the back of his neck socket, and his body disappeared. Zhou Lin didn't lynch him. He just precisely chopped off his cervical vertebrae and sliced through the spinal nerves. The biggest difference between this and lynching him was being able to take 2 more breaths. When the third robber went down, the leader was still trying to cover his wounds and stop the blood from gushing out. "Have a good journey, and don't come back in your next life." Zhou Lin wiped the blade on the clothes of the leading brother and said with a smile on his face. Chapter 92. Maggots in the Darkness. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Zhou Lin began to envy the kind of alien with space again. The destruction of the body is not a matter of fact. Thrown into the space, directly air-drying maybe a few years after the best-selling food. Of course not for people to eat, but for those things to prepare. Must know that the world is fair. Zhou Lin is also later to know the ability to beads that thing, but does not distinguish between human and animal. Our life, why should be divided into high and low, noble and low? Forget it, or let the 3 brothers into the ground. Zhou Lin incidentally touched a corpse. The results really led Zhou Lin found something different. Laser pointer. Ordinary laser pointer, or able to make a normal person's eyes blink unless exposed for a long period of time. But Zhou Lin's physical fitness is 6 times that of a normal person, so how could he be almost blinded by a sweep? But the finger-sized laser pointer's instant power is almost catching up with real lasers. It's not something you can find in the mall. Judging by the way the 3 bodies are dressed, it doesn't match. So where exactly did this laser pointer come from? Did they rob it from someone? Or did they pick it up? Or maybe someone gave it to them specifically to do this. Zhou Lin is not known. The pickup truck actually had no problems. After being dragged out of the snow by Zhou Lin, it was only slightly deformed in some places, not affecting its use. Zhou Lin thought about it and decided that he'd rather not use it for the time being, just in case the next time he drilled into the cab wasn't a laser, but a sniper bullet. Better to be honest and use skis. Hide the car. Zhou Lin on foot into the city. After turning light into darkness, Zhou Lin really did find 2 or 3 teams of people, all 3 or 5, 7 or 8, utilizing weak lighting tools and wandering through intersections and curves. Is it hard to believe that there are a lot of vehicles coming in and out of the city right now? As the saying goes, flies don't fall on seamless eggs. If there isn't enough benefit, how could these people waste their time here for nothing and have the effort to search for something to eat and drink that doesn't smell good? Unless, after thinking about it, Zhou Lin silently followed a team of people. With his current ability to use the cover of darkness, can completely make this team open flashlights cannot be found. If he is willing to pretend ghosts can scare them to death. When the distance was close enough, Zhou Lin could easily hear the other party's conversation. Why haven't any fat fish come in today? What's the rush? Listen to me, we got it yesterday, didn't we? Now we just lack of weapons. If we run into a single police car or something, brothers, do not be afraid. Directly kill up. If there are many people, we run. Did not do what the police. Do not dare to shoot. If there are fewer people, we will fight. If we get a gun, we'll be able to walk around the city. Boss is right. Hey, it's a pity that we haven't met any chicks lately. It's a pity about the one the other day. We shouldn't have gotten her killed. We can still play for a few more days if we save it. As expected, the post-apocalyptic world develops to a certain extent, and human nature begins to show its darkest side. Utilizing the accountability of the police and their trust and tolerance for the common man in the Summerland, they dare to rob for real? Zhou Lin shook his head, suddenly remembering that he was actually in no position to judge others. But wasn't the raffle ship also looted by him? And how much of the supplies in the raffle ship were prepared by him at his own expense? In the end, people are actually selfish. Only some people bottom line higher, some bottom line lower, and some... Touching the dagger, the fishy odor instantly drilled into Zhou Lin's nostrils, making him feel like he had returned to his last life. In the last few years, Zhou Lin wants to make gains, basically can only rely on sneak attacks, team sneak attacks. After all, the aliens and evolved people are very difficult to see from the surface. Acting alone, even a caretaker, in case of touching the prize, will be finish ball. At that time, Zhou Lin with AI Bing, Tang Yili, and a number of people together. Although later he also saw that AI Bing and other men are always a little unclear, but every day the stomach cannot be filled, the love of men and women will be much thinner, as long as it is not seen with their own eyes, but also can get by. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy was put on me by AI Bing in my last life. While following along, Zhou Lin was rambling, mainly because the group never touched their target and were walking slowly. Now AI Bing is dead. Tang Yili is also dead. The deep hatred of the last life is considered to be avenged twice, but Chao Bowen is still alive. There is also that Blue Moon. Originally, Zhou Lin did not have any grudge against Blue Moon, but she even took advantage of the earthquake to ran away from under his nose. This is not a slap in his face. In the future, if the rumor got out that he was dumped by a woman, where would he put his face? Although he is not the owner of the base now, but this is not the natural thing. How much joy is there to be had if only one's own family lives? People, after all, live in groups, and although when there are more people, they ask questions, but what to fear if there is a problem? If there is a problem, solve the problem, or solve the problematic people. Zhou Lin stopped rambling as another group of people, 6, came head-on, and both sides spotted each other's presence. Qin Lao-san? Is that Qin Lao-san? The group that Zhou Lin was following shook their flashlights and asked in a low voice. Centipede bug, you've crossed the fucking line, huh? This side is our territory. Yes. Didn't we just step on the border? Don't worry. We won't break the rules. Any luck? There's a hammer. Do you want it or not? Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you. Qin Lao-san's temperament was obviously much more violent, and Zhou Lin felt that Qin Lao-san had a kind of superiority over the centipede bug. As a matter of fact, everyone is putting their heads on the waistband of their pants to come out to mix. There should not be this kind of obvious difference between high and low. For Centipede Bug, it is detrimental to the temperament of him to bring his little brother However, the people on the side of the Centipede Bugs didn't even say a word, indicating that they all recognized that Qin Lao-san was in a higher position. This is interesting. It's only been a few days, and already so orderly? Zhou Lin by no means believed that this kind of order was naturally formed, and there must be someone in it who was secretly manipulating it. No, gotta get this straight. Zhou Lin was prepared to stay in Jiazhou City for a while. Would he allow others to sleep soundly beside his sleeping couch? Government shelters are acceptable. What private forces and organizations? If they can't be extinguished at the incipient stage, there will be trouble in the future. Within 5 years, at least 4 years 10 months to be exact, aberrants and evolvers shouldn't appear in large numbers. So all the battles surrounding the fight for supplies must still be very much dominated by ordinary people. At this stage, Zhou Lin's greatest reliance, apart from the evolution of his own psychic abilities, was those weapons and equipment in the rifle. As long as he had enough manpower, Zhou Lin was even confident that he could take down the entire Jiazhou City except for the government shelters. It's just a thought. You'd have to be crazy to do that. It's not like we're fighting for the world. This is the end of the world where resources are scarce. There's no point in raising so many idle people. Talent. High hand. From now on, it was only these 2 types of people who were Zhou Lin's targets. The Centipede Bugs had already led the group back. Zhou Lin thought about it and gave up on the Centipede Bugs. Instead, he sneaked alongside Qin Lao-san's group. Maybe the harvest would be even bigger. Chapter 93. Zhou Lin's knife is too cold. Qin Lao-san, this team of people, no matter the size, the momentum, or the kind of tacit understanding between walking are much stronger than the Centipede Worm team. It feels more like the kind of organized. Well, there are some words that Zhou Lin can't talk nonsense. It is easy to go wrong. In fact, in any era, as long as there are people, there will be. Color bar saying jungle is actually lifting these people up. Wait, walking in front of the team Qin Laosan suddenly stopped. Two eyes cannot help to explore around. The hand of the torch also turned. The yellow circle of light cannot stop sweeping back and forth. There are 2 times as almost rubbing Zhou Lin hiding place over. It's kind of fun. Qin Laosan should have sensed something. In fact, human sensory organs are not as bad as they appear. And the reason why some people do not lose to animals at all after repeated training proves that the problem is not really with our eyes, nose, and ears. It's like installing a computer. All the hardware has been installed. In the case of not being able to replace the hardware, suddenly appeared some kind of performance enhancement. It must be the software system has changed. Today's computers have a downclocking, energy saving, and other performance. Not allowed to the brain to steal a lazy. After all, human consciousness is generated by the brain, so if it is bent on being lazy, the consciousness usually doesn't notice. Only when the brain is made to feel that it can't do, without a little diligence, does it actually utilize all those organs of perception, and as a result, those who do so are treated as monsters instead. Qin Laosan should just be one of the more diligent types in the perception part of the brain, right? It was just that his ability was not enough to reach Zhou Lin's kind of level. That's why he was acting doubtful. Keep going. Qin Laosan frowned. He really heard a movement. The key, this movement has been following them. Could it be that he heard wrong? Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Lin is also hesitant whether to continue to follow or... It is better to follow up if in case Qin Laosan really found out. It is just a few more lives, a small matter. Zhou Lin's decision was hurting Qin Laosan. Didn't go out much farther. Qin Laosan stopped, and then shook the flashlight back and forth. Still didn't find it. So twice and 3 times down, not only did the team feel that the boss is not a problem, even Qin Laosan couldn't help but rub his ears and knocked his head for fear that he was broken. It was only Zhou Lin who snickered. Who made Qin Laosan so dedicated that he didn't know to find a place to rest? Go in and take a look. If there's no problem, we'll rest for a while. There was never any harvest. Coupled with the suspicion in his heart, Qin Laosan suspected that he was overly tired. A nap would be better. The house, the kind of small building on the outskirts of the city, had long since been unoccupied inside. After waiting for Qin Laosan and the others to go in, Zhou Lin gently leapt onto the roof of the second floor. And although there was still a bit of commotion, it was nowhere near as big as what Qin Laosan's men had made in the house. I'm going to take a nap. So shut up. Waiting for the henchman to raise the stove, the temperature rises after Qin Laosan let the people open to sleep. Yes, now the cold-proof sleeping bag has become the standard equipment out of the house. Otherwise, it is easy to have to go without return. The little brothers are busy in their own way. The hot food that should be hot food, the nap that should be napping, the wind that should be released, fell into Zhou Lin's hands. This little brother who let the wind out originally wanted to call for help. It was the brightly shining dagger that changed his mind, especially the dagger emanating from it, the strong flavor. Do you know who your boss Qin hangs out with? Zhou Lin asked in a low voice. I know, don't kill me. I'll tell you all. We're all from the End Times Chopper Gang, and Boss Qin is the head of the subchamber. Choppergang? Is that so grounded? Why don't you call it an axe gang? Big brother, the axe which has a chopper is good to get you see our weapons, basically all choppers. What's the gang leader's name? What's his name? I don't know. Everyone calls him Tap. Dragonhead? It sounds like that, but with the name of the gang, it's a little weird. Chopper gang leader? Zhou Lin kind of wanted to laugh, but he didn't feel too respectful of the dead. The wind-released little brother was very aggrieved. He had already said it, but Zhou Lin still gave him a knife without mercy. Seeing as he was so cooperative, directly gave him a fast and hard, without suffering any torture. Everyone is going to die, so let's just die early and be done with it. Putting the released little brother down gently, Zhou Lin pushed open the door and walked into the first floor, just as someone came face to face. Not waiting for him to get a good look at Zhou Lin, he was cut off by a knife in the throat. Cluck, cluck. Blood pouring down your throat is a hard thing to bear, and often you can't wait to bleed out before you choke to death because you can't breathe. Having followed Qin Laosan's group all the way and heard a lot of their secrets, Zhou Lin didn't feel any intolerance. Who's over there? 2 flashlight rays swung over, yet there was nothing but twitching bodies. The 3 remaining men were chilled to the bone, shivering and at a loss for words. Zhou Lin hid in the darkness, his face expressionless. A randomly selected live audience member, well, just you, who let you go without a flashlight. A gust of cloudy wind came up, and it really smelled like that. 1, 2, 3. I can only say that Zhou Lin's knife is too fast, and his heart is colder than our T-Mart, which has been selling fish for 10 years. Upstairs there is a little brother. Heard the movement has been scared a little bit of the soul. Originally, like they can only play the Wind War, really want a hard contact when I'm more than a timid. What the hell? Qin Laosan also woke up, and when he tried to burrow out of his sleeping bag, Zhou Lin's dagger stabbed right through the night watchman's little brother's chest. He actually didn't want to make such a bloody mess. Who let this little brother even try to rush down the stairs, which didn't hit him? As the old saying goes, the narrow way is the best way to win, and it turns out that the chopper is still a bit worse, at least not as long as the dagger in Zhou Lin's hand. So the night watchman's little brother dies, and Chao Lin lives. You're the one who followed me all the way? Qin Laosan wasn't too stupid, so Zhou Lin decided to talk to him. After all, an intelligent person was often easier to communicate with. We don't have anything of value. You've got the wrong guy. Looking at Zhou Lin's blood-stained and hideous appearance, Qin Laosan seemed to have completely lost his mind to resist. But if he thought that this would make Zhou Lin let his guard down, then he was too morose. Zhou Lin, who had survived 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world, was more cautious than a rat in a cat's nest. Shopirgon, the Dragonheads? What else can you tell me besides that? Well, I need to hear the kind of news that will keep you alive or else. Without any hesitation, Zhou Lin's dagger stabbed towards Qin Laosan's right shoulder socket. Fuck! Qin Laosan screamed out, ultimately reacted a little slow. The result is the entire right arm wasted, not to mention, the right hand in the steel dagger fell to the ground. Pick up cannot pick up the kind. Thought you were a smart person. Zhou Lin shook his head. Don't say I don't give you a chance. Say it. I'll let you go after I finish. A promise? Qin Laosan's eyes glowed. He didn't want to die. Well, I promise. Zhou Lin nodded. Dragonhead's real name is Long Dashu. Before the end of the world, he was the owner of a pig-killing farm. When he was young, he killed pigs for a living in the open, but secretly, he was actually one of the Fourth Master's men. Fourth Master? The one surnamed Su. If this faucet is one of Su Laosher's people, that's kind of interesting. Su Laosher. But the man of the hour in Jiazhou City. It's true that bullish people are bullish no matter what. Chapter 94. The Old Goldsmith Shop. Zhou Lin can't remember the history of Su Laosher's fortune. It's normal that there are always a few assholes who make a name for themselves. Jiazhou City, this 20-year Su Laosher, is the kind of mix out of the head. Not only gathered a gang of juniors, the hands of the gravel field, nightclubs, and a variety of clubs, the key to his smart sworn to gambling and drugs do not share the sky. Not only their own do not touch, it is said that secretly also provide convenience to the police. With the convenience of others is with their own convenience, coupled with a variety of relationships. Su Laosher is so in the city of Jiasu run-up. However, like him, this kind of black history of businessman, the vast majority of the rabbit tail, cannot grow the city's leadership in the change of two crops. There will be people want to take his head to change a higher position. Fortunately, the end times are here. For those whose forms are unscrupulous, the end times may have been prepared specifically for them. Provided, of course, that you don't run into openers or respawns. Otherwise, it's just a supporting role if it's any good. A lot of times reality actually tends to be more exaggerated than fiction. It's just that people mostly only want to believe what they want to believe. I thought you said you wouldn't kill me. Feeling the passing of life, Qin Laosan was very unwilling. Zhou Lin nodded his head. Said it and you're going to honor it? We're all out to get along. Why are you still so naive? Or, do you think I look like a good person? Usually Zhou Lin didn't smoke much, but after killing more people, he would light one for himself. It was as if the lingering green smoke could cover the twitching of the corners of his mouth and soothe his tense heart. Or perhaps those green smokes could send away unwilling souls like those of Qin Laosan. It's still the same thing. Just this human world, don't come. One could only say that the Centipede Worms group was really lucky, or else they would have been the one sent away by Zhou Lin. Killed a small 10 people, was intercepted halfway, that resentment finally out of some. Just this piece is also considered to enter the city. Zhou Lin will not panic to turn around. It has to be a miracle that gold's purchasing power would skyrocket after a few years, and then keep plummeting during the first year or two of a natural disaster. Just like the gold store that was only a few steps away from Zhou Lin, the milk tea store next door had been ransacked cleanly, and the glass door of the gold store was surprisingly still intact. Are the Summerlanders too law-abiding, or is everyone in this neighborhood just not in their right mind? In the thick night, Zhou Lin knocked down the tempered glass door without any cover and stepped on the glass slag on the ground and walked in. The air was thick with the smell of mold, and the floor tiles were covered with a thick layer of ice that crunched on them. This is still considered good. After all, this store is on the second floor in relatively high ground, like the south side of the city. Below the third floor are still buried in snow. Many places in the counters that surrounded the quadrangle were empty, presumably because the owner had taken some away when the business was closed. Looking around, there wasn't really much in the way of pure gold, but rather what gems, jades, and such were thrown in the counter, thus showing the difference in value. Those broken stones Zhou Lin is completely uninterested in. By hand will be a small counter. Maybe the boss did not come to remember to clean up a few gold jewelry collected, and then turn to the back of the office. The office is small. The safe is rather conspicuous. Seeing the tightly locked safe, Zhou Lin knew that there was no escape. Violent dismantling is actually the simplest. First dig the safe out of the wall, and then from the back of the breakthrough, what self-destruct, and so on are all bullshit. Which safe company dares to sell a cabinet that can self-destruct in Xia? Zhou Lin will not care how much noise made. This day, cold ground. As long as the house does not collapse, there will not be a few nosy. A few minutes later, the safe was ripped open, and although no equipment came out, a lot of money was dropped. Even Zhou Lin was a little surprised that such a remote store would hide in the safe almost 3 kilograms of gold jewelry, gold bars and gold that does not seem to be a normal way to come. It's either dirty or black. I don't know who the owner really is, but it can't be the guy on the business license anyway. Originally, Zhou Lin also wanted to give the boss of the gold store to stay a little. Now it seems unnecessary. Our black eating black, well, there is nothing to feel guilty about. Sort of opened the door red. I do not know if it is the blood of Qin Lao, since those people reflected red. Walking out of the gold store, Zhou Lin looked at the time and delayed a bit too long, remembering that there seemed to be 2 other gold stores nearby. Although it was a bit late, but come what may, Zhou Lin still decided to hike over to take a look. In fact, every city will have the kind of hidden in the alleys. The facade does not look good gold and silver stores. Perhaps some people will think that this small store does not have much strength. That is too simple. Think about why people can resist a layer of trends surging and always standing. Snakes have snake paths. Rats have rat paths. And the money-making power of such small gold stores is often in places where ordinary people can't see it. Some are clearly gold and silver stores, but actually work as pawn shops. Some act as private banks, and some... For example, at this time Zhou Lin stopped at this one. Just look at the signboard on the doorhead to know that it has been a long time. That weathering traces than the wrinkles on Zhou Saijuan's face is more obvious. The door was still one of those old-fashioned wooden doors, thick but not tight. And if you were careful, you could even hear the wind passing through it, and the sound of people breathing inside. Anyone? Zhou Lin narrowed his eyes and tried to turn away. He was out to collect, not to rob. That bottom line he still had. The next moment, however, he heard a scream, a woman's scream. It's inside the gold store. It didn't take a brain to guess that there was more than likely another tragedy under the end of the world inside. Zhou Lin thought about it and slowly turned around. To be a savior? It's not possible. It's just a way to give yourself a reason to intervene. After all, whoever kills, kills always. No matter how thick the ancient door panels were, they had been hollowed out by time. And when they met someone like Zhou Lin, who used violence as a form of beauty, they couldn't do the slightest thing to stop them. Over the loud clatter came the man's chortling. Where'd you get that shark arm? Get out of here with me. There was an emergency light placed in the corner of the store, and the light was almost blocked out by the counter, which was why Zhou Lin hadn't seen the light in the doorway just now. A lanky figure edged up in the light, the shadow of his head heading straight for Zhou Lin. I'd like to change some gold. Change it? Swap? What are you trading for? The lanky man was clearly a bit confused. Was the guest who kicked in the door a guest or not? Of course it's food. Didn't they say a pack of instant noodles can be exchanged for a gram of gold? This guy's crazy, right? A pack of instant noodles for a gram of gold? Why didn't he go and rob it? He had to waste a packet of instant noodles. The sound of 2 more men conversing came from the corner of the counter, interspersed with the woman's pained and suppressed voice. So, how do I change it? How many packages of instant noodles do you have? The lanky man didn't smile. With a beard growing on his full face, he wasn't a good person at first glance. Lots of it. Of course it won't all be on you. 1 packet for 1 gram. Change? Change. Big brother, really change it. Gold, that's gold. It's not like you can eat gold. The lanky man turned around and bellowed. Broken. Zhou Lin's eyes drifted over to the counter. Perhaps the real owner of this gold store is an unlucky woman. Chapter 95, Another Scourge. Zhang Lanlan is a very charming woman. This gold store is owned by Zhang Lanlan, and she lives upstairs in the gold store in a convenient 2-story house that opens up. The building where the gold store was located had been around for more than 30 years, But Jiang Lanlan hadn't lived there for that long. She'd lived in it about 10 years ago. 10 years is a long time, but sometimes it's short. For example, the lanky man who had conversed with Zhou Lin, called Chen Feng, 10 years ago when he was still a high school student, after inadvertently seeing Jiang Lanlan, who was dressed in a black dress, he had never forgotten in his mind the concave and convex silhouette, as well as the fragrance that wafted through the air. And at that time, Jiang Lanlan was less than 30 years old, the most exquisite time for a woman. You made a mistake once you see Yang. Chen Feng is very fond of reading martial arts novels, but also had an incomparable yearning for that kind of sword and sword shadow, fast and furious. Behind the back of the mellow wine and beauty, red wine and green lights. In his 18-year-old heart, Jiang Lanlan was the beauty that God had destined for him. In order to be able to see Jiang Lanlan every day, Chen Feng gave up the opportunity to go to university and even gave up going out to work, so he set up a bicycle repair stall at the entrance to the alley and later rented the frontage behind the stall to make a living repairing all kinds of two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Teenage love is always an unrealistic fantasy. A woman who owns a gold store would look at a young teenager who fixes bicycles at the end of an alley and is almost 10 years younger than herself? No, Jiang Lanlan didn't even used to look at Chen Feng squarely. Even if occasionally Chen Feng would hold a cigarette, wearing an undershirt, riding a just repaired, someone else's large displacement motorcycle, deliberately stopping in front of the gold store. If it wasn't for a chance encounter that allowed Chen Feng to see with his own eyes a limousine worth millions of dollars sending Jiang Lanlan back, and that man followed Jiang Lanlan into the house and up the stairs, perhaps Chen Feng's dream would never wake up. The next day, Chen Feng got drunk, the third day, the fourth day. There will always be babies in alleys that can't be managed, or that no one will manage. Chen Mingyun, Chen Mingdong, two brothers, one tall, one short, one thin, one fat. Even the looks of one with the father and one with the mother, only in the study of the two fully demonstrated the characteristics of twins. Always bagged the class bottom one or two. The two brothers' favorite thing when they were young was Chen Feng's car repair stand. Chains are fun, spokes are fun, and even the oil used to wet them is fun to play with. The two brothers, who were completely unattended after their parents' divorce, became regular customers here at Chen Feng's place. And by the time Chen Feng rented the storefront, the two brothers often even slept right in the store. Then after the two men's grandfather died, the father worked outside the control, and I do not know when it completely dropped out of school in Chen Feng here as an apprentice. They say it's an apprenticeship, but it's really just three guys hanging out together. Good or bad, and not to mention, at least Chen Feng did not treat the two little old brothers who grew up together, but whenever he had a mouthful of dry rice, he would not let the two brothers drink thin. At first, Chen Mingyun and Chen Mingdong, two brothers, did not find out Chen Feng's secret, until once Chen Feng drunk, holding a pillow voice shouting Jiang Lanlan's name. Two brothers know that the original big brother is for love. But what could they do to help? They couldn't kidnap Jiang Lanlan, could they? They still really wanted to do it, if Chen Feng hadn't stopped them. Chen Feng had thought that this was it for him in his life, and then the end times had come. End of the world, three brothers keep two sets of old house and a storefront. Really poor nothing. Only 2 days to completely cut off the cooking. 3 days the family has no fire. What to do? The Chen family brothers were a bit more reckless in nature, and they directly started to rob. First, sweep the nearby empty house. No food, there is always burned. No burn, there is always a pad, right? One after another sweep down. Surprisingly, really got some benefits. At least do not have to starve every day. The house is also warm, no longer freezing every day with the ice cellar like. Then the supplies were not enough, and the unoccupied houses were robbed, and the two Chen brothers, who had robbed out of their sex, began to aim their sights at the surrounding neighbors. The rabbit does not refuse the grass on the edge of the nest, but the two brothers of the Chen family could not care less. At the very beginning, they also find excuses. What back then with their grandfather quarreled, insulted the two of them have no talent, and even do not take care of their, in short, but where there is a little bit of conflict, can be their excuse for door-to-door robbery. You won't open the door? Will you? Banging on the door, smashing the glass, and even directly piling up firewood in the corner to burn the house. In this regard, the Chen brothers are smart as hell. Relying on this ruthlessness, the two brothers in Chen Feng have really nourished their lives to this day. Originally, at the beginning, Chen Feng hadn't thought of coming to bully Jiang Lanlan if he didn't happen to have a car to deliver something to Jiang Lanlan. In fact, this car came twice after the natural disaster, but it happened to be staggered with Chen Feng, not seen. The Chen brothers originally did not care about a car, until they saw Chen Feng's expression was not right, and then saw Jiang Lanlan joyfully holding out boxes of supplies from the car. Fuck, this bitch, even as people bringing her stuff? No wonder it's been so nourishing. Why don't we rob her? The person belongs to Big Brother. And we'll eat the stuff together. Chun Mingyan licked his lips. Jiang Lanlan, actually he can kill, just in the way of Chun Feng. Brothers two people together. The beginning of Chun Feng does not want to do, but cannot help two brothers are ruffled. Saying what cannot sleep for life can always sleep for a while. What are the end of the world still care about what tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? Grasp the present. Hell knows how the two brothers who hadn't even graduated from junior high school managed to convince a Chun Feng, whose education exceeded theirs by 3 years. And then the three of them together chose to feel their way in through the second-floor window of Jiang Lanlan's house. Jiang Lanlan was whisked away from the second floor to the ground-floor store by the three brothers. And just as the two brothers were planning to let Chun Feng have a taste of the first prize while they waited for the soup, Zhou Lin arrived. Where's the instant noodles? How much more gold is here? I only want gold. Zhou Lin swept the counter in a fake manner. Unexpectedly, there was quite a lot of real gold and silver. A few pounds is still there. Chun Feng rubbed his brain with his left hand as he carried a homemade steel pipe knife in his right hand, concealed behind the counter inconveniently displayed for Zhou Lin to see. That's fine, but I'd rather switch with the boss. Hey boss, are you switching? Zhou Lin's line of sight crossed over Chun Feng and shouted in Jiang Lanlan's direction. Fuck, brother, get him. Chun Mingdong was the youngest, but among the three, his brain was the best one to use, especially after the end of the world. Basically, he was the one giving orders. Chun Feng clenched his teeth and raised his steel pipe knife before pouncing on Zhou Lin. What an ignorance. Zhou Lin raised his foot casually, clearly firing after, but stealing a step ahead of Chun Feng and sending him flying backwards. Dusting off the non-existent dust on his pant legs, Zhou Lin walked towards the Chun brothers. You came here for this woman, right? Chun Mingdong clenched his teeth and put a knife on Jiang Lanlan's neck, picking her up, wanting to threaten Zhou Lin as a hostage. Only at this time did Zhou Lin count on a clear look at Jiang Lanlan's appearance. How to say it, some of the flavor of Blue Moon, not exactly the same, there's a certain gap. To be precise, I'm here for the gold, and I don't mind if you guys play with it any way you want as long as you don't get in my way. Bullshit. You killed the boss. I want you to pay for your life. Chun Mingyan belonged to the kind of brain that wasn't too bright. Seeing Chun Feng fall to the side without moving, the only thought in his heart was to find Zhou Lin to fight for his life. Zhou Lin's face changed slightly. Gave you face, deny? On the count of 3, either get lost or die. 1 and 2. Chapter 96. No woman is simple. Guns. Zhou Lin was too lazy to waste time. Anyway, he was here to find gold, and if these two brothers must seek death, Zhou Lin didn't mind fulfilling them. Wait. Jiang Lanlan suddenly spoke. Don't shoot, they're not actually bad people, they just got impulsive, don't kill them. Oh, that's your problem. I only want the gold. Zhou Lin shook the muzzle of his gun and signaled Jiang Lanlan's trio to go stand in the corner. Facing the muzzle of the gun, Chun Mingyun and Chun Mingdong were silent. On the contrary, Jiang Lanlan, surprisingly, tugged the brothers to hurry to stand in the corner, and even whispered to comfort the two, telling them not to act rashly. After all, she was the one who had truly seen the world, and could tell at a glance that Zhou Lin wasn't joking, the kind who would definitely shoot when he said he would. The gold is all over the counter. You feel free? Rather a woman who knew her priorities. Zhou Lin nodded and began to scavenge. The store is not big. The real pure gold is just a little bit, a total of less than 3 kilograms, and soon all into the pockets of Zhou Lin. What's the name? Lanlan Jiang. Not bad. You can go now. Zhou Lin shook the muzzle of his gun. Well, what about them? Jiang Lanlan looked at the Chun brothers behind him. They just threatened me, and I for one don't like to leave trouble behind, especially if it's younger than me. The Chun family brothers who were still aggressive just now, at this time had been completely abashed. In the face of Zhou Lin's arrogant words, they didn't even dare to say a harsh word. They could only look at Jiang Lanlan with bashful eyes. It was ridiculous to say that just now they were thinking of bullying Jiang Lanlan as much as they could, while at this moment they were hoping that people would save their dog's life. They are still children. TSK, you're a good guy. Zhou Lin's gun muzzle swung back violently and pressed against Chun Feng's head, preventing Chun Feng, who had already raised his chain in an attempt to smash Zhou Lin's head, from moving. So, he's one of the good guys? Zhou Lin already knew when Chun Feng woke up just now. He was just too lazy to reveal it. He didn't think that Chun Feng even wanted a sneak attack. The reason why he didn't blow Chun Feng's head off with a single shot was because Zhou Lin was a bit curious. According to the reasoning, just that kick, Chun Feng, even if not dead, should be more fractures, internal organs seriously injured. How can still climb up to sneak attack? It's hard not to. With a powerful heartbeat and rapid breathing, the physique that Chun Feng displayed at this moment was by no means ordinary. Practicing? Whether it was in his previous life or this one, Zhou Lin had never seen the so-called practitioners. Modern wrestling or not, past the martial arts or not, in front of the evolved or crumbs. After all, a force of 10 will be reduced. You again have the skill speed, cannot keep up with the force, then not. There is no use. Not bad, a bit of guts. Why don't you come with me? Zhou Lin held Qin Feng at gunpoint as he retreated step by step, looking while Qin Feng's eyes were constantly glancing at Jiang Lanlan. Looks like you guys have a story. TSK, TSK. It's not like you're two. You have a crush? Zhou Lin laughed. Let's go together then. The space of the ship island building is limited, but the inside of the Lai Fu ship is empty. As long as a casual arrangement can live in a few hundred people, think of the time in the island country. The beautiful country of those sailors are not arranged by Zhou Lin clearly. It was mainly Qin Feng that made Zhou Lin a little curious. Would it be another evolutionary? Go with you? Qin Feng rubbed his chest and said indignantly. What's the benefit? Live, isn't that good enough for you? What? You still expect me to help you tie her back up? No way. Be a man with some bottom line. You think she's a good person? Unexpectedly, Qin Feng laughed and pointed at Jiang Lanlan. You think she's a good woman? The accused Jiang Lanlan didn't say anything, only looking at Qin Feng with a disappointed expression. It's kind of funny. What does it matter to me if she's a good woman or not? Of course it's relevant. You robbed her of her gold. She's not bothering with you now, because you can kill her anytime you want. But as soon as her man finds out about this, you're dead for sure dead. Qin Feng, what are you babbling about? My man died a long time ago. Jiang Lanlan finally couldn't help herself and opened her mouth to scold Qin Feng. But at this time, Qin Feng has completely swung the pendulum. How much he loved in the past, how much he hates now. Dead? We're all blind? That car we can't see either? Xiao Yin Xiao Dong you guys say, isn't it? Yes. She's a bitch. Well, just now it was a lifesaver, and now Jiang Lanlan has become the bitch they talk about. So, don't always think of exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Sorry. Who else will be sincere to you besides mom and dad? Not to mention the end of the world. The peace era can be exchanged? Can't change it. Because modern people have long understood the truth that living without a heart and lungs is not tiring. Zhou Lin also understands that Jiang Lanlan is most likely some man's concubine, only to be able to afford a woman like Jiang Lanlan, and also gave a gold store for her to play with, afraid that it is not an ordinary person. But this cannot be Zhou Lin to help Qin Feng to grab a woman's reason. After all, people always have a bottom line, and Zhou Lin's bottom line is, I know who her man is. It's the one surnamed Su. Chun Mingdong, who hadn't said much, suddenly spoke up. Surname Su. Zhou Lin raised his eyebrows. Why is it surnamed Su again? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Jiang Lanlan was determined. Chun Mingdong, you are dead. You are really not afraid of death. I'm scared of a hammer. Chun Mingdong spat. It's the end of the world. How can Su Laosher continue to be Master Su Si? I'll be damned. No food, no clothes, no hammer. If his car comes back next time, we'll rob him. Don't you believe me? Brother Feng can rip his head off and kick it as a ball. Chun Feng laughed ill at ease on the sidelines. Before he met Zhou Lin, he still had this courage. But after being kicked by Zhou Lin, he realized that he was nothing at all, at least nothing compared to Zhou Lin. It's really Su Laosher. Zhou Lin couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Lanlan, right? Su Laosher, you're in touch? Ah. Jiang Lanlan was trying to deny it, but Zhou Lin's smile made her feel deep fear. This man seemed to have an indescribable magical nature. Even she couldn't see through it. It can be. Jiang Lanlan admitted after all. Then try contacting him now. I've actually contacted it a long time ago. Saying that, Jiang Lanlan plucked out a black thing from her waist. Zhou Lin could see at a glance that the thing was a walkie-talkie, a high-end item produced abroad, basically not available for sale in China. Worthy of being Su Si. Even get this kind of good stuff, the key is also willing to give the outer room to save the life of the use. Chun Mingyan reacted and stared viciously at Jiang Lanlan. Seeing that the walkie-talkie had been on, in other words, what they had just done to Jiang Lanlan on Su Si's side must have known about it. So, this woman was really saying good things for them? Of course not. She simply wanted to stall for time to wait for Su Si's people to come. And in the future, they can use these recordings to prove that they are the first to provoke and deserve to die. It should be said that Chun Mingdong's logic is still problematic. Who let them come to find trouble? If they are otherwise, Jiang Lanlan must not go out of the door. Honestly, as a post-apocalyptic world of food and drink in the outer room does not smell good. Motor roar from far to near. Jolin did not expect people really came. Chapter 97. The person behind the scene is her. She's the one behind it. Master Su's men are here? It's still very emotional. But Jolin didn't think so, because what he saw was a modified SUV, white in color. It's not that Master Su Si can't sit in an off-road vehicle, but at 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, even for safety reasons, people won't sit in it. So what if it's not Master Su Si who comes? Zhou Lin glanced at Jiang Lanlan, who was full of expectation, and secretly laughed in his heart. Women are so contradictory, claiming that they want to share the world with men, but when it comes down to it, they always expect a man to come down from heaven. Unbeknownst to you, it's often the people who say they love you who are actually the ones who want to kill you. The white SUV crushed the snow and sped all the way to the entrance of the gold store, and without waiting to stop, the door opened, followed by the doors on both sides popping open, and 3 silhouettes dashed towards the gold store. It doesn't look like it's coming to save you, but rather it looks like Zhou Lin's mouth was still talking. A look at the man rushing at the forefront immediately raised his gun. Stop. The man flashed directly to the side without saying a word, while the 2 men immediately behind him separated from left to right, hiding their forms while one shouted, "Friend, the 4th Master's family affairs. Stay out of it if you don't want to die." Family matters? Zhou Lin glanced quickly at Jiang Lanlan. At this point, Jiang Lanlan was already confused. She could see the problem even if her brain wasn't working well. Was this imposing a rescue or a murder? Only she didn't understand. Why did Master Su Si want to kill her? Is it hard to believe that these more than 10 years of affection are worthless? Not only did Jiang Lanlan not understand, Chen Feng couldn't figure it out either. Only the Chun brothers hid in the corner, shivering on one side and feeling excited on the other. Big scene. Wasn't this the big scene they had looked forward to countless times? For the last time, leave the 4th Master now as your friend, or you are an enemy. This is intimidation. Zhou Lin shrugged his shoulders. I'll say for the last time as well, get lost now, you guys can still breathe or wait for death. Zhou Lin's words only fell. The sound of gunfire from 3 or 4 directions at the same time. The bullets whoosh flying. Just Zhou Lin's location of the wall panels, counters, and even the ceiling were beaten to smithereens. Don't you have any sense of economy? You can imagine that Su Si Master is afraid that there is something in his hands. Otherwise, which underling would waste it like this? Up the stairs. Jiang Lanlan was lying on the ground, indicating to Zhou Lin where the stairs were. She was afraid to move, so she hoped that Zhou Lin would pull her along as he passed by. But how could Zhou Lin let go of such a fun thing? Besides, the 2nd floor has even less space, so it's even harder to really get stuck. Chen Feng, have you decided yet? Do you want to come with me? What about them? Chen Feng, who had a face full of dust and sewage, gritted his teeth and asked, "Together, if we can survive in the end." I want revenge. Chen Feng pointed outside. Zhou Lin understood what he meant. Yes. Good. I'll hang out with you. Hearing Chen Feng say that, Zhou Lin nodded, then flung his hand and fired a shot. Although he only fired 1 shot, the effect was 1 heaven and 1 earth compared to the 4 people outside. With 1 shot, Zhou Lin exploded the SUV driver's head, who let this guy stupidly hide in the car, but also from time to time from the open door behind a cold shot. Zhou Lin most hate this kind of way lewd people. Piggy is dead. Fuck. Screw him. Outside the door, 3 thugs called out. However, it was of no use to Zhou Lin. He didn't even need to use his eyes. He could pinpoint the trio with his ears alone. The reason why he hadn't fumbled for a sniper rifle to snipe the trio away was simply that it wasn't necessary. Now the situation looks like Zhou Lin is surrounded. The other 3 people gun open nonstop. In fact, Zhou Lin is not nervous at all. After all, only he has a full map vision. Other people can only rely on limited lighting. Want to play with him that is not asking for death. Pop! After silently changing angles, Zhou Lin took another shot to the head. The 2 remaining fighters were really scared this time. They didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Zhou Lin had changed a place they didn't know about, and then they would be cold-cocked. So much so that the gold store was quiet instead. Jiang Lanlan was still pointing at the stairs while Chen Feng clenched his fists, looking like he wanted to rush out and fight for his life. It's getting late. Looking at the time, Zhou Lin silently walked to the door and took advantage of the beaters not daring to use their flashlights to take a step out. Positions were exchanged, and the 2 hitmen's hiding places were completely exposed to Zhou Lin's field of vision. And he didn't even fire a shot. As soon as he threw the dagger out, he settled the guy who had just rushed the first place. The feeling of being crushed all the way through was actually nothing particularly cool, and the reason why he chose this hitman was solely because he felt that this guy must be very loyal to Su Laoshi. A man who is too loyal is designated to have a lesser brain, and trying to get a lesser brain to say what he doesn't want to say can be a struggle. Zhou Lin was lazy, so he chose to keep the other one alive. Surrender, I surrender. Zhou Lin's vision proved to be quite accurate. When all of the minions were finished off by Zhou Lin, the head of that last fighter surrendered of his own accord. Not everyone is not afraid of death. The truth is that those who are afraid of death are the majority. The fourth master sent us to kill you. Facing Jiang Lanlan and Zhou Lin, the hitman Zheng Ping gave an honest account without the slightest hesitation. How could he? How can he be like this? Jiang Lanlan no longer had the steadiness she had just had, living as if she had gone crazy, her mouth chattering and her person in a bit of a trance. In fact, Zhou Lin also felt that it did not make sense, Su Laoshi completely unnecessary because of the behavior of the Chen family brothers. Want to take the life of a woman who had followed him for more than 10 years. There must be other reasons. Zheng Ping quickly mentioned a person, a woman who had completely mesmerized Master Su Si. What woman is more attractive than me? Jiang Lanlan didn't believe it. She had been with fourth Master Su for so many years. If she had to say she didn't have some skills, she wouldn't be able to get this far. You can't really compete with her. After hearing Zheng Ping describe it, Zhou Lin knew who the woman was. Blue Moon Moon. Not to mention whether or not Blue Moon Moon can actually beat Jiang Lanlan in terms of appearance and grooming. Can fourth Master Su carry Blue Moon Moon's psychic abilities? The fact that Lan Ye had gotten involved with a local snake like Su Si was a bit of a surprise to Zhou Lin. As a matter of fact, she should not be able to look at Su Si unless... We all feel that a lot of things lately have been caused by that woman. Just now we received a movement from Miss Jiang's side. The fourth master originally wanted us to come and save Miss Jiang. Who knows, that woman just said a few words to the fourth master, and the fourth master changed his mind. The more Zheng Ping said, the more Zhou Lin felt that something was wrong. In that case, could it be that Qin Laosan's men were also arranged by Lan Ye? The purpose was to stop him from entering the city, or to make sure he hadn't entered the city. Then why did Blue Moon Moon do so many things just to protect herself? As long as she honestly hid under Su Si's wings, it would be difficult for others to know of her existence. And if it was for self-preservation, why would she jump out and make a demon? Unless she's up to something else. Chapter 98. Seeing the light again may not be a blessing. Zheng Ping is dead. Chen Feng killed it. It didn't matter if it was good or evil. Zhou Lin was merely asking Chen Feng to practice a little bit and not just be mouthy. As for Jiang Lanlan want to go to find Blue Moon Moon fight, this kind of stupid thing Zhou Lin will not be accompanied. It's time to go back. Chen Feng finally decided to go with Zhou Lin after he shot Zheng Ping to death. The feeling of mastering the life and death of others. Chen Feng didn't have a high education, but he still read some books, although they were all novels. It's really mesmerizing, and now that I'm looking at Jiang Lanlan again, I'm still stupid. In fact, men are like this, like a woman when she is all heaven and earth, and so on one day to wake up, that is nothing. Even if Jiang Lanlan now take the initiative to Chen Feng, may Chen Feng do not care. After all, faded after the halo of infatuation, almost 40 years old woman again, how charming, but also may not have 18-year-old girl more attractive to men. Jiang Lanlan and the Chun brothers followed behind. Whether they want to go with Zhou Lin or not, the fourth Master Su's face is broken here. Who will be unlucky if he is found again? It won't be Chao Lin anyway. So even if she couldn't accept Zhou Lin's disregard and Chun Feng's blank stare, Jiang Lanlan could only hold her tongue and firmly hold on to the only life-saving raft in this flood. The pickup truck has exactly 5 seats. Jiang Lanlan wanted to go to the passenger side, but was glared back by Chen Feng. Before starting the car, Zhou Lin turned back and scanned the crowd. Ugly words in front. Perhaps you were to live, but my ship is also not Noah's Ark. Easy to get on the boat and get off the boat. Just don't think about it. All think about it. You have 3 minutes. 3 minutes is enough time for Zhou Lin to smoke a cigarette. Chen Mingyan picked up the cigarettes that Zhou Lin had placed on the center armrest of the front row and contentedly lit them for himself before distributing one to his younger brother Mingdong. Chen Feng also drew one. In the blink of an eye, the entire compartment was filled with greenish-colored smoke, and Jiang Lanlan began to cough, but none of the men cared. Okay. Zhou Lin started the car, and the pickup truck whistled and lifted the snow as it sped toward the rifle. The specially remodeled Ship Island building does not let in light the vast majority of the time. Zhou Lin also did not intend to let Chen Feng and the others know about the existence of the Ship Island building, as he drove the car straight to the side entrance of the Lai Fu ship and drove and down the sloping ramp. My God, what the hell is this place? After getting down from the pickup truck, Chen Feng and the others were completely stunned. There were steel structures in all directions, as if they were in the future. People who hadn't really touched a large battleship tended to have a similar illusion, especially since this area had been deliberately remodeled by Zhou Lin. The living conditions are certainly not as good as those of the island building, but the area is very spacious, with more than 2,000 square meters of space inside and outside, on 3 floors, not only for parking, but also for activities, accommodation, and living space. It wasn't that there weren't any sailor rooms, it was just that they weren't open to Chen Feng and the others right now. But for Chen Feng and the others, as long as there was water, electricity, gas, and enough food, it was no different from heaven. You come with me for a minute. Putting aside for the moment how the Chen brothers and Jiang Lanlan settled down, Zhou Lin led Chen Feng through an isolation door and walked through another long passageway. Just how big is this place? Just a few of us? It can't be bigger than the official shelter, can it? Chen Feng arrived at the hospital in apprehension. Strip down, I want to check up. Amidst the strong white reflections, Chen Feng was extremely uncomfortable but defenseless as he underwent a series of examinations. Although Zhou Lin was not a professional, he was tortured by Wu Shui every day, and today he finally tasted the joy of torturing others. Finished? Aha! Zhou Lin nodded in satisfaction. You're different from them, so it's best if you don't tell them about this matter today either. Got it? Chen Feng nodded. He was now completely shocked by what he had seen. Where would he dare to retort? Zhou Lin went out twice more in the next few days, both of which were considered small gains. The sky had grown brighter, so much so that all were looking forward to the day when the eternal night would pass and the light would come again. Life in the Ship Island building can be described as uneventful. There isn't much to do other than planting and farming. Wu Shui and Zhou Li every day will be Cheng Yali urged to exercise for a period of time. After becoming an alien, Cheng Yali also naturally began to evolve, in the view of Zhou Lin, some of the king of force direction. Maybe this is bad news for women. After all, not many women want to look big and bold. But Cheng Yali did not care. She was even a little happy, especially when she heard Zhou Lin say that the king of force direction of the evolution of the development of the latter can even not fear ordinary hot weapons. So happy that he almost did not hug Zhou Lin to death. What a peculiar taste. Zhou Lin began to worry about his own father, which if a little bit of what disloyalty or improper behavior to let the mother found out the lack of arms broken root, that is simply a minute. In fact, Zhou Lin wasn't sure roughly how many days Wing Knight had experienced. The distribution of volcanic ash in the sky is not absolutely uniform, and coupled with atmospheric flow, it may appear that the dust is thicker in some places and thinner in some areas. Upon waking up, Zhou Lin suddenly felt his heart flutter. He got up and went to the 3 layers of closed windows, then caused them to slowly open one by one. A faint yellow light appeared on the glass made of bulletproof glass, and it was the sun. The sun is out? The sun is actually out? Zhou Lin exhaled a long, cloudy breath and gently held down the intercom. Everyone, eternal night is over. Cheng Yali and Zhou Kaijun opened the window and embraced in the sunshine. Huang Minjing pushed her old mother in the wheelchair to where the sunlight could shine, feeling the warmth that didn't exist but made people cry. Zhou Li sat on the end of the bed, rubbing her eyes and pouting disdainfully, but in the end she couldn't help it and smiled. The second floor is windowless, but has an east-facing patio. The sunlight threw in from the patio, just in time to encircle Sun Chenghao, who was sobbing in joy on his back, except that before he could howl twice, he was mercilessly arched aside by Blackie, and the dog spun around twice cheerfully before coiling up in the halo of light and showing off his oily black fur to his heart's content. It wasn't just the Ship Island building that was cheering. It is said that it is rare to see the sun in Bashu. I don't know if God is trying to compensate for the damage caused by the earthquake. The first place to see the sun in the whole Xia country has become Bashu instead. Jiazhou City, as if 10 years old Zhu Guanghan, in Su Zhuan's assistance to the sun. Only 50 years old, he has a head full of silver threads, still bitter cold wind, covered with grooves and age spots on the face, bloomed a smile. In contrast, Yi Xinxiao laughed loudly, like a wake-up call, mid-sentence. Good. The darkness will pass, and the dawn will finally come. The good news was received all over the country, and everyone alive was rejoicing over it. Light represents hope, and hope gives the courage to live. The days ahead may be harder, but as long as there is hope. Radio waves carried the happy news in all directions. Yet the smile on Zhou Lin's face didn't last long, and the somber look startled Wu Shui. Chapter 99. Cursed Light. Thick puffs of dust can still be seen in the sky, black, yellow, and brown. A mass apiece. The sunlight squeezed aggressively through the floating dust gaps and fell on the ground, on the snow and ice, and on people's faces. Temperatures are still in the -30s, but many are choosing to lift their thick masks to feel the sunshine that has been missing for a long time. Wu Shui was messaging her parents, wanting to be the first to tell each other the happy news, and then she saw Zhou Lin's face covered in dark clouds. At home, it is difficult to see Zhou Lin show this kind of face. Wu Shui heart thump will be thrown to the side of the cell phone pasted on the Lin. What's wrong? If we're the first place to see the sun here, it's... Zhou Lin was not in Bashu when the eternal night ended in his last life. At that time, he hadn't cared about what exactly was the first place to see sunlight, but there was one thing he remembered clearly: the curse of the sun. The curse of the sun may sound like a bit of a godsend, but it's something that actually happened. Wang Pingping, it's me, Zhou Lin. Suddenly receiving Zhou Lin's message, Wang Pingping was a bit surprised. How did you know about this frequency? That's not the point, Zhou Lin said. Every word I say next could be related to countless lives in Jiazhou City and even the entire Bashu, so you'd better remember it clearly. What does it mean? Wang Pingping was still filled with confusion, but Zhou Lin did not explain at all. First, immediately organize manpower to build clean cisterns, preferably protected by your military. Second, all personnel leave low shelters, preferably with all entrances and exits closed. Third, maximize the collection of insecticides, various disinfectants, and medicines. Fourth, good luck. After saying 4 points, Zhou Lin terminated the communication. He didn't know why he just chose Wang Pingping. The two hadn't gotten along very well before. Perhaps it was because he recognized Wang Pingping's character. Yes, is it that bad? Wu Shui asked in a low voice from the sidelines. It will only be more serious than you think. Zhou Lin sighed softly. Originally, he had wanted to celebrate with everyone, but now it seemed there was no need for that. The sun had only just come out today, and the temperature probably wouldn't rise back up that quickly, but there were some things that had to be prepared for sooner rather than later. Starting tomorrow, no one will be allowed in or out of the building without my permission. Sun Chung Hao, you are responsible for adding screens to all ventilation ducts, with mesh no larger than 1 millimeter. Lily, Huang Minjing no longer enters the planting and farming areas. Only Old Mother and I are allowed to go, but we have to be sterilized going in and out. What about me? After listening to half a day, Wu Shui realized that Zhou Lin unexpectedly did not arrange a job for her and thought that Zhou Lin had some selfishness. I wouldn't want to have a day where you play a role, but anyway, you get some rest these days, and we'll talk about the rest later. Shelter. Zhu Guanghan still didn't quite believe what Wang Pingping had relayed. It's too much. Isn't it good that the sun is out? Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that ultraviolet light sterilizes. And even if there was some kind of epidemic, it's not like the shelters don't have medicine on hand. On the contrary, the snow melt may lead to flooding. This point Zhu Guanghan think it is possible. But that doesn't all have to be moved from the shelter. Just process the low ground of the entrance. The shelter now houses so many people, and so many facilities and projects that have been unfolded. Too much to lose in a hasty move, don't you think? Who would go against a handful of people as long as they are not brain dead? It's one thing not to object, but it's another thing to have something else in mind. Wang Pingyuan was about to say something else, but was stopped by Yi Xinxiao with a look. Since everyone has no opinions, let's do what I just said. Zhu Guanghan waved his hand, quite a bit complacent. The sun's out, and old Chu's drifting a bit. Wang Pingping entered Yi Xinxiao's office. Yi Xinxiao shook her head with a bitter smile. I know what you want to say. In fact, I believe what Zhou Lin said more than you do. Huh? Wang Pingping froze, trusting Zhou Lin more than him? That's not right. The commander hasn't even dealt with Zhou Lin. How can he trust him that much? Yi Xinxiao certainly won't explain. As a whole, I can't go directly against Zhu Guanghan, but I also won't let our people accompany him to take risks. So next, after almost 2 months of winter night, now the entire garrison of Jiazhou City and their families and 20,000 people, the loss of... Wang Pingping is not willing to think about it. Yi Xinxiao's intention is to transfer all the family members first, the military, the time to fight when you have to come forward, but must let everyone feel at ease. The good thing is that the military families have an obedience that is so different from that of ordinary people, and the relocation begins at the word of command. The collective action of more than 10,000 people naturally drew the attention of the others in the shelter. And the unified voice of the military families who had long since gotten their orders was that they wanted to go back to sunbathing early. Sunbathing is an old tradition of the people of Basho. Especially in winter, the sun to swing the dragon gate, and then served a bowl of tea that tastes... We want to get out in the sun early too. Inside the asylum, some people with ideas and fools egged on by these people began to look for administrators to make trouble. The situation quickly converged to Zhu Guanghan. Want to leave? Can I leave all that the shelter gave them? And then if you want to go back to the ground to sunbathe in the sun, go ahead. Not bad for them. Zhu Guanghan agreed without hesitation, provided that the supplies could not be moved. After getting such a result, many people stopped making a fuss. The sun is out, but it's still cold outside. And is there food when the sun is out? Does the sun come out and you don't have to keep warm? Or does the sun come out and everything goes back to normal? Anyone with half a brain knows that's not possible. Even if the snow melts and the temperature rises, the current situation on the ground is such that it will not be possible to rely on farming to fill the stomach in 6 months. So we still have to rely on the state and the government to stay alive. The next day, the sun still appeared in the territory of Bashu, which made the hearts of many people in many places unbalanced. It is hard to be really what the kingdom of heaven. Otherwise, why only Bashu can see the sun? Not only can you see the sun, but you don't need to light a lamp during the day, and the temperature is said to be starting to rise. Temperatures are really picking up. Yesterday's surface temperature at 10 a.m. was minus 37 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, it's minus 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Up an octave. To many, this is good news, but not to Zhou Lin. Quick! The temperature is rising too fast. Tomorrow, maybe just minus 10 degrees. The day after that, straight above zero. When the temperature rises above zero and the sun shines, the snow and ice will melt fast. And by that time, Bashu was originally the basin. If only this part of Bashu thawed quickly, but the lower reaches of the river remained frozen. Those frozen places would become natural dams, blocking all the melting ice and water in the big basin of Bashu. And then, in the last life, melting snow and ice triggered flooding everywhere. The difference was just the severity. And now Zhou Lin felt that Bashu would probably be the most flooded area, or at least one of them. Cursed sunshine. Just wish it came a little slower. Chapter 100, Auntie and Sister-in-Law Together. Their benefits break gold. Chun Feng's test results are in. In Wu Shui's words, certainly not ordinary people, but with Zhou Lin and Chun Yali's data is different, should be in a transition period. Because of the lack of more objects to refer to, Wu Shui couldn't say anything concrete, but Zhou Lin had a whole new idea about end-time evolution. Is there a possibility that human evolution actually began at the time of the Neverwinter Nights rush? And that the reason why everyone in the last life thought that both psychic abilities and evolution began 5 years after the end of the world was simply because people didn't think in that direction in the beginning? Seems also not right. The end of the world at the beginning of mankind has a lot of fantasies, especially within the culture of Xia. They are looking forward to extraterrestrial civilization. There are dreams of aura revival. They are waiting for the supernatural power to come out of the world. Like now, Zhou Li and Wu Shui often play that for him. Not a lot of similar ideas, and there are people really so to do it. The result is that the post is no longer updated, presumably karma. If human evolution really started right from the end of the world, then the only possibility is that this very first evolution was slow, so slow that it was hard to notice. Thick and thin, evolution hides for 5 years until it fully blossoms in the human race. Assuming this is true, how do you pick out those who have already begun to evolve? Can there be, a simple way or means of intuitively determining in a short period of time whether the person has begun to evolve? Hearing Zhou Lin's request, Wu Shui shook her head. Theoretically, yes, but I need the relevant equipment, agents, and experimental subjects, and a supercomputer to perform the simulation. At first glance, these reasonable requests of Wu Shui's were impossible to fulfill at the moment, but Zhou Lin nodded his head and said, "There is. If it's all there, do you have the confidence to get it? It should be. It's possible, isn't it? Just judging the various numerical indicators of the body. It's not difficult. Go. Where to? Go where you want to go." Zhou Lin originally didn't want to expose too much, but in order to understand the evolution a little better, he didn't care so much. If the area where Chen Feng and the others were living could still be handled by Zhou Lin, so that they couldn't tell exactly what it was, then trying to completely erase the pretty country from the hospitals of the future blessing was a difficult task that Zhou Lin couldn't accomplish. Take the simplest color ultrasound machine as an example. Zhou Lin may be able to erase the color ultrasound machine shell on those characters pattern and so on, but he dared to move the color ultrasound machine internal software program. Professionals like Wu Shui will know what's going on as soon as the machine is turned on. Even if one machine doesn't tell the story, there's still that big hospital. The doubt on Wu Shui's face could no longer be concealed after a few minutes, and every now and then she had to glance at Zhou Lin. Okay, I'll lay my cards on the table. This is the missing carrier that I'm using as our new house. Satisfied? Wu Shui froze slightly, then bowed her head. What, new house or not? You didn't know me at that time. Who says we don't recognize each other? Have you forgotten the first time we met? But you were already back from the island by that time. Is it brainless to lie to me? After a few words, Wu Shui seemed to have forgotten to continue pursuing the matter of the carrier. And when she was almost familiar with it, Zhou Lin opened up special access for her so that she could go directly down from the special elevator on the top floor of the ship's island building to the third deck, and then go through the passageway straight to the hospital without coming into contact with anyone in the meantime. However, Zhou Lin still underestimated Wu Shui's love for their own profession. Meals do not go back to eat with Zhou Lin, said what casually gets some instant noodles to deal with it on the line. Then she has to fully research the evolution detection subject and strive to make results as soon as possible. Actually, there's no need to rush this one. Nah. Oh yeah, I might need Lily's help too. There are some areas where she's much better than me. Lily help ah. Zhou Lin had a bit of a headache. If Wu Shui's heaven and earth can basically be locked up in the hospital, then Zhou Li is definitely the era that can demolish the house. If Zhou Li is released from the island building, the raffle ship will probably die soon. You're underestimating Lily too. She's not a child. She knows the difference. I'll vouch for her, and I'll take the blame if there's any. I don't know when the aunt and sister-in-law have such a good relationship. Zhou Lin finally couldn't resist Wu Shui's softly coaxing, and the two of them went to find Zhou Li together. Not knowing the true face of Mount Lushan, you startled a flock of gulls, brother. You are this. Zhou Li sat in the studio specially prepared for her and gave Zhou Lin a thumbs up. It wasn't difficult to remodel a studio for Zhou Li in the hospital. The equipment and instruments were all readily available. Anyway, Zhou Lin was only responsible for providing the hardware. Zhou Li could take care of the rest herself. So, parents are just a transition. Independence is the homecoming. I've decided I'll live here in the future. As expected, the minds of geniuses are all connected. Zhou Li and Wu Shui surprisingly showed the same attitude, which made Zhou Lin couldn't take it anymore, a thought that instantly made both the hospital and the studio dim. Get it right. I'm in charge of my territory. You can do what you want, but you can't let it affect your lives. Your body's a hem. Don't pinch, don't pinch. In fact, Wu Shui's hand was not very strong, mainly because Zhou Lin was afraid of itching. Although Chen Feng and the others were also in the raffle ship, they could be said to be completely separate from the ship island building and this area where Wu Shui and Zhou Li were. Strictly speaking, none of the four people, including Jiang Lanlan, actually had any specialized skills, and perhaps only Chen Feng barely possessed some ability to repair cars, and that was limited to cars with no more than 3 wheels. Raising them was mainly directed at Chen Feng. However, it was not possible to keep raising them for nothing. Zhou Lin planned to send Jiang Lanlan to the planning area next. The Chen brothers were going to work with Sun Qinghao. As for Chen Feng, it was definitely to strengthen his training while acting as Wu Shui's research subject. Is it cruel to use living people as guinea pigs? Anyway, Zhou Lin didn't feel it, and neither did Wu Shui. It wasn't like they were going to maim or even kill Chen Feng. At most, they would just draw blood a few more times, which wasn't a problem at all with Chen Feng's current physique. Anyway, the four of them couldn't even contact the outside world in the short term, let alone leave the rifle. Chen Feng and the Chen brothers basically had no relatives, and no one would care if they disappeared, but Jiang Lanlan was different. The Zhengping four who handled Jiang Lanlan never returned, which made Su Sifu's heart vaguely uneasy. Lanlan? Deep down inside, Su Si still felt that something was wrong. Why did he have to kill Lanlan? Where's the reason? She knows too much, and if she falls into the hands of your enemies, it's the biggest loophole of all. If you want to live, she must die. Not far away, Blue Moon sat like a queen, elegantly cutting a piece of steak. Yes, the once incomparably wise fourth master Su looked at Lan Yiye with eyes that were surprisingly similar to those of a freshman, clear and stupid, full of ignorant hope. Moon, when are you going to marry me?